On July 4th, 2032, the world collapsed, plague raged, zombies were rampant, and even man-eating monsters appeared. 90% of the world's population turned into zombies overnight. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic catastrophe, mankind welcomed the birth of professionals. Someone awakened the power of thunder and lightning and became the controller of thunder. With one move, hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell, and the zombies were reduced to ashes. Some people awakened the fire bloodline and became fire messengers, breathing flames from their mouths, and large groups of zombies were burned to ashes in the flames. And I, Li Yi, have been struggling to survive in the apocalypse for a full 10 years. As I don't have an awakened profession, I am rejected by all institutions. I could only wander around, eat at different houses, and have no fixed place to live. I became a mercenary in the doomsday world, living on the line between life and death, exchanging my life for supplies. Finally, during a mission, I fought hard and got the coveted B-level source core. I thought this was my chance to turn things around, a turning point that would change my fate. The funny thing is, this hope was crushed by the person I trusted the most, Ning, the representative of the 6th Material Bureau. He betrayed me, took the B-class core, and left me and my brothers to an ogre covered in hungry mouths. I watched it tear apart all my brothers and the one person I loved most. In despair, I died. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn 3 days before the end of the world. This time, with the memories and information of 10 years later in my hands, I will never be stepped on by anyone again. The first thing I did was to awaken my profession, embarker. By burying the deceased, I can gain the deceased's memories, experience, skills, and even traits such as strength and speed. I can also improve the deceased's favorability towards me. Wait, the dead? Do zombies count as the dead? While everyone was still thinking hard about how to smash the zombies' heads, I was already collecting corpses all over the battlefield and burying them one by one. Outside the window, it was raining heavily. The dark rain had lasted for more than 20 days, making it hard to breathe. The funeral home was dark and cold, and the smell of rotting corpses filled the air, making people feel sick. I stood in the middle of the hall, my hands covered in blood, with more than 30 still warm corpses piled in front of me. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed to the ground out of fear. But I remained calm, as if the scene before me was nothing but an ordinary day. Although I am just a college graduate, my eyes lack the youthfulness that should be present at this age, and instead have a hint of calmness and indifference. The phone was placed aside, and the anchor who called himself the Prophet was broadcasting live. On the screen, crazy remarks about the end of the world continued to be heard. This year is an unprecedented catastrophe, an epic disaster. Globally, the frequency of natural disasters and wars has reached an all-time high. Plagues are raging, and there are even rumors of zombies. Extinct creatures are reviving, and legendary monsters are about to appear. Ogres covered with hungry mouths devour everything. Revenant demons, sucking the souls of the dead. Loch Ness monsters sickle like weasels. Doomsday is coming, and humans can't escape. Curses were heard everywhere in the live broadcast room, and comments were like a storm. It's this lunatic again. Nonsense. There must be a limit to spreading rumors, right? Where is the super administrator? Block him quickly. The anchor shouted at the top of his lungs. You don't understand. The authorities have blocked the truth. Moreover, the first group of awakened professionals have already appeared and are being secretly recruited by the country. Ordinary people can only wish for the best. In the future, only professionals will be qualified to live at the top of the food chain. I washed my hands silently, calmly turned off the live broadcast, and whispered to myself, Prophet profession? It's rare. However, I knew in my heart that the anchor was only partially right. The horror of the end of the world was even more abyssal than what he described. I didn't expect that I was reborn. My laughter echoed in the funeral home, with a hint of coldness and distortion. Ningze, in my last life, you made me die without a burial place. In this life, I will make you wish you were dead, but unable to live. Killing intent surged in my heart, but I quickly calmed down. The most important thing now is to awaken my profession as soon as possible. According to the memory of the previous life, in 3 days, July 7th, 2032, the global rainstorm will stop. After the dark clouds dispersed, what greeted humanity was not sunshine, but overwhelming blood clouds. At that moment, the apocalypse breaks out. 90% of the human race will be eroded by energy and transformed into zombies and monsters. Among the few remaining survivors, only a very small number are able to awaken their professions and become strong people who survive the apocalypse. The earlier you awaken your profession, the stronger you will be and the more resources you can obtain. One step ahead, always ahead. In the previous life, 10 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Mythology Research Institute announced some rules for career awakening. 1. The awakening of a career in the apocalypse is closely related to the job. 2. The rarer the job, the higher the level of the awakened career. 3. The greater the work intensity before the outbreak, the higher the probability of awakening. This information is meaningless to ordinary people 10 years later, but it is a crucial survival strategy now, before the end of the world. I sneered. Originally, I had the opportunity to join a listed company and become a decent white-collar worker. But my experience in my previous life told me that the probability of white-collar workers awakening their careers is extremely low, and most white-collar workers become cannon fodder at the bottom after the outbreak of the apocalypse. So in this life, I chose the most unpopular and rare profession. Finally, I applied for a job as an apprentice Undertaker at a funeral home. Dealing with the dead is dirty, tiring, and low-paid. This job is not popular, but it suits my taste. I checked the information and found that the rarity of Undertakers is 1 in a million. Among a million jobs, Undertakers are almost the rarest. Continuous heavy rains have caused a surge in the death toll. Other industries can suspend operations, but funeral homes cannot. The dead cannot wait. During these 3 days, I worked almost nonstop. The boss couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but advise me to take it easy. But I know that as long as my workload exceeds that of other Undertakers, I will meet the conditions for professional awakening. The greater the workload, the higher the probability of awakening. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a low, suffocating breathing sound sounded in my ears. No one except me noticed the strange sound. I frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. According to memories from previous lives, a super-infected organism, codenamed Jiangqing 17, once appeared in the cemetery behind the Jiangqing funeral home. Its existence far exceeds that of ordinary alien species. It can produce a large number of new alien species and is a catastrophic existence. It is tall, with skin as thick as steel and wrapped in a tattered shroud, making it immune to most fire attacks. Wherever it went, the area for several kilometers turned into a river of blood, causing countless casualties. Life is short like a passing star. May the deceased rest in peace. I closed the last coffin lid and prayed softly. In one day, I sorted out more than 30 bodies, which shocked even my colleagues. In 3 days, I handled more than 100 bodies by myself, completing a full week's work. Can we take a break? The boss asked almost in a pleading tone. Okay, I'll go back and rest. I responded calmly, dragging my tired body out of the funeral home. But I know that the real danger has not yet arrived. The overlord of Jiangqing is not just Jiangqing 17 who is infected. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, an A-level dog demon that devoured all super-infected bodies appeared and became the true ruler of Jiangqing. But I know that this dog demon contains a rare source core in its body. This source core will become the key to my awakening career. In my previous life, I was far behind. But this time, I want to be one step ahead and control everything. Dog demons, this apocalyptic alien species, are the result of the mutation and resurrection of stray dogs. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were not many dog demons, but they were extremely destructive. They are usually born from hungry, abused stray dogs. Once formed, they can reach 20 to 30 meters in length. They even devoured the Jiangqing number 17 super-infected body that walked out of the funeral home cemetery. The scene was like a battle between gods and demons, extremely terrifying. The dog demons know the human lifestyle very well. They will break into the house through windows, drag humans out from under the bed, and eat them. They have become one of the most feared alien species by the survivors of Jiangqing. Before its resurrection, the dog demon was just a big yellow dog that guarded my neighborhood. I live in Liang'an Community, Jiangqing, a shanty town with more than 30,000 residents. There are many tube-shaped buildings here. The facilities are old, water and power outages are common, and sewer blockages are so frequent that they are a headache. Despite this, the low rent of 800 yuan per month has attracted recent college graduates and low-income families. When I got home that day, I saw a lot of people gathered together and talked about it. Is old Huang sick with rabies? Why does he bark at everyone he sees? Yes, he used to be very docile. He scared my daughter to tears yesterday. We can't keep this dog anymore. I squeezed into the crowd and saw Lao Huang locked in an iron cage. His eyes were red, and he was biting the cage desperately. His barking was filled with madness, and he looked horrifying. I frowned. Sure enough, old Huang began to mutate and revive, and the apocalyptic energy had infected it. Within a week, it would be completely revived and become a first-level dog demon. From that day on, Lao Huang barked day and night, showing ferocious eyes to passersby. If it weren't for the gatekeeper Lao Zhang, who tied it up with an iron chain as thick as his arm, he would have bitten countless people. Old Zhang sighed. He had been a gatekeeper in Liang'an community for more than 10 years, and Old Huang had been with him for most of those years. Now, everyone was forcing him to beat Old Huang to death. Old Zhang was very upset, and his face was gloomy. Lao Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing became heavy, and his whole body exuded a deep sense of fatigue and vicissitudes. I couldn't help but squint my eyes slightly. These signs were clearly the precursor to being affected by the energy of the apocalypse and about to become an alien species. There is no need to say much about the power of this alien species. It can almost rival 7 or 8 ordinary zombies. In the initial stage, it has the strength to compete with second-level human professionals. In the early days of the apocalypse, if ordinary survivors encountered alien zombies, it was basically equivalent to stepping into death with no chance of survival. I sighed softly and couldn't help feeling sorry for Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang has always been very popular and always smiling. Everyone affectionately calls him Lao Zhang too. Who would have thought that he is actually a potential alien zombie? Really? Then you must cure old Huang, someone said expectantly. Yeah, I nodded perfunctorily and told a white lie. Lao Zhang kept his eyes on me, silently watching me put Lao Huang into the iron cage and drag him home, and a hint of hidden murderousness gradually emerged in his eyes. Late at night, old Huang in the iron cage was restless and roaring wildly, as if he sensed the coming mutation and death. Once the dog demons resurrected, it would be a disaster for mankind. In the early stage, when there was no means of defense and counterattack, they could be called overlords that could destroy cities. I opened the can and handed it to the cage. Old Huang sniffed it, finally calmed down, lowered his head, and started eating voraciously. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a faint golden light flashing under the old yellow hair. Nuclear source material. My pupils suddenly shrank, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The nuclear source material was actually being produced so early. The source core material is the essence that overflows from the doomsday energy when it condenses the source core. It can greatly strengthen the body and is truly a treasure. I immediately used the copper tube to hold Lao Huang back and carefully pulled off the golden substance. The source nuclear material dripped slowly, hanging on the palm of my hand, emitting a faint light. In my previous life, although the source nuclear material was not as precious as the source nuclear body, it was also monopolized by the upper class. I struggled to survive for 10 years in the end times and only got the source nuclear material 3 times. But I have never seen gold. Gold represents the source material of the A-level source core, and its strengthening effect far exceeds that of ordinary grades. My heart was pounding, but I suppressed my excitement, put my palm close to my mouth, and sucked it in without hesitation. The jelly-like texture melts in the mouth, colorless and tasteless. However, in an instant, a powerful energy exploded in the body. The muscle fibers seemed to be remodeling, the breathing was steady, and each inhale seemed to hold 3 times the amount of oxygen. Bah! I suddenly swung my fist. The sound of breaking through the air was deafening. The punch force was about 130 kilograms. Compared with the 150 to 200 kilograms of ordinary fighters, his was no less. I nodded secretly, my eyes darkened. Very good. Before old Huang completely turns into a dog demon, I can still grab a few more strands of source nuclear matter. At night, I turn off the lights and prepare to rest. Suddenly, a face appeared outside the window, and its vague outline was looming in the moonlight. My heart tightened, but I held my breath and didn't say a word. That face, was that old Zhang? Why would he appear here so late at night? There was a crunching sound coming from outside the window, like someone chewing something. Then, there was a harsh sound of tongue rubbing against the glass surface, which was creepy. I didn't move until dawn, when old Zhang disappeared out of the window. And I didn't sleep all night. Damn, The habits before the alien infection were so disgusting. I rubbed my sore eyes and cursed under my breath. In the early morning, the phone rang sharply. My boss called and asked me to rush to the funeral home, saying that more than a dozen bodies had been brought in who had died of electrocution. July 5, 2032, second day of countdown. I was busy at the funeral home all day and only drank a few sips of water. I didn't even have time to eat. It was a rainy day, and I was the only one in the entire funeral home. Everyone else had taken the day off. My boss said he would give me a raise. I smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. Money is both important and useless in the last days. What is important is that the monetary system will be rebuilt in 3 months. What is useless is that water can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan, and inflation is unprecedented. In the evening, deep in District 17 of Jiangcheng, the low breathing sounds like the whisper of a devil gradually became clearer, as if counting down. I looked at the time, and there were less than 30 hours left until the apocalypse. When I returned home, the old yellow dog in the iron cage had lost most of his hair and turned gray. His eyes were darting around blankly, as if he had gone blind. A dog demon, blind, but with an extremely keen sense of smell. I focused my eyes slightly and saw that the source nuclear material was oozing out of Lao Huang's body again, and the golden light was flashing. Bang! 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 Old Huang slammed the iron cage frantically, causing it to deform slightly and seem like it would fall apart at any time. I calmly picked up the copper pipe and tied the dagger to it with wire to make a simple spear. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were weak in all aspects, but their bites and scratches were deadly. Therefore, long weapons kept at a certain distance were safer than daggers or kitchen knives. This has been verified by data. Bows and arrows are better, but they are troublesome to retrieve. Guns and ammunition are still out of reach for ordinary people. I held Lao Huang against my spear, and once again pulled down the spilled nuclear material, sucking it into my mouth without hesitation. The strong energy washed over the body again, and the muscles in the limbs became tighter and clearer. Bang! I threw a punch. This time the sound of breaking through the air was even sharper, and the force of the punch was close to 150 kilograms. A-level nuclear source material is indeed extraordinary. I was ecstatic. Just 2 strands of nuclear material had transformed my body completely. Boxes of goods kept being delivered to the door, filling up 3/4 of the house, almost turning it into a warehouse. These are the survival supplies I stockpiled: large amounts of compressed biscuits, tin cans, and bottled water. I put all my savings into them. The goods came from a bankrupt factory. The boss lamented that living conditions were better now, and no one wanted to eat these cheap foods anymore. He sold them to me at 70% off the cost price because the inventory was overstocked. I got a great bargain. Otherwise, my savings could only buy 20% at most. When the boss collected the money, he told me with unconcealed joy that he probably thought I was not in my right mind to hoard so many compressed foods. Maybe in his eyes, I was a lunatic who had read too many apocalyptic novels. But I'm too lazy to explain. After the end of the world, these things are more valuable than gold, especially in the slums of the safe zone where supplies are scarce. A piece of bread can lead to a murder. The upper class enjoys a feast, while the lower class has to fight for even moldy food. This is the cruel inequality inherent in human beings. I clenched my fists and became more determined. I want to control my own destiny. Steel bars and welding tools also arrived. These things can save lives in the end times. Welding guns reinforce doors and windows. Newspapers cover glass. These are the necessary courses for me to survive in my previous life. At night, old Zhang leaned over the window again, with his blurry face pressed against the glass, and peered greedily into the house. I held the iron spear in my hand, staring at him with cold and vigilant eyes. Old Zhang was grinding his teeth and licking the glass in the middle of the night, which made my dark circles worse and worse. He was almost driving me crazy. After the apocalypse, he must be a hidden danger and must be solved as soon as possible. Old Zhang knows that I am here. After he mutates into a different species, he will definitely come to my door. The group chat was very lively. Although we had graduated for many years, everyone was bored and staying at home because of the global rainstorm. I heard that Li Yi was dumped by Rowley. No way. Rowley pursued him so wholeheartedly at the beginning. Li got an offer from a listed company, but Rowley dumped him? Hey, you guys are out of date. Li Yi rejected the listed company and went to a funeral home to make up the dead. Ha! Rowley is now with young Master Ning. The group was in an uproar, but I just frowned. In fact, I broke up with Rowley on the first day of my rebirth. She had been entangled with Ning Zhe behind my back for a long time. Ning Zhe did not agree to be her boyfriend, but she was reluctant to give up me as a backup. The funny thing is that she even spread the news that she dumped me. In my previous life, I might have taken care of her reputation and chosen to be tolerant. But now it's different. I know what kind of person she is, so there's no need to save face for her. I was the one who proposed the breakup. I didn't want her anymore. The group chat went quiet instantly, and I put down my phone, too lazy to look at it anymore. I could almost feel their whispers and jealousy from outside the screen. After the apocalypse, Rowley became Ning Zhe's woman as she wished, but she was just a tool for him to vent his anger, and was later even sold to the slums. Rowley, step by step, schemed against others, but ended up sending herself into hell. My classmates were sarcastic and jealous of me for wanting to change my destiny, but also envious of Ning Zhe for being born at the top. The funny thing is that I knew most of them would be dead in less than 20 hours, but I had no interest in reminding them. In front of the screen, Rowley gnashed her teeth and stared at the group chat fiercely. "Li Yi, you dare to dump me and dare to say it publicly?" She hurriedly contacted Ning Zhe, hoping he would help teach me a lesson. Ning Zhe replied briefly, "Okay." Rowley was overjoyed and felt that she was extremely important in Ning Zhe's heart. "Li Yi, I want the whole class to know that it is you who is not worthy of me, not me who was dumped." The next day, I went to the funeral home early and counted down the day. I'm the only one here today, and my boss asked me to deal with 10 bodies. I worked straight into the early morning, and my body couldn't take it anymore. For the last hour, I looked at the mutilated body of a man. He had been a boxing champion, but now his limbs were twisted and his internal organs were scattered all over the floor. I skillfully retrieved the internal organs and carefully sewed them back together. The corpse was decaying very quickly and was filled with maggots. The influence of the apocalyptic energy was becoming increasingly stronger. After burying the last body, I clasped my hands together and silently said, "May the deceased rest in peace." I glanced at the clock on the wall. A few minutes left. The rain outside the window has stopped long ago. The morning light quietly breaks through the thin, dark clouds, and a hint of red light emerges faintly. The end of the world is coming. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Before I stood up, the door was pushed open, and several people walked in swaggeringly. They were my classmates. Leading the group were Rowley and Ning Zhe. Rowley, wearing a short skirt, held Ning Zhe's wrist affectionately, with a smug look on her face. "Li Yi, it's a good thing I broke up with you, a piece of trash, a long time ago. Otherwise, I would have been dragged down by you." As she spoke, she gently kissed Ning Zhe on the face, and screams and laughter suddenly rang out around them. Rowley raised her eyebrows and continued, "I have joined the Ning group and am now the manager's secretary. He is the manager and I am the secretary." Everyone exclaimed. As expected of Ning Zhe, he became a manager right after graduation. It's the Ning Group, one of the top companies in Jiangcheng. TSK, this is what a secretary does when there is something to do, and when there is nothing to do. There was a hint of teasing in his laughter, and before he finished speaking, everyone smiled knowingly. I frowned and said indifferently, "What are you doing here? The apocalypse is about to break out, and I don't want to cause any trouble." Ning Zhe walked forward slowly, his eyes cold. "I heard that you spread rumors everywhere, saying that you dumped Rowley." He sneered. "Since you have no parents and were classmates, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Rowley, then slap yourself 100 times and let this matter go. Otherwise—" Ning Zhe paused, his tone full of playfulness and threat. "I will ruin all your future paths." He said this as if he was used to it, with a relaxed smile on his face. Just like in his previous life, Ning Zhe was always good at manipulating other people's lives. Salvation or destruction all depended on his mood. Now, he relies on the Ning family to bully others. And in the future, he will take advantage of the Lion Dance Club and the 6th Bureau of Materials. The crowd watching had a gloating expression on their faces, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Rowley gritted her teeth and added fiercely, "An orphan without a father or a mother dares to run wild everywhere. He is really hopeless. Ning Zhe, you must help me teach him a lesson." Ning Zhe gently stroked the back of her hand, his tone gentle but cruel. "Don't worry. Even though he has no parents and no education, I won't pity him." My eyes instantly turned cold. Yes, I am indeed an orphan, but that doesn't mean I will allow myself to be humiliated. Bah! A sun-black shadow flashed by. The next second, Ning flew backwards suddenly, hit the wall, and blood spurted out. He covered his mouth and stared at me in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. I stood where I was, my fist trembling slightly, a faint golden light flickering between my fingers, and murderous intent surging out. The apocalypse is about to begin. Countdown. 10 seconds. Lie, how dare you hit me? Ning's anger exploded in shock. He couldn't believe it. When did I dare to hit him? Everyone around me was stunned, and their eyes fell on me with disbelief. He even dares to hit Ning. They know very well what the Ning group is in Jiangcheng. They are good at everything and have a group of ruthless thugs under their command. Who dares to provoke them? Ning is not only the son of the Ning group CEO, but also an untouchable person. My eyes were cold, and I was counting down silently in my heart. The end of the world is coming, and the inherent classes of human society are about to be overturned and reshaped by professionals. What about the Ning group? As long as I awaken my profession, I have a chance to overthrow even the Ning group. Bah! A sharp crash suddenly came from outside the window, and a series of explosions sounded in the distance. The flames shone through the glass, instantly lighting up the entire sky. The end of the world broke out. There was a sudden chaos in the classroom, and everyone ran to the window and looked outside. The dark clouds dispersed, and a strange red light enveloped the square like a tide. Under the red light, the creature's eyes gradually became dull, and their movements became slow and stiff. What happened to them? Rao Li's voice trembled, and her eyes were full of fear. At the same time, she noticed that several classmates around her were also staring blankly at the sky, with red bloodshot in the whites of their eyes, which was extremely weird. In the distance, a gas station exploded and a plane fell out of control in the sky. On the streets, frenzied crowds bit each other and chased and hunted like crazy. Just not far from the classroom window, a beautiful girl was knocked down by a madman and half of her face was torn off. Terror filled everyone's heart. My pupils constricted and my palms sweated slightly. But the reason was not because of the shocking scene, but because I did not successfully awaken the profession of Undertaker. How could this happen? Clearly, all the conditions for awakening have been met. Could it be that the information from the Xinhua Doomsday Research Institute is wrong? At this moment, the henchman behind Ning, suddenly twitched, his body twisted strangely, and his bones crackled. Everyone's scalps tingled, and their hair stood on end. He has also mutated. The next second, the thug pounced on the girl next to him and bit her neck hard, and blood splattered all over the ground in an instant. The girl's eyes widened, and she collapsed within a few seconds without a sound. Rowley screamed and covered her mouth. Her legs went weak, and she took a few steps back. Ning Zhe's face turned pale. He retreated to the corner, trembling all over. I was the only one who remained calm, as everything was as I expected. However, the female corpse on the ground was rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her fair skin was cracking, and dense, white maggots were crawling out of the cracks. The female corpse let out an ear-piercing scream and pounced towards me. I gritted my teeth and resisted with my arms. But the female corpse was much stronger than an ordinary person. She pressed me against the wall and opened her mouth to bite my neck. At the critical moment, a golden light burst out from my body, and I barely blocked the female corpse in front of me. Li Yi, Lu Qing called out from the corner, his face full of confusion and hesitation. He is one of my few friends. Iron Spear. Help me get it. I pointed to the iron spear on the table. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over. Lu Qing, don't worry about him. He's dead. Rowley yelled. Ning Zhe added coldly. Helping him means going against me. He just hit me. I want to see how he dies. Lu Qing finally handed the iron spear to Ning Zhe and stood beside him with his head down. Ning Zhe touched the iron spear with a hint of sarcasm on his face. You did it quite well. Li Yi, you didn't know anything in advance, did you? He thought of some absurd possibility, but finally shook his head. The world suddenly changed, such a bizarre thing. How could Li Yi know? I was almost in despair at this moment. The information about 10 years later was indeed wrong. After being reborn, was I going to die here? At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations. You have been successfully selected into the top 1 in 10,000 survivors class awakening batch. Your awakened profession. Undertaker professional level. Level 1 professional rarity. The only one number of remaining Undertaker times today. For times, total 5 times, professional talent level. Initial SSS level, can grow to God level. Professional talent skills. Coffin the deceased and let them rest in peace. Randomly inherit part of the deceased's memory, experience, skills, and traits. Increase the deceased's favorability. When the favorability reaches 100, you can directly issue commands. Skill command. Life is short. May the dead rest in peace. The current burial object has been detected. Lightweight gold belt defending boxing champion. Loading some of the boxing champion's memories, experience, skills, and traits. Loading successfully. Memory. 37 segments. 41 hours in total fighting experience. 100% fighting skills. 100% boxing champion characteristics. Boxing strength and boxing speed. 80% inherited boxing champion favorability. 10%. Attribute improvement. Strength plus 50. Endurance plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Same level zombies can be controlled for 100 seconds. Same level different species zombies can be controlled for 10 seconds. I instantly saw through the female corpse's movements and found all of them flaws. At the same time, I could feel the surging power in my body surge. You're raising your hands too high. I moved smoothly and instantly turned into a professional boxer. I violently blew away the female corpse's arms and punched her ribs hard, breaking several ribs. The head is defenseless. I seized the opportunity, and the moment I forced the female corpse back, my fist hit her head like lightning. The female corpse's head flew out like a ball. She lost the ability to move and collapsed to the side. I was panting heavily, my heart pounding. That punch just now had at least over 200 kilograms of force. Too strong, this reaction speed and fighting thinking. This level is even stronger than my state after 3 years of training in the apocalypse. This is the power of the Undertaker. I was ecstatic. Starting from an SSS level profession, the highest level can grow to God level. This kind of profession is a myth. In my previous life, I heard that people with SSS level professions would either become the guardians of the safe zone, or the gods of war in the apocalypse, or the God Eaters, who specialized in killing distorted monsters. These people are the leading figures of the end times, but in my previous life, I could only look up to them like an ant. As for the God-level profession, as far as I know, no one in the past life has ever reached this level. The Undertaker gains power by embalming the dead. The last thing in the end times is the dead. Are zombies considered dead? Of course. If you bury a zombie, what abilities can you gain? My eyes fell on the fallen female zombie. Just as I was about to try, I noticed that Ning and others were staring at me. I stopped. My professional information should not be exposed to others. I glanced coldly at Lu Qing, who lowered his head in shame. If I died, Lu Qing might be safe. But now I'm not only alive, but also showing amazing strength, which makes him feel extremely embarrassed. Li Yi, when did you learn boxing? Rowley couldn't help but ask, with a puzzled look on her face. Everyone looked at me with a frown. In their eyes, I was always a nerd who only cared about studying and had no interest in sports. Ning geschneert, boxing. Come on, these zombies are just too stupid and don't know how to defend themselves. Even this piece of trash can survive by luck. Ning put away his smile, his eyes turned cold and stern. Anyway, the situation is very clear now. The end of the world has really come. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The anchor was actually right, but we are trapped here. What should we do? When the end of the world comes, most people feel panic. But Ning excitedly took over the situation. Block the doors and windows. Don't let the zombies in. Gather all the food and water together. I will distribute them. Food and water. Everyone's eyes fell on the instant noodles and cola I placed on the table. This is the midnight snack I specially prepared for working overtime. Give it to me. Ning ordered me bluntly. I subconsciously protected the lunchbox, looked up and asked, "This is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Ning smiled contemptuously. Have you seen the movie? The doomsday is coming, and a group of survivors are huddled in a closed space. Of course, someone has to distribute the supplies. He paused, then added with a sneer. As for why I have to distribute it, it's simple. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Ning glanced at the people around him and signaled with his eyes. Everyone immediately gathered around me, led by my good brother, Lu Qing. Lu Qing advised, Li Yi, listen to Master Ning. He can help us survive. I looked at him coldly and said nothing. Lu Qing, a former student tyrant. I was ranked first in my grade, and Lu Qing was ranked second. We had a good relationship and often spent time together in the library studying. But since Rao Li and I got together, Lu Qing gradually became closer to Ning Zhe and the others, and completely became Ning Zhe's lackey. I don't know how Lu Qing died in my previous life. I only remember that he died very early, in the first month of the end of the world. He was awakened to the profession of researcher and could quickly absorb the knowledge from the research results. This profession had low risks and bright prospects. Unfortunately, Lu Qing followed the wrong person. Ning Zhe doesn't care about researchers at all. In his eyes, they're just tools. He uses them when they can be used and throws them away when they are done. I sneered in my heart. Lu Qing is an ungrateful person. If he betrays me once, he will do it again. You're on your own. I raised my hand and slapped Lu Qing several meters away, then slowly walked towards Ning Zhe with a cold look in my eyes. Give me the things. Ning Zhe's mouth twitched, and he pretended to be calm. Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Want to know? I sneered. Maybe in the next life. A punch was thrown out, and Ning Zhe panicked and used the iron spear to block it, but I easily deflected it. Ning Zhe fell to the ground with a scream. His arm twisted and deformed. Ah! Ning Zhe was sweating profusely from the pain and shouted repeatedly, De Guang? When I heard this name, my pupil shrank. De Guang was here too? I clenched my fists, ready to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with Ning Zhe. However, a dark shadow suddenly appeared outside the glass window, and a dangerous aura instantly enveloped me. Bang! The thick glass exploded, and a huge figure broke in through the window and stood in front of Ning Zhe. The giant body slowly stood up, his head almost touching the ceiling, giving a strong sense of oppression. Da Guang? Ning Zhe was stunned, looking at the huge creature in front of him in disbelief. How did you become so big? De Guang looked down at himself and seemed confused about his suddenly swollen body. My face was solemn, and cold sweat was quietly sliding down my face. It was a close call. If I had reacted half a second slower, I would probably be crippled now. Barbarian King de Guang. The end of the world not only gives people jobs, but also stimulates supernatural powers. For people like De Guang, their strength, speed, and even size will be enhanced to an extraordinary degree. He was already 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, and was already a monstrous existence before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he became even taller and became a pure fighting machine. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, I heard a rapid panting sound in my ears, and I became alert instantly. Super infected Jiangqing number 17, get out quickly. We can't stay here for long. I didn't dare to delay for a moment and ran towards the exit. Dagwan, catch him and beat him to death. Ning Zhe ordered excitedly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. At this moment, De Guang was like a ferocious beast, as if he could tear everything in front of him to pieces. He pounced on me without hesitation. The terrifying thing about the barbarian King Dagwang is not only his strength, but also his speed. The prey he targets has almost no chance of escaping. But I was different. I made a mistake in my steps, and the boxing champion's unique feint instantly put me at arm's length from De Guang. The next second, I quickly flipped out of the window on the other side. Standing by the window, I turned around and made a shooting gesture to Ning Zhe and Rao Li with a provocative smile on my lips, then decisively jumped off the windowsill before Dagwan rushed over. De Guang was about to continue the pursuit, but Ning Zhe said coldly, "No need to chase. Be careful that the guy may lure the tiger away from the mountain." I was hiding under the eaves of the first floor at the moment. When I saw that De Guang didn't chase me out, I sighed softly. Tisk, it's really troublesome. I originally planned to lure the stupid De Guang away, and then go back to kill Ning Zhe. I didn't expect Ning Zhe had already prepared for this. The streets were in chaos, with newly mutated and mutating zombies wandering around, while non-mutated people were crying and running away. I didn't stop for long. I got on my bike and headed home quickly. I have to go back. The intelligence mentioned that the dog demon will recover in about a week, but I don't know exactly when it will recover. If the dog demon completes its resurrection today, I must kill it before that and take out the source core. Along the way, a large number of zombies chased me closely, and some people called for help, but I had no intention of stopping. I was not strong enough now and even protecting myself was a problem. I didn't have time to be dragged down by others. After riding all the way, I finally arrived at Liang'an community. However, at this moment, the Liang'an community has completely gone out of control. The community of 30,000 people is about to become a huge nest with more than 20,000 zombies. Dangerous, but not the most dangerous place. The zombies were too numerous, which obscured the presence of the living, causing those super-infected bodies and alien creatures to rarely pass by here. The iron spear was not at hand, so I picked up a rusty iron pipe on the ground and smashed the head of the zombie blocking my way without hesitation, breaking out madly. After returning home, I quickly closed the door, and the world became quiet in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the zombies were banging against my door frantically, but all the doors and windows had been welded shut with steel bars, making them unbreakable. Soon, a sharp cry was heard from a distance, attracting the attention of the departing zombies. I took a few deep breaths, and my violent heartbeat gradually calmed down. This kind of scene was nothing new to me. Woof, woo-woo, woof woof. Old Huang suddenly barked, and his fur quietly changed, with a few strands of green light emerging in the snow-white fur. I squinted my eyes and muttered, first it's grayish-white, then blue-black, and finally it will turn into pure black, just as described in the intelligence. 10 years later, humans have mastered a large amount of information about alien species and resurrected monsters, and the law of the resurrection of dog demons has long become a consensus. It takes 1 day to change from blue to blue-black, and 2 days to change from blue-black to pure black. After fully recovering, the basic strength of the dog demon is equivalent to that of a level 2 alien species. The strength of a level 2 alien species is almost equivalent to that of a level 3 professional. A fully developed dog demon can even rival a level 7 professional. According to the Mythology Doomsday Research Institute, the human professional system is divided into 12 levels. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, the strongest professional was only level 9, and the top resurrected monsters at that time had already surpassed human cognition and were like gods. It is easy to destroy the steel safety zone with millions of survivors. I clenched my fists silently. Even though I was reborn and 1 step ahead of everyone else, it was still a long way to go to end the apocalypse. Woof, woof, woof. Old Huang shouted at me angrily with red eyes. I came to my senses, took out a can of food from my bag, and was about to throw it over, but I paused and took a piece of compressed biscuit instead. Canned meat must be eaten sparingly. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Old Huang roared in dissatisfaction, with a resentful look in his eyes. Eat it if you want. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. Logically speaking, the energy of the apocalypse now should be enough for you to revive. After looking at me, Lao Huang continued to eat his compressed biscuits in big mouthfuls. While eating, he would look up at me from time to time with something strange in his eyes. I stopped paying attention to Lao Huang and started taking stock of the things I had just obtained. I reread the description of the embarker occupation, and my eyes fell on the content I obtained after embalming the boxing champion's body. The number of burials remaining today, for 4/5, means I can only bury a maximum of 5 bodies per day. I wonder if the number of burials can be increased as the profession level gets higher? After enshrining the boxing champion, in addition to gaining the boxing champion's fighting experience and skills, I also gained some physical fitness improvements, as well as 10% favorability. Favorability? What the hell is this? I frowned. Is it the favorability of the boxing champion's corpse towards him? Or something else? 10% favorability. Could it be that my burial skills are too poor and the deceased is not very satisfied with me? I stared at the small words below and fell into deep thought. Ordinary zombies of the same level can be controlled for 100 seconds per different zombies of the same level can be controlled for 10 seconds. When the favorability reaches 10%, you can control the coffin corpse or alien zombies. Although there is a time limit, this ability is amazing. However, how to improve the favorability of the deceased has become a topic that Wanwan urgently needs to study. Finally, my eyes stopped at the memory of the boxing champion's body. 37 memories, totaling 41 hours. There was also a line of small words below. Currently can store 100 hours of memory. I touched my chin. It seems that the memory storage capacity of a first-level embalmer is very limited. For each deceased person embalmed, about 40 hours of memory can be obtained. In other words, the memory of 3 people can be fully stored. However, 2 options appear after the memory: experience and delete. Fortunately, The acquired memories can be deleted at any time, and only the important or valuable parts need to be retained. I immediately clicked on the experience. The next moment, I entered the boxing champion's memory, a first-person perspective, an immersive experience. It can also be accelerated or slowed down. It's like a sensory feast, like a private theater. The first memory is the experience of the boxing champion speeding on the highway before the car accident. The engine roared, and the gorgeous sports car was moving like a beast in the traffic. In the passenger seat, a hot young model and the boxing champion were doing things inappropriate for children, as if no one was around. I froze. This is too exciting. I swallowed my saliva, and my expression gradually became subtle. The memory of the deceased can not only be seen, but also felt. Don't ask why, because I have personally experienced the ecstasy skills of the young model. Fuck. Who can handle this? I felt my breathing become disordered. Thinking back to my first love, Rowley, that innocent little girl, she was always reserved and restrained towards me, unlike this professional athlete who was so dedicated. Just when I thought this was the peak of the experience, the young model suddenly crossed her legs and sat directly on the boxing champion's thigh. The point is, the speed was 150. How could these two people do this? Fuck, this is too hard. I almost looked for paper to wipe my sweat. However, before I could calm down, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded, accompanied by the squeal of brakes. A transport truck nearby lost control and overturned due to the sports car suddenly changing lanes. The boxing champion hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but it was too late. My memory was instantly taken away from me. I opened my eyes abruptly and touched myself. Fortunately, I was unharmed. This memory is too real. At that moment just now, I thought I was really going to die. I let out a long sigh of relief, but I felt that this memory was of no real use. Just a moment of indulgence before the boxing champion died. So I continued to open the next memory. The second memory is about the boxing champion and his friends fooling around in a bar. After 3 rounds of drinks, a few girls in hot short skirts were called in to accompany the drinking, and the boxing champion and his friend touched them in all kinds of ways. I subconsciously reached out my hand, and the touch felt so real that it made me feel guilty. Hey, this feels... I quickly withdrew my hand, looking embarrassed. This thing is not worth much. But even so, I still couldn't bear to delete it. Forget it from the next paragraph on. Be more serious and only keep the important memories. However, in the next paragraph, the boxing champion takes the young model to buy clothes directly in the fitting room. Next paragraph. The boxing champion visits a young woman whose husband is away on a business trip. After opening the door, the two immediately hug each other. I was silent for a while, and my heart began to break down. Shit, does this guy do this every day? I simply fast-forwarded and scanned the boxing champion's romantic history at a glance. As expected, this guy is extremely lustful and will not let go of any type of women. I sighed. It's not an injustice to die. However, just as I was about to delete the memory, a clip lasting more than 7 hours suddenly came into view. At the beginning, the boxing champion used a password to unlock the door of a high-end villa. Through my perspective, I can clearly see the 8-digit password. As soon as he entered the door, the boxing champion went straight to the basement and entered a secret space through the secret door of the bookcase. The moment the lights came on, my pupils shrank sharply. The entire basement was filled with guns, ammunition, and all kinds of cold weapons. A small arsenal? Shit, this thing can be a world-saving artifact in the end times. My breathing became increasingly rapid, and I stared at the screen, refusing to look away. The boxing champion then took a pistol, drove to the underground parking lot, and waited quietly. A few hours later, a drunk middle-aged man showed up. The boxing champion decisively shot him dead and fled away. I was stunned for a while, and gradually realized that this middle-aged man was actually from the Ning family. There seems to be an unknown secret between the Ning family and the boxing champion. In the next few memories, the boxing champion and the middle-aged man mentioned barbarian King Dagwang many times. The only weakness of the barbarian King Dagwang is his disabled sister. By taking advantage of this weakness, you can force the barbarian king to do anything, even kill people. Chapter 007. Funeral Service. Dagwon and his sister are both orphans. My sister is seriously ill and needs advanced medical treatment. He is the director of Ning's group and is interested in Dagwon's special talents. So they took Dagwon and his sister back home. While Daguan was receiving professional training, his sister was receiving treatment elsewhere. But in fact, Daguan's sister had died of illness a long time ago. Every time Daguan saw a video of his sister, it was a video synthesized by the Ning group using artificial intelligence. He has been keeping Daguan tied up like this, following Ning Zhe and acting as his super fighter wholeheartedly. Li Yi thought that perhaps this point could be put to good use. Maybe it can make Daguan turn against the Ning group. Haha. The barbarian king Daguan violently destroyed the Ning group. This is indeed a drama worth watching. Li Yi made another iron spear and pressed down Lao Huang's head. Collect the source nuclear material that seeps out from Lao Huang's hair, and then swallow it in one gulp. The source nuclear material quickly spread to his limbs. The quality of the muscles has been transformed once again. After a while, the transformation of the source nuclear material was completed. Bang! Li Yi punched out, and the sound of breaking through the air was even louder. At this moment, his punch weighs at least 250 kilograms. Over 500 kilograms of strength. If I meet the barbarian King Daguan again, I should be able to fight him. It's hard to imagine that such a huge transformation happened in just a few days. A smile appeared on Li Ye's lips. With the experience of the previous life, everything seemed to become easier. Help! Bang, 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 bang! Suddenly someone knocked violently on his door. From the sound, it seemed to be the young woman next to him. A young couple lived next to him. The men who came from the village to work seemed to be doing physical labor and had very thin bodies. The woman is a famous beauty in this building. Every time a man goes to work, he is worried about leaving his woman alone at home. Living next to them, Li Yu is often kept awake at night by them. This type of tube building has very poor sound insulation, and you can always hear a rhythmic creaking sound. This will cause him to consume paper towels very quickly. My body is getting thinner and thinner. Li Ye's mind moved. In the end times, women themselves are an asset. Many women living in slums try to escape their hard lives. They use their bodies to exchange for material things, and there is even one or several red light districts in almost every slum. That's going too far. He's in this huge community. Within a day, there would be fewer than 1,000 survivors left. In the next week, there will be less than 800 people left. Within a month, there were less than 300 people left. Li opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the plump young woman threw herself into his arms. A male zombie pounced in from behind. Li Ye's iron spear instantly pierced the zombie's chest. Then he brought the zombie in and continued to lock the door. The zombie struggled desperately and stretched out his hands to grab Li Yi. But Li Yi held him against the door and he couldn't move. Some golden light flowed from Li Ye's body. The powerful force makes it impossible for these ordinary zombies to resist. The young woman next to him was still in shock and immediately pleaded, "Be gentle. He is my husband." Before the young woman could finish her words, and before her hand touched Li Yi, Li Yi stepped on her foot. "He is no longer your husband. Were you bitten?" I didn't." The young woman was terrified. She is as beautiful as a flower, but she has never been treated like this before. "Take off your clothes," Li Yi ordered the young woman. But the young woman was a little afraid, and Li Yi wanted to force her. This is what she is most worried about. The reason she came here for help was because she knew there was a shy college student living next door. If you go to someone else's house, you don't know what kind of humiliation you will suffer. But I didn't expect that this college student seemed like a different person. As soon as she came in, she was asked to take off her clothes. "You'll die if you don't take it off." "I'm taking off my clothes. Don't kill me." The young woman felt herself enveloped by an astonishing murderous intent. She didn't dare hesitate for a moment. If she didn't do as he said, the college student would definitely kill her. In fact, she was not wearing much clothes, as her husband had just made love with her all night last night. While taking a shower in the morning, she saw her husband standing outside the glass room of the bathroom, scratching the glass. She thought her husband wanted it again. As a result, through the steam, she saw a very hideous and terrifying face. In desperation, he covered his husband's head with a wet towel. She just put on her nightgown and rushed out to ask for help. So when the young woman took off her nightgown, she was left with nothing covering her body. The young woman shyly covered her core area and accepted Li Ye's examination. Make sure there are no zombie bite marks or scratches on the young woman's body. Put it on. The young woman felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly put on a thin nightgown. In fact, there is not much difference whether you wear it or not. This kind of close-fitting fabric fits the young woman's body very well. It makes her look more charming and seductive. No wonder she is thought about day and night by all the men in the building. What a beauty on earth. Throw it into the red light district of the slums, and it will definitely sell for a good price. Excuse me, what happened to my husband? Why did he suddenly become like this? The young woman asked timidly. He has turned into a zombie. He is no longer your husband, but a man-eating monster. Zombie? How is this possible? He was fine this morning, and last night we were still. The young woman immediately shut her mouth. Even though the facts were right before her eyes, the young woman still couldn't seem to believe it. Li did not mock the young woman. He saw the shadow of his past life in the young woman. Most ordinary people find it unbelievable when they see people around them turning into zombies. Ugh. I don't know if it was because he saw his wife being bullied. The zombies became more crazy. Li's purpose of dragging the zombies in was to try out his embalmer's professional skills again. Phew! Li pierced the zombie's head with an iron spear. The wrist shook violently. The zombie's head turned directly into a pool of black, dirty blood. The young woman was about to scream, but Li covered her mouth. If you make any noise and attract zombies, I'll throw you to them to eat. The young woman nodded in horror. Why didn't she realize before that this college student was simply a devil? Li touched the zombie's body with his hand and silently recited the command. Life is short like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. Undertaker's professional skills activated. White threads extend from the fingertips. It can easily penetrate the dry and hard skin of zombies and sew them up in an interlaced manner. This is much more efficient than embalming the body himself using needle and thread. In less than 2 minutes, he restored a hideous and terrifying zombie to at least 50%. You can roughly see the original appearance of the deceased. Husband, the young woman cried silently, tears streaming down her face. Originally, Li thought that the burial should have been completed, but a dialogue box popped up in front of him. Currently, the deceased satisfaction level is 30%. Should we continue with the burial? Click to view the options that can currently improve the favorability of the deceased. Confronting skills can be improved by 0%. Cremation of the deceased can increase the chance of death by 20%. Burying the deceased in peace can increase the chance by 30%. Cremation plus burial for the deceased can increase by 40%. Cremation plus burial plus offering sacrifices to the deceased in the Buddhist temple can increase the chance of death by 50%. Li was stunned. After working in a funeral home for a few days, he was very familiar with this. Isn't this a one-stop funeral service? Chapter 008, Golden Flowers in the Gold Mine. As a first-class Undertaker, his current skill level is obvious. When burying an ordinary zombie, its initial favorability towards the deceased is only 30%. There is only 0% room for improvement in technology. However, if the entire funeral process is improved, the favorability of the deceased can be further improved. The more perfect the process is, the higher the favorability of the deceased. Even if the process is done to perfection, the zombie's favorability can reach 80%. Can be controlled for 800 seconds. Maybe you can get something more. But there's no point in saying anything. He couldn't have the body cremated at home. He would cry to death if the supplies were burned. There were no conditions for burial or Buddhist temple, so he had no choice. Ding! Successfully buried the first-level ordinary miner zombie. Loading some of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. The content loaded is 15 memories, totaling 25 hours. 100% of the miner's experience before death. 100% of the miner's skills in life. 10% of the first-level zombie's recovery ability, endurance, vitality. Miner's zombie favorability, 30%. Same-level zombies can be controlled for 300 seconds / same-level different species zombies can be controlled for 30 seconds. Strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Li tied the zombie to a chair with a rope. He is still useful to this zombie and can control it for at least 300 seconds. It can come in handy at critical moments. As for the young woman, she was also tied up by Li Yi. She stood back to back with the zombies, and if she dared to struggle secretly, she would be bitten by the zombies. The young woman was trembling and dared not move. Li Yi recalls the memory of the miner zombie. The first memory is that he has begun to mutate. The body was twitching and shaking wildly. Then, using the little remaining human consciousness, he slowly approached the glass room of the bathroom. The glass room was hazy with water vapor. The faint whiteness that can be seen makes people feel itchy. Then the young woman covered it with a bath towel in fear. The memory ends. This memory was very short, just the last fragment before he mutated. Lee looks back to the second episode. One night, he had just got off work, and after taking a shower, he immediately pounced on the sleeping young woman. Then the bed began to creak rhythmically. Lee could clearly feel everything the man felt. Call, how can I always trace it back to this kind of thing? Li Yi was depressed, and this time the heroine was right opposite him. She was wearing nothing but a thin nightgown. She is indeed a beauty on earth. No wonder the neighbors always stay up all night. The young woman saw that Li Ye's eyes were a little cloudy, and she couldn't help but feel even more frightened. She knew all too well what that look meant. But Li Yi held back. After all, he already had the mentality of his previous life. In his previous life, as a mercenary in the apocalypse, he often went to the red light district to relieve stress. He is no longer the young man who can't walk when he sees a woman. Li Yi continued to recall other memories of the man's life. Half of the memories are about time spent in bed, which is nothing more than a change of positions. Another part of the memory is the scene of men working. The man worked in the gold mine of Ning Group before his death. Li Yi knows this gold mine. The main vein of this gold mine is located beneath a group of ancient battlefield tombs. The Ning Group tried very hard, but failed to purchase the mining rights of the gold mine. Because if you want to dig for gold, you may destroy the ancient battlefield tombs. But the Ning Group was unwilling to give up, so they dug secretly. This incident was exposed 3 months after the end of the world. The ancient battlefield tomb complex suddenly made a huge collapse sound. Collapsed internally, the ancient battlefield tomb complex collapsed into the gold mine. However, no one held the Ning Group responsible, because 3 months later, the Ning Group hired a group of professionals and people with special abilities, with high-end combat power at their disposal, who dares to mess with the Ning Group. What Li Yi knew was that someone at that time said that there was a gold mine beneath the tomb complex on the ancient battlefield. A golden flower grew, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Looks very extraordinary. A brave team of professionals went in to investigate, but they never returned. Dozens of professionals and people with special abilities went in one after another, but none of them came out. Later, the sound of orderly footsteps was heard from the ancient battlefield tombs. Then an army walked out from the ancient battlefield. These are the ancient warriors and generals buried in the ancient battlefield tombs. They turned into a zombie army and launched an unprecedented attack on the newly built South City shelter. In that battle, the zombie army in the ancient battlefield was completely wiped out, but the shelter in the southern city area was also captured. Countless casualties, but that was later. Li Yi took a deep breath. He didn't expect that his neighbor was a miner from the Ning Group. Moreover, he discovered a secret passage from his neighbor's memory that was only known to the miners at that time. This secret passage leads to the gold mine from the ancient battlefield tombs. In the apocalyptic world affected by the apocalyptic energy, some special plants will mutate, grow into a legendary or never heard of spiritual plant. Some spiritual plants are of positive help to humans, while others contain deadly poisons. And that golden flower is a positive spiritual plant that can induce the Vajra body superpower. In the previous life, someone ate the golden flower and gained a body that was almost indestructible. Nicknamed King Kong, he is a tough guy. Every time zombies swarm towards the shelter, the golden light will transform into hope for mankind. Rush into the zombie group and kill them all. He is one of the most powerful generals in Jiangxing Doomsday Army. Li Ye's eyes became fanatical again. If he guessed correctly, the golden flower is still a seed. Just bring the seeds back and wait for a month or so, and they will grow into golden flowers. No one probably knows about golden flower yet, and he knew about the golden flowers, and also knew a secret passage leading to the gold mine. He is determined to get the golden flower. At this time, Li Yi saw the overwhelming messages in the class group on his mobile phone. In the next few days, civil signals will disappear from various places one after another. Now the signal is intermittent, but can still be used. The students in the class group are still in a state of panic. What's going on out there? The internet says the world is ending. Is that true? Nonsense. Can't you tell what's real and what's fake? My parents turned into zombies. I hacked them to death with a kitchen knife. Well, how can I survive in this apocalypse? Who can save me? A few days ago, there was a host named Prophet online talking about the end of the world. I thought he was a liar, but it turns out he is a real prophet. I can't leave the house now. There are zombies everywhere in the corridor outside. I only have 2.5 buckets of instant noodles at home and half a bag of dog food. What should my dog and I do? Just like in their previous lives, these people have fallen into confusion and panic. I have absolutely no idea what to do next. At this time, Rao Li and Lu Qing shouted in the group. Everyone, if you can get out, come to the Ning group and gather. Young Master Ning is willing to take us in. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone responded enthusiastically. They called young Master Ning the reincarnation of a great saint, and said he was willing to help them even in the end times. Li Yisanit. Ning Zhe was the same as in his previous life. It is very clear that we urgently need to build our own team. And those classmates who were summoned by him at the beginning of the apocalypse basically died as cannon fodder. But Ning Zhe is really amazing. An extreme egoist actually portrayed himself as a great good man. Ning Zhe, enjoy your last moments of happiness. Chapter 009 Hunting, the alien old man Zhang. Gurgle. Li Ye's stomach made hungry noises. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten much since last night. Feeling especially hungry now. Being a professional consumes a lot of energy. One of the important ways to replenish energy is to eat. This is also the reason why he hoarded so many supplies. If he really wanted to eat all of these supplies, it might not be enough to last him for 3 months. Each time you upgrade your profession, more energy will be consumed. Li opened a few cans and gulped down the food and drinks. Woof! Woof! Old Huang started barking again. Li didn't want Lao Huang's screams to attract zombies, especially alien species. So I threw a bag of compressed biscuits to Lao Huang. But Old Huang kicked it away in disgust, staring at the can of meat in his hand. Damn it, it's good enough to have something to eat. Why are you so picky about food? Li immediately picked up the iron spear and pressed it against Lao Huang's head. Although Old Huang has become stronger now, he has not yet recovered. Being suppressed by Li Yi and unable to move, he dared not ask for canned meat anymore and obediently ate the dry compressed biscuits. Gurgle. On the other side, the young woman was also looking at her belly shyly. I'm hungry too. The young woman looked at Li Yi pleadingly. She was not very hungry because of the fright, but she saw Li Yi eating so happily. My stomach growled involuntarily. Li Yi stared at the young woman for a while, stood up, and untied the woman from the chair, then threw her a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. The young woman immediately began to devour the food. This pack of biscuits and this bottle of water are your food for the next day. The young woman just opened her mouth wide, but after hearing Li Ye's words, she immediately started eating slowly in small bites. He curled his lips in grievance. This college student is not only domineering, but also stingy. The food and water in this room are clearly enough for them to eat for a long time. But the young woman didn't dare to say anything because her life was still in the other party's hands. Snap! 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 Suddenly, there was a sound of licking glass outside the window. A face with unclear features was vaguely reflected in the glass outside the newspaper, darkly. There was also a low growl that made your scalp tingle. Li Ye's face instantly turned extremely cold, with cold light and murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. Old John! Damn, I found his house relying on my memories and instincts from before death. If you dare to come, I will kill you. Woo-woo. Old Huang let out a whimper of fear. When there were other zombies at the door before, Lao Huang did not make such a frightened sound. Old Zhang really mutated into a different species. Aliens can usually rival second-level professionals in their initial state. His combat power far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Even he may not be 100% sure of winning. Don't be stubborn. Don't be too aggressive. Don't take any action you are not sure of. This is one of Li Ye's greatest experiences after surviving the apocalypse for 10 years. Many people with great abilities died because of their arrogance. Zombies can make many mistakes, but mortal humans are gone if they make one mistake. Li glanced at the young woman and asked, "Are you full?" The young woman didn't know whether to answer whether she was full or not. "I know you are not full. Do you want to eat more?" Li asked again. The young woman lowered her head quickly. "Okay, if you want to eat, do me a favor." "What's up?" The young woman felt a chill in her heart when she saw the cunning in Li Ye's eyes. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Li opened the door. At this time, Old Zhang had mutated into a monster with blue-black skin. It has a pair of red eyes, but its look always gives people a very dark feeling. I don't know what caused this change. Old Zhang did not rush in immediately. Instead, he stood at the door and looked at the people in the room. Aliens have a certain level of intelligence and won't be fooled so easily. This is the survival instinct of the alien species. So it is difficult to kill alien species. And the one facing old Zhang is the young woman. The young woman was trembling all over, and she tried hard to force a smile according to Li Ye's instructions. "Hey, Lao Zhang, do you want to come in and play?" Roar! Lao Zhang seemed to be provoked and stimulated. He rushed towards the young woman madly, and she was frightened out of her wits. At this moment, Li Yi slammed the door shut. The iron spear instantly stabbed into Lao Zhang's back. Use the speed of the jab to maximize the speed of the iron spear. Like a streak of black lightning, it instantly pierced into Lao Zhang's back. Roar! Lao Zhang realized that he had been fooled and let out a furious roar. Something like a shock wave came out from his back, and then with a sudden swing, Li Yi was thrown onto the pile of supplies. Many cans were smashed, and a lot of soup spilled out. Damn, he's quite strong. Li Yi also cursed he underestimated old Zhang. Old Zhang is not an ordinary alien, but an alien with special abilities. Thought waves. Telekinesis can attack humans remotely. In the late apocalypse, some powerful alien species can even use their wisdom to control thought waves to achieve the terrifying effect of moving mountains and filling the sea. This kind of ability is used in the early days of the end of the world. For humans who have not yet adapted to the battle for survival in the apocalypse, it is definitely a powerful weapon. Lee heard the growls of the zombies outside and the sound of footsteps in the corridor. He jumped up immediately and locked the door from the inside. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen zombies smashed the door frantically, but they were obviously not enough to destroy the steel bars arranged by Li Yi. At this time, the young woman was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. The young woman could neither cry nor laugh. What the hell is this? Li Yi attacked old Zhang again, and old Zhang attacked with his claws. But Li Yi immediately dodged using the boxing champion's small steps. Then he slid and ran to the side of the neighbor zombie. Use a knife to cut the rope that tied up the neighbor zombie. The neighbor zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Li Yi. Li Yi immediately thought about it and took control. The neighbor zombie stopped and looked at Li Yi with some confusion. Li Yi's heart was pounding. He saw the zombies that were so close to him stop, and he immediately felt ecstatic. It really worked. He can actually control zombies. At this time, a countdown appears on the neighbor zombie's head. 300 seconds, 299 seconds, 298 seconds. Only 300 seconds of control time. Roar! Old Zhang pounced over again. Li Ye's mind moved, and the neighbor zombie turned around and bit old Zhang. Old Zhang still has some intelligence, so he has some doubts about the behavior of the zombie neighbor. The neighbor zombie took the opportunity to bite old Zhang's arm and tore it off in one bite. Although ordinary zombies are far less powerful than alien species, their strength has also been enhanced. The neighbor zombies attacked old Zhang frantically, and only then did old Zhang react. This zombie is not in the same group with it. Old Zhang was furious. Boom! Immediately used telekinesis to knock away the neighbor zombie. It was hit onto the roof, then bounced back heavily, hitting the floor with a loud noise. But the neighbor zombie immediately stood up and attacked old Zhang again. Roar! Old Zhang roared furiously. Started an extremely brutal fight with the neighbor zombies. Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zombies have no sense of pain, and his physical endurance is almost unlimited as long as the neighbor zombies are not killed. Even if he is bombarded by old Zhang's mind waves 10 or 100 times, he will not stop fighting. Chapter 0:10 Rest in Peace. Favorability plus 30%. But Li did not just stand there and watch. He seized the opportunity and pulled out the iron spear from old Zhang's back. Old Zhang turned around and attacked him angrily. But the controlled neighbor zombies are 100% loyal to Li Yi. He didn't give old Zhang any chance at all and knocked him down again. There was a deathly light flashing in old Zhang's eyes as he pinched the head of his neighbor zombie. Even though the neighbor zombies attacked his body crazily, old Zhang had only one goal. Just crush the neighbor zombie's head. Crunch! The neighbor zombie's head made a wailing sound of skull. Bang! Just like a strong man crushing a watermelon. The neighbor zombie's head was instantly shattered into pieces. Black and red sticky substances splattered all over the room. The young woman screamed in fear and splashed all over herself. So disgusting. At the same time, Li Yi was also splashed all over, but Li Yi was used to it in his previous life. Li Yi raised the iron spear high and stabbed it hard at old Zhang's head. Even for alien species, Most of their weaknesses are in their heads. If the head explodes, even an alien species will die. Old Zhang seemed to howl unwillingly, and the deathly light in his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, nothing happened. Call! Li fell to the ground and gasped. That was a close call. Aliens are still hard to kill, especially an unusual species like Old Zhang. If he hadn't had experience fighting zombies in his previous life, he would have been dead by now. Li glanced at the young woman who was huddled in the corner and shivering. He walked over and tied the young woman to the chair again. He is going to bury Old Zhang. The silk thread extending from the fingertips quickly sutured Old Zhang's body. At this point, there should be no next step. However, he saw a prompt asking him if he wanted to continue with the burial. The next steps are either cremation or burial. Cremation is unlikely, and the cost outweighs the benefits. As for being buried in peace, he suddenly remembered that before this, he had acquired the mining skills from his neighbor zombie. He originally thought it was just an ordinary miner's skill, but it was not the case. This miner skill allows you to quickly dig holes anywhere. He can even dig a hole in ordinary soil and sand in an instant. This skill was tailor-made for him to bury the deceased. Li pondered. If it is ordinary ground, it will take no more than 2 seconds to dig a hole 2 meters long, 1 meter high, and 1 meter wide. 2 seconds. He is on the 3rd floor with his current physical condition. Even if he jumped directly, he wouldn't get hurt. He could dig a hole in 2 seconds, bury Old Zhang in it, and then quickly climb out. The whole process should take less than 10 seconds. It's still worth a try. It would be nice to have more favorability. After all, it is an alien species and can be of great use at critical moments. Li carried Old Zhang's body on his shoulders. In one hand, he held an iron spear, and in the other, he held the neighbor's zombie, with its head crushed. When most of the zombies at the door had dispersed, Li took a deep breath, slammed the door open, and rushed out. Following the path he had rehearsed in his mind, he jumped over the railing in one step and landed on the lawn in front of the building. After taking a look around, he immediately activated his minor skills. As soon as he opened his hand, a rectangular pit appeared on the flat lawn. After throwing Old Zhang's body in, it took another second to fill the hole. Recite the phrase, "Time flies by, may the dead rest in peace." The career page prompts that the coffin is being laid to rest. The countdown takes 8 seconds. There were a large number of zombies rushing towards him. Even the zombies in the corridor rushed down the stairs frantically. The scene was spectacular and thrilling. Li waved the body of the neighbor zombie in his hand wildly to repel the zombies rushing in front of him. He now has the strength to swing 3 kilograms with ease. It is not too difficult for him to fight off ordinary zombies. Ding! Successfully buried the first-level alien zombie. Loading some of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loading content is... Li didn't have time to look at it. Just run. He left behind the body of his neighbor zombie and used the iron spear in his hand to madly pierce the head of the zombie blocking his way. He quickly climbed up to the 2nd floor, then stepped on the railing of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Jumped to the 3rd floor. He has a very agile figure. It only took a few seconds to rush back to his home. My heart is about to jump out of my throat. No matter how many times you have experienced the zombie tide, it will still be terrifying. Looking at the young woman again, I don't know if she was scared, but she has fainted. Li checked what was obtained from the coffin of Old Zhang. 17 memories, totaling 22 hours. 100% experience of the torture hiding corpses. 100% of the Slayer's tracking skills. 100% car thief skills. 10% of the first-level alien zombies recovery ability, endurance, vitality. Slayer alien favorability, 10 plus 30%. Same level zombies can be controlled for 400 seconds / same level different species zombies can be controlled for 40 seconds. Strength plus 100, speed plus 20, stamina plus 20, spirit plus 20. Li stared at the career panel for a while. What's this? The killer's corpse hiding skill? Slayer tracking skills? What is all this? The kind-hearted old man Zhang? Is he a torturer? Li immediately recalled Old Zhang's memory. He discovered that the memories extracted from deceased persons who had transformed into zombies were relatively few. It may be because after mutating into a zombie, one will lose some of his memory first. Then he would have even less to gain. The first memory is the last fragment before Old Zhang was infected and turned into an alien species. Old Zhang was gasping for breath in the security booth, and his vision was becoming increasingly blurred. When watching the female residents coming and going, he would stare at them intently, especially young and beautiful ones wearing short skirts. Those girls who wiggle their little butts when they walk. It will give old Zhang an extreme sense of stimulation and excitement. An irresistible desire began to burn in Li Ye's lower abdomen. He didn't expect that old Zhang had such a strong desire for women. It's simply perverted. Li took several deep breaths before he calmed down. But when he looked down, he saw that his little brother was completely excited. Li looked at the young woman who was unconscious on the chair again. Finally, I chose to drink water. He gulped down several gulps of water before he managed to calm down. Next, we look at old Zhang's second memory. This memory was of a dark night when old Zhang was on duty at the security booth as usual. A young girl came running over in a hurry and said someone was following her. The girl was wearing a short skirt and stockings, which highlighted her figure to the fullest. Sure enough, a young man who looked lazy slowly followed. Li Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew this young man. After the end of the previous life, there was an organization that specialized in robbing ordinary survivors of their survival supplies. That organization is purely a rogue organization. After plundering a large amount of supplies, they raised the price. Discuss material transactions with some official or private organizations. Even though the authorities know about it, many low-level survivors have had their families broken up by this organization, but still turn a blind eye. After all, the government at that time was extremely short of supplies. They need someone to help them collect supplies like this. Later, order was established and looting became less blatant. Even Li Yi was snatched away by this organization. Old Zhang stood in front of the girl and confronted the young man. The young man waited for a few minutes before leaving. The girl then breathed a sigh of relief and thanked old Zhang sincerely. Lao Zhang smiled kindly and said, "Girls must protect themselves outside and not give those criminals any chance to take advantage of them." The girl nodded repeatedly, and only when she saw that the young man had indeed left did she dare to walk towards her own building. Old Zhang stared at the girl's back and murmured in a low voice, "Girls nowadays are so well-developed, so pretty, so big. It must be very comfortable." Chapter 011, Lao Zhang's True Face. Suddenly, Li felt an evil fire burning in his lower abdomen again. The sense of reality when recalling memories is 100%. He will have exactly the same feelings and emotions as the person being retraced. Then, from old Zhang's first-person perspective, he saw that old Zhang followed the girl silently. The girl didn't notice old Zhang the whole time until she went upstairs and opened her door. Old Zhang suddenly patted the girl on the shoulder, which scared her. Old Zhang asked kindly, "Little girl, you come home so late every day, it's very dangerous. Don't do it next time." It was late at night, and she and old Zhang were the only ones in the corridor. The girl was obviously a little disgusted with old Zhang who was following her, but she didn't dare to anger him. I could only agree with a smile. But old Zhang had no intention of leaving. The girl asked Lao Zhang if there was anything he could do for her. Lao Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "I want to taste you. Do you have a boyfriend? Have you ever slept with your boyfriend?" The girl looked at old Zhang in shock. She didn't expect him to suddenly say such obscene words. They wanted to expel old Zhang immediately, but old Zhang was very strong. He covered the girl's mouth with one hand and pushed her into the room. The girl struggled desperately, but she was firmly controlled by old Zhang. Li also continued to take deep breaths. At the same time, I was extremely horrified. The harmless-looking old man Zhang is actually a pervert. Finally, old Zhang had enough fun, and the girl was played to death by him. Then old Zhang skillfully moved the girl's body in a suitcase to a deserted place. There was a dry well there, and they threw the girl's body directly into it. Li watched a few more videos of Lao Zhang and came to a conclusion. It turns out that old Zhang is the serial killer that the Jiangxing police have been wanting for years. He specifically targets young and beautiful girls and can clean up the scene without leaving any trace. In the Liang'an community alone, 5 girls were killed. Throughout Jiangxing, he committed hundreds of crimes. Li Yi frowned slightly and saw these memories from his previous life. I guess he has been scared for a long time. After all, in a peaceful society, there are not many perverts like old Zhang. But after experiencing the last 10 years of the world, when order was no longer a constraint, he had seen many perverts like old Zhang. Li kept taking deep breaths. But the evil fire in my lower abdomen could not be extinguished. The young woman had woken up at this moment, and Li walked up to her. To be honest, this young woman is the best in the world. much better than the ones he bought in the slums in his previous life. Take off your clothes. Lie's voice was flat. The young woman's body trembled slightly, as if she had expected this to happen. After all, people like her, besides having a body that can drive men crazy, there is no reason for this college student to be treated. If she wants to survive, she definitely can't do it on her own. If she could pay some price to have college students protect her, she would be willing. When the young woman took off her nightgown, Lee didn't hesitate. Anyway, he saved the young woman, so he didn't feel any guilt. A vicious wolf rushed forward to pounce on its food, and the young woman cried out in surprise. So scary. After a while, a charming atmosphere immediately rose in the room. 2 hours later, Lee stood at the window with his bear, but, looking out, there is a road opposite the building where he is. Across the street are not the tube-shaped buildings of Liang'an community, but rather high-end Western-style commercial residences. Those who can afford to buy the villas and commercial buildings there are very rich. Lee took out the telescope he had bought in advance. The magnification was not high, but it was enough to see within a few hundred meters. We can see that some survivors are trapped at home, standing by the windows, looking out at the smoke-filled world with unfamiliarity. Some people are fighting zombies. On the other side of the Western-style commercial building should be several rows of villas. According to the memory of the deceased boxing champion, his home was among those rows of villas. He is determined to get the golden flowers in the gold mine, but the gold mine is not something that belongs to no one. The Ning group recruited many talented people and also trained a group of thugs. Among them was a man named Wang Xiong, a notorious gangster in Jiangxing. It is said that he is a retired mercenary and is very powerful. He has always been the leader responsible for protecting the gold mine. After the apocalypse, the bodyguard profession was awakened. The characteristic of the profession is that as long as you are on a protection mission, all aspects of your attributes will be greatly improved. In the early stage, he followed the chairman of Ning Group and later became Ning Zay's bodyguard. I don't know what the situation is inside the gold mine at this moment. It won't be easy to break into the gold mine by force. After all, the Ning Group is an arms dealer. From the memory flashbacks of his neighbor zombie, he saw the gold mine bodyguards playing with guns several times. In the early stages, the deterrent effect of firearms is still very strong. So, he had to go to the boxing champion's mansion first. Get some guns and ammunition from that private armory. At this time, it seemed that the signal had been restored. Group chat messages began to appear continuously on the phone. The person who spoke was Ning Zay, and he asked the students to gather at the location he had indicated. You can get a gun if you come. This caused a huge uproar in the class group. For ordinary people, if they have a gun in their hands, they will have the ability to fight zombies. The ability to survive in the apocalypse will be greatly improved. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward, and some students immediately said they had set off. Ning Zay continued to call on others to gather around him. There was a chill in Li Ye's eyes, and Ning Zay was about to start training his own combat team. Although this combat team will become cannon fodder and sacrifice themselves to protect Ning Zay. But in the early days, Ning Zay did enjoy great success for a long time thanks to this combat team, which once consisted of nearly 50 people. It was also because of this that he was noticed by the Lion Dance Club and started to trade resources with the club. Got the protection of the Lion Dance Club. Li Ye's smile was a little ferocious. Ning Zay, how would you feel if I killed you when you were at your peak? Maybe God wants him to succeed in his revenge. The location Ning Zay posted is exactly the gold mine. It seems that the gold mine has also been used as an arsenal by the Ning group. Hide the illegally obtained firearms and ammunition in the gold mine. Just when he wanted to take the golden flower seeds, he killed Ning Zay at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li put on a backpack. I packed some light compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water. As for the young woman, of course he tied her to the chair again. He was not afraid that the young woman would steal his supplies, but he was afraid that she would go crazy and destroy his base. People who have survived the end of the world are unlikely to trust others. Even if she was a harmless, weak woman whom he had just slept with, she was still not worthy of his trust. Putting your trust in others in the last days is something only fools do. Li looked at Lao Huang again. And old Huang has been sleeping all the time, getting closer and closer to complete recovery. Everything is ready. Li seized the opportunity and slid down the window security bars. Then he ran to a car on the side of the road, squatted down, and used the wire he had prepared in advance to poke around in the keyhole a few times. Click. The lock opens with a click. Lao Zhang's car-stealing skills are really useful. Killing people all my life and escaping all my life. Stealing cars is an essential skill for Lao Zhang to escape. As soon as he started, the sound of the engine alarmed the zombies wandering on the road, and they rushed towards him with bared fangs and claws. Damn it, I'll crush you to death. Li naturally crushed him without any hesitation. Crunching, like the sound of crushing a watermelon. A black, bloody, sticky substance splashed all over the car window. Li lit a cigarette and said, "This car feels a bit like the end of the world when it is driven." Chapter 012 School Bell, Zhuo Wanqing. He didn't know how to smoke originally, but after the end of the world, he learned to smoke. Tobacco also became an extremely expensive commodity after the end of the world. Only the big shots were qualified to enjoy it, while the lower class could only smoke the inferior cigarettes made from fried tree leaves. People in the slums can only suck cigarette butts. He didn't stock up on cigarettes in his room because they were too expensive. But it doesn't matter. The end of the world has just arrived, and many people's first thought is survival supplies. Most people will not fight for this kind of need beyond survival. If you have the chance, go to convenience stores and supermarkets and stock up on a few boxes of Huazi before the supermarkets are occupied by certain people. You can sell it when the time comes, or exchange it with others. The military was the most generous. One cigarette could be exchanged for a gun and 100 rounds of bullets. Li stepped on the accelerator all the way and arrived at the villa in the boxing champion zombie's memory. This is a wealthy area, so there are relatively fewer zombies. After Li got off the car, he killed several zombies and rushed to the door of the boxing champion's house. Press the password that appears in the memory recall. Beep beep. The door opened smoothly. As soon as it was opened, a woman with fair skin in a silk nightgown rushed over. Li Yi was startled because, recalling the boxing champion's memory, there was no one in the house. When he subconsciously prepared to stab him to death with the iron spear, he found that the other person was alive. No mutation yet. The girl was so scared that she covered her face and screamed. Li Yi immediately rushed over and covered the girl's mouth. Suddenly, they both froze at the same time. The girl opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was also a little surprised. This girl is one of the school beauties at Jiangxing Financial University. Zhuo Wanqing. There are several campus beauties in the University of Finance, and they are often pursued by boys in the school all year round. Among them, Zhuo Wanqing is famous for her big breasts. It's really big and mouth-watering. So when Zhuo Wanqing was in physical education class, there were always a lot of men watching with drooling eyes. Zhuo Wanqing is much higher in level than Rao Li. She is a real goddess. From her looks to her figure, she is impeccable. There is no man who does not want to get Zhuo Wanqing. Even Ning pursued Zhuo Wanqing, but seemed to have been rejected by Zhuo Wanqing. This shows how high Zhuo Wanqing's vision is. The most important thing is that Zhuo Wanqing will later become the beloved wife of one of the vice presidents of the Lion Dance Club. Highly respected status. A true gentleman. Strictly speaking, her status was higher than Ning Zhe's later status. The vice president has great power and can mobilize a lot of the Lion Dance Club's combat resources. Ning Zhe always acts according to the vice president's instructions. Zhuo Wanqing was surprised. She thought it was her brother who came back. As a result, the person who rushed and wanted to kill her directly. I didn't expect it was this guy. Li, why are you here? Li did not answer Zhuo Wanqing, but asked, "Are you also the boxing champion's lover?" Affection. Zhuo Wanqing herself was stunned. She knew Li Yi, the top student in his class. But that was her impression of Li Yi. She never cared much about Li Yi. Given her family background and academic performance, these were not factors that could attract her attention. But the current Li Yi seemed a little different from the one she remembered. At that moment just now, she really felt that Li Yi would kill her without mercy. Li Yi glanced at Zhuo Wanqing with contempt and ignored her. Anyway, it is not uncommon news that college girls are kept by men. The boxing champion's house is nice, much better than his shantytown. But Li Yi did not plan to move his base here. Because after the end of the world, many poor people awakened their professions or acquired superpowers. Everyone will rush to snatch these mansions and experience the life of the rich, and the mansions will become a battlefield. According to what I recalled from my memory, there was a porcelain vase on the shelf in the living room. Just turn the direction of the porcelain bottle, and you can enter the secret room. Li Yi did as he was told. After a series of mechanism sounds, the stairs leading to the secret room appeared. Even Zhuo Wanqing's eyes widened. There's actually a basement here? She doesn't even know. Li Yi walked down and found a secret room of about 10 square meters. It is hung with various firearms and sharp cold weapons. All are fine products. Zhuo Wanqing followed and covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god! How could there be these things? Are these real guns? Li Yi frowned, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Get out. Zhuo Wanqing felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. This was definitely the coldest look she had ever seen in her life. She could see that Li Ye's target was just these guns. In Li Ye's opinion, he was far less valuable than these guns. For some reason, Zhuo Wanqing actually felt a little lost. Aren't you the school belle that everyone likes? Then will you take me away? Zhuo Wanqing suddenly asked. You. Li looked at Zhuo Wanqing again. I have to say, Zhuo Wanqing is really admired by men and envied by women. An angel's face, a fairy's body, so hot. The low-neck silk nightgown reveals a large area of white skin. No wonder he was favored by the vice president of the Lion Dance Club. Such a woman is truly the best of the best. In his previous life, he was a mercenary in the apocalypse who worked for many people. I have seen Zhuo Wanqing holding the vice president's arm and inspecting these lower-class people. At that time, he did complain about why his fates were so different even though he was a student at the same financial university. Li Yi remembered that the vice president had received a lot of benefits from Ning and Ning Group. That's why he gave Ning the green light all the way and helped to boost Ning prestige. It even covered up Ning crime of sacrificing his subordinates as cannon fodder. Thinking of this, murderous intent flashed in Li Ye's eyes again. There are too many scums he needs to kill after his rebirth. Ning is going to be killed, and the vice president is also going to be killed. All scum like them must be killed. This murderous intent frightened Zhuo Wanqing so much that she trembled all over. She thought Li Yi was going to kill her. There's no place for you in my car. You're on your own. Li Yi did not take too many weapons. He mainly took 2 pistols on his waist and an assault rifle on his back. In one hand, he held a tang sword that could cut through iron like mud, and in the other, he carried several boxes of bullets. I put in the car and was about to close the door. I don't know where Zhuo Wanqing got the courage from. She actually ran out and rushed to the passenger seat. Get down! Li Yi was furious. I'm not going down. I can't survive this alone. Zhuo Wanqing was very sober. As a weak woman, she absolutely cannot survive in a world full of monsters. Seeing zombies rushing towards him from all directions, Li Yi had no choice but to take Zhuo Wanqing with him. He drove recklessly all the way and stopped the car against the wall downstairs of his building and turned off the engine. Anyway, if he doesn't tell me, who would know that this broken car is full of guns and ammunition? Everyone would think that the vehicle lost control and hit the wall. Li Yi was about to climb up the security railing, but Zhuo Wanqing held his legs tightly. Li Yi didn't want to be noticed by the survivors in other buildings, so he carried Zhuo Wanqing up as well. Anyway, with Zhuo Wanqing around, the vice president might slowly show up. This will make it easier for him to get rid of the vice president and even overthrow the Lion Dance Club that serves as Ning protection. Zhuo Wanqing entered the room and saw a young woman tied to a chair and an old gray dog in an iron cage. There's also a room full of survival supplies. I was stunned. He looked at the messy bed and the bruises on the young woman's body. Even a fool could guess what intense things had happened on this bed. Zhuo Wanqing's pretty face turned red instantly. It seemed as if I had imagined myself being pressed on this bed. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Yi pushed Zhuo Wanqing onto the chair. Ah, on the chair? This chair is so hard. Zhuo Wanqing thought Li Yi wanted it now. However, Li Yi tied her and the young woman together with a rope. Li Yi said coldly, "If you don't want to die, don't make any sound." Zhuo Wanqing shut up immediately. Li Yi was still worried, so he covered the eyes and mouths of the 2 women with tape. Afterwards, Li Yi felt relieved to pull out some nuclear source material from under old Huang's hair. Suck it into your mouth hole. Explosive power instantly filled his whole body. Although every time you bury the deceased, you will gain some attribute improvements to a greater or lesser extent. But at this stage, it is not as fast as directly absorbing the source nuclear material. Bah! A punch was thrown. This time, the sound of breaking the air was very heavy. The power of his punch is at least 350 kilograms. Li Yi was delighted. He became more and more curious about what kind of improvement he would get after swallowing the source core of the A-level dog demon. There is only 1 day left before I can swallow the dog demon core. The first thing to do after swallowing it is to go to the gold mine to kill Ning and get the golden flower seeds back. Chapter 013. 100 corpses are hidden. Can we use summoning now? Although Li Yi now has guns and ammunition, but some preparation is needed before going to the gold mine. After burying Old Zhang, he gained a total of 3 skills. One skill is the car thief skill. The other 2 skills are the killer's tracking skill and the killer's corpse hiding skill. The killer's tracking skill is actually Lao Zhang's silent stalking technique. Looking back at Old Zhang's memory, Li Yi saw that Old Zhang could follow the person being followed silently. His miraculous tracking skills are also one of the reasons why Lao Zhang was able to commit hundreds of murders. The killer's skill in hiding corpses is that after killing someone, Old Zhang uses various means to take the corpse away from the crime scene and then take it to other places to destroy the evidence. However, after upgrading to the skill of hiding corpses, it is not as simple as dismembering a corpse or moving a suitcase. Instead, it has a space for hiding corpses which is 10 cubic meters in size. This space cannot hold other supplies, ammunition, etc. It can only hold corpses, and they are corpses that he has buried. Li Yi felt that this ability could be used. After all, the corpses he had buried could be controlled for a period of time. If a coffin corpse is placed in a storage space and then suddenly released somewhere, would that be equivalent to summoning many helpers? It's a pity that as a first-level embalmer, he can only embalm 5 zombies a day. However, when one reaches the second-level embalmer profession, the number of embalmers can be expanded to 50, a 10-fold increase. Next to his job level, there is an experience bar, 37/100. This is one of the essential differences between professionals and people with special abilities. The psychics can only improve their strength by devouring source cores, source core materials, or exotic flowers and plants. However, professionals can complete upgrades by killing zombies, and the effect of the upgrade is equivalent to the source core, and the risk factor is much lower. Psychics usually need to go to areas with extremely low exploration rates in order to obtain natural resources that others have not discovered. A narrow escape. For professionals, even killing ordinary zombies can make themselves stronger. For a level 1 professional, the experience value of a level 1 ordinary zombie is 1. A level 1 alien with an experience value of 10. He had killed the alien Old Zhang before, and his experience points suddenly increased by 10 points. The remaining 27 points were obtained by killing 27 ordinary zombies. At this stage, many professionals are still in the exploration stage of their careers, and Li Yi is no exception. However, for some common professional rules, relevant information had already been published 10 years later. So Li Yi could be very clear about what his next step should be. Li Yi's eyes were fanatical. The young woman and Zhuo Wanqing were a little scared because Li Yi seemed to be crazy. Sometimes he looked solemn, sometimes excited, and sometimes fanatical. This is usually a sign of becoming a madman. Maybe Li Yi couldn't bear the despair of the coming end of the world, so his heartstrings broke? Li Yi, it's okay, just calm down. I think you're already very capable. Even if the end of the world comes, you should be able to survive. Zhuo Wanqing confronting. Her original intention was to prevent Li Yi from collapsing under such great pressure. Once Li Yi collapses, the situation of these 2 weak women will be unimaginable. Li glanjet at Zhuo Wanqing cold. Nonsense. Of course I can survive. Do you need me to tell you? You want to flatter me and make my blind self-confidence soar? Then I will run out and die, so that you can inherit my shelter? Dream on. Zhuo Wanqing's pretty face suddenly turned ugly. She means well, but in return Li Yi just scorned and cursed. Zhuo Wanqing felt aggrieved and a little angry, so she turned away and said nothing more. Li Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Zhuo Wanqing. He put the assault rifle on his back, then took the tang sword, gripped the door handle, and took a deep breath. Although the iron spear is the most reliable close combat weapon, the iron spear he made himself is actually quite ordinary and not as useful as this refined tang sword that can cut through iron like mud. Li Yi, what are you doing? Zhuo Wanqing saw that Li Yi seemed to be about to open the door. He asked in a startled voice, Li Yi, are you ready to die? Why? There are so many supplies in this room. Even if we don't go out, it's enough for us to live for a long time. Zhuo Wanqing was horrified. There were growls of zombies everywhere outside, and there were even quite a few zombies in the corridor on this floor. As long as Li Yi opens the door, all 3 of them will die. If you keep beeping, I'll throw you out. Zhuo Wanqing pouted. Your kindness is taken as an insult. She never wanted to talk to Li Yi again, Li Yi opened the door immediately. Just then, a zombie passed by the door and looked at him in confusion. Well, the zombies reacted and pounced on him with their fangs and claws bared. Clang! Li Yi wielded the Tang sword and chopped off the zombie's head with one blow. The zombie immediately fell to the ground. Ah! The other zombies in the corridor heard the noise and gathered around like crazy. At a glance, they were all ordinary zombies. It's that easy. Li Yi confidently held the Tang sword in both hands and was ready for battle. The Tang sword that can cut through iron like mud was wielded with a force of 400 kilograms after being baptized by his nuclear material. Can easily chop off a zombie's head. The headless zombie fell limply to the ground like a robot that had been unplugged from its power. The second one, Li Yi killed another zombie with one blow. The third one, another knife. The fourth one, he needs 100 zombies. According to preliminary calculations, his 10 cubic meters of body storage space can accommodate more than 100 bodies. They can only be zombies of normal size. If they are slightly larger alien zombies, they can't even hide 100 corpses. But 100 zombies are enough. The sudden appearance of 100 zombies in a narrow and closed mine tunnel would be a disaster, enough to make Ning very upset. The two women in the room were completely stunned. Although they couldn't see outside, they could see Li Ye's figure through the glass covered with newspapers. He is chopping the zombies with great force. With a wave of his hand and a slash of his knife, the zombies' heads flew everywhere. He is simply an invincible god of war. Zhuo Wanqing opened her beautiful eyes wide in horror. She thought Li Yi had collapsed in despair and was ready to die. The result was that she underestimated Li Yi. I'm not afraid of those monsters outside at all. Student Li Yi. How come he is so amazing? This Li Yi is completely different from the one she remembered. 3 good students? Subject representative? Scholarship resident? These labels don't match the madness outside at all. Li Yi killed for a full half an hour, and the corridor was blocked by the headless corpses of zombies. The zombies outside couldn't even rush in. Ding! Undertaker's occupation level +1. Currently at level 2. A reminder tone sounds. Li Yi stopped and panted. Great! The Tang sword in his hand was covered with a sticky substance like a tumor. Chapter 014, if you dare to poop, I'll make you eat it. On Li Ye's career panel, his number of coffins changed from 0/5 to 0/50. He squatted down and buried the zombie nearby. Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. The zombie at my feet had its rotten skin stitched up. The skin color has also changed several shades of white and is increasingly looking like a living person. At present, his level of burial of ordinary first-level zombies is about 70%. The favorability level is about 60 to 70%. If the degree reaches 100%, it is probably impossible to tell that the person is dead. Ding! Successfully buried a level 1 common zombie. Loading some of the current zombies' memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loading content is Ding! Successfully buried a level 1 common zombie. Loading some of the current zombies' memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Ding! Successfully buried a level 1 common zombie. The continuous burial reminder sound rang in Li Ye's mind. Li Ye's burial process was getting faster and faster. On the one hand, it was because his skills as an Undertaker were becoming more and more sophisticated. On the other hand, he found that as his professional level as an Undertaker increased, he no longer gained as much as before when he embalmed the first-level zombies. Before, burying an ordinary zombie could increase his strength by about 50 kilograms. Now I can only gain 5 or 6 pounds, which is better than nothing. It seems that we still need to bury zombies of the same level to maximize the benefits. Li Yi buried 50 zombies in one breath and put them all into his corpse storage space. There are still more than 50 zombie corpses in the corridor, and they can only be buried tomorrow. Li Yi returned to the house and suddenly felt hungry. He had just finished his meal, and he was hungry again, and it felt like he hadn't eaten for years. Li Yi brought a box of canned luncheon meat, opened the can skillfully, and then picked out the luncheon meat inside. He ate one at a time, filling his mouth full. Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman were so hungry that their stomachs growled. In just a few minutes, Li Yi had finished showing off a box of canned luncheon meat. When you reach the second level of professionalism, your appetite becomes even bigger. By the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, this problem is actually a very troublesome issue for all of humanity. Professionals and people with special abilities are the backbone of humanity's fight against the apocalypse, but they have huge appetites. Even powerful professionals can eat as much as hundreds of ordinary people, and there are many such people after the end of the world. Not to mention the end of the world where supplies are scarce. Even a normal society probably can't afford those big eaters. Until a super brain scientist named Yuan, who inherited the food research from his family, developed a super nutrient solution. One drop of super nutrient solution is equivalent to the nutritional value of a cow, and the cost is not very high. It can be said that it has alleviated the problem of food shortage after the end of the world to a certain extent. It's just that the taste is extremely difficult to swallow and is far less delicious than real food. At that time, there were rumors that the nutrient solution was extracted from zombies. This view has not been officially recognized, but the official has not disclosed the true ingredients of the nutrient solution. Li Yi smacked his lips. He was only half full after eating a box of canned luncheon meat. He brought another box of canned beef. Canned beef contains real braised beef chunks and broth, and tastes much better than canned luncheon meat. Li ate the meat and drank the soup, and ate more than a dozen boxes of canned beef. Only then did he feel the satisfaction of being full. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long in my previous life, even having enough to eat was a luxury. Gurgle. Zhuo Wanqing's stomach growled with hunger. Zhuo Wanqing's pretty face turned red. She bit her lip. Li Yi, can you give me some? Li Yi glanced at Zhuo Wanqing and sneered. I didn't ask you to come here. You came here on your own initiative. Why should I give you food? What benefits can you give me? Supplies are not given for free. They are traded. Zhuo Wanqing was even more embarrassed. She had never thought that one day she would lose her dignity just for a bite to eat. I'm here, isn't that a benefit? Zhuo Wanqing's voice was as small as a mosquito. Women, in the end times, do you really think women are worth money? A pretty girl like you can at best be sold as a slightly better piglet to the rulers of the slums, but that's all. You have no other value. Liye kalit hera piglet. Zhuo Wanqing's face turned pale. But she was smart. She knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to give in. Even if I'm sold as a piglet, can I sell for a little more money if I'm in such good condition? If I'm so hungry that I'm pale and skinny and make people want to vomit, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell for much money. Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuo Wanqing. In his previous life, he thought Zhuo Wanqing was just a pretty vase, and it was pure luck that she was favored by the vice president of the Lion Dance Club. But now it seems that he underestimated Zhuo Wanqing. Zhuo Wanqing is very scheming and cunning, and has a strong desire to survive. From the beginning when Zhuo Wanqing took the initiative to jump into his car, to now when Zhuo Wanqing is willing to throw away her dignity to make a living for herself, Zhuo Wanqing is not a simple person. The most common descriptions given to her by boys at school are big breasts and no brains, silly and sweet, simple and cute. Brainless? Are you naive? Is it simple? This kind of woman is the most terrifying. Perhaps in the previous life, becoming the wife of the vice president of the Lion Dance Club was also the way out that Zhuo Wanqing planned for herself. Using the most harmless appearance to hide her scheming. If such a woman is an ally, she will be reliable, but if she is an enemy, we must nip the weeds in the bud as soon as possible. Li Yi smiled, untied the ropes of Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman, and then gave them each a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. This is your supply for one day. The next distribution will have to wait until tomorrow. The young woman has gotten used to it, but Zhuo Wanqing complained, but we can't even eat enough. So you don't want to eat? Li asked. Zhuo Wanqing pouted. Li Yi, you are so cold-blooded. What everyone in school says about you is fake. Huh? Aren't you the same? Li Yi walked towards Lao Huang's iron cage. Half of Lao Huang's fur had begun to turn blue-black. More source nuclear material overflowed and was picked up by Li Yi, who then sucked it into his mouth without leaving a drop. The tremendous energy once again filled his body. The body, which had already reached a bottleneck, now began to improve significantly again. Li Yi clenched his fists. He probably had a strength of 500 kilograms. One punch can easily blow up an ordinary zombie. Li Zhuo Wanqing hasn't finished her compressed biscuits yet. Called Li Ye's name again. What happened again? Li Yi was a little impatient. There were so many things to do. I need to go to the bathroom. Big or small? Some big, some small. Li Yi frowned. The young woman next to Zhuo Wanqing also raised her hand timidly. Me too, Zhuo Wanqing said nonchalantly. If you want us to move to your room, we don't mind, but the smell might be a little. Before Zhuo Wanqing finished speaking, Li Yi had already arrived beside her. He squatted down, picked up Zhuo Wanqing, and then placed her on the window. Zhuo Wanqing's body was inside, and her buttocks were outside. Zhuo Wanqing was a little confused. Li Yi, what are you doing? I told you to go to the toilet. Do you really want to poop in my room? If you dare to poop in my room, I will let you eat it. Zhuo Wanqing's face turned red instantly. You wanted to go to the toilet like this? What else? What if someone in the building across the street sees me? I'm a girl. Are you going to do it or not? If not, just hold it in. Li Yi lost his patience and was about to put Zhuo Wanqing down, but Zhuo Wanqing quickly begged for mercy. Come on, you have to hold me up. Chapter 015 Zhang Zuda of the Shanlu Organization. Zhuo Wanqing completed the process of going to the toilet in a very embarrassing way. Li Yi saw everything about her. Even though this guy pretended to be too lazy to look, he still took a few glances. She was too embarrassed to live anymore. After Zhuo Wanqing finished her work, it was the young woman's turn. After all, they had physical contact, so the young woman was more open than Zhuo Wanqing. The shit and piss all poured onto his car parked below. But this was what Li Yi did on purpose. Fishing. Anyone with a little common sense could tell from the excrement on the roof that there were survivors on the floor. At this time, there will always be some people who don't know the consequences and will come to your door. Just like that organization that specializes in burning, killing, and looting Shanlu. After a while, the sound of car brakes was heard on the road. Then a group of people got off the car, holding iron axes or other weapons in their hands. They used the weapons to smash the zombies rushing towards them in an orderly manner, and then approached the Liang'an community step by step. Zhuo Wanqing saw them through the window. Her pretty face changed in shock. Isn't this the famous gangster organization Shanlu in Jiangqing? You know that too? Lia Asket Zhuo Vanvink. Zhuo Wanqing nodded. My brother often hangs out with people from Shanlu. Shanlu is the largest underground boxing ring in Jiangqing and is an organization that maintains law and order. To put it bluntly, they are a group of people who make their fortunes by robbing and looting. They are very inhumane. Your brother? Who? The boxing champion? Yes. Li Yi was stunned for a moment. Until just now, he thought Zhuo Wanqing was the boxing champion's lover. What else do you know? The leader of Shanlu is a retired boxer who once killed someone in the ring. After retiring, he organized a group of hooligans and became the largest underground force in Jiangqing. I don't know much else about him. Yeah, about the same. Based on the memory of the previous life. The leader of the mountain stream awakened the fighter profession. Wearing 2 brass knuckles, he can blow up several zombies with one punch. He was once one of the most powerful humans in Jiangqing's early days. Retired professional boxer. No wonder such a powerful profession can be awakened. They seem to be coming towards us, the young woman suddenly said. It is obvious that the target of these dozen people is this room. Slowly approaching Li Ye's car parked downstairs. After looking at the fresh excrement on the roof of the car, a middle-aged man looked up and saw Li Yi looking at them. He immediately waved to others, indicating that they should climb the stairs. A dozen people climbed up well-trainedly, scaring the 2 girls so much that their faces turned pale. If they fall into the hands of these thugs, their fate will be predictably tragic. The first person to climb up was a relatively thin person, and the most agile, holding a hammer in his hand, ready to smash their windows. Li Yi took the initiative to open the window and then hack the man to death with a knife. The man's body fell, knocking the others down with it. Damn it, you stupid monkey. Can't you hold on tighter? The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly contracted. The monkey is dead. The head was cut off. Others couldn't help but gasp, and the timid ones were so scared that they fell to the ground. Then a black shadow fell. Li Jumpet down. He put the tang sword on the middle-aged man's neck, chuckled, and asked, What do you want to do? No, we didn't mean to do anything. We are here to save you. The middle-aged man's voice was trembling. This young man kills without blinking an eye. He is a ruthless person. Save me? Li Ye's smile became colder. You bunch of scum. When did you become so kind? Bang! With one blow, he chopped off the middle-aged man's head. Wow! The other dozen or so people immediately fled in all directions in fear. This person is a lunatic. In his eyes, human life is like grass. Even scarier than those people in the mountain stream. Li Ye's smile became colder and colder. These people were too slow. Li Ye's speed was more than 10 times theirs. He could easily catch up with them and kill them in just a few seconds. The people from the Shanlu organization still looked timid now. But not long after, Shanlu started killing people as cruelly as he was, or even more cruelly, killing the unarmed old, weak, sick, disabled women and children. so killing a few mountain hermits could be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. Li Yi killed the last man and had already caught up to the mountain drift truck parked on the road. He knocked on the car window with a tang sword. The truck window was rolled down, and a bald man with a fleshy face stared at him. This person is the leader of the Shanlu group, Zhang Zuda. He is also the retired professional boxer mentioned by Zhuo Wanqing. Zhang Zuda's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to the ground by this look. Li still looked at him indifferently without being humble or arrogant. Who are you? Never mind. I won't ask you this meaningless question. You killed so many of my men. I'm giving you two choices. The first choice is to die. The second choice is to work for me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Li wanted to laugh. He was just a small fry in his previous life. None of them are worthy of Zhang Zuda's attention. He was just a small henchman of the Guoshanli organization, and he worked for that small henchman. Now he can receive invitations from Zhang Zuda himself? Li Yi sneered. Haha, Zhang Zuda, I'm not interested in you now. Don't force me to kill you. Zhang Zuda's eyes immediately burst out with murderous intent. He rushed down from the truck with metal brass knuckles in his hands and smashed towards Li Ye's head. Li had been on guard for a long time. He immediately used the boxing champion's small steps to avoid Zhang Zuda's punch. Then Li Yiming threw a fierce punch towards Zhang Zuda's jaw. Zhang Zuda was beaten so hard that he was staggering. Zhang Zuda asked in a low voice. Professional? Zhang Zuda actually wanted to say that this guy was actually more professional than him. He awakened the fighter profession. Although he didn't understand what the profession was all about now, he felt that it was much more powerful than before the apocalypse. I thought it would be easy to smash this guy's head, but he never expected that the opponent would dodge it. The opponent seemed to see through his moves and launched a powerful counterattack against him in the first time. It reminded him of how it felt when he was fighting against champion-level boxers when he was still active. Boxing champion? He never remembered such a young boxing champion. Look at his small steps and counterpunching movements. It reminded him of someone. His brother. Outstanding. Lightweight world champion. Even in terms of strength and speed, he is much stronger than Zhuo Lai. This is impossible. Zhang Zuda went forward again. But Li Yi saw through his every move. If an attack fails, there will be a counterattack like a violent storm. Zhang Zuda was beaten black and blue, and he immediately put his head in his hands to admit defeat. I lost, I won't fight anymore. I can't beat you. Zhang Zuda sat on the ground and gasped. If he continues to fight, he will really be beaten to death. Chapter 016, The Dog Demon, is about to revive completely. This young man was not only far superior to him in terms of technique, but he was also completely superior in terms of strength and speed. The most important thing is that the attack is very ruthless, hitting wherever it is fatal. The other members of the Shanlu organization on the truck were all stunned. Their boss is very fierce in fighting. Apart from losing to a world-class boxing champion, he has never lost to anyone else. But now he lost to the second person. The key point is that this person is not very old and looks weak, a bit like a college graduate. Very deceptive. Li is it. He didn't want to kill this guy anymore. It's still useful to keep it. Zhang Zuda is definitely not a good person. Even though he sold the materials he had burned, killed, and looted to government and non-governmental organizations in the early days of the apocalypse, the other party did not think Zhang Zuda was a good person. Because Zhang Zuda is a complete troublemaker. They bully ordinary survivors at the bottom and deceive various powerful people at the top. Several forces wanted to recruit Zhang Zuda at first, but he refused. Zhang Zuda was free and unrestrained by nature, but he does bad things everywhere. He is a complete troublemaker. The most amazing thing about Zhang Zuda is that many people dislike him, but they just can't get rid of him. Ambitious and courageous. In order to achieve the goal, you may even risk your life. This is also an outstanding ability in a sense. If used well, Zhang Zuda would become a sharp weapon for him to deal with the Ning group. No, it should be said a pile of shit. Although it is not enough to destroy the Ning group, it can disgust the Ning group. Zhang Zuda, I can tell you a piece of information. If you use this information well, maybe your Shanlu organization can become the overlord of Jiangxing. Are you interested? What information? Zhang Zuda was a little bit unconvinced. Based on your intelligence chain, you must know that the Ning group is secretly mining gold, right? Zhang Zuda did not refute. Of course he knew about it, and he even had some marginal transactions with the Ning group. The Ning group ate meat, and he drank soup. At the same time, You should also know that the Ning group secretly stockpiled arms, right? Zhang Zuda still did not refute. He knows too. But what good can you do knowing that? When the end of the world comes, what is the most important material? What do you want to say? Just say it straight out. Don't talk like a sissy. Boom! Zhang Zuda's last words haven't fallen yet. Li had already thrown a punch at Zhang Zuda, hitting him so hard that his face was twisted. You'd better understand your position. If I want to kill you, I can do so at any time. Don't let me lose my last bit of patience with you. Li Ye's tone was cold. Zhang Zuda didn't dare to say anything more. The Ning group hid the arms in the gold mine, and I can tell you responsibly that there are a lot of arms, enough to equip a special operations company. Zhang Zuda's eyes suddenly lit up. He now understood why this kid said so much prelude. At the same time, he certainly knew what military supplies meant in the end times. He has people, but at present his people are only armed with primitive weapons such as knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. At most, it can only be a minor incident. But if his men were armed with guns and ammunition, it would be completely different. Their combat effectiveness would increase by at least dozens of times. Become the overlord of Jiangxing? It's not impossible, but Zhang Zuda was still worried. Since you know such important information, why don't you keep it to yourself, but tell us who have nothing to do with you? Li Yi seemed to have expected Zhang Zuda to ask this question. He smiled and said, there are several reasons. The first is that you have people, but I don't. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight alone in the end. Secondly, although you are a mob, you're also a bunch of mad dogs, and you have the ability to stir up trouble. After the end of the world, the previously solidified classes may undergo some changes, but those who control resources will still have the upper hand after the end of the world and will be far ahead of ordinary people. It's the same as how even if you were a professional, you still can't compete with the big chables. So I need you crazy dogs to break the impasse. Zhang Zuda didn't feel angry at all when he was called a mad dog. Instead, he felt a little proud. He liked the adjective mad dog. Of course, the last point is that I have a grudge against the Ning group, but this does not affect this matter. It is beneficial to you, right? Zhang Zuda's eyes were rolling around. But how can I believe that what you said is true? How do you know that the Ning group hid the arms in the gold mine? Did you see it? Or did you hear it from hearsay? Zhang Zuda is not a fool. He certainly would not believe everything he heard. When he heard that there were arms, he immediately took people to raid the gold mine of the Ning group. If they come up empty-handed, not only will they gain nothing, but they will also offend the Ning group. The trouble is not worth it. Li squinted his eyes and smiled, with a hint of coldness in his smile. Just turn around and leave. Hey, won't you prove it to me? What if I'm really attracted to you? Li turned around suddenly, took out the 2 pistols from his waist, and shot at Zhang Zuda wildly. Zhang Zuda was so scared that he held his head and screamed. Where do you think my gun came from? Li took out the assault rifle again and aimed at Zhang Zuda's head. Zhang Zuda was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He could see that this boy had some shooting skills, but not much. This kind of person is the most terrifying. You never know whether he is deliberately trying to intimidate you or he really can't hit you. If you were killed by the bullet of intimidation, it would be really unfair. I believe it. I believe it. Zhang Zuda begged for mercy quickly. For a person with such shooting skills, he could only have obtained the gun by chance. So he believed that there were munitions in the gold mine of Ning group. A large number of zombies on both sides were startled by the gunshots. Boss! The people in Shanlu shouted hurriedly. Zhang Zuda quickly climbed onto the truck, glanced at Li Yi, and shouted with a smile, Brother, if our Shanlu is successful, I will definitely not forget your great kindness, brother. The 2 of us brothers will divide this Jiangxing together. Zhang Zuda drove away in his truck heartlessly. Li climbed upstairs and closed the window. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He just moved up the timeline of Ning Zhe and Zhang Zuda's meeting, but he had a hunch that the situation in Ningxing might change because of this. He felt that Zhang Zuda had such ability. You just discussed a deal with Zhang Zuda, right? It's not good to be too smart. If you really want to climb a big tree, then you should do the same as in school and try your best to pretend to be stupid. Men don't like women who are too smart. Li pulled Zhuo Wanqing over and tied them together again, back to back. Next, he had a more important matter to deal with. The dog demon is about to revive completely. Chapter 017. Attempting to bury the dog demon. All the hair on Lao Huang's body turned black. The body size has also become larger. The iron cage is almost full, continuously whimpering in pain. Count the days. Today will be the day of recovery. Li clenched the tang sword in his hand, ready for battle. According to records, when the dog demon just revived, its body size was less than 3 meters. Then, over the next week, it will frantically devour other lost species and aliens as well as survivors. The size will quickly soar to 10 meters. The disaster level is very high. The dog demon's keen sense of smell, super high mobility, and a certain degree of intelligence can easily find survivors hiding in buildings. The dog demon in Jiangqing ate tens of thousands of zombies and survivors in Liang'an community. Its size has grown to hundreds of meters, and even a level 6 professional can be torn into pieces easily. Unfortunately, he could only extract the source core of the dog demon. If he could make the dog demon work for him, the effect would actually be far more valuable than a source core. Whoa! Old Huang howled in pain. He looked at Li Yi with pitiful eyes. It seemed to want to pray to Li Yi to help it not suffer so much. Li Yisikit. In fact, he has a good relationship with Lao Huang. In the years since he moved in, every time he came back, Old Huang would run to him, wagging his tail to welcome him home. It made him feel a little warmth in this cold metropolis. Other people in the community treat Lao Huang as a watchdog. They dislike his dirtiness and don't let him get close to them. Every time Lao Huang tried to please them, he would be scolded and driven away. Lao Huang could only run away in frustration with his tail hanging down. But he would often bring some food like sausages to Lao Huang, so he should be one of the few humans that Lao Huang liked in the community. If it were him in his previous life. Even if he knew that Old Huang was about to revive and become a monster, he might not have been able to bring himself to do it. But after all, he was a man who had been tempered by the apocalypse for 10 years and had already become hard-hearted. To put it bluntly, he has no relatives and is an orphan. If his relatives were about to mutate in front of him, he might kill them. Li opened a few more cans for Lao Huang. Although Lao Huang was recovering, the apocalyptic energy that befell him was enough, and he didn't need to replenish his energy through food. But eating some delicious food might help Mr. Huang relieve some of his pain. A more peaceful departure. Although Lao Huang was in great physical pain, he couldn't help but eat the canned food in front of him. While eating, she looked up at Li Yi, tears falling from her eyes. The two girls couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Zhuo Wanqing said, "It seems to be in a lot of pain now. Why don't you let it go more peacefully? It makes me feel so sad just watching it." Li didn't say anything. He just silently opened more cans for Lao Huang. Of course he wouldn't do it now, as Old Huang hasn't been revived yet. The source core of the A-level dog demon has not yet taken shape. Killing Lao Huang now will gain nothing. Eat all the canned food. As Lao Huang's tears flowed, they turned into tears of blood. The last glimmer of life in his eyes gradually faded away. Old Huang looked at Li Yi reluctantly for the last time and closed his eyes. The next moment, when Lao Huang opened his eyes, they were already a violent blood red. The size has grown crazily. The more than 2-meter-long iron cage was torn into pieces by Lao Huang in an instant. Li Yi held the tang sword in both hands. He aimed at Lao Huang's neck and was about to chop it down. Suddenly, he sensed a special aura on Lao Huang's body that was disappearing quickly. It's the breath of life. He understood, because he was an Undertaker, he could sense the breath of life. Lao Huang's life force is fading. When all the breath of life was gone, Lao Huang died. But Lao Huang actually seems to be getting stronger and stronger. So this is a paradoxical phenomenon. The breath of life. Theoretically, when the breath of life disappears, the being is no longer a living being and is considered a deceased person. Can we bury Old Huang now? If the body can be buried successfully, it will obviously be a greater gain than killing Lao Huang. Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. Li tried to activate the Undertaker's skills. Dozens of white threads shuttled through Lao Huang's blue-black fur, repairing Lao Huang's cracked fur. Fortunately, Lao Huang had not yet completed his resuscitation, and his body was shaking wildly, so no one paid attention to him. Li gritted his teeth and persevered, beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowing down. He felt the bottleneck for the first time. It was quite strenuous, and it felt like I was burying a lump of steel. The whole process lasted for about a few minutes. Finally, a prompt indicating that he was being buried appeared on his career panel, and a countdown was shown. 3 minutes. Li was a little surprised. On the one hand, I was surprised that it could really be buried. On the other hand, it actually takes 3 more minutes. Li Yi could only grit his teeth and pray that the dog demon would not suddenly revive at this time and turn around to eat him in one bite. That would be too unfair for him. Just after he finished praying, Lao Huang's body stopped shaking. He slowly turned his head and looked at him with his dark green eyes. Li Ye's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the end? Whatever you fear will come to you. Old Huang has fully recovered and turned into a dog demon. Li Yi could see an incomparable sense of hunger from Lao Huang's green mouth. Li Yi was so scared that he almost went silly. In a panic, he kicked over a box of canned beef, spilling the beef all over the floor. Old Huang hesitated for a moment, looked at the beef chunks and beef soup on the ground, and then looked at Li Yi. As if he was insulted, Lao Huang roared angrily, "Roar!" The fishy breath almost made Li Yeshuan vomit. Old Huang opened his bloody mouth and bit over in desperation. Relying on his combat experience from his previous life, Li Yi grabbed Lao Huang's hair, flipped over, and jumped onto Lao Huang's neck. Old Huang shook his head vigorously, trying to shake him off. But Li Ye's legs were like pliers, with a strength of over 1,000 pounds, tightly gripping Lao Huang's neck. Even though Old Huang was a dog demon, he couldn't do anything to Li Yi for the moment. He rushed around the room, trampling on the supplies that had accumulated in most of the room, making a mess. Li Yi felt heartbroken when he saw this, but he had no choice but to continue with the burial. It is not so easy for him to kill the dog demon now with his current condition. If the burial is unsuccessful, everything will be gone and you will die. The two girls were so frightened that they used all their strength to move to the door. Zhuo Wanqing didn't know when she secretly untied the rope, but the next moment the dog demon rushed towards the door, scaring Zhuo Wanqing so much that her legs went limp. "Open the door!" Li Yi shouted. Zhuo Wanqing opened the door in a hurry, and the dog demon rushed out with Li Yi in an instant, and the door frame was cracked by it. "Old Huang, where the hell are you taking me?" Old Huang jumped high. Li Yi was so frightened that his soul flew away. Old Huang climbed the eaves and walls and jumped around on the roof. Lao Huang can easily jump dozens of meters and land on the roof of the opposite building. The claws were extremely sharp, leaving deep scratches on the reinforced concrete roof. Fear. He had seen a scene in his previous life. A tank company lined up in a long queue to destroy the dog demon. But the dog demon used it as a springboard, jumping back and forth, and one claw could destroy a tank. In a blink of an eye, Old Huang had taken him around Liang'an community several times. Zombies and aliens actually have their own territories, or areas that they instinctively consider to be safe. Generally speaking, the activity range of an ordinary level 1 zombie may not exceed 30 meters if there is no external stimulation. The activity range of an alien species does not exceed 1 kilometer. Even for a first-level dog demon, the safe range it considers is only the area where it lived before. Li Ye's legs were almost out of strength, and the countdown was finally over. Ding! Successfully buried the first-level dog demon. Chapter 018, his battle pet, is of overlord level. Ding! Trigger the deceased hospice service, and the deceased favorability is increased by 100%. Loading some of the current zombies' memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Loading successful. Loading content is 5 memory sections, 1 hour in total. 100% dog demonization skill. The skill can last for 3 minutes. During the dog demon transformation process, strength, speed, agility, endurance, and defense are all increased by 5 times. During the transformation process, the dog's brutality and bloodthirstiness are 3 times as strong as usual. After the dog transforms into a demon, it will enter a 2-hour weak period, so please use it with caution. 100% Bargus smell. The sense of smell can cover 3 kilometers and can distinguish up to 30 smells. 100% dog demon steel fang. Can easily bite through steel bars. 10% of the first-level dog demon's recovery ability, endurance, vitality. Level 1 favorability, 20 plus 100%. When the favorability reaches 100%, full control can be achieved. Strength plus 300, speed plus 60, endurance plus 50, spirit plus 50. On the career page, a long list of content appeared. The effect overhelmet. As expected of the dog demon who was buried, the benefits gained are unprecedented. Li Yi was ecstatic. He looked down in turn. He triggered hospice. The favorability level directly reaches 100%. Li Yi recalled what he had done. Suddenly, I remembered that in the last period of Lao Huang's life, he was in great pain and suffering. He knew that Lao Huang didn't need canned meat to replenish his energy, but he still fed Lao Huang several boxes of canned meat in order to relieve Lao Huang's pain a little bit. Yes, this is hospice care. Isn't the meaning of hospice care to make the deceased feel more comfortable before dying? Hospice care is not originally part of the one-stop funeral service, but the fact that he provided hospice care was equivalent to doing a good deed out of the ordinary, so he obtained 100% favorability out of the ordinary. All sorted out. It seems that this is a bug in the Undertaker's profession. As long as he provides hospice care, his favorability can be increased by 100% without any difference. However, this bug is actually not easy to trigger. He does not have so many opportunities to wait until someone is about to die and then provide the other person with appropriate hospice care. Li Yi continued to read. He can transform into a dog demon, which roughly means he can turn into a beast. In previous lives, there were some professionals who could transform into beasts. After transforming into beasts, their combat effectiveness soared. The same was true for transforming into dog demons. He also gained the dog demon's sense of smell and steel teeth. Li took a deep breath and smelled almost all the stench of zombies, which almost sent him away. He knelt on the ground for a long time before he recovered. When he saw the line of small words below the favorability of 100%, his pupils suddenly shrank. Complete control? What's the meaning? Why isn't it just an ordinary zombie that can be controlled for a few hundred seconds, or an alien zombie that can be controlled for a few dozen seconds? After reaching 100%, it becomes complete control? Li Yi glanced at the dog demon beside him, and an idea came to his mind. The dog demon immediately lay on the ground, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue according to his thoughts. And above the dog demon's head, there was no time countdown. The dog demon has become his battle pet? Li Yi was confused. I did have such a luxury before, to own a dominant war pet. But it was just a thought. But now my wish has come true. This is an unexpected and huge gain. It is much more useful than increasing strength or the dog demon's recovery ability. This means that he is a battle pet master. What is a battle pet master? It is known as one of the strongest professions in its class. He is the super talent that the military and major organizations most urgently want to have. They will be given very generous rewards and have extremely high status and treatment. Moreover, his battle pet is of the overlord level. Just in this respect, how many battle pet trainers are better than him? Is his profession as an Undertaker too awesome? Just by deriving a little extra skill effect, you can crush the strongest profession? A zombie's growl came from behind. There were about a dozen zombies climbing up to the rooftop from the stairs. Li pointed to the zombies, and the dog demon immediately rushed out and killed 7 or 8 zombies with one claw. With just 2 claws, the dozen or so zombies were wiped out. Li Yi was ecstatic. So strong. A level 1 dog demon can rival a level 3 alien species and a level 5 ordinary zombie. The apocalypse has just begun, and the world is filled with mostly level 1 zombies and alien species. Now that he has the dog demon, can he run rampant without fear? Of course. The premise is that you don't encounter other resurrected monsters. Ha. Li Yi couldn't help laughing. Then murderous intent surged in his eyes. Okay, everything is ready. Ning, I want to see how you survive this time. Based on his understanding of Zhang Zuda would definitely not miss this opportunity. Therefore, there is an 80% chance that the Shanlu organization has already fought with the gold mine. Ning Zhe's identity is extraordinary. The Ning group has become the leading chaebol in Jiangcheng, and it is not a rootless duckweed. Ning Zhe has a background far beyond that of ordinary people. According to his memories of his zombie neighbor, half of the security guards in the gold mine were retired soldiers. The security chiefs, led by Wang Xiong, are retired mercenaries at the special forces level. The fighting power was extremely strong, so he didn't have high expectations for the Shanlu organization. As long as the Shanlu organization can attract some of the opponent's attention, he can sneak into the gold mine and take away the golden flower. Li asked the dog demon to take him back to his home. There were many zombies gathered in front of his house. Because the door frame was damaged by the dog demon, the door was not very solid and a wide gap was left. The zombie stretched its hands inside and gritted its teeth, causing Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman inside to scream in fear. Li waved his hand, and the dog demon swept its big mouth, biting all the zombies blocking the door in half. Other zombies that pounced on him were also smashed to pieces by the dog demon's claws. The 2 women were terrified. This big dog is so strong. and seems to obey Li Ye's commands? There were more strange flashes in Zhuo Wanqing's eyes. She had never thought that the good student Li Yi could be so adept in the apocalypse. If other students saw Li Yi now, they would probably be more shocked than her. Li Yi ignored the panicked looks of the two women. Under the protection of the dog demon, he hummed a song, buried the zombie at the door, and then put it into his own corpse storage space. When I think about it this way, what kind of life did I lead in my previous life? There's no comparison. Night is coming. Li Yi used steel bars and cement to repair the door frame. He had done a lot of hard labor building shelters in his previous life, so repairing the door of his own house was a piece of cake for him now. Li Yi tied Zhuo Wanqing and the young woman to the chair again. This time, he was relieved after making sure that Zhuo Wanqing could not break free. Zhuo Wanqing saw Li Yi carrying a gun, a knife, and wearing a gas mask, as if he was going out again. He quickly shouted, "Li Yi, are you going out again? Why can't you be quiet? If you die outside, what will happen to the two of us?" Li Yi chuckled. "So you should pray that I can come back alive." After saying that, Li Yi went out and locked the door with an iron chain. Right on the Barghest's neck, with a wave of his hand, the dog demon took him directly to the roof of a building that was 30 or 40 meters high, and then jumped between the roofs. The journey was very fast, so comfortable. When we reached the suburbs, the number of zombies was obviously much smaller. There were sounds of gunfire coming from the ancient battlefield ruins. Needless to say, it must be the Shanlu organization that had started taking action. He didn't go over there, but found the secret passage in the neighbor zombie's memory. Chapter 19. 3,000 terracotta warriors on the ancient battlefield. Entrance to the gold mine. The two groups of people were engaged in a fierce gunfight. Zhang Zuda and his gang actually had guns in their hands. Hey, that guy really didn't lie to me. There really is a lot of munitions hidden in this gold mine. Zhang Zuda holds an old machine gun from World War II, although the gun has a very high vibration. But Zhang Zuda is a professional after all, so he can suppress such strong recoil. This old-fashioned machine gun has no problems in terms of power except for its high recoil and poor accuracy. It seems that Zhang Zuda plays a lot in his daily life. The accuracy was also quite good, and it actually suppressed the firepower of the students at the gold mine. Hey, such good guns are a waste if they have them. Brothers, keep working hard. As long as we take down this arsenal, we will be the overlord of Jiangcheng. The other side, students who had just gotten their guns, suppressed by the opponent's strong firepower. They couldn't get out at all. Wang Xiong, who has awakened his profession as a bodyguard, asks Ning Zhe whether he and Dagwan need to take action. Ning Zhe shook his head. It's okay. If these students want to be used by me, they need to be trained well. If they want to stay alive and have food to eat, they need to serve me with their lives. Otherwise, death is not a pity. Wang Xiong looked at Ning Zhe with some surprise. I have heard for a long time that the eldest son of the Ning group is a very mature child, and the Ning family has high hopes for him. Now it seems that he is indeed a cruel and ruthless person. Wang Xiong couldn't help but feel a little sympathy when he saw these students rushing towards the gunpoint one after another for food. These college students who have just graduated have no idea what a hail of bullets means, and no idea that being hit by a bullet can really kill people. There was an icy light in Ning Zhe's eyes, and next to him was Rao Li, who was wearing a tight dress. Rao Li's hair was messy and her face looked a little dull. The dress is very thin, so it can be seen that Rao Li is not wearing any other clothes under it. Ning Zhe stroked Rao Li's head, scaring her so much that her body trembled. Ning Zhe sneered. Rao Li, I've already given you enough preferential treatment. At least you don't have to rush to the front line with a gun to die, so your sacrifice just now is worth it, right? After all, if you want to create some value for me, you can only rely on your relatively qualified body. Ning Zhe played with Rao Li's hair. You don't really think I like you, do you? I just think you're a good toy. Once I get tired of playing with you, you'll naturally have no value to me. Rao Li shed tears of despair. She regrets it now. She shouldn't have broken up with Li Yi. Although Li Yi is a bit boring, he is at least a normal person. Ning Zhe is a pervert. Just now Ning Zhe actually used her as a prize. Whoever is willing to lick the soles of Ning Zhe's shoes to show his loyalty can have sex with her. Just now she was tied to a pillar, hung upside down by her feet, and experienced the darkest 2 hours of her life. She will never forget how those hypocritical boys humiliated her. The other side. Li Yi has entered the ancient battlefield ruins. The so-called ancient battlefield site is actually a museum of ancient battlefield mass graves. A large number of soldier skeletons and weapons from thousands of years ago have been unearthed here, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. The gold mine is located right below the site of the ancient battlefield. Paleocultural scholars say that the soldiers from various countries may have fought against each other for the gold mine. Lee has been to the Ancient Battlefield Ruins Museum several times. This place feels eerie even during the day, let alone late at night. The wind was cold and chilly. Below the atrium on the first floor is a complete pool of terracotta warriors, with exactly 3,000 terracotta warriors. It seems that later generations used the bodies of dead soldiers to make terracotta warriors in order to commemorate a king who died in an ancient battlefield. There was a chill in Li Ye's eyes. These terracotta warriors would be revived in the near future. 3,000 revived terracotta warriors and a ghost-faced general launched an unprecedented attack on the newly established South City shelter. The human side rose up to resist. All kinds of weapons were flying in the sky, and soldiers fought one after another, using their defense made of flesh and blood to block the invasion of 3,000 terracotta warriors. That battle was extremely heroic, and it also demonstrated the courage and bravery of mankind. But even so, the steel walls of the South City shelter were pushed down by 3,000 terracotta warriors. The shelter fell, and Jiangqing fell. These 3,000 terracotta warriors were the culprits that led to the fall of Jiangqing. Li took a deep breath. According to the memory of the neighbor zombie, the secret passage leading to the gold mine is just below this terracotta warrior pool. So he needs to cross this pool of terracotta warriors. Li jumped down without hesitation. In his previous life, he definitely wouldn't have the courage, but now he was not so scared. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but the temperature in the terracotta warriors pool seems to be particularly low, as if entering an ice cellar, very chilly, and the cool air seems to be emanating from the bodies of these terracotta warriors. Unlucky. Li did not stop and quickly crossed the terracotta warriors pool. During this time, he saw that the clay on some of the terracotta warriors had fallen off, revealing the dry bones inside, and there was even some rotten flesh and blood attached to the dry bones. It's unbelievable. The corpses used to make these terracotta warriors have been dead for at least thousands of years. Not to mention the flesh and blood. Even the bones are considered strong if they don't turn into ashes. It seems that the 3,000 terracotta warriors have been slowly recovering from the influence of the apocalyptic energy since this time. But the recovery process is relatively slow, so it took 3 months for them to fully recover. Li walked too fast and accidentally knocked down a terracotta soldier with his tang sword. The terracotta soldier actually subconsciously tried to stand up, but it was just a tendency, but Li still caught it. Li had no intention of stopping and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Li seemed to hear footsteps vaguely. Li stopped suddenly and looked behind him, but found nothing unusual. The terracotta soldiers were still standing in rows and columns in a very standard manner. Li continued walking. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps came again. He was sure that it was not an auditory hallucination. It's true. Li quickened his pace and started to jog. The footsteps actually quickened in pace. Bang, 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 bang. Li Ye's scalp immediately went numb. Damn, this is so creepy. While running, I looked around and seemed to see something moving in the terracotta warrior's pond, and just follow him in other rows and columns. He couldn't see clearly what the other person was. It feels like a terracotta soldier, with its khaki coat and the unique sound of clay footsteps. Li got goosebumps all over his body. Look around frantically, looking for the hole in the ground that your neighbor remembers. Bang, 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 bang. The footsteps were getting closer and closer to him. Li held the tang sword tightly in his hand and suddenly saw a downward hole in the ground in front of him, which looked like a small collapse. But in fact, it should be that the craftsmen who built the terracotta warriors pool deliberately left a secret passage for themselves to prevent being buried alive. It was exactly the same hole as the neighbor remembered. Li jumped down without hesitation. At the same time, the moment he jumped in, he felt something touching his hair. As he fell in the cave, he looked up and saw a terracotta soldier stretching his head to look at him. It really is a terracotta warrior. Li Ye's heart was beating wildly. Aren't the 3,000 terracotta warriors going to revive after 3 months? Why is it resurrected now? Could it be that his appearance here disturbed these terracotta soldiers in advance? Fortunately, the terracotta soldier did not catch up with him. But even if he did, Li Yi would not necessarily lose to him. Li Yi slid down the cave about 50 or 60 meters. After sliding out of the cave, I appeared in a relatively wide mine with traces of human excavation. Some golden substances can be seen in the mine. Gold! He really hit a gold mine? The golden flower that can make one's body indestructible is just around the corner. Li Ye's heart was beating wildly at this moment. Chapter 20. Emptying Ning's arsenal. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, this location should be closer to the inside of the gold mine. Da-da-da-da-da. On one side of the mine, you can hear the sound of frequent gunfire. It should be that Ning Zhe and Zhang Zuda were fighting. As a veteran underworld rat in Jiangsheng, Zhang Zuda had been hanging out with a well-connected gangster for some time in his early years. So they have some old and obsolete weapons in their hands. Zhang Zuda has always kept this secret very strictly. After the end of the world, Zhang Zuda used those old weapons to arm the Shanlu organization. This is the real reason for the rise of the Shanlu organization. It was because Li Yi knew this that he was certain that Zhang Zuda really dared to steal the Ning group's arms. However, Zhang Zuda underestimated the gold mine security team. As for Wang Xiong, if he really takes it seriously, it would not be difficult for him to wipe out their Shanlu organization alone. So Shan Lu can't hold on for long. He must find the seeds of the golden flower as soon as possible. Li Yi put his fingers on his nose and touched it gently, as if turning on a switch. In an instant, he could sensitively smell many smells. The smell of dust, the smell of precious metals, the smell of diesel, the smell of sourness, the smell of decay, the smell of human excrement. There is even a lewd smell after doing that kind of thing. It seems that those guys have unleashed their most primitive nature and madness in this gold mine. Needless to say, the unlucky ones were the girls who believed Ning Zhe's lies. I don't know what kind of play it has been made of. Li Yi sneered. This is what they deserved. But Li Yi was wondering, what do the seeds of golden flower taste like? Li Yi can distinguish more than 30 kinds of smells, but they can only cover 3 kilometers. The total length of this gold mine is 7 kilometers, and he is not sure where the seeds of the golden flower are. Li Yi was running quickly in the gold mine, and suddenly he saw a dozen people in front of him. Some were dressed in miners' clothes, and some were dressed in the uniforms of the gold mine security team. They were not very surprised to see Li Yi, because young Master Ningze and Guang Yao's classmates came to him for help. The young man in front of him was about the same age as Master Ningze, and he also had the scholarly air that was unique to college students, so it was natural for him to assume that Li Yi was Ningze's classmate. Why are you running to the rear instead of fighting in the front? The security guard scolded Li Yi. The voice was very loud and full of contempt and disdain. He seems to have not read many books, but at the end of the world, he can rely on his physical strength to mock the weak college students. Maybe he is now very glad that he did not study hard at the beginning. Otherwise, I would have become a useless person who cannot survive for more than 3 seconds in the apocalypse. The security personnel scolded Li Yi, while everyone else looked indifferent. Brothers, I came here to get some arms on the orders of Brother Ning Zhe. Li Yi smiled with a simple and honest look on his face. Get the munitions? Several people looked at each other. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged security guards frowned slightly and looked at Li Yi meaningfully. I say, how do you know this is an arsenal? This is a secret. How could Master Ning Zhe tell you a cannon fodder? It is a recognized fact that the college students who come here are cannon fodder. So didn't I tell you that it was Brother Ning Zhe who asked me to come here? He was the one who told me. Otherwise, how would I know the location of the armory? Li Yi smiled harmlessly. In fact, he only smelled a strong metallic smell of ammunition and the smell of anti-rust oil used to maintain guns behind the door. The middle-aged security guard hesitated. He looked at Li Yi and felt that what he said did not seem to be a lie. If young Master Ning Zhe didn't tell him, he would never have known the location of the armory. In the entire gold mine, only a few core people know this top secret. How much? The middle-aged security guard asked. Give me a few hundred guns and a few thousand bullets. Li Said Jaswali. So many? Who told you there were so many? The middle-aged security guard was stunned. Li Yi was stunned for a moment. No. At this moment, several people finally reacted and all took out their guns and aimed at Li Yi. Who are you? If it was Master Ning Zhe who gave you the order, he would never have given such an unfounded order. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. He said in a very exaggerated manner, Oh, I was exposed. You're looking for death. Being insulted by a mere college student. Several people gnashed their teeth in hatred. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, trying to shoot Li Yi into a sieve. Li chuckled and waved his hand, and a huge figure appeared out of thin air. It's the dog demon Lao Huang. The sudden appearance of the dog demon frightened these people so much that they subconsciously pointed their guns at it. But when their guns hit Lao Huang, it only made him feel a little pain. The defensive power of Lao Huang's fur at this time is roughly the same as that of a 10mm thick steel plate. Ordinary guns can't penetrate it. Old Huang swayed his body angrily to block the bullets for Li Yi, then rushed forward and beat the dozen or so people into a pulp with a few claws. Kill it with a whisper. TSK. Can you leave me an intact body next time? It's so rotten that I can't even bury it. Li covered his nose with a bit of disgust. Old Huang lowered his head with some guilt and rubbed Li Ye's hand, trying to make Li Yi not be so angry. Li Yi sighed and asked Lao Huang to return to the corpse hiding space first. Li Yi picked out a bunch of keys from a pile of rotten meat with disgust and used the keys to open the iron door behind him. The room behind the iron gate is about 20 square meters and is filled with various guns and ammunition. Li Yi was drooling as he watched, but it was a pity that he couldn't take it away for the time being, because his corpse storage space can only hold zombies. Etc. Zombies can enter the corpse hiding space. Then can zombies carrying guns and cannons also enter the corpse hiding space? Most likely, because the zombies in his hiding space were all wearing clothes, shoes, and so on. Some zombies even wear jewelry, such as rings and necklaces. Li Yi immediately let out a zombie, picked up a gun clumsily, and then returned to the space where the corpses were hidden. As expected, he succeeded. He also discovered a wonderful use for the corpse hiding space. Once he enters the corpse hiding space, the countdown of his control over the zombies will stop. He controlled the zombie to get the gun, and the countdown of 700 seconds began. And when the zombie returned to the hiding space with a gun, the countdown stopped. The corpse hiding space and his ability to manipulate corpses were a perfect match. Every skill I got from Old Zhang is of great use. It seems that he will have to intentionally bury more perverts in the future. Li Yi began to control the zombies to line up in an orderly manner, put on guns, and carry ammunition boxes back to the corpse hiding space. The contents of the arsenal were visibly decreasing. Li Yi wanted to laugh when Ning Zhe found out that he was having an affair outside and his house was robbed. Do you even want to die? Li Yi felt it was a pity that large artillery pieces could not be put in, so he had to give up, but he did not burn it. After all, when it comes to arms, it depends on who uses them. Some people use arms to gain more resources and higher status for themselves, and rob other weak survivors. But some people also use munitions to kill zombies and rescue countless survivors. So he still couldn't bear to burn it. Lock it up first, and come back to get it when you have the chance. Li Yi continued to look for golden flower seeds. Suddenly, he smelled a slight scent of flowers. Li Yi immediately became excited and ran towards the direction where the smell came from. If nothing goes wrong, we should find it. Even if there are plants at such a deep surface, they should be the roots of trees. It is impossible for flowers to grow in such a dark and dry place all year round. After taking a few steps, he saw it on a piece of, or there's a round thing that looks like a small potato. The golden flower has grown into a bud. Li Yi was ecstatic. Things were going much more smoothly than he had imagined. Just about to go over and pick it up, suddenly a voice sounded. Huh? Li Yi, when did you come? Li Yi looked over and saw that the person who was speaking was Lu Qing. Lu Qing also saw the golden flower. What is that? Could it be the exotic flower and fruit with special powers mentioned in the broadcast? Give it to me now. I want to give it to Brother Ning Zhe. Li Ye's eyes were somewhat cold. Liu Qing? Liu Qing. He has completely lost his personality. I never thought of using golden flowers to make myself stronger. He really regarded Ning Zhe as a savior. Chapter 21 Rao, Li has entered hell on earth. If you follow Ning Zhe, you will die. Li didn't want to remind him. But Lu Qing is his only friend in school. If it weren't for Lu Qing, his 4 years in college would have been extremely boring and lonely. Li Yi meant well, but Lu Qing didn't appreciate it at all. Li Yi, stop slandering Brother Ning Zhe. Brother Ning Zhe gave us very valuable weapons and food. This is a life-saving favor. Lu Qing continued. I know you are prejudiced against Brother Ning Zhe. To be exact, you should envy Brother Ning Zhe for having a much better life than you. He was born in Rome with a golden key in his mouth, which is a height that ordinary people like us can never reach in several lifetimes. Because Brother Ning Zhe stole your girlfriend, you hold a grudge against him, so you slander him crazily. But Rowley really tastes good. When you had sex with her, didn't you feel so good? Lu Qing suddenly revealed a lustful expression. Li Yi was slightly confused. Thinking of the lewd smell he had just smelled in the mine, he guessed what Lu Qing was talking about. Oh, according to Ning Zhe's usual method, in order to make you idiots work for him, he offered his woman to you for your enjoyment? How do you know? Did you see everything just now? When Lu Qing thought back to what happened just now, he couldn't help but feel the evil fire in his lower abdomen burning wildly. No, you have to give me the golden flower. As long as I give it to Brother Ning Zhe, he will let me enjoy Rao Li again. That woman is really a juicer. She's addictive. Li Yi frowned. Lu Qing wasn't like this before. He is well-mannered, well-educated, and sensible. Now I'm just a primitive man who thinks with my lower body. Lu Qing, I have said this much, you can think about the rest yourself. Li Yi didn't want to kill Lu Qing either, as Lu Qing would be left to fend for himself anyway. Wait, you can't leave yet, because I have to take the golden flower from your hand. Lu Qing was like a madman at this moment. Lu Qing should have awakened to the researcher profession. So before the news about Huang Jinhua was announced, he could already instinctively say Huang Jinhua's name. This is also one of the abilities of a researcher. Comprehensive knowledge of basic materials. If you are a more advanced researcher, you can even understand the medicinal effects of the golden flower instantly. If it is a higher level researcher, golden flowers can be used as research materials to develop more rare composite materials. What a pity if Lu Qing wasn't so devoted and insisted on following Ning Zhe. Lu Qing should have a fairly bright future. Being able to work in a post-apocalyptic scientific research institution is one of the most envied professions in the post-apocalyptic world. The rear area established in the human safety zone is very safe and has sufficient supplies. Of course, Li Yi wouldn't say too much, because he didn't want to be a saint again in this life. Li Yi pushed Lu Qing away, and Lu Qing hit the stone wall of the mine, causing his head to bleed. Lu Qing's eyes were red. Li Yi, I treat you as a brother, and this is how you treat me? You push me? You're done. Lu Qing took out a pager and immediately called Ning Zhe in front. When Ning Zhe learned that Li Yi actually appeared behind them, he was stunned at first, and then he showed a playful smile. Looks like there's something fun going on. Ning Zhe winked at Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong immediately understood what he meant and clasped his hands together. Understood, bodyguard professional skills activated, mission accomplished. Suddenly, Wang Xiong's body seemed to have become much stronger, but it was not a monster-like body like Daguan's, but a pair of living muscles with very high agility. Then he rushed out in the hail of bullets. Zhang Zuda on the opposite side was stunned when he saw Wang Xiong rushing towards him. What the hell? What the hell is this? Zhang Zuda held the gun and fired bullets madly at Wang Xiong. However, Wang Xiong, who was a mercenary, had so much combat experience that he seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of the bullets and perfectly dodged a large number of bullets. After activating the bodyguard professional skills, Wang Xiong's abilities in all aspects increased several times. In addition, the moment of awakening the profession, some abilities will be improved, so at this moment Wang Xiong can easily dominate the entire battlefield. Wang Xiong held 2 submachine guns in his hands and could shoot accurately in any posture. He alone suppressed the firepower of more than a dozen people on Zhang Zuda's side. In just over 10 seconds, they rushed to Zhang Zuda. Zhang Zuda looked around and found that everyone around him was dead, leaving him alone. Damn it, if I don't get mad, you think I'm a wimp. Zhang Zuda threw out a lightning-fast punch. The blow directly created a dent in Wang Xiong's abdomen. Wang Xiong himself was also shocked. This strength, are you a professional or a psychic? As a mercenary, Wang Xiong's thinking is quicker than that of ordinary people. After he awakened his profession, he began to collect information to see if there are any people who have undergone the same changes as him. Then he worked out a plan. Currently, there are 2 types of people who are stronger than ordinary people. One type is people who have awakened a certain profession like him and will gain the characteristics of that profession. The other type is like De Guang. Although he has not awakened his profession, he has made great improvements in all aspects. It is a kind of supernatural power. What do you mean by professional or supernatural? Are you writing a novel here? Even a novel cannot even be as ridiculous as yours. Bang! Zhang Zuda raised his arms and threw 2 lightning punches. Zhang Zuda sneered. Strictly speaking, at close range, my fist is now faster than a bullet. The 2 punches made Wang Xiong bend over. 2 more punches to finish you off. Zhang Zuda put on brass knuckles and was about to smash Wang Xiong's head. Wang Xiong suddenly raised two submachine guns and fired at Zhang Zuda's head. Zhang Zuda used the dodging skills of a fighter to the extreme and blew up two submachine guns with two punches, but he was also injured. One of his eyes was grazed by a bullet from the side, and his eyeball was scratched and bleeding profusely. When Zhang Zuda saw students rushing towards him with guns, he had to give up killing Wang Xiong and quickly ran into the woods and disappeared without a trace. Wang Xiong looked at the direction where Zhang Zuda left, his eyes full of ruthlessness. He must kill this man. Okay, just run away. I know who he is. I will find him and avenge you. But before that, let's go take care of a fun guy first. Ning's game over. Who? Wang Xiong bandaged his hands with bandages. His knuckles were cracked by that guy. An old classmate of mine, who was once very successful, now comes to me for help. I want him to lick the bottom of my shoes. Ningze glanced at Rowley. According to what you said, he has never had sex with you, right? As long as he licks the sole of my shoe, I will let him have sex with you once. Are you willing to let him have sex with you for me? Rowley looked at Ningze with gloomy eyes. She's going crazy. This guy Ningze is a pervert, a beast in human clothing. Of course, she only dared to curse in her heart. The other side. Li slowly found a stone and sat down. Just wipe it with your hands, and they will be covered with gold powder. The gold content of this gold mine is really high. The Ning group had no idea how much gold they had secretly dug up. The gold mine is definitely the main reason why the Ning group has grown so big today. Li Yi, as long as you are sensible, I believe that Brother Ningze will not embarrass you. Lu Qing was already bleeding from his head, but he was still trying to persuade Li Yi to surrender. Li Yi was too lazy to talk to Lu Qing. He just waited for Ningze to come and die. Lu Qing, you did a great job. We are here. Ningze's voice came. Ningze was followed by a group of students with young faces. Most of them were holding guns, but they didn't even hold them correctly. This reminded Li Yi of the militia of the past, which was also the prototype of local armed forces. When Ningze saw Li Yi, his smile became even brighter, and he said with a smile, Li Yi, I thought you were dead, but you sneaked over to see me. What's wrong? Did you run out of food? Are you hungry? Chapter 22. Li Yi being treated as a dish. The smile on Ningze's face gradually turned into sarcasm. Okay, since we are classmates, as long as you lick the soles of my shoes clean, I will forgive your previous behavior in the funeral home, give you food, and allow you to have sex with Rowley once. How about it? Are you tempted? Ningze pushed Rowley out. Rowley was wearing a thin dress made of clothes-fitting material, revealing every inch of her body. Shivering, looking dazed and terrified. It seems like he has been treated inhumanely. Lu Qing beside him also added fuel to the fire. Yes, Li Yi, as long as you are willing to submit to Brother Ningze, you will have endless blessings. The smile on Ningze's face disappeared instantly, and his voice became gloomy. Waste, what are you laughing at? When is it your turn to laugh at me? Ha 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 ha. It's better not to say it. Li Yi laughed even more happily after hearing this. Ningze frowned slightly. He was very unhappy. It seems that you have made a mistake. I am not here to submit to you, but to take your life. Ningze was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Did I hear you right? Have you become stupid from studying? Do you want to kill me? Do you have the strength to do that? Is it because the end of the world is coming and you are frightened and insane, and you are talking nonsense? Ningze's mouth was full of contempt and abuse. Li Yi was ridiculed to the point of being exhausted. Li Yi picked up a stone and tossed it in his hand. Ningze, you always act high and mighty, playing with others at your will, but have you ever thought that no matter how many rabble you have around you, they can't save your life? Ningze frowned. What are you dreaming about? The words haven't finished yet. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Call out. The stone flew towards me like a bullet. It flew past Ningze's neck. Li Yi was stunned for a moment. Did it go astray? Li Yi picked up another stone. Ningze's hair suddenly stood on end, and he immediately retreated behind the crowd, covering his bleeding neck, and roared with a ferocious expression. Damn it, if you dare to hurt me, I'll kill him. No, catch him alive. I'm going to torture him to death slowly and make him regret offending me. Ningze continued to add to the offer. Whoever can capture him alive will be rewarded with a box of canned beef and can go to Rowley 10 times. After saying that, Ningze covered his neck and quickly left under the escort of Wang Xiong. The wound is not big, but he doesn't know if he will be infected with some virus and mutate into a zombie, so it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Rowley next to her began to tremble even more. When the boys heard about such a reward, they rushed towards Li Yi like crazy, as if they were injected with chicken blood. In their impression, Li Yi is the type of person who has good academic performance, but very poor physical fitness and often fails in physical education and needs to take makeup exams. Any of these boys can easily control Li Yi. Li Yi, remember I treated you to a KDC dinner before? Please do it for the sake of KDC. I'm almost burning with anger now. I wish I could strip Rowley naked and press her to the ground. Before he could finish his words, the other person immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Get out of here. What's wrong with you inviting KDC? I also invited Monitor Lee to drink Coke for half a month straight. Others said, Coke is nothing. I treated you to Maudai coffee. Isn't that more expensive than Coke? Lee watched these people arguing. It seemed as if he had been treated as a dish, and they were just waiting to see who would take his dish first. Stop arguing. I was the one who found him and informed Brother Ning, so I should be the one to capture him alive. Lu Qing stood in front of others in a domineering manner. The others were stunned. A strong boy who practiced Taekwondo in college and was the president of the Taekwondo club knocked Lu Qing flying. Go to hell. You are nothing. You think you are a nobody. Do you really think Master Ning values a piece of trash like you? What's the point of being a researcher? Can you carry a gun and kill zombies? Lu Qing fell down and got covered in dirt. I dare not argue anymore. He could only look at the curvaceous Rowley unwillingly. He really wanted to taste Rowley again. Li picked his ears. He said calmly, don't fight. I'm in a hurry. You can all come together. Everyone was stunned. The Taekwondo club president, who was in the lead, burst out laughing. Haha, Li, I think what Master Ning said is absolutely right. You are indeed mentally ill, since you were so arrogant. I will not be polite. The Taekwondo president grabbed it with his hand. A gleam of light flashed in Li Ye's eyes. Too slow. Li Yi punched his Taekwondo club president in the ribs, but the Taekwondo club president was careless and was not on guard. With a click, his ribs were broken directly by Li Yi. The Taekwondo club president took a deep breath. Then he bent down, holding his ribs in pain. At the moment the Taekwondo club president bent down, Li Yi threw an uppercut like a hammer from bottom to top. It hit the Taekwondo club president's face, deforming it. The body flew several meters away. Everyone then quieted down and looked at Song Liang in shock. Rowley next to him was also surprised. Although she had seen Li Yi use boxing in the funeral home, it was far less shocking than now. The boy who was knocked away by Li Yi just now is the president of the Taekwondo Club of the University of Finance and also the third-place winner of the Taekwondo competition in the Jiangxing College Student League. Very powerful. I heard that he killed more than a dozen zombies on the way here. He's a real tough guy. But such a tough guy was knocked out by Li Yi with just 2 punches? Li Yi flexed his wrists. Useless. I told you to come together. Don't you understand? First, let's go together and capture him alive, and then we'll kill Rowley together. I don't know who shouted. 20 or 30 boys became angry and rushed forward. Lu Qing was no exception. He squeezed into the crowd desperately, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Li Yi sneered. That's right. We have to gather together so that it will be easier for the dog demon to kill you all with one claw. As soon as the words fell, the dog demon jumped out from the space where the corpses were hidden. With a body more than 3 meters long, it looks like a ferocious beast, and its deterrent power is quite amazing. This is a dog demon. It's a resurrected alien. It's a monster. It's a zombie. Lu Qing called out the dog demon's name. Everyone was horrified and quickly dispersed. But how could they possibly escape from the dog demon? The dog demon could kill several people with one claw and eat several people with one bite. After a few rounds, all the people were dead. Li didn't have any emotional fluctuations. These people are seeking death, and he just brought forward the death of these people. After all, in the near future, they will all be used as cannon fodder by Ning and sent to die in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. There are only 2 people left at the scene. One is Lu Qing, and the other is Rowley. Lu Qing didn't even need to say anything. He had already collapsed from fear. His pants were all wet. Rowley, on the other hand, stared blankly at Li Yi, with a complicated look in her eyes, not sure if it was regret or something else. The reason why Li Yi didn't kill them was not because of their old friendship. On the contrary, he actually hated these 2 people more. One was his ex-girlfriend, and the other was his good friend, but both betrayed him. So just an ordinary death is not enough to calm his anger. He wants these two people to die in regret. Li Yi let the dog demon return to the corpse hiding space and walked deeper into the gold mine. His sense of smell had already locked onto Ning Zhe's location. What surprised Li Yi was, even at this time, it does not affect Ning Zhe, who is in a certain room, doing sweaty exercises with a few young women. It seems that there is something wrong with this mine. Those boys just now were too crazy about that aspect. In order to have sex with Rowley once, he is willing to do anything. Listen to Ning Zhe and everything. This is not normal. He had smelled a strange smell since just now. This smell really seems to arouse men's desire. Chapter 023. The King of Thunder and Lightning. Going further in, the gold mine has been transformed to a very high level. Not just simple mining equipment. There are even some pretty nice, comfortable living spaces. It looks magnificent and is on par with those high-end clubs. There are even a few gambling halls. Just by observing these displays, one can seem to see gamblers squandering their money. So that's how it is. This gold mine is also used by the Ning Group as their underground casino. It seems that the Ning Group really makes the best use of it. Li Ye's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. That's why the rich get richer. They have already taken up all the resources. They also use their connections to do all kinds of profit-making businesses that ordinary people cannot do. Among the guests who come here to gamble, few of them earn their money through their own hard work. They all use various means to exploit and plunder the people to accumulate huge wealth. It is even possible that the wealth accumulated every minute and every second is already a goal that an ordinary person would find difficult to achieve in his entire lifetime. The Ning Group should have been destroyed long ago. Following the smell, he found an elevator. Two burly men were standing at the elevator door. The clothes they wore different from those worn by the security guards in the gold mine. They were dressed in suits and had a thug-like feel. It's the casino's bodyguard. When the two bodyguards saw Li Yi, they immediately shouted, "This is not a place for you to come. Go back quickly." These two bodyguards should also think that Li Yi is a college classmate who came to Ning Zhe for help. Li Yi shrugged. "Is Ning Zhe here?" The bodyguard ignored Li Yi's questions and scolded Li Yi in a louder voice. "Get out of here now, or I'll break your legs." The bodyguard has a face full of flesh. His eyes were as big as tonglings. If a college graduate saw it, he would be scared. But Li Yi remained unmoved. Not only was he not afraid, he even rubbed his nose leisurely. "Why do I smell a strong smell of foul odor here? Is there a vixen here?" The fishy smell that Li Yi was talking about was actually the one he smelled in the mine, the smell that made the boys overwhelmed with desire. "It's especially strong here. I'll say it one last time. This is the casino's restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Anyone who disobeys my order will be killed." There was an even more terrifying gleam of ferocity in the bodyguard's eyes. The electric baton in his hand flashed and crackled. It illuminated Li Ye's face. Li Ye's face was calm, and he even had a faint smile on his face. "Brothers, my target is only Ning Zhe. It has nothing to do with you. So if you know what's best for you, don't stop me. Otherwise, I will kill you." The bodyguard was furious when he heard this. How shameless! With your small stature, even if there are 10 of you, you are still nothing but a piece of shit under my feet. The bodyguard's words hadn't yet been spoken. Li Yi rushed to the bodyguard in one leap. The bodyguard subconsciously used an electric baton to drive Li Yi away. Li Yi grabbed the electric baton, and the powerful electric current directly penetrated Li Ye's body. The bodyguard sneered. "You fool, you dare to hold the electric baton with your hands." Li Yi closed his eyes and savored it for a while. Wow, it feels so good to be penetrated by electric current. The bodyguard was confused. This is an ultra-high voltage electric baton that can produce a voltage of tens of thousands of volts in an instant. It far exceeds the voltage limit that the human body can withstand. When most people are hit, they will immediately lose control of their bodies and become unable to move. But this guy held the electric baton, continued to feel the beating of the ultra-high voltage current from the electric baton, until the power in the electric baton was used up and the arc disappeared. This guy was fine. How is this possible? The bodyguard was completely terrified. The other bodyguard also stood there in a daze. It was as if I saw something unclean. Li Yi let go of the electric baton and opened the palm of his other hand, with the electric current jumping on his fingertips. It really works. He was hit with the electric baton on purpose, just to experience the skills he gained from picking up scraps. Lightning storage and release application. Although the name is strange, it is actually written like this on the career panel. Before that, he had frantically buried 100 zombie corpses in front of his house. In addition to a significant improvement in his strength and speed, also obtained a lot of messy attributes and skills. He just took a quick look and found few useful ones. However, the lightning storage and release application caught his attention. Just by looking at the name, he thought it was the name of a university major. As a result, Lee became excited as soon as he saw the description of the skill. Lightning storage and release application. Store lightning in the right hand and release it through the left hand. It can withstand voltages up to 100,000 volts. A maximum of 10 releases can be stored. The rules are simple and the usage is also simple. It might be one of the zombies he buried, who was an electrician or a worker in the power system during his lifetime. If that staff member is not infected and turned into a zombie, there is a high probability that he can awaken his lightning power. Even lightning professionals. This is much stronger than ordinary superpowers, and only professionals are likely to be so powerful. The lavender electric current flowed flexibly between his fingers like a living loach. Sometimes it turns into a small snake, sometimes it turns into a cat, sometimes it turns into a tiger. The shape is easily controlled. I feel like snakes look more domineering. Lee muttered to himself. The two bodyguards' eyes were dazed. How is this possible? Am I dazzled? Is this person playing with video games? One of the bodyguards spoke. Lee pointed at the other person. The electric current immediately turned into a purple-blue python, which opened its bloody mouth and bit the man. Sizzle! Thunder immediately enveloped the bodyguard, and a sharp electric sound was heard. The bodyguard didn't even utter a wailing sound. His body simply became rigid. After a while, the electric current gradually disappeared, and the bodyguard was burned on the outside and tender on the inside by the lightning. Yes, the power of thunder is indeed overbearing. Lee looked at the other bodyguard. The bodyguard was so frightened that he immediately picked up the intercom and prepared to report the matter to the people in the room. Lee pointed at the phone, and another bolt of lightning turned into a dart, directly cutting off the phone line. Lee walked towards the bodyguard, who was so scared that he fell to the ground. She cried and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. Really, don't kill me. I'm just an employee. I just said, if you stop me, I will kill you. Sizzle. Lee shot a bolt of lightning into the bodyguard's head. The bodyguard's pupils dilated instantly, and several streams of black smoke floated out of his head. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Lee buried the bodyguard, mainly to obtain the bodyguard's memory. Ding! Successfully buried the ordinary deceased. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Loading successful. Loading content is... Lee just glanced at it and passed it by. There was nothing to see. Even the basic attributes have increased very little. A total of 33 memories were obtained, totaling 22 hours. Most of the memories are of scenes in casinos. As a bodyguard in a casino, he sees many people and many things every day. He also understood more about the darkness of this world and how pitiful ordinary people are. There are so many politicians, scholars, businessmen, and celebrities who seem to be dignified on a daily basis. Here their true nature is revealed. It's a life of wine, women, music, and debauchery, but it's a life that ordinary people can never enjoy in their entire lives. Chapter 024. It's not an exaggeration to call it an underground palace. These memories are useless. Lee fast-forwarded through them and deleted them after finishing them. Keeping them would just take up space in his memory. Although after reaching the second level of Undertaker, the memory can be stored for up to 1,000 hours. It is better to delete the useless memories, so as to avoid the trouble of cleaning up when there are too many memories and having to look at them one by one again. He saw the latest memory. Ning-Zhe covered his neck and walked back cursing. The bodyguard immediately helped Ning-Zhe enter the door password. Ning-Zhe went in, and the bodyguard took a look inside. What a beautiful picture. There is a huge hot spring pool and several naked girls standing by the pool. Seeing Ning-Zhe walk in, the girls immediately rushed over. Lee blushed when he saw it. No wonder Ning-Zhe doesn't care much about Rowley. It turns out that Ning-Zhe has formed his own harem here. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, just like the spider spirits in the spider cave in Journey to the West. Lee opened his eyes and sneered. The more Ning-Zhe gets now, the more corpses he kills and hides, the more upset Ning-Zhe will be. He entered the password he saw in the bodyguard's memory. Boom, boom, boom. The door was opened. The hot spring pool immediately came into view. Sitting next to the hot spring were two beautiful young girls wearing only swimsuits. When the two girls saw Li Yi come in, they showed some puzzled expressions. Ningze, where are you? Li asked it. The two girls became even more confused. You're looking for Master Ningze? Who are you? Although they have not been here for long. But we also know that those who can come in here are either senior executives of the gold mine or the casino. The people they have served are generally people of this status. But they had never seen this boy. Moreover, the boy's deep eyes were filled with terrifying, murderous intent. I saw Li Ye's blood-stained clothes again. The girl couldn't stop shaking all over. Master Ningze is in that room. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Li Yi saw that there was actually a villa built next to the hot spring pool. What a huge project! This is like an underground palace. Li Yi walked straight over without paying any attention to the two young girls. At the same time, Li Yi asked Lao Huang to come out of the corpse hiding space. Old Huang has now gradually adapted to his own power and can control its form with ease. Under normal circumstances, Lao Huang is still the same Lao Huang, a silly-looking big golden retriever. But if a fight is necessary, Lao Huang can immediately switch to the form of a dog demon. This makes disguise easier. The two girls became even more confused. This man and this dog both look very strange. However, they didn't know about this prosperous underground palace. This man and this dog will soon turn it into a living hell. There were no bodyguards guarding the door of the villa. Maybe Ningze thought that since no one could come in through the door outside, it was absolutely safe here. When I entered the villa, I saw many tall girls wearing swimsuits. They were busy like servants. Some people are responsible for cooking, some are responsible for cutting vegetables, some are responsible for arranging the dishes, and some are responsible for peeling fruits. Li Yi really felt as if he had entered the imperial palace. Good job. He really deserves to be called a top rich guy. Damn, the supplies are much richer than his. He has all kinds of canned food that are easy to store. And all the food Ningze eats here is fresh. With so many beauties serving him, it's no exaggeration to say that this life is like that of an emperor. When the girls saw Li Yi, they were all slightly stunned. One of the girls looked at Li Yi carefully, then covered her mouth in surprise. Li Yi. Li Yi looked at the girl, who called out his name. Fang Yu, one of the campus beauties of the University of Finance. She is as famous as Zhuo Wanqing, although she cannot completely compare with Zhuo Wanqing in terms of appearance and figure. But Fang Yu has another identity, a talented woman. Li Yi is first in the grade, and this Fang Yu is second. At that time, Fang Yu often took the initiative to find him to go to the library group, which made other boys envious. So when Li Yi saw Fang Yu here, he was still a little surprised. After all, a beautiful girl like Fang Yu is sitting next to me and studying. I guess there are few boys who can resist. He was trying his best to suppress his emotions at that time. Otherwise, he would have no intention of studying. At this time, Fang Yu was still wearing the pair of glasses with similar frames. But unlike her previous abstinence outfits, Fang Yu was wearing a very hot swimsuit at this moment. There is very little fabric, and it is very thin and transparent. You can basically see everything inside. Although Li Yi knew that Fang Yu had a big bust, he didn't expect it to be so big. It was comparable to his young neighbors. Fang Yu noticed Li Yan's gaze and quickly covered her chest shyly, her face turning red. Not long ago, they studied and discussed together for their graduation defense. At that time, Fang Yu was still a shining talent in the finance department. Now when I see her again, Fang Yu looks like this, like a wanton streetwalker. Li Yi, why are you here? Fang Yu asked a little awkwardly. It seemed that she was very embarrassed to be seen like this by Li Yi. There was no expression on Li Ye's face. He actually didn't have that many feelings. After all, for him, studying with Fang Yu in the library until late at night, that was 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, he has been living in fear every day and busy trying to survive. I have long forgotten the talented woman from back then. It was only when Fang Yu appeared in front of him again that he suddenly remembered some memories from long ago. I'm here to find Ningze. Where is he? Li Yi asked. Fang Yu pointed to the innermost room and said, he should be in there with Sister Luan now. Before Fang Yu finished speaking, Li Yi went straight over. Hey, Li Yi, don't go in. If you go in now, Master Ningze will be angry. He is... Bang! Li Yi had already kicked open the door of the room. At this moment in the room, a hot woman draped in red gauze was standing in front of Ningze. Huff huff. Ningze was panting heavily. Although nothing has happened yet, Ningze's heart is already beating to the limit. Luan, you are indeed a woman who brings chaos to the world. Can I, Ningze, really get you? There was a faint smile on the woman's exquisite face. The sound seemed to have some kind of magic. That depends on how high you can climb. Only the strongest man can conquer me. Every frown and smile of a woman is extremely charming. She exudes a pleasant body fragrance. Okay, I will definitely stand tall above everyone else, and I will make you my woman. Ning Zay's eyes were red, as if he was bewitched. As long as you can continue to use your abilities to help me, let those idiots work for me, I will definitely become the most powerful man. I can control everything, and then I will give you whatever you want. Ning Zijing made the promise solemnly. While he was about to reach out his hand to Luan, bang! There was a loud bang. The door was suddenly kicked open roughly. Both the woman and Ning Zay were shocked. She turned her head and glanced at the person, who kicked the door with her deep and beautiful eyes. It's a strange guy. As for Ning Zay, he immediately became furious when he saw the person kicking the door. Li Yi, you want to die? I will make you live a life worse than death. Ning Zay was furious when his and Luan's private time was disturbed. Chapter 025 The Chaotic Empress in the Previous Life. Ning Zay was furious. The person he looked down upon the most actually dared to ruin his good fortune. If it wasn't for this kick, given the atmosphere just now, maybe he would have been in chaos today. A pair of charming eyes looked at Li Yi curiously. Li Yi also saw the chaos and his pupils shrank suddenly. Slut. How come she is here? He knows this person. It's not that he knows her, but he has heard of her in his previous life. In that end times where male chauvinism is supreme and women are reduced to playthings, few women can stand at the top of the world. But this slut is one of them. I remember that Luan Nu had already become a level 7 professional at that time. He also has other superpowers and is very powerful in combat. A safe zone for survivors exclusively for women was established. She was called the Empress of Chaos. In this male-dominated world of the end times, most women are just bargaining chips or negotiation accessories. But in the safe zone for prostitutes, women have the highest status, and men assume the same social status as women. It is the last ray of light for many women struggling in the end times. Whenever women lose hope in a quagmire-like life, they will think that there is a place where they can find peace and joy. So you will become strong involuntarily. Therefore, some people comment that the existence of the Empress of Chaos has far-reaching significance. Of course, most people's opinions of her were very bad, saying that she had bad conduct, behaved improperly, and used her body to get ahead. However, the Empress's style of doing things does easily lead to criticism from others. If he had not been to the safe zone of the Empress of Chaos once when he was transporting supplies and saw that the living comfort of everyone in that safe zone was obviously better than that in other safe zones, he then realized that those negative comments about the lewd Empress were actually fabricated by male elites. The girl frowned slightly and looked at Li Yi seriously. Do you know me? Li Yi was embarrassed. He just blurted it out accidentally. In fact, logically speaking, he and the promiscuous woman are two people who have nothing in common. He didn't even expect that Luan Nu and Ning Zay had known each other for so long, and that the two seemed to have a special relationship. This made Li Yi feel a little uncomfortable. He admired the Empress of Chaos very much, but he didn't expect that she was the one who was having an affair with Ning Zay. I've heard of it, Li Yi said casually and did not continue this topic, but looked at Ning Zay. Ning Zay, you left in such a hurry just to spend time with this promiscuous woman? Ning Zay looked at Li Yi dangerously. Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to do anything? Where are those idiots? Why did they let you in? What do you think? Li Yi similit playfully. Ning Zay was slightly stunned, and thinking that Li Yi knew a little bit about boxing, he asked, Did you take care of them all? Li Yi shrugged, which was considered as his agreement. He originally thought that Ning Zay would be frightened, but he didn't expect Ning Zay to just sneer. You are really a bunch of trash. You can't even stop a trash like you. Ning Zay clapped his hands. A person walked out from each room on both sides. One is Wang Xiong, who had just taken action, and the other is Dagwan. No wonder Dagwan was not here just now. It turned out that he was arranged here to provide him with close protection. With Dagwan and Wang Xiong here, there is really no need for too many bodyguards. Ning Zay crossed his legs and looked at Li Yi leisurely. As a child of destiny, he almost always looks down upon his peers. Li Yi, for the sake of our classmates, I wanted to spare your life. Although you have often stolen my limelight in school, I don't really care. You saw it when you came in. Fong Yu was there too. When we were in school, Fong Yu had a crush on you. Did you know that? Li Yi frowned. Fong Yu has a crush on him? He really doesn't know. In his impression, Fong Yu is a particularly well-behaved and quiet girl. But there is never a lack of suitors around her. It's just that Fong Yu is obsessed with studying, so she would rather go to the library with him than date other boys. He didn't expect Fong Yu liked him, because deep down he believed that a school beauty like Fong Yu would never fall in love with an orphan like him. Ning Zhe continued with a smile. The busted girl who once had a crush on you is now my servant. Do you know how different she is? Do you know how loud she screams? Ning Zhe's expression was extremely ferocious. You can't tell, can you? Fong Yu looks like a good girl, but deep down she's also a very flirtatious person. Li Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. A surge of anger suddenly rose up from deep in my heart. But Li Yi quickly calmed down. Ning Zhe was deliberately making him angry and then making him lose his mind. Wang Xiong and Daguan, who stood in front of Ning Zhe, were both very powerful, and Daguan was even more powerful than Wang Xiong. The characteristic of Wang Xiong's profession is that he must have someone to protect in order to stimulate the characteristics of the bodyguard profession. This means that Wang Xiong is destined to be a subordinate in this life. But Daguan is different. His brute force is indiscriminate. It's just that his IQ is a bit low. If Daguan was a person with normal IQ, he wouldn't be controlled by Ning Zhe. Li Yi showed an extremely creepy smile. Ning Zhe, you are still so good at attacking people's hearts. I have to admit that you, who come from a wealthy family, do have abilities far beyond your peers. But your little tricks are not enough in front of me. Ning Zhe frowned. He looked at Li Yi in surprise. How could this happen? My mind control skills were learned from my parents since I was a child, and I practiced them in various social occasions. I have never failed among my peers, but you are not affected by them? The slutty girl next to him also started to become interested in Li Yi, because the sophistication displayed by Li Yi was far beyond his age. He is even more cunning than Ning Zhe. It is hard to imagine how a young man in his early 20s can be so cunning. The woman began to observe Li Yi, who was an interesting guy. Ning Zhe glanced at the slut, and sure enough, the look in her eyes when she looked at Li Yi was enough to make her wet. Ning Zhe gritted his teeth. Li Yi, you are really good at pretending. You seem to be very sophisticated, but it's just because you are a coward. In your heart, you really want to tear me into pieces. But seeing that Wang Xiong and De Guang are protecting me, you dare not act rashly, right? Ning Zhe clapped his hands again. Go and bring Fong Yu in. Isn't he very cunning? Isn't he very good at hiding his emotions? I want to ravage Fong Yu in front of him. I want to see how he reacts. Fong Yu was dragged in by two men. When Fong Yu saw Li Yi, she immediately lowered her head in shame. She held her clothes tightly. She didn't have much clothes on to begin with, and the two men tried hard to pull them off. Don't do this. Please don't do this. Fong Yu begged and cried bitterly. Seeing Fong Yu begging so desperately, Ning Zhe showed no sympathy at all and became even more excited. Fong Yu, does being stripped naked in front of the person you secretly love make you feel very humiliated? I've already told Li Yi that you have a crush on him, so thank me now. Chapter 026 Kill Wang Xiong. When Fong Yu heard this, she felt even more ashamed. With a crackling sound, Fong Yu's thin swimsuit was torn directly. Her proud body was immediately exposed to everyone. Fong Yu stared at Li Yi blankly. Her whole body burst into tears. Come and serve me. I was planning to have a good discussion with you, but if you still don't submit to me, I will throw you to those miners. You should know how rude and barbaric they are. Fong Yu's body began to tremble. They had seen with their own eyes those chase girls who did not listen to Ning Zhe. He was pinned to the ground by a large group of dark-skinned miners and was being ravaged like a wild beast. For the miners, these fair and tender college students are top beauties whom they cannot access on a daily basis, so they will be more excited and more brutal when they ravage them. In the end, the girl was tortured to death. It's much more terrifying than dying directly. Since then, no girl dared to express her dissatisfaction openly. At this moment, all of Fong Yu's dignity was taken away. I stood there crying, no longer covering my body with my hands because it was meaningless. By her favorite person, the two men who pulled her in looked at Fong Yu's attractive body and couldn't help licking their lips. Master Ning Zhe, after you have tasted it, can you let us two brothers taste it too? Ning Zhe smiled and nodded. But you have to be careful. This is a beauty at the school level. I want to play with her a few more times. Ning Zhe hooked his finger and Fang Yu walked towards Ning Zhe in despair. Suddenly, a hand stopped Fang Yu. "It's Li Yi." Li Yi asked Fang Yu, "What did he do to you?" Fang Yu was just crying and couldn't say anything. Perhaps, Fang Yu felt that even if she said it would not change the fate she was about to encounter. Fang Yu didn't say anything, but Ning Zhe spoke for Fang Yu. "Li Yi, to tell you the truth, what I said just now was to provoke you. I haven't touched Fang Yu yet, and I was planning to make Fang Yu willingly submit to me and become my woman, but you came and made me change my mind. I think it would be more pleasing for me to abuse Fang Yu in front of you." "Haha, is that so? He never touched you?" Li Yi asked Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded with tears in her eyes. Li Yi nodded, then put his coat on Fang Yu. "Just stand behind me, and I'll get you out of here." Fang Yu looked at Li Yi in surprise. She didn't expect Li Yi to say such a thing. "But this is Ning Zhe's territory. You can't take it away from me." Fang Yu really couldn't figure out how to take Li Yi, this weak scholar, away from this place. "It's okay, trust me." Ning Zhe was amused. "Li Yi, are you kidding me? Have you made up your mind? You want to take her away? Can you leave by yourself?" Ning Zhe asked a series of questions, and then said in a cold voice, "Li Yi, you will definitely die today." At Ning Zhe's command, Wang Xiong was the first to rush forward. With the bodyguard's professional skills activated, Wang Xiong's qualities in all aspects improved dramatically. The kick came over like a knife blade. Li Yi immediately dodged with small steps. Wang Xiong was a little surprised. He's a martial artist. But Wang Xiong was a mercenary after all, and he had seen all kinds of enemies on the battlefield. One hand turned into a claw and grabbed Li Yi's neck. Li Yi took several steps back and avoided Wang Xiong's hand. His neck felt burning with pain. Li Yi touched his neck, and it was still there. Wang Xiong is indeed very fast with his bodyguard professional skills. But it's just okay. The improvement brought by the early professional skills is far less than that brought by the source nuclear material. Li Yi suddenly increased his speed. To others, it almost looks like double images. Wang Xiong was shocked. What a fast speed. He punched forward, but only hit Li Yi's shadow. "Where are you hitting?" Li Yi's voice sounded from behind Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's hair stood on end, and he immediately planned to kill Li Yi with an elbow. But Li Yi had gained the fighting experience of the world boxing champion, so he saw through Wang Xiong's moves in an instant. He held Wang Xiong's elbow with his hand, then kicked Wang Xiong's knee, forcing Wang Xiong to kneel on one knee. Then Li Yi locked Wang Xiong's neck. This kind of triangular lock is deadly. Wang Xiong wanted to use brute force to throw Li Yi over from the front, but he found that Li Yi behind him was as still as a mountain, to balance him with a force greater than his. What a strong power! Wang Xiong was completely stunned. He never thought that someone could surpass him in strength and speed despite his professional skills as a bodyguard. This person is also a professional? Wang Xiong's face turned red and was beginning to turn a little blue. The other people present were all in disbelief when they saw that Li Yi, who looked a little frail, was able to counter Wang Xiong so easily. "Wang Xiong, why are you such a loser? You can't even beat this loser." Ning Zhe was furious. Embarrass him in front of the promiscuous woman. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Yi. This guy is getting more and more interesting. It seems that an extraordinary figure is about to appear in Jiangcheng. Fang Yu covered her mouth in surprise. She had never seen Li Yi so violent. Li Yi used to be gentle and refined. Now when he fights with others with his bare hands, he is completely different from before. "What are you still standing there for?" Ning Zhe yelled. "Go ahead, kill him." The two men looked at each other and immediately took out their daggers, stabbed towards Li Yi's heart. Fang Yu screamed loudly in fright, while Li Yi sneered slightly. He suddenly jumped up and did a backflip to avoid their daggers. Phew! Phew! Two daggers stabbed into Wang Xiong's back at the same time. Both of them were stunned. Wang Xiong turned his head with difficulty and looked at the two of them with anger on his face. "You two pieces of trash." Wang Xiong spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Then he grabbed the two men's heads and smashed them hard. A sticky mixture of blood and white immediately splashed everywhere. "Ouch! Gross!" Li Yi dodged with disgust. Wang Xiong stood up shakily. He walked towards Li Yi step by step, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. "Ah!" Wang Xiong pulled out the two daggers from his back and rushed forward like a wild beast. Fang Yu was frightened out of her wits. Wang Xiong fell down 2 meters away from Li Yi. The two daggers slid to Li Yi's feet and were stepped on by Li Yi. Li Yi picked it up and looked at Ning Zhe with a smile. What if he died? Ning Shi was hold a fund. He swore that he never expected that Wang Xiong would be killed by Li Yi. He immediately dialed the intercom and said, "Call all the security personnel over here." Ning Zhe's face was grim. Li Yi, it seems that you have also awakened a good profession or supernatural power, but I want to tell you that only poor people rely on mutation. You can't afford to offend someone like me, who was born at the top of the pyramid. Chapter 27, Ning Zhe's repeated despair. Da. There were frequent footsteps outside the door. Just by listening to the sound, I could tell that many people were here. Ning Zhe became even more proud. Do you really think I raised a bunch of useless college students in a gold mine? For the sake of your dying, I can tell you a secret. There are hundreds of armed mercenaries in this gold mine. Wang Xiong is just one of them. If you can defeat one Wang Xiong, you can defeat hundreds of them. Individual? Li Yi sneered. Of course I know. Not only did I know that you hid a group of hundreds of mercenaries in the gold mine, I even knew that many of these people were deserters from foreign armies. They were hidden by you after they escaped back to their home country. Here, Ning Zhe's pupils shrank suddenly. You actually know? The Ning group has always kept this news very strictly. It is impossible for others to know. Even many people in the gold mine are not aware of this. Li Yi chuckled. Many secrets that were kept as strict as iron before the end of the world no longer mattered after the end of the world. You know what? It's the end of the world now. No one can punish us. Immediately, 3 or 5 strong men rushed in, all of them fully armed. Master Ning Zhe, I heard that someone dared to cause trouble in the Ning group's gold mine. Is this true? The leader had a face full of flesh and a scar that spread from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. It still looks quite scary. This person's code name is Scar. After the end of the world, he became a fierce general under Ning Zhe, extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. It can be said that it helped Ning Zhe establish a certain amount of prestige in the early stages. However, because he was so cruel and bloodthirsty, many survivors jointly boycotted him. Later, in order to preserve his own reputation, Ning Zhe betrayed Scar, saying that everything Scar did was for his own selfish interests and had nothing to do with him. In the end, Scar lost the protection of the Ning group and was killed by many survivors who had a grudge against him. His death was very tragic. And this person is also very lustful. He would go out and raid the house almost every once in a while, mainly to see if there were any beautiful women hiding at home. If he found any, he would definitely tie them up and ravage them severely. Ning Zhe pointed at Fang Yu behind Li Yi. Haven't you been eyeing this busted girl for a long time? Now I agree to give her to you, but someone disagrees and insists on taking her away. Who? Scar immediately shouted. Who dares to ruin my good deeds? Do you want to die? Don't you know that I, Scar, have killed countless people? Scar immediately looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was the only unfamiliar face in the room. You are the one who dares to steal my woman? Scar looked at Li Yi's thin body and teased him with contempt. With your skinny little body, can you satisfy me? This busted girl looks like someone who can't get enough. Only a hunk like me can satisfy her. Scar's language is very vulgar. Fang Yu's pretty face turned pale, but she was angry but dared not say anything. The girls were very scared of this guy. For one thing, he had a scary-looking scar on his face. Secondly, this man is both strong and lustful. Several girls have been taken away by him and never came back. Fang Yu nervously pulled at the corner of Li Ye's clothes. Ha 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 ha. Instead of asking this useless guy for help, you might as well beg me to be gentler later. Ning Zhe reminded Scar. Be careful. Wang Xiong was just killed by him. In fact, Scar saw Wang Xiong lying on the ground as soon as he came in. He sneered. Wang Xiong is just an idiot. He thinks he has awakened some random profession and started to get cocky. He even doesn't take me seriously. He must have underestimated his opponent. I won't make the same mistake as him. Scar was swinging 2 round-bladed daggers in his hands, looking dazzling. He's an expert with a knife. Scar approached Li Yi step by step and said with a ferocious smile, on the battlefield, I am known as the double-bladed meat grinder. Before Wang Xiong awakened his profession, he couldn't even last 3 moves in front of me. How many moves do you think you can last in front of me? Ning Zhe also had a mocking smile on his face. Scar, don't be so disgusting. This is my room after all. Scar smiled and said, okay, then I won't mince the meat first. I'll just kill him with 1 knife. Scar played with the 2 swords more and more skillfully, making a whistling sound, just like 2 propellers. Fang Yu grabbed the tightly. She had never seen such a scene before. This guy is full of blood, and you can tell at first glance that he is someone who often lives on the edge of a knife. Li Fang Yu trembled with fear. Fine. Li Yi just said something to comfort her lightly. Ning Zhe smiled. Li Yi, you can't even protect yourself, but you're playing the role of a hero. Is it that easy to play a hero? Li Yi glanced at Ning Zhe. You and Scar, it seems that you don't understand the true meaning of a professional. Scar said that Wang Xiong could not last more than 3 moves in his hands. But does he know the strength of Wang Xiong now? What? Ning Zhe frowned. Li Yi continued to smile and said, similarly, you also don't understand how terrifying a professional like me is, and you don't know the huge gap between professionals and non-professionals. Wang Xiong is just a fool. Although he has awakened the bodyguard profession, he doesn't know how to maximize the advantages of the profession. But I am different. When Scar saw Li Yi being so calm, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and stabbed Li Yi fiercely with his knife. So much nonsense. Go to hell. Scar stabbed him. Li Yi didn't even try to dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed Scar's hand like lightning. Then he suddenly turned outwards. The severe pain made Scar give up the dagger. He knelt on the ground with his back to Li Yi. This posture looked very humiliating. Scar was shocked. He had undergone arduous training, yet he was captured so easily by the opponent. Moreover, this person has such great strength and such great speed. The power of this single hand alone is at least 1,000 pounds. This guy is a fucking strong man. Li Yi grabbed Scar's neck and turned it slowly. Scar was frightened and begged for mercy quickly. I was wrong. I was wrong. Sir, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. As Scar begged for mercy, Li Yi really let Scar go. The prostitute not far away sneered. Scar immediately turned around and stabbed Li Yi with a knife in his other hand. Little friend, you are still too naive. How can you believe what the enemy says so easily? Flowers like you that grow in a greenhouse cannot withstand the scorching sun after all. Scar had just said half of his words when he suddenly froze. Because he found that his other hand had been crushed at some point. He didn't feel anything at all. Li Yi showed a sarcastic smile. I knew you would be a scoundrel, so I want to let you feel what it means to see new despair just when you see hope. Li Yi used the handle of the dagger to smash Scar's head, and Scar fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, Ning Zhe was completely shocked. Chapter 028. Ning Zhe made a comeback? If Wang Xiong was defeated by this guy, it could be said that Wang Xiong underestimated his enemy. But what about Scar? The prostitute was a little surprised. This college student was different from most college students she had met. Decisive to kill. Moreover, he has a cruel personality. Not only will he not show mercy to his enemies, but even when he has every advantage, he will give them false hope to torture them. A hint of amusement flashed across the beautiful eyes of the prostitute. It's interesting that she discovered an interesting boy. Li looked at Ning Zhe again. What else can you do now? Ning Zhe was filled with shame and anger. This guy did it on purpose. He deliberately played out his trump cards one after another, and shattered his hopes one after another, so that his mood would be like a roller coaster, constantly falling from high to low. They totally treated him as prey. Li Yi, you are still watching the show. Kill him for me. Ning Zhe roared at the hundreds of mercenaries outside the door. The people outside the door were about to rush in. Li Yi smiled again. You are not the only one who can have helpers, right? Li Yi waved his hand, and the hundreds of zombies he had buried filed out from the space where the corpses were hidden. And they are all headless zombies. It looks quite weird. The mercenaries were frightened by the sudden appearance of so many zombies and immediately pulled the trigger frantically. The bullets hit the zombies, causing their dry bodies to fly everywhere. But it's not that easy to die. This is Li Ye's new idea. The zombies' weakness is mostly their brains, and the same goes for the zombies he controls. But when he killed the zombie, he had already cut off the zombie's head, which was equivalent to controlling the zombie's body. So if the zombie has no head, doesn't it mean that it has no weaknesses? Unless they can beat the zombies to the point where they lose their ability to move, the corpses of these zombies will continue to attack them. Ning Zhe was so scared that his legs went limp. How can you control zombies? Li Yi mocked. I told you that you don't understand what a professional is. Do you think that just because you've seen a bodyguard, all professionals are just like that? It was noisy outside with gunshots and shouting all around. If 100 zombies were released into such a confined space, it would be like a gladiatorial arena. Without extremely strong personal abilities, it would be impossible to survive. Of course, there is only 800 seconds. He has to kill Ning Zhe within 800 seconds and then leave. This time it was Li Yi who approached Ning Zhe step by step. Ning Zhe could only take out his last trump card. De Guang, I only have you. Now you are the only one who can protect me. You must not let me die. If I die, you will never see your sister again. When he heard the word sister, the dull Da Guang's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Li Yi suddenly remembered that when the boxing champion was chatting with a senior executive of the Ning family, he mentioned that Da Guang's sister had actually died a long time ago, and that the video chats that Da Guang had later conducted were actually fake videos synthesized by AI by the Ning group. Da Guang nodded seriously. I will definitely protect you. Then, with a body more than 2 meters tall, it rushed towards Li Yi madly, like a human tank. Li Yi could dodge it, but he wanted to try. Barbarian King Da Guang. Relying solely on his own strength, he has become the top psychic in Jiangcheng, so he wants to try his current self to see if he can compete with Da Guang in strength. Li Yi used his body to block Da Guang, but was pushed backwards by Da Guang's brute force. What a strong power! Li Yi clenched his teeth and united his waist and horse, wrestling with the barbarian King Da Guang with all his might. But he was still pushed against the wall little by the barbarian King Da Guang. You can't hurt Ning Zhe. He is my sister's savior. Although the barbarian King Da Guang is a little mentally retarded, his love for his sister is more sincere than anyone else. You're such a fool. Have you ever thought about why you haven't seen your sister in person for so many years? The barbarian king said loudly. Because my sister is in a high-tech sterile ward, I can't go over to see her. Otherwise, I will bring the bacteria on my body to my sister. How stupid. Your sister died a long time ago. You were talking to the AI before. You were fooled by them. Da Gwang was suddenly stunned. The power loosened a little. What did you say? Li Yi seized the opportunity, suddenly stretched out Da Guang's arms, and then punched Da Guang in the abdomen with a heavy punch, bending his body. Li Yi took the opportunity to press on Da Guang and used the cross-arm lock technique from judo to control Da Guang firmly. Da Guang struggled desperately. My sister is not dead. Why do you say my sister is dead? Of course your sister is dead, because you and your sister both have a special bloodline that allows you to have stronger bodies and greater power than ordinary people. The Ning group wanted to replicate this gene through genetic technology to cultivate more people as powerful as you, so they used your sister as an experimental subject. They didn't even treat your sister. Da Guang was in unbearable pain, but he still tried hard to ask Ning Zhe. Master Ning Zhe, is what he said true? Ning Zhe immediately denied it. Of course it's fake. I can connect you to your sister via video call right now. But he said the video was synthesized using AI. Ning Zhe was a little flustered. He didn't know how this information was leaked. How did Li Yi know such a secret about their family? But now that things have come to this, Ning Zhe has to deny it. So he scolded Da Guang. Have you forgotten the time when you and your sister were desperate and rummaging through the trash cans on the roadside for food? Have you forgotten who saved you? We treated your sister with good intentions, and yet you still doubt us like this. Da Guang was a little confused, but why don't you let me see my sister? And why hasn't my sister on the video call grown up in these years? Li Yi understood immediately. In fact, Da Guang has observed many things. But with his IQ, he might not be able to figure out what was going on at the time. But after someone reminded him, he understood. Ning Zhe suddenly fell silent. It's really troublesome. Ning Zhe took out a pistol from the desk. With a cold expression, he aimed at Da Guang and Li Yi and said with contempt, We are really giving you face. It's good enough that we let you eat and drink at our house. What's the harm in letting your sister bleed? She has a terminal illness. Instead of dying in vain, it's better for us to use her. Ning Zhe revealed his cards. Da Guang was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, Da Guang roared like a brown bear. With the help of anger, with a click, Li Ye's 2 shoulders were dislocated in an instant, and then he stood up and rushed towards Ning Zhe frantically. What an idiot! Ning Zhe fired. Bang, 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 bang. Several shots were fired in succession. Hit Da Guang's body. No matter how strong Da Guang was, he was still immortal after all. He staggered to his knees on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Why did you lie to me? Why did you hurt my sister? Why? Ning Zhe wiped the blood that splattered on his desk. Why did I lie to you? Chapter 29, I am your father's student. Because you're an idiot. Ning Zhe pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Fire several shots. Da Guang was beaten so hard that blood splattered all over his body. Da Guang finally fell to the ground. Ning Zhe chuckled. So what if you're a psychic? So what if you're a professional? Can you be more powerful than a bullet? Ning Zhe aimed his gun at Li Yi again. Does your professional skill make you invulnerable? Li Yi shook his head. No. Oh, then what qualifications do you have to act arrogant in front of me? Ning Zhe had an absolute advantage. I have always been the one playing with others, and no one has ever played with me. I have a lot of guns and a lot of people. Do you think that the death of a few people can hurt me? Ning Zhe, will always be invincible. Li Yi shrugged. I've said it many times, you don't understand professionals and people with special abilities at all. What did you say? You are about to die, yet you are still being stubborn. Ning Zhe's words had just fallen. Why did you hurt my sister? De Guang let out a roar and stood up, pouncing towards Ning Zhe like a brown bear. Ning Zhe was so scared that he wanted to continue shooting, but he completely underestimated Da Guang's speed. The reason why the barbarian King Da Guang is so terrifying is not only because he possesses extremely powerful strength, but also because his speed is quite amazing. A body like a tank, the strength of a brown bear, and the speed of a cheetah. This is the real barbarian King Da Guang. Da Guang knocked the gun out of Ning Zhe's hand with one punch. Then he swung his huge fist at Ning Zhe's head. Bang! This punch was like beating a drum. Ning Zhe was hit on the head and flew backwards. Why did you lie to me? Why are you hurting my sister? De Guang was extremely angry. Punch after punch. Every punch hits the flesh. The crunching sound was like the sound of a watermelon being smashed. No need to look. Ning Zhe's head was completely smashed. But Ning Zhe still had a breath left. In extreme fear, he desperately asked the prostitute for help. Slut, I agree to your conditions and provide you with arms. But you must save me now. If I die, you will get nothing. The woman sighed seductively. I'm just a weak woman. How can I beat this little brother? Ning Zhe gritted his teeth. Don't pretend. I know you are also a professional or a person with special abilities. As long as you can save me, you can have whatever you want. With the financial resources and human resources of our Ning group, we can quickly help you achieve your goal. The woman frowned slightly and seemed to be hesitating. What can you give me? The promiscuous woman asked in a pleasant voice. I will give you whatever you want, and I will give you whatever I have. Ning Zhe desperately promised. His top priority now is to survive. As for whether he could fulfill his promise in the future, or whether the slut would make some difficult-to-achieve demands, he didn't have time to think about it now. This condition is very tempting. The woman looked at Li Yi. What about you? Little brother, what can you give me? Li Yi was speechless. It was just as the legend had said. The prostitute is very good at making deals. They often try to maximize their own interests in a transaction. Li Yi thought about it seriously. I can't give you anything, but I can tell you that the path you want to take now is not wrong. If you keep going forward unswervingly, you will bring hope to many female survivors. The woman was a little surprised. You know the path I'm taking? Yes, that's why I don't want to be your enemy, because I think you are one of the few upright people in the end times, even though you have your own paranoia. For example, if you hate men and think all men are pigs, when you see a man and a woman arguing, you will first think it is the man's fault and then kill the man. At the same time, you like to eat sweets, so you don't let men eat sweets because you think they are not classy enough and can't have the same taste as you. The promiscuous woman's expression changed again and again. A lot of things this guy says are simply not true, because she had never killed anyone. But she really hated men. I even wish all the men in the world would die. Although she didn't forbid any man from eating sweets, she would feel very disgusted if she saw a man with the same taste as her. This guy's description of her is very bizarre, but it also seemed like it was something she could do. Do you know me? Lienodid, Ungiso. I just heard about you from the teacher. Teacher? Are you my father's student? The prostitute opened her eyes even wider. Yes, I am a student of folklorist Namu. Li said this seriously. He's talking nonsense. He's a student at Jiangqing University of Finance. How could he be Professor Namu's student? He's lying to you. Ning Zhe roared heart-wrenchingly. The woman stared at Li Yi. Do you know that I am Namu's daughter? Yes, Professor Namu talked about you. Ning was desperata. He didn't understand why the promiscuous woman, who had always been very smart, would be so stupid at this time. Why is she willing to believe Li Yi? The woman who had made the mistake did believe it, because many people didn't know that she was Namu's daughter. Because her father always thought that she was a daughter who was not worthy of being on the stage. The woman burst into tears. Doesn't he look down on me? Why would he mention me to others? Li Yi was feeling uneasy. I didn't expect that he could actually be scared. Nanmu is the prophet who described the future on various platforms before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Professor Nanmu was considered a lunatic by everyone, but after the end of the world, he became a godlike figure. There are many big shots and large organizations who want Professor Nanmu to be their guiding light or military advisor. But Professor Nanmu is missing. I don't know where I went. Some people say that he is an angel sent by God to warn mankind. After completing the warning work, Professor Nanmu turned into an angel and left the blue planet. Some people also said that Professor Nanmu revealed the future to everyone, which was a divine punishment. Some people also say that Professor Nanmu committed suicide because he was too pessimistic about the future. Anyway, there are many versions about Professor Nanmu, but Professor Nanmu has indeed never appeared since the end of the world. It is very likely that he met with an accident. The reason why he knew that the Chaotic Girl was Professor Nanmu's daughter was because after the Chaotic Girl became the Chaotic Girl Empress, she publicly searched for her father. At that time, everyone knew that the Chaotic Girl Empress was actually the daughter of the prophet. Li Yi just used his memories from his past life a little bit, and he really touched the heart of the prostitute. If I could make friends with the future Empress of Chaos, that would be a great opportunity. Since you are my father's student, do you know where my father is? The slut immediately asked Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head. I don't know either. Slut, you don't want the munitions anymore? Save me. Ning Shuilt. The woman just glanced at Ning Zhe coldly. Do you think I can't get the arms if you die? I've been annoyed with you for a long time. What do you think of women? The slut's words made Ning Zhe despair. In the end, Ning Zhe was beaten into a pulp by the furious De Guang. The death was extremely tragic. Chapter 030. So this is cremation. Li finally felt refreshed. Great revenge. Happy. In his previous life, before he died, he saw Ning Zhe looking at them with a mocking look. In Ning Zhe's view, all human lives are not worth mentioning. As long as they are of no use to him, he can use them as stepping stones without hesitation, or kill them directly. Li patted Daguan's body, which was already covered in blood. The tears on his face and Ning Zhe's splattered blood and flesh were intertwined, which was extremely sad. Even if he beat Ning Zhe into a pulp, he couldn't save his sister. Daguan cried silently. Li patted Daguan on the shoulder and said, From now on, if you are homeless, you can come to me. Although I, Li Yi, am not as rich as Ning Zhe, I am not as inhumane as him. As long as I have food to eat, you will have food to eat. Li Yi was sincere in his intention, and it was not because he wanted to recruit Daguan, a powerful fighter. Daguan is very powerful in the later period, and humans need strong men like him who can fight against powerful alien species. Daguan didn't say anything, and it's unclear whether he heard it or not, but he had already said it. Li squatted down, looked at Ning Zhe's body, which was no longer in human form, and sighed helplessly. The body was damaged too badly, and I don't know if it can be buried successfully. His goal is far more than just killing Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe is just the tip of the iceberg of the Ning group's tyranny. If you want to subvert the Ning group, you need to know the Ning group very well. As the prince of the Ning group, Ning Zhe must know many secrets of the Ning group. He placed his palm on Ning Zhe's body and said silently, Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. Several silver-white threads quickly shuttled across Ning Zhe's body, and the lumps of rotten flesh were gradually stitched into shape. It was fortunate that his professional rank as an Undertaker was promoted to the 2nd level. Otherwise, he would not be able to embalm such a broken corpse. The head that was smashed into a pulp could not be restored, so only 2/3 of the chest cavity could be restored. But Li Yi used the pile of rotten meat to barely shape a head for Ning Zhe, and then drew on the facial features. It actually looked a bit creepy. The woman next to him almost vomited. Oh my God. What are you doing? Are you embalming him? Is this your apocalyptic job? Li Yi didn't say anything, although try to remain mysterious to others. However, his professional skills as an Undertaker are rather complex. Even if ordinary people see him performing a coffin, they may not know what he can gain through his skills. On the other hand, he actually knew the professional skills of the prostitute. Lustful person. It can make all species indulge in the fantasy of desire indiscriminately and have no perception of what is happening in the outside world. The slut can easily kill the other party. This is a very scary professional skill. Although the lustful woman has more than one professional skill in the later stages, she did carve out a niche for herself in the early stages by relying on the lustful woman professional skills. so he was not too bothered by having his professional skills seen by prostitutes. Ding! Successfully buried the elite human, loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Loading successful. The content loaded is 1 memory segment, 5 minutes in total. Skills, none. Experience, none. Traits, none. Elite human favorability, 1%. Strength +5, speed +1, endurance +1, spirit +1. It doesn't work. The level of burial is too low. The main reason is that burial is too difficult. After all this time, I only got a 5-minute memory. He browsed through his memory, and all he remembered was the scene of being seduced by a slut and being engulfed in flames. Even though Li Yi had already had sex with a young woman before he came, he immediately felt hot and uncomfortable when he saw this scene in the first person. The slutty girl actually didn't give Ning Zhe any chance. Ning Zhe didn't even touch her hand. The woman was so charming that she could make Ning Zhe fall in love with her just by relying on her body curves, beautiful face, enchanting expression, and waves of unknown fragrance. Even Li Yi, who was recalling this memory in the first person, felt a little bewildered. The woman was slightly startled when she saw that Li Ye's eyes suddenly became a little blurry. This expression, why does it feel like I've been hit by my own lustful skill? Or is it that this guy is an innocent little boy, and even if she doesn't use her skills, she can still make him unable to extricate himself? The girl teased, "It's rare to find a cute and innocent boy like you. I hate men, but I find that you seem to be a little better than other men." Li évoquait absurdement. Then he immediately cursed himself. Grass! What a loser! He almost fell just because of the skill of the lustful person in the memory recall. Fortunately, he persuaded the slut not to help Ning Zhe. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. So dangerous. Li looked at Ning Zhe's body. He was very upset because he spent a lot of effort but got basically no benefit. Suddenly, Li Yi thought of the one-stop funeral service. Now he gets little only because his burial is at a low level and the deceased's favorability towards him is also low. But if he can improve the deceased's favorability by improving the funeral process, can he get more content? Currently, the deceased's satisfaction level is 1%. Do you want to continue with the burial? Liye choices. Click to view the options that can currently improve the favorability of the deceased. Confronting skills can be improved by 0%. Cremation of the deceased can increase the chance of death by 20%. Burying the deceased in peace can increase the chance by 30%. Cremation plus burial for the deceased can increase by 40%. Cremation plus burial plus offering sacrifices to the deceased in the Buddhist temple can increase the chance of death by 50%. This corpse is not worth controlling anyway. You can try cremation this time. See what it looks like after cremation. It doesn't matter even if the body is burned. After cremation, the body will be buried. The favorability level directly increased by 40%. Is there a Buddhist temple? Maybe there really is. After all, this is a gold mine. But it could also be the god of wealth, so there's no need to waste time looking for it. The cremation time progress is displayed on the career panel. 10 seconds left before cremation. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Li Ye's eyes lit up. Is cremation that fast? Looking at Ning Zhe's body again, the flames gradually died down, leaving only a slight charred mark on the body. 1 second. Cremation successful. Deceased favorability plus 20%. Li saw that the content he loaded changed immediately. 6 memories, 3 hours in total. So this is cremation. Cremation does not mean burning into ashes, but it is a ceremony. If he had known earlier, he would have cremated all those zombies. Li proceeded to the next step and was buried in peace. Using the skills of absenteeism, he immediately dug a hole in the ground just big enough to fit Ning Zhe's body. The slut was stunned again. Are you crazy? Who is he to you? Isn't he your enemy? The random girl found that she could no longer understand this guy. What this guy did is really hard to understand. The more mysterious Li Yi was, the more curious the woman became, to the point that she felt like she was becoming more and more interested in this guy. I want to take off this guy's clothes layer by layer. Well, it's about pulling off this guy's shell and seeing what kind of person is inside. Chapter 0, 31 Ning Group comes to help. The burial was successful. The current satisfaction of the deceased is 41%. Should we continue the burial? Li no longer had the conditions to proceed to the next step of burial, so he had to stop here. A total of 13 memories were obtained, totaling 6.5 hours. No skills, experience, or anything was gained. The woman next to him chuckled. You are really kind to your enemies. No matter who they are, once they die, they are deceased, and the deceased need to be respected. Lee said this sincerely. The random girl had a strange expression on her face. She didn't know whether Li Yi was thinking the same thing. Li was planning to take a look at what was in Ning Zhe's memory first. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The entire mine was shaken. The sound of a loudspeaker could be heard faintly. Whoever dares to touch my son, I will bury him under this gold mine. It's the voice of the chairman of Ning Group. I didn't expect that the Ning Group's headquarters would be alarmed so quickly. It sounds like they have artillery, and it looks like they've brought out their armored vehicles. The Ning Group secretly traded a lot of arms, including some retired large armored vehicles and tanks. It's really fast. Li Yi saw that the camera in the room had a red light on, as if a red eye was staring at him. A silver arc of lightning appeared on Li Ye's finger. He pointed at the camera, and it was instantly shattered. When I opened the door, I saw that many people at the door had turned into zombies. Even if your body is injured by the zombie's corpse, you will be infected and turned into a zombie. The zombies were stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed towards Li Yi. Ah! Fang Yu screamed loudly in fright. With so many zombies in such a small space, they are dead. Li Yi put his arm around Fang Yu's waist and held her in his arms. Fang Yu's face turned red. Hold me! Li Yi ordered Fang Yu. Fang Yu immediately hugged Li Yi tightly. Then a huge dog appeared next to her. Fang Yu was frightened and screamed again. The woman was also shocked. What kind of monster was this? Li Yi summoned it. She couldn't understand Li Ye's skills, so of course she couldn't understand. Li Yi grabbed the dog demon's hair, jumped up, looked back at the chaotic girl, and said, I believe you have a way. Then, without looking back, he let the dog demon lead them to crush the zombies. The dog demon rushed and ate at the same time. Eat and rush at the same time. The dog demon is invincible in front of these ordinary zombies. Bang! Bang! During this period, there were constant artillery attacks on the gold mines. The people in the gold mine fled out in a hurry. But Li Yi, riding on the dog demon, was faster than them. The dog demon ran all the way out and rushed out of the mine entrance. Dozens of people came from the Ning Group. All of them were fully armed. 2 tanks and 3 armored vehicles also drove over. What a big deal! Li Yi was somewhat sarcastic. The Ning Group had such strong military power, but they did not use it to kill zombies and alien species. It is used against fellow human beings. That's right. After all, the gold mine is the arsenal of the Ning Group. So when someone attacked the gold mine, the Ning Group probably thought it was the work of some local armed forces, so they came with such a big fuss. When Li Yi and Fang Yu rushed out riding on the dog demon, they scared those people silly. Such a huge dog. Oh my God! Could this be one of those monsters? What monster? I have a relative in Haiba City. I heard that a giant sea snake appeared there. The sea snake is 30 or 40 meters long and is amphibious. On land, it can easily smash through buildings and pass through halls, eating anyone it sees. Whatever it is, hit him. Ning Changhai, the CEO of Ning Group, yelled angrily. Bullets immediately flew towards the dog demon. Li Yi was also angry. Dog demon, blow up those iron lumps for me. Roar! The dog demon was already furious. If it hadn't been carrying out Li Ye's orders, it would have been annoyed with those fire-breathing iron lumps. The dog demon jumped onto the roof of the tank despite the bullets. The weight of the dog demon caused the tank to tilt slightly. Everyone sitting inside was almost scared to death. Roar! Bang! The dog demon smashed the tank's roof with one claw. The people inside trembled and frantically attacked the dog demon with their guns, but the bullets hitting the dog demon's body were just like tickling. The opening on the tank's roof was too small for the dog demon's claws to reach in, so it simply stuck its tongue in and rolled. Immediately, a large amount of blood mist burst out of the tank's cockpit, and there was no sound. The dog demon jumped onto the armored vehicle next to it and used the same method to kill the people in the armored vehicle with its tongue. By following the same method, the Ning Group's tanks and armored vehicles immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Everyone in the Ning Group was terrified. This monster was invulnerable to swords and guns. Li Yi chuckled. The dog demon was not afraid of this level of artillery. When the cover of the last armored vehicle was opened, it was found that Ning Changhai was not inside, only a satellite radio. He was not present in person, but was giving remote commands via satellite radio. How cunning! Li Yi saw that these people had lost the will to fight, so they did not stay any longer and did not kill them all. These people are not the ones who should be killed. They are just cannon fodder of the Ning group. The one who deserves to be killed is the owner of the Ning group, like Ning Zhe. Seeing the dog demon walk away, the people of Ning group finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, a large number of zombies rushed out of the gold mine. This immediately made them nervous. The gold mine had been captured by zombies, and they had to fight and retreat. On the way back, Li Yi recalled their discussion. The giant sea snake in High Boss City. The one he was talking about should be the emperor of High Boss City. Sea King Python. Later, it evolved into the Sea Emperor Dragon. It is the world's first resurrected dragon. Like the dog demon, the Poseidon dragon is a resurrected alien species. But the dog demon is only of A-level qualification, while the Sea Emperor dragon is of S-level qualification or even God-level qualification. 10 years after the end of the world, the Sea Emperor dragon is completely invincible. He became the most powerful emperor in several cities around High Boss City. Even the top professionals among human beings do not dare to go head-to-head with the Sea Emperor dragon. High Boss City is not too far from Jiangcheng. If it weren't for the dog demon in Jiangcheng that was threatening the Sea Emperor dragon in the early days of the apocalypse, the Sea Emperor dragon might also be so domineering that it would turn Jiangcheng into its subordinate territory. But the current Sea Emperor dragon should not be that strong. According to the illustrated book produced by the Institute of Apocalyptic Mythology, the combat power of an early Sea Emperor dragon is actually similar to that of an early dog demon. It's just that the Sea Emperor dragon was resurrected in the body of a giant deep-sea anaconda, so its size was already huge. Coupled with the blessing of the newly resurrected alien species, its size is even more exaggerated. He decided to go to High Boss City when he had time and take out the source core of the Sea Emperor dragon. Maybe he could gain unexpectedly powerful abilities. The dog demon runs at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, because the dog demon exudes the aura of a resurrected alien species, ordinary zombies dare not block its way. Suddenly, Li Yi felt a gaze. Glanced sideways. On the roof of a building, he saw a person. To be precise, it was a humanoid alien wearing a shroud. Chapter 032, Jiangcheng number 17 appears. Li Ye's heart immediately sank to the bottom. Super infected body, numbered Jiangcheng 17. Finally, I crawled out from the cemetery behind the funeral home. Super infected bodies are quite special. They are super spreaders of the alien species. A large number of alien species can be produced, and their intelligence level is relatively high, almost equivalent to that of humans. In fact, some super-infected organisms are more cunning than humans. Jiangcheng 17 stood on the roof and looked at him. Behind Jiangcheng 17, several people can be vaguely seen gathering together. They should be the alien species infected by it. Although the alien is also afraid of the breath of the dog demon, it is not as afraid of it as ordinary zombies. If Jiangcheng 17 remembers the location of his home, Jiangcheng 17 is very likely to attack him. Li Yi patted the dog demon's neck to make it stop. The dog demon also noticed Jiangcheng 17. Jiangcheng 17 is the first zombie that the dog demon feels threatened by. The barbarian kept making low growling sounds. The two sides began to confront each other. There was a faint green light in Jiangcheng 17's pupils. The way she stared at him was somewhat creepy. Fang Yu was scared. Li Yi, this zombie seems a little different. I feel like it has something that other zombies don't have. The ability to think. This is so creepy. Zombies are scary enough. A zombie that can think, doesn't that mean it has no disadvantages? Li Yi nodded. Fang Yu was indeed a top student. The ability to summarize and analyze problems is indeed quite impressive. Super-infected bodies have the ability to think, and the thinking ability of Jiangcheng 17 is not simple. Li suddenly took out a gun and fired at the rooftop. Jiangcheng 17 dodged immediately and flexibly. Go! Eat him! Li Yi ordered the dog demon. The fighting power of the dog demon is definitely higher than that of Jiangcheng 17. The only thing they lack is intelligence, which may be considered a restriction imposed on various species by the rules of the end times. Most of the most gifted resurrected aliens have the intelligence of wild beasts. So even if they have the power to destroy the world, they don't have any premeditated or planned actions to take place. Super-infected entities are intelligent, but their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of revived aliens, and may even be similar to that of ordinary aliens. However, they are highly intelligent, and since they can create new species, they are able to form organized and premeditated hunting and attacks on human survivors. The dog demon chased him until he stepped on the wall and chased him to the rooftop, but Jiangqing 17 had already left. Only a few alien species were left, which made light attacks on the dog demon, and the dog demon ate them in a few bites. Li asked the dog demon to come back quickly. He wanted to go home before Jiangqing 17 could see him. Li rode the dog demon and let it circle the city at full speed for several times. When he was sure that Jiangqing 17 was not following behind, he climbed back to his home with peace of mind. Zhuo Wanqing and the young neighbor woman were sleeping back to back. When they heard some noise and opened their eyes, they found that Li Yi had brought back another girl. Zhuo Wanqing recognized the girl at first sight. Fang Yu. Zhuo Wanqing? Fang Yu was also surprised. Bang! Li Yi immediately covered the windows with newspapers. The golden flower seeds have been retrieved, and he may not go out again in the short term. In the next 1 to 2 months, the city will become a mess, because by that time, the survivors would more or less have the ability to survive in the apocalypse, and their supplies will be extremely scarce. The instinct for survival forced them to leave their homes in search of survival supplies. The first step is to go to a small shop nearby. The second step is to go to a small shop that is a little further away or to a large supermarket, if the small shop has run out of supplies or is occupied by other people. Step 3. If it is too dangerous to go far away, or the small shops in the distance do not have supplies, and the large supermarkets are either occupied by people like Shanlu or are roamed by a large number of zombies. So they will set their sights on their neighbors, and if their neighbors refuse to give them anything, they will snatch it away by force. In the process of snatching, they would either kill someone or, seeing a beautiful woman, they would become beastly and assault their female neighbor. So the next 1 to 2 months will be very chaotic. In his previous life, he chose to join the Shanlu organization as a henchman. Although most of the supplies looted by the Shanlu organization had to be handed over to Zhang Zuda, at least they could eat them themselves. In this life, he will certainly never do such unscrupulous things again. The supplies in this room are prepared for this stage. Li Yi did not tie Fang Yu up, but asked Fang Yu to find a place to rest. Zhuo Wanqing and the young neighbor woman felt a little uncomfortable. Zhuo Wanqing immediately said, "Why doesn't she have to be tied up? Do we have to be tied up? You are treating us differently." "Yes, I treat you differently. If you are not convinced, you can leave now. I didn't beg you to come. You followed me here on your own." Li Yi showed no mercy. Zhuo Wanqing has already seen Li Ye's hard-heartedness. She had no doubt that Li Yi would really let her go if he said so. "You're so cruel." Zhuo Wanqing pouted angrily and stopped talking. Fang Yu sat on the bed flattered. She didn't expect that there were already 2 beautiful women in Li Ye's room. And the bed is messy. It feels like it has been rolled over. Fang Yu glanced at Li Yi carefully. She didn't say anything. After all, she had seen even more terrifying scenes at Ning Zhe's place. Li Yi glanjet at Fang Yu. It was not that he was worried about Fang Yu, but his 10 years of survival experience in the apocalypse had made him lose the ability to trust anyone. It is self-evident what Li Yi meant by placing the Tang sword across his legs. Fang Yu saw it, but pretended not to understand. Li Yi began to recall Ning Zhe's memory. He had already recalled the first 1-minute memory in the gold mine. It was meaningless, so he deleted it directly. The second memory is that Ning Zhe was playing in the water with a group of naked girls by the hot spring pool deep in the gold mine. Each of these girls has outstanding looks, creating a vivid and colorful picture. Ning Zhe really thinks of himself as the prince. At this moment, Li Yi could feel all of Ning Zhe's touches, above and below. Call. Li Yi kept taking deep breaths. Who the hell could stand this? When the 3 girls saw Li Ye's physical changes, their faces immediately blushed. They didn't know what Li Yi was thinking that caused him to have such a big reaction. There were several such memory fragments in a row, and Li Yi basically fast-forwarded through them, which made him feel like he was watching a porn movie. Those who don't fast-forward while watching a porn movie are ruthless people. Suddenly, Fang Yu appeared in the 5th memory. The Fang Yu in his memory seemed a little different from the Fang Yu he saw. She was wearing a smart suit and short skirt, looking like a female secretary, and was somewhat similar to Fang Yu in school. So that's how it is. It seems that after graduation, Fang Yu worked in a job similar to that of a secretary or assistant. Ning Zhe lay on the chair, looking at Fang Yu unscrupulously. I asked my dad to give me some living expenses. Why did he ask you to come here? Are you tired of my dad playing with you? Li Yi was surprised. Fang Yu is actually Ning Changhai's secretary. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Fang Yu never told him this. Chapter 033 The Secret of Ning's Group. Li Yi glanced at Fang Yu, who was sitting on the bed. Fang Yu looked at Li Yi in confusion. Li Yi directly held the Tang sword in his hand, upright in front of himself, and then continued to recall Ning Zhe's memory. In his memory, Ning Zhe asked Fang Yu why his father Ning Changhai sent his female secretary to be with him. Fang Yu said calmly, Chairman Ning said that you are now the head of the Ning Group's 36 Weirdos department, so you can't act as recklessly as before. The 36 Weirdos will serve as a hidden blade of the Ning Group in the future. They will help the Ning Group use abnormal means to wipe out all enemies and opponents, so Chairman Ning sent me to assist you. Ning Zhe smiled, put his feet on the table, and looked at Fang Yu playfully. You said you were here to assist me, but you were actually here to keep an eye on me, right? Are you afraid that I will use the 36 monsters to achieve my own goals and give them orders? Fang Yu didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with Ning Zhe's statement. Ning Zhe continued to look at Fang Yu. You are just a college student who has not yet graduated, but you were recruited by my father to be by his side. So what kind of weirdo are you? Fang Yu was silent for a while. I'm the 13th weird, the money weird. That is, I can use the professional financial knowledge I have learned to help the Ning Group make more correct investment strategies and make more money. I see. How good are your math skills? Show them to me. Ning Zhe said frivolously. What did you say? Fang Yu was angry. You'd better do as I say. I am now the leader of your 36 monsters. If you can't satisfy me, I have 10,000 ways to make you leave the Ning Group. Don't doubt me. After all, I am the prince of the Ning Group. Fang Yu clenched her fists tightly, then walked in front of Ning Zhe and slowly squatted down. Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Fang Yu on the bed again. Fang Yu had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt like Li Yi seemed to know something, but she also felt it was unlikely. After all, she is the secret of the 36 weirdos of the Ning Group, and only very few people in the entire Ning Group know about it. Before Ning Zhe died, he used his own death to make her come to Li Yi's side as an undercover agent. There is no way Li Yi could know about this. Li Yi, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. Fang Yu said softly. Li Yi looked at Fang Yu for a while, then suddenly asked with a smile. Fang Yu, I remember you worked very hard in school, but your grades were always low. What's the reason? It seems like you are only good at finance subjects and not very good at other public courses, or you lack interest in them, right? Fang Yu didn't understand why Li Yi suddenly asked her this question. So he nodded and said, Yes, I really couldn't understand subjects other than finance, but at that time, thanks to your help with tutoring, my grades improved. However, I still couldn't score better than you. Fang Yu's face flushed a little. Looks delicate, wearing a raincoat with an extremely plump figure, wearing glasses and a rosy face. There should be few men who can resist the temptation of such a beauty, right? But Li Yi's eyes were extremely calm at this moment. After living in the apocalypse for a long time, you never know when the people around you will betray you for their own interests. That's why he particularly hates traitors. Even if the other person is a super beautiful woman, as long as she is a traitor, his disgust will far outweigh his other desires. The next moment, Li Yi smiled innocently and said, It's okay. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do in school except studying. It's my honor to help a beautiful girl like you improve her academic performance. Seeing Li Yi smiling as harmlessly as before, Fang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had not been exposed yet. Yes, it was impossible for her to be exposed. With Li Yi's ivory tower thinking, he probably couldn't have imagined that there would be such a thing as a student joining the special department of Ning Group before graduation. Fang Yu suddenly felt very tired. Although this place was not as good as the house that the Ning Group gave her, it made her feel very safe. Perhaps it was because she had not lived an ordinary life for many years. It was just right for her to spend a few days of leisurely life here. If nothing unexpected happened, the department would soon come to pick her up based on the locator on her body. Clang! Suddenly, a cold blade was placed across Fang Yu's neck. Fang Yu looked at Li Yi in surprise as he looked indifferent. Li Yi, what are you going to do? Fang Yu looks very innocent. Anyone who sees this kind of expression would think Fang Yu is pitiful, right? But Li Yi won't. Li Yi's expression was slightly ferocious. I still underestimated Ning Zhe. I should have thought that Ning Zhe was not such a simple guy. He was actually acting with you before he died, just to make you, the spy of the Ning group, stay by my side, and then let the Ning group avenge him. What are you talking about? Fang Yu opened her eyes wide, looking at Li Yi in disbelief. These thoughts just flashed through her mind. How come Li Yi said it out immediately? Could it be that Li Yi could read minds? It's unlikely. The ability to read minds is only possessed by some of the 36 monsters. It is an extremely rare talent. It is impossible for Li Yi to read minds. Fang Yu, don't pretend with me. You are the 13th weird money monster. I really didn't expect that you were one of the 36 famous monsters of the Ning group. You are not simple. Famous? What do you mean famous? How come I have never heard of these so-called 36 weirdos? Liya checked it. Before the end of the world, the Ning group had already begun collecting talented people from all sides. Among them, Daguan is a strength monster, ranking 9th among the 36 monsters. The reason why he ranks 9th is because Daguan has a relatively low IQ and cannot act independently. He can only follow others and obey their instructions to complete the corresponding tasks. This lowers his ranking among the 36 monsters. However, in other words, Daguan is not the strongest among the 36 monsters. The 36 monsters are a department that the Ning group spent a huge amount of money to assemble. So after the end of the world, many powerful professionals and people with special abilities emerged. The emergence of those professionals and people with special powers raised the status of the 36 monsters to a new height. And the Ning group, which controlled the 36 monsters, became the real local emperor of the Ning group. It once became the largest private institution in Jiangxing. Even the official authorities had to look at the Ning group's face. So in the later period, Ning Zhe relied on the Ning group's background to enter the official Doomsday Materials Management Bureau, where the benefits were very lucrative. The 6th Material Bureau where Ning Zhe works is directly connected to the Doomsday Mercenaries and some departments of institutions. He often issues some difficult tasks, which require the sacrifice of a large number of humans, but the rewards are quite low, which has caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, no matter how they report, they cannot shake Ning Zhe's position, because behind Ning Zhe is the Ning group, and the real accomplice is the Ning group. Chapter 034, A Thrilling Moment. Of course, the 36 monsters became truly famous after the end of the world. So in Fang Yu's opinion, it is impossible for a college student like her in an ivory tower to know the existence of the 36 monsters. Fang Yu, don't play innocent in front of me. I already know what I need to know. The reason I'm keeping you here is because you're a bait. As long as you're here, the 36 monsters will come and die. Fang Yu looked at Li Yi in horror. The current Li Yi makes her feel strange. Fang Yu wanted to explain herself again, but Li Yi didn't give her a chance. He simply stuffed his shorts into Fang Yu's mouth and then tied Fang Yu up with a rope. Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff. There was a sound of a dog barking at the door. This dog is naturally a dog demon. The Bargus can freely manipulate its own energy to control the size of your body. When not fighting, the dog demon can turn into the original appearance of Lao Huang. If you don't stare into Lao Huang's eyes, you can basically not see any clues. He couldn't always keep the Bargus in the cabin space because the Bargus needed to eat constantly to make itself stronger. So Li Yi let the dog demon go out and eat before coming back. After coming back, the dog demon pretended to be Lao Huang, lay at the door of his house, and helped him act as a watchdog. Now the dog demon suddenly barked, which meant that some movement had alerted the dog demon. Li Yi lifted the newspaper a little bit and didn't see anyone outside. The dog demon barked a few times and then stopped, continuing to lie on the ground. Li Yi didn't pay much attention to it. He was feeling a little groggy and very sleepy at the moment. Although he has become a second-level professional, his mental strength is very abundant. Even if he does not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, he will not feel sleepy. However, recalling memories greatly drained his energy, especially the fast-forwarding type of recalling memories. It felt like he was on vacation in the past, sitting in front of the computer and watching TV series for the entire day. Li Yi glanced at the 3 girls and then at the dog demon outside the door. He told the dog demon to wake him up immediately by shouting if anyone or a zombie came to attack him. The dog demon nodded as if he understood, and Li Yi then lay down on the bed and fell asleep with peace of mind. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yi was awakened by the cool moonlight shining through the edge of the newspaper. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that his door was open. A cool breeze blew in from outside. Li Yi sat up suddenly and looked at the chair over there. The three girls had disappeared long ago, and the ropes on their bodies were scattered on the chair. They untied the ropes, then opened his door and went out. Li Yi thought so subconsciously. He immediately jumped off the bed with the Tang sword and went to the door. I saw a ball of dog hair at the door, and there were black bloodstains around the hair. The bloodstains spread to the end of the corridor, like the traces left by dragging. Suddenly, Li Yi se pupil shrank. He saw a figure standing vaguely at the end of the corridor. The man, dressed in shroud, slowly walked out of the darkness, dragging the half-dead old Huang in his hand. Li Yi was shocked. How is this possible? How could Jiangqing number 17 possibly be a match for the dog demon? The dog demon is the most powerful resurrected alien species in Jiangqing. It will not be defeated even if it meets Jiangqing number 17. You are the one who killed my son? Suddenly, a stern, questioning voice came from the other side. The voice was extremely angry. Li Yi turned his head and saw a middle-aged man wearing a suit and looking somewhat elegant walking out from the end of the corridor with a ferocious expression. Li Yi saw that there were some people standing on the rooftops of other buildings, including men, women, young and old, but they all looked quite extraordinary. 36 monsters. The 36 monsters of the Ning group actually joined forces with Jiangqing 17 to target him. Li Yi was surprised. You are Ning Tonghai. Are you working with Jiangqing 17? He suddenly felt that this was so magical. Ning Changhai sneered. How can you imagine the background of our Ning group? As long as our Ning group wants to do something, we will definitely do it. Even cooperating with super-infected bodies is not impossible. Li Yi was about to draw his sword immediately, but suddenly, a white and tender hand appeared from behind him and pressed his knife back into the sheath. A hand was stroking his back, and the moist hot breath was in and out of his ear, making him feel a little itchy. Brother, we meet again so soon. A desire arose in Li Ye's heart. Li Yi turned back with difficulty and saw the stunning face of the prostitute. Promiscuous woman. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, how could someone like you cooperate with a scum like the Ning group? The woman smiled softly. Little brother, why are you so angry? I am a weak woman. If I want to fight for a place in this apocalypse, how can I do it with my own strength without the help of local tyrants like the Ning group? I really misjudged you. Li Yi, you are so stupid. At this time, Fang Yu also appeared in front of him. Leaning in Li Ye's arms, she also had a mocking look on her face. Li Yi, you are still as naive as before. You think you are a reborn person, so you think you know everything and start to look down on everyone. But you forgot the most important thing. Even if you're a reborn person, you are not omniscient. There are always things you don't know, just like you don't know that I am one of the 36 monsters. You don't know when you will die. Li Yi was furious. He looked at everyone, and everyone had a mocking smile on their face. Li Yi felt like a fool. I'll kill you, Li Yi roared. He jumped directly from the bed, then drew his Tang sword instantly and swung it forward. Suddenly, everyone disappeared, and he was still in bed. His roar actually woke up the three girls and the dog demon at the door. The three girls were terrified. They didn't know how they had offended Li Yi again, and why Li Yi wanted to kill them. Li Yi put down the Tang sword and paused for a while. I was actually dreaming just now. This means that he had just entered a deep sleep. However, this dream can be regarded as a warning to myself. Even though he was reborn, there were still too many things he didn't know. Don't be careless in the slightest. Just like when he brought Fang Yu back, he subconsciously used his past experience to judge that Fang Yu was a woman who would not harm him. He also believed Ning Zhe's words. The so-called Fang Yu's secret crush on him was actually a trap set by Ning Zhe. Li Yi stood up, drank half a box of purified water in one breath, then walked to the window, opened it, and urinated. Li Yi suddenly saw a person standing on the road. He frowned slightly. This time it wasn't a dream. Jiangqing number 17 really came to the door. However, perhaps Jiangqing number 17 was more afraid of the dog demon, so he didn't dare to get too close. Li Yi also didn't want to pay attention to Jiangqing number 17 for the time being. Killing this kind of super-infected body was very troublesome and would also attract the attention of other people. What he needed now was to keep a low profile. Li Yi looked down at his little brother, then walked to Fang Yu and pulled off the shorts that were stuffed in Fang Yu's mouth. Fang Yu immediately understood what Li Yi meant. Although it was humiliating for her, she knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to do as Li Yi asked. Chapter 035: The Chip Hidden in Fang Yu's Mouth. Fang Yu was about to open her mouth when Li Yi grabbed her hand. Li Yi put his fingers in, which made Zhuo Wanqing and the neighbor young woman feel numb on their scalps. So perverted. Fang Yu felt like vomiting after being cheated on. In the end, Li Yi pulled out one of Fang Yu's teeth. It was pulled out alive. Fang Yu's mouth was full of blood. He looked at Li Yi with resentment. Li Yi, why do you treat me like this? He. Li Yi smiled kindly. Since you hid your identity and got close to me, you should have realized that I will make your life worse than death. Seeing Li Ye's smile, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. She regretted that she had underestimated Li Ye's ruthlessness. Li Yi pinched his nose, looked at Fang Yu's tooth, then put it between his fingers and squeezed it hard, cracking the tooth. There was actually a chip embedded inside the tooth. How on earth do you know all the secrets? Fang Yu really wanted to know. This Li Yi was like he had installed a camera next to her. He even knew there was a chip hidden in her teeth. What does this chip do? Li Yi asked. Fang Yu was puzzled. You know there's a chip hidden in my teeth, but you don't know what it is used for? How is this possible? Will you tell me? Li Yi pinchit Fang Yu smote. He really only knows about chips. Because while he was peeing just now, he fast-forwarded through a section of Ning Zhe's memory. In the memory, Ning Zhe and Fang Yu were tongue-tied for a while, and then Ning Zhe said, "You are really valued by my father. He valued the chips so much, but he didn't even give it to me, but hid one in your teeth." That memory lasted more than 10 minutes, and most of the time was spent rolling my tongue. Only in the most critical few conversations did I find this crucial information. Fortunately, he never missed any memory when recalling it. Otherwise, he would have missed this crucial thing. According to Ning Zhe, Ning Changhai attached great importance to this chip. Even Ning Zhe did not have one, but he gave one to Fang Yu. Perhaps this chip was the key to touching the deep secrets of the Ning group. Will you tell me or not? Li Yi asked. Although Fang Yu's mouth was almost broken by being crushed, her eyes remained firm, and she did not utter a word. Now I know why Ning Changhai would rather give the chip to you than to his flamboyant son. You are really stubborn. Li Yi let go of Fang Yu's mouth. Fang Yu thought Li Yi had given up, but when Li Yi opened the door, a zombie happened to pass by. Half of the zombie's face was gone, and the other half was covered with maggots. The maggots had turned blue-black in color and were also a mutated species. Once bitten by these maggots, the chance of infection was not low. Ah! The zombies rushed over, and Li Yi directly used the handle of his knife to hold them back. Fang Yu turned pale with fright. She thought Li Yi was going to let the zombies in to eat her. He immediately said, "If you let the zombies eat me, I won't know anything." The corner of Li Ye's mouth raised a strange arc. Your cherry mouth has a lot of capacity, so I'm going to find something fun for you to stuff in your mouth so that you won't be so bored. What are you going to do? Fang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Li Yi suddenly rotated the blade and cut off the zombie's head with one stroke. The zombie fell to the ground on the spot. Then Li Yi dragged the zombie in, put his fingers on the zombie's body, and whispered, "Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace." The white silk thread began to quickly shuttle across the zombie's body surface, and the zombie's festering skin and muscles were being quickly sutured. Ding! Successfully buried a level 1 common zombie. Loading some of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Li Yi flew past directly. There would be basically no great gain from killing these ordinary zombies. It was only last time that he gained the ability to collect and release lightning by killing hundreds of zombies. To be honest, it looks quite intimidating. If someone who knows nothing about it suddenly possesses such power, he would probably jump through the ceiling with joy. But Li Yi has seen the world. He has seen real thunder ability users and even thunder professionals. They do not need to absorb external lightning to directly transform powerful thunder power. In the late stages of the apocalypse, electricity will become a type of energy that only survivors of very high status can use. In slums and disaster areas, there is no access to electricity, so this skill is basically useless. He can't just wait for it to rain and be struck by lightning, right? So he didn't have any expectations that this was just an ordinary zombie. Li Ye's mind moved, and the headless zombie stood up. The three girls were scared again. Can zombies survive without their heads? Go find me a big rat. It doesn't matter if it's alive or dead. The bigger the better. Fang Yu has a big mouth anyway, Li Yi said with a smile. But these words scared Fang Yu. Li Yi wanted to stuff the mouse into her mouth. Li Yi, are you still human? Li Yi nodded kindly. Of course I'm a human. Can't you see? Zombies are like this. I'm a living person. The zombie followed Li Ye's order and staggered out. Fang Yu's scalp was tingling, so he immediately said, "Okay, I'll tell you. This chip, contains all the information about the 36 monsters. It's just information. Why keep it so secret? This is not just ordinary information. It includes their strengths and weaknesses. Fong Yu corrected. So what? After all, I am just a rare person. Even if I have strengths and weaknesses, I am still immortal, right? Li didn't think it was that mysterious. Maybe they all awaken some good professions or abilities after the apocalypse, but the data after the apocalypse are more important. Fong Yu looked at Li Yi deeply and said, "You have no idea what the 36 strange departments of the Ning group mean. The 36 strange departments are recruited from all over the country by the Ning group at a huge expense." Fong Yu said it again. Each of them has different abilities. Some can lift a 500 gene stone with one hand, some can control a python, some are good at deception, and some have first-rate swordsmanship. Their abilities are almost all top-notch. Apart from super large companies like the Ning group, it is difficult for ordinary private groups to employ them. Each of them is not a good person and is not easy to deal with. Oh, you know them well? Li asked. Fong Yu shook her head. Among them, I only know De Guang better, but I don't know much. I have hardly met the others. Their origins are mysterious, and I only have their information in my mouth. In fact, I haven't even seen this information myself. Don't even think about getting anything else from me, because I don't know either. Oh, no hurry, wait until my pet catches the mouse. Li didn't believe Fong Yu. Fong Yu gritted her teeth and said, I have really told you everything I know, and you still don't believe me. It doesn't matter. I think there will always be something more. After a while, the zombie came back and stood in front of the door. Li opened the door, and the zombie raised his hand, holding a big black rat that was more than a foot long. Chapter 036, The Single Mother Who Came to Beg for Food. This big black rat is a corpse, but it looks like it has been infected and mutated, otherwise the rat would not be so long. Li was about to take it, but retracted his hand with some disgust, and instead directed the zombies to come in carrying the corpse of the big black rat. He walked in front of Fong Yu, and scared her so much that she tried her best to shut her mouth. But how could Fong Yu possibly defeat Li Yi? Li Yi directly dislocated Fong Yu's mouth, and then asked the zombies to stuff the big black rat's corpse in. The body of the big black rat was broken, as if it had been gnawed by something, and there seemed to be human teeth marks. Green eyes, sharp teeth, a fishy smell, and maggots constantly crawling out of the big black rat's mouth. At this moment, the last line of defense in Fong Yu's heart completely collapsed. I'll tell you, Fong Yu continued crying. Among the 36 monsters, the knife monster and the smell monster are both pursuing me and want to get me. So I have seen them before, and they also told me the data. The knife monster and the sniffing monster. That's interesting. Tell me more about them. Li continued to listen with a smile. In fact, when it comes to gathering intelligence, it's better to interrogate a living person. Although the burial can also gain some of the other party's memories, it is only part of it. Whether he can get the information he wants depends on luck. Generally, according to the normal process, killing and burying the body must be the last step. The Blade Monster is a lay disciple of a hidden sect. The sect seems to be called Heavenly Blade. According to his description, it is a sect dedicated to slaying demons and cultivating immortals. He used 2 swords, but it looked like he only had 1 sword. He kept the other knife in a sheath. The blade is coated with poison. Even if an ordinary person gets a scratch, their skin will quickly fester within a few days, and they will die in agony. Once you get cut, you'll die faster. Sniffer. Although he is not good at fighting, his sense of smell is very sensitive. His sense of smell is 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary dog, and he can achieve long-distance tracking. When talking about smelling monsters, Fong Yu began to hesitate. No one of you dare to follow me. You are sure that the sniffing monster can find you through your smell. So you are so unscrupulous, right? Fong Yu's expression collapsed. Li Yi is so scary. She has already revealed all her cards. Li Yi looked at the countdown on the zombie. There were only a few seconds left. Let the zombies take the big black rat's corpse out of his room immediately. Don't leave such a disgusting thing here. It is now midnight. The city was dark, but the zombies seemed to be becoming more active, constantly making sounds behind the dike and wandering around. Although most zombies are not afraid of sunlight, zombies, as a dark species, have an instinctive preference to avoid light. Therefore, they are more active at night than during the day. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Li frowned slightly. Things like knocking on the door. Everything after the end of the world is very ominous. Because generally speaking, zombies don't knock on doors, or ordinary zombies don't knock on doors. A zombie that can knock on the door must have a high IQ, similar to a super-infected organism. Of course, the chance of a super-infected body knocking on the door is still much smaller. Humans have a better chance. It doesn't mean that people knocking on the door is a good thing. In the last days, the danger of being human is no less than the danger of being lost. Lee stared at the three girls with terrifying eyes. The three girls understood that if they dared to make a sound, Lee would kill them immediately. The room was quiet, but the other party was still knocking on the door. The knock on the door was not loud, but one could tell that the other party was in a hurry. He even leaned on the glass to look inside. Now, it is certain that it is a human. Through the newspaper, Lee couldn't see who the other person was. The other party couldn't see him either. But the dog demon didn't bark, which should mean that it was not a scary enemy. The Bargold had been standing at his door. Later, Lee felt that the dog demon lying at the door was too obvious a target, so he asked the dog demon to lie down somewhere a little further away. Anyway, with the dog demon's athletic ability, he can provide support instantly as long as there is danger. Boom, boom, boom. The other party is still knocking on the door. Rather than being angry, Li Yi was more cautious. If it were an ordinary person, if he didn't respond for such a long time, he would definitely feel that there was no one at home. But the man kept knocking on the door, and I was very sure he was there. This means his whereabouts have been exposed. Lee opened the newspaper a little and saw a single mother living on the second floor of their building. She has a pretty face and outstanding temperament. In her arms, she held a child who was almost dying of hunger. Looking around nervously, knocked softly on his door. He has met this single mother. It is said that before. She lives in a wealthy area and her husband is a very capable entrepreneur. He originally had a good career, but that career was taken over by the Ning group. The Ning group was prepared to use their usual method to acquire her husband's company at a low price, but was rejected. This completely enraged the Ning group, and they eventually used extremely brutal means to drive her husband's company into bankruptcy, leaving it with huge debts. She eventually committed suicide by jumping off a tall building. He only left behind his pregnant wife. Later, because she had no ability to support herself, she moved to Liang'an community. Many residents secretly said that her temperament was incompatible with this place. Of course, Li had no relationship with this single mother, and they had never even spoken to each other. Li had only seen this single mother from a distance, and she probably didn't even know who he was. But today he came knocking on the door. Li frowned slightly, but he couldn't open the door. The growls of zombies were heard in the corridor. The single mother unconsciously accelerated the knocking on the door, begging, "Please, open the door, I know you are here. I saw you during the day, please, open the door." The single mother cried out, but Li never responded. Boom, boom, boom. The zombies quickly rushed towards the single mother, who suddenly shouted in an unknown direction in the distance. "He won't open the door, and I have no other choice. Please save me. Save me. I've tried my best." But no one came to rescue the single mother. Several zombies rushed over and savagely devoured the single mother and her child. Crunch. Li could even hear the sound of zombies gnawing on bones. Li was staring in the direction where the single mother was shouting. He guessed right. A single mother does not take the risk of climbing from the second floor to the third floor with a child, because there are definitely zombies in the corridor and she can't come up unless someone helps her clear the zombies from the stairwell. To take a step back, even if she was really extremely hungry, she would not bring out her 1-month-old baby. The baby's emotions are uncontrollable, and a random cry will attract all the zombies. There was no way she didn't understand that. So, she brought the child up here deliberately to play a self-torture role for him. Or maybe someone asked her to play a self-torture role for herself in order to get her to open the door. What does opening the door mean? Something rushed in? Or will someone shoot you in the head from the opposite side? Both are possible. Chapter 037. The Man Lying in the Dark. Li must be vigilant, and this kind of vigilance of his was not developed overnight, but it is the result of 10 years of experience. Vigilance has long been turned into a survival instinct. Even though his intuition told him that he should open the door, his instinct told him not to. When the end of the world just comes, there will be a lot of crazy people. Some people even feel that killing unconscious zombies does not give them pleasure. They will deliberately attack ordinary survivors. Treat the city as your hunting ground and the ordinary survivors as your prey, hunting at will and playing around in the world. In the past few days, he has heard some gunshots one after another in the silent city. At the same time, on the rooftop of a building in Liang'an community, There are 3 people looking here through telescopes. It's different from what we expected. The boy didn't open the door. Is he not at home? One of them rested his gun on the railing. But the smell of the money monster is right here. Could it be that they went out again? Or maybe he left the money monster at home and went out again. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why the boy didn't open the door. I heard that guy is just a college graduate who just stepped out of the ivory tower and doesn't know how dangerous this society is. Faced with such a top beauty who came to his door with her child in the middle of the night asking for help. How could he be so heartless as not to open the door? The other 2 people agreed with this judgment. Although the intelligence said that this college student might have awakened some kind of profession or special ability and could control a giant dog that was invulnerable to swords and guns. But the nature of the mind is there. Nothing to be afraid of. Lee stared outside through a small gap. The single mother at the door and her 1-month-old baby had been half-eaten. Within a few minutes, the single mother also turned into a zombie and staggered to join the ranks of the zombies. The moonlight is especially clear tonight. But when Lee looked into the distance, he actually felt murderous intent. So he turned to Fong Yu and asked, based on the efficiency of your 36 strange departments, what is the time and speed of the rescue? Fong Yu hesitated for a moment. Usually it takes 3 hours. In special circumstances, it may be slightly delayed, but it will not exceed 8 hours. Lee looked at the time. It had been exactly 8 hours since he left the gold mine. If what Fong Yu said was correct, the 36 weirdos must have already arrived nearby. Although he looked down on the 36 monsters on the surface, he actually knew a little about how powerful the 36 monsters were. The barbarian King Dagwan is a relatively famous monster among the 36 monsters. There were also several of the 36 monsters who were very active at the time. For example, there is a headshot monster who claims to be able to achieve accurate headshots within 1,000 meters and is a top sniper. He and Wang Xiong came from the same background. Both were mercenaries returning from overseas battlefields. That head-exploding monster was even scarier than Wang Xiong. He had killed many people on battlefields abroad. Anyone who was targeted by his sniper rifle could hardly escape being sniped and killed. Later, Headlaster joined the Lion Dance Club and became the club's top sniper. 1,000 meters. Li Yi measured 1,000 meters with his eyes. 1,000 meters can reach a very far distance. It's definitely not just these few buildings in front of us. The density of 2 buildings in Liang'an community is very high, with the distance between buildings being less than 20 meters. That is to say, within 1,000 meters, there are at least 50 rooftops of buildings that he needs to pay attention to. Li Yi frowned. He immediately felt that there was danger everywhere. But Li Yi is not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death. Li Yi stuffed Fong Yu's mouth with his pants again, then carried Fong Yu out. Fong Yu was still wearing her swimsuit, so her fair skin, exposed under the cool moonlight, seemed even whiter. But Fong Yu was scared to death at this moment. Because the single mother just now attracted a lot of zombies, the corridor on the 3rd floor is now densely packed with zombies. Li Yi held Fong Yu in front of him, and he bent down and hid behind Fong Yu. At the same time, the zombies on both sides of the corridor rushed over frantically. Li Yi waved the Tang sword in his hand, and the sword fell down with his hand. These are all ordinary zombies and do not pose much of a threat to him now. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Li swung his knife while praying softly. Fong Yu's scalp was tingling. What a contradictory existence this guy is. Kill zombies while praying for them. On one side is the devil. On the other side is the Buddha. Fong Yu was so scared that she wanted to scream, but her mouth was stuffed. So I couldn't make any sound and could only cry out in fear. On the rooftop, a few hundred meters away, the 3 people were surprised. He is inside. And why did he block Fong Yu in front of him? A man with a nose that was noticeably bigger than the others exclaimed. Does he know we are sniping him? Are we exposed? The young man who was lying on the railing with a sniper rifle had a cold expression and indifferent eyes. He said calmly, if we are to be exposed, it will be you too. It is impossible for me to be exposed. Or, Fong Yu leaked our information. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the big nose immediately denied it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fong Yu's mouth is very tight. Next to him, a man holding a big knife grabbed the man with the big nose as if struck by lightning and said viciously, Fong Yu's mouth is tight? How do you know? Have you tried it? The man with the big nose felt puzzled and struggled to break free from the other's hand. Don't be crazy, Blade Monster. I mean, Fong Yu is very tight-lipped. How could I have tried? I want to try. Seeing Fong Yu enter the chairman's office again and again, and then go to the bathroom to rinse her mouth when she comes out. My heart is broken. After hearing this explanation, Dao Guai snorted coldly. I will take Fong Yu away and never let that old guy defile Fong Yu again. Click. The sound of a pistol being loaded. The young man aimed the black muzzle of his pistol at the knife monster. His expression was very grim. You want to defect from the department? The sword monster's grip on the Tang's sword tightened slightly. The smile on his face became more and more ferocious. Headshot monster. I admit that you are invincible when it comes to shooting, but at such a close distance, are you sure that your bullets will be faster than my knife? The two were on edge, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this time, the sniffer said immediately, let's not fight among ourselves for now. The most important thing right now is to deal with that guy and save Fong Yu. The sniffer stared at Li Yi, who was killing zombies in the corridor. The intelligence is inaccurate. Not only can this guy control a big dog, he's also very strong in close combat. Just look at his swordsmanship. It's no less than yours, sword monster. The knife monster looked at Li Yi through a telescope. Ah, his knife is quite good. It's a pity to leave it in his hands. The knife will be mine later. Even after witnessing Li Ye's amazing killing skills, the sword monster still believed that he was stronger. Neither the sniffer nor the headblaster objected. I also think that the sword monster is stronger. What does he want to do? Kill so many zombies? Who cares? Once he runs out of energy, we'll have no choice but to deal with him. Chapter 038. Li Ye's leg was pierced. The three of them were no longer in a hurry. At first glance, he looks like a young and inexperienced person. Perhaps the apocalyptic energy awakened something in him. But such people are often lost by the sudden power and then lose their reason. Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. Ding! Successfully buried the first level zombie. Loading some of the current zombie's memories, experience, skills, and traits for you. Li took a look and found that he had buried 47 zombies. There are 3 remaining chances for burial. He planned to keep it for use at a critical moment. Li casually placed the buried zombie into the corpse storage space, then hide in the blind spot at the corner of the corridor. When he rushed out just now, the other party still didn't make any movement. Is he worrying too much? In fact, the 36 monsters did not come to rescue Fong Yu. This is possible. After all, the end of the world is coming. Even the 36 monsters dare not say that they are invincible in the end times. Therefore, if they learn that their colleagues are in danger, they may not necessarily risk coming out to rescue them. But think back to single motherhood. Li always felt that his previous guess was correct. Li glanced at the dog demon standing in the courtyard downstairs, and with a thought, he conveyed the order to the dog demon. He asked the dog demon to help him find the person hiding nearby and ambushing him. Humans and zombies smell different. Even he could smell that there were at least 20 survivors in his building, most of them women. He possessed 100% of the dog demon's sense of smell, which should have covered an area of 3 kilometers. However, the stench within 3 kilometers was overwhelming, and there were all kinds of smells, so it was difficult for him to determine whether someone was ambushing him. Moreover, as a human being, it is really difficult for him to adapt to the smell shock brought to him by the dog demon's sense of smell. Every time he activated the dog demon's sense of smell, he felt that his respiratory tract was being destroyed like never before. All kinds of disgusting smells desperately drilled into his nostrils, making him want to vomit. So let's leave this task to the dog demon. 2 minutes passed. A loud dog bark sounded in the silent night. Woof woof! Li suddenly opened his eyes. Found it. At the same time, the head-exploding monster, lying on the railing, lowered his head slightly, looking at the yellow dog on the ground shouting at them. This beast will attract zombies, the sniffer said immediately. Growling monster, isn't there a silencer on your gun? Kill this dog first. The roaring monster frowned and said coldly, my gun will not fire until it hits the target. I am a professional sniper and will not make such a low-level mistake. The knife monster is really angry. As a lay disciple of the sect, he is obsessed with cold weapons, and he really can't get along with guys who use hot weapons. If Director Ning hadn't asked the 3 of them to act together, he would never have come here with the roaring monster. Woof woof! The dog demon was still disguised as Lao Huang at this moment, informing Li Yi. and Li Yi had already arrived downstairs where the other party was. A distance of several hundred meters would only take Li Yi 1 or 2 minutes today. Li Yi knocked Fang Yu unconscious and put her into an empty room. Then he climbed up silently along the heating pipe. He had just smelled that there were 3 people on the roof of the building. All 3 were facing in the direction of his residence. Approach them from behind, and you can catch them off guard. When he climbed to the 5th floor, Li Yi suddenly discovered that there was a zombie standing by the window. The zombie was less than 1 meter away from him. No glass, no window screens. The zombies instinctively pounced on him. Clang! Li Yi killed the zombie with 1 sword. At the same time, Li Yi heard footsteps on the roof approaching quickly. Li Yi gritted his teeth and increased his climbing speed. As soon as I climbed to the top of the building, I saw a silver light falling. Li Yi pushed his feet hard, and his body jumped up 7 or 8 meters. I'll go! Such jumping ability even surprised the knife monster. He originally thought that he would definitely succeed, because when he swung the sword, the opponent would only have 2 options. One was hacked to death by him. One option is to jump directly from the roof. Even if you don't die, you will be half crippled. But he didn't expect that this guy would jump up several meters. The moment Li Yi landed, he saw a young man pointing a pistol at him and pulling the trigger. Li Yi immediately rolled sideways to avoid the bullets, hiding behind the attic, which was the gunman's blind spot. At that moment, he observed the following information. The one using the knife should be the knife monster. The cold-blooded young man who shot him with a pistol had a sniper rifle in his other hand. He might be the head blaster. Next to the head-exploding monster stood a man who looked ordinary, but had a very big nose, like a cow's nose. It's a sniffing monster. Li Yi looked at his calf, which was pierced by a bullet. Bleeding was gushing out. But soon, his wounds began to heal rapidly. This is the 10% recovery ability of a level 1 dog demon. Li Yi's smile became somewhat ferocious, and he actually sent out 3 monsters. It seems that the Ning group really hates him to the core. The knife monster carried the big knife on his shoulder and looked at the pool of blood on the ground. He sneered. You are quite agile, just like a monkey, much stronger than ordinary people. But unfortunately, you are facing us. The head-blasting monster also said calmly, you are indeed worthy of praise. If it were someone else, they would have been shot in the head and heart at least once, but you were only shot through the leg. The sniffing monster said with a sinister look on his face. With your injured leg, how can you still be so agile? Boy, where did you put Fang Yu? What did you do to her? Li Yi, who was behind the attic, watched his calf healing. The bone was also pierced, so it will take at least a few minutes to heal completely. Then he smiled and responded. Fang Yu? Oh, that big-breasted girl with big eyes. We are both men. What do you think I'm going to do by bringing a beautiful woman home? Of course, to do what you want to do. This completely infuriated the sniffer monster and the knife monster. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The blade monster asked the headblast monster to put the gun back. I'm going to cut this guy into pieces myself. And me. He was shaking all over from the smell of strange air. It was fine that Fang Yu was played by the chairman and Ning Zhe, because they had high status, but even a guy like this dared to defile Fang Yu. This was absolutely intolerable. Knife monster, don't kill him all at once. Cut off his flesh piece by piece, and let him watch helplessly as his flesh is fed to the zombies piece by piece. The smelling monster is extremely vicious. The knife monster nodded cruelly. Okay, that's a good idea. The head-blasting monster didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 of them. He looked back downstairs and suddenly found that the yellow dog was gone. The head-exploding monster frowned slightly. Chapter 039, Besieged by 3 monsters. On the other side, Li Yi was also analyzing the situation. The cooperation between these 3 people on the other side is indeed perfect. The headshot monster is raiding from a distance. The sniffer is responsible for target location and tracking. The knife monster is approaching and killing. Long range, short range, intelligence. This team is complete. Li Yi now knows the importance of the information on the 36 monsters. In that chip, the information of the 36 monsters can be updated remotely in real time. That is to say, if any profession or special ability is awakened, it will also be updated remotely in the program. If you want to destroy the 36 monsters, the content of that chip is indeed crucial. Li Yi listened to the other party's footsteps. The footsteps were very light, but each step was very solid. This is not the sound that ordinary people make when they walk. When ordinary people walk, their footsteps sound heavy and light. Knife monster. He is approaching. Li Yi cannot show his head easily, as the head-exploding monster must be aiming at him. On the other side, the smell monster was using sound to disturb Li Yi. Kid, if you know what's best for you, come out and die. No one can survive our 3 monsters. What on earth did you do to Fong Yu? If you dare to touch a hair of Fong Yu, you will be worse off dead than alive. The smell monster shouted for a long time, but Li Yi didn't answer him. The knife monster glanced at the sniff monster and asked with his eyes whether the boy had jumped off the building from their blind spot and ran away. The sniffer immediately took a deep breath, preparing to determine whether Li Yi was still there. His sense of smell was enhanced by the energy of the end times. You can smell the smell of a certain area. Suddenly, a foul smell filled his nostrils. Unprepared. Vomit. The sniffing monster vomited directly. The next second, several zombies rushed out from the other side of the attic and pounced on the sniffing monster frantically. The sniffing monster's face changed in shock. Although his sense of smell is invincible, his fighting power is almost zero. Save me. The knife monster originally planned to rush over and kill Li Yi. But when he saw several zombies rushing towards the sniffer, he decided to rescue the sniffer. Suddenly, several zombies rushed out from his side. They're all headless, but I don't know if they do it by instinct or something else. He actually rushed towards me, with bared fangs and claws. The knife monster had to give up rescuing the smell monster and kill the zombie in front of him first. Head Laster, help the sniffer. The head-exploding monster frowned slightly. His sniper rifle was always aimed at the attic. According to his principle, he would not shoot at other targets before shooting at the target. The sniffer was knocked to the ground by several zombies and was struggling to hold on. The head blaster immediately pointed his gun at the sniffer. Bang, 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 bang. Fire machine guns continuously in a very short time. The zombies on the sniffing monster were blown away almost instantly. The sniff monster finally breathed a sigh of relief. Headshot monster, have you awakened your profession? Why do I feel like your shooting skills are getting more and more abnormal? At the same time, Li Yi, who released zombies in the blind spot of the attic, was also shocked. Those gunshots were completely continuous, but the accuracy was quite high, and the zombies that were blown away had big holes in their chests. It's the location of the heart. In other words, the gunner can accurately hit the target's heart in the chaos, without almost any aiming. This shooting, a hint of greed flashed in Li Ye's eyes. He wants it. If you have this shooting skill and a sniper rifle, he can rule an area within a 1-kilometer radius around his home. However, although the gun monster has terrible shooting skills, his brain is a bit rigid. Zombies are not humans. Will it be useful to hit their hearts? But it is also true that the zombies whose heads were chopped off by him are truly immortal within the time of his control, unless they are smashed into pieces. The sniffer just breathed a sigh of relief. But his feet were suddenly grabbed by a zombie. Before the sniffer could react, it was picked up by a zombie that was slightly larger than the other zombies, and then slammed to the ground. Bang! 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 The sniffer was like a whip at this moment, being beaten by the zombies again and again. After just 2 or 3 hits, the sniff monster vomited blood and screamed in horror, "Save me!" Obviously, the head-exploding monster was also shocked. He didn't expect that the zombie with a big hole in his chest was still alive. Moreover, the zombies that were just blasted away by his sniper rifle have all stood up. Damn, these zombies are so evil. They are impossible to kill. The knife monster also roared. His knife is quite fast. One strike can cut off a zombie's entire shoulder. But at the same time, the zombie with its shoulder cut off can still pounce on him. The problem can only be solved completely if he cuts the zombies into pieces. This is completely different from the other zombies he has killed. Save me, you guys. The sniffer shouted desperately, but his voice was completely drowned out by the zombies surrounding him. Li Yi continued to release zombies. At worst, he could just continue burying them. He could bury 50 zombies every day. To him, zombies were worthless, so he could just kill them. Dozens of zombies rushed towards the knife monster, and the head-exploding monster one after another. The knife monster was screaming and jumping around on the rooftop as it was chased by zombies. But the sword monster is really strong. There are dozens of zombies, and as long as the knife monster gets close, he can cut them in half with one blow. On the contrary, it is the headshot monster when headshots no longer work. He really had no other choice. A gun is different from a knife. A knife can cause line and surface damage, but a gun can only cause point damage. All he had was a sniper rifle and a pistol. You can't use extremely high-density bullets like a Gatling gun to grind the zombies into pulp, right? This is unrealistic. So the headshot monster can only fight and retreat. When he had no room to retreat, he prepared to jump down. But he immediately saw a dog on the ground, staring at him hungrily. Not that cute yellow dog. Instead, it was a terrifying giant dog several meters long, with a pitch-black body and green eyes. This should be the monster in the intelligence that rushed out of the mine with that kid and even blew up all the tanks and armored vehicles. The head blaster immediately took out 3 bullets from the bullet box. These 3 bullets are silver all over. Silver bullet. This is what insiders call this bullet. But in fact, this bullet is a super armor-piercing bullet made of a high-explosive alloy. This super armor-piercing bullet can instantly penetrate an armored vehicle with 10 millimeters thick steel plate. This type of bullet is very expensive. This is also because he needs to deal with the invulnerable big dog in the intelligence, so he can apply for 3. After 3 fillings, the head blaster fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired instantly. The bullets hit the dog demon's head accurately, and 1 bullet even went into the dog demon's eye. A large amount of black, sticky blood flowed out. Roar! The dog demon jumped up in pain. His nails dug into the stairs, climbing straight up. He raised his claws and was about to kill the gun monster with 1 claw. Don't kill him. Lee shouted immediately. The dog demon did stop because his order was given directly to the dog demon. But the zombies didn't stop. They rushed forward one after another to pin the gun monster down, even though it had no teeth. But he could use his hands and fingernails to pin the gun monster to death. Lee immediately asked the zombies to disperse. Although the gun monster's corpse is already in a horrible state, it is still relatively complete. He originally wanted to see if he could trigger some kind of hospice care for the gunner monster, so as to raise its favorability to the maximum. But it was still too late. Lee squatted down and put his hands on the gunner's body. Life is fleeting. May the deceased rest in peace. Countless white threads quickly sewed up the gun monster's body. Chapter 0: 40 Sharpshooter Professional Skills. Without waiting for the reminder, Lee continued to complete the next step of burial. It is not possible to rest in peace on this reinforced concrete floor, but he can be cremated. This was verified last time in the mine. Cremation is not really burning into ashes. It is just a ceremony. Lee set fire to the gun monster's body. The flames quickly swept across the gun monster's body. Ding! Successfully buried the first-level professional sharpshooter. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Loading successful. The content loaded is 15 memories, totaling 25 hours. 100%, level 1 sharpshooter, 1,000 meter sniper skill. 100% of the level 1 sharpshooter lurking skill. 30% of the level 1 sharpshooter assault rifle skill. 50% of the level 1 sharpshooter pistol skill. 100% level 1 sharpshooter firearms knowledge. Level 1 sharpshooter favorability. 50% controllable time is 500 seconds. Strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Lee was surprised. His guess turned out to be correct. This head blaster has awakened his profession, and he is also a professional sharpshooter. Professional sharpshooters are usually born in the army and on the battlefield, because anyone who can awaken this skill needs to spend a lot of time and bullets to improve his or her job ability. Except on the battlefield, there are generally no such conditions. Therefore, sharpshooter profession is very rare, and he actually acquired some skills of the sharpshooter profession from the headblast monster. Lee was ecstatic and took the gun off the headshot monster. Then he skillfully assembles it on his body. He acquired all the firearms knowledge of the first-level sharpshooter profession. So after touching the gun, there is no cold and unfamiliar feeling, but rather a very familiar one, as if one has touched guns every day and has mastered them to perfection. The magazine was being twirled between his fingers so skillfully that it was almost making a flower. Play with it enough, and then insert it into the bullet box. I've said it before, people who play with guns are losers. The headshot monster didn't believe it, but now he should believe it. Someone was coming up behind me. It's a knife monster. The sword monster's clothes were torn into strips at this moment, revealing the strong body muscles. Swish! The knife monster tore the shirt to pieces, then said domineeringly, "Come on, kid. See if you can kill me." The knife monster is fearless. Those zombies just now were chopped into pieces by him. The big broadsword seemed to have no weight in his hand. Can be waved at will. Li stood up and looked at the knife monster. Judging from the thickness of the opponent's broadsword, it feels like the knife weighs at least several dozen kilograms. It is very difficult for ordinary people to lift it with both hands, not to mention waving it so easily with one hand, which is basically impossible. Have you awakened your profession? Profession? The sword monster smiled contemptuously. Does someone like me still need an awakening profession? Dun lie understood. People like Dogwai are arrogant and too lazy to lie. The sword monster does not have an awakened profession, but there is a high probability that it has awakened special powers. Such extraordinary people will generally gain enhanced supernatural powers from the baptism of apocalyptic energy. Come on, let those zombie babies around you continue to kill me. I haven't had enough killing yet. The sword monster's words had just fallen. The zombies around Li Yi fell to the ground as if the power had been cut off. Li Yi expected this because the time for manipulation had come. It actually scared the knife monster. Huh? They're all dead. The knife monster asked Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes. Then why are you still laughing? You should be crying now. The sword monster carried the sword on his shoulder. He sneered and said, Now your only helper is this big black dog. I know this big black dog is very powerful. It might be a resurrected alien species. Do you dare not let the big black dog intervene and have a man-to-man contest with me? Li narrowed his eyes. Knife monster. Although you look fearless on the surface, you are actually very nervous, right? Are you afraid that I will use the dog demon to deal with you? Do you want to stimulate me with words so that I won't use the dog demon? The knife monster's heart sank. This young man is so calm and composed. Their judgment of this person was wrong from the very beginning. They think this person is a recent graduate from the ivory tower. He has never seen the dangers of society and has a simple mind. Even if he gains some special abilities, it is nothing to be afraid of. But in fact, they completely underestimated Li Yi. This guy is very experienced, whether it's mentality or combat experience. The reason why they were suddenly attacked was successful. It's because they never thought that this kid would dare to counterattack them. If this kid was hiding in his own home, in fact, you are waiting to die. Most people wouldn't understand this, but this guy does. Who are you? The knife monster asked Li Yi with a serious look. Li Yi smiled without saying anything and suddenly looked to the side. On the building next to them, there was a person standing. No, it's Jiangqing's super-infected body number 17. Next to Jiangqing number 17, there were several zombies of different shapes standing. They're all alien species. The knife monster also saw the zombies. A little shocked. What's up with that zombie? Why do I feel like it looks like a human? This was what horrified him the most. Zombies have no thoughts. But the zombie's face seemed to show emotions similar to those of humans. Through its deep red pupils, you can seem to be thinking. Super-infected body. Li Said likely. Jiangqing number 17 really followed him. What is a super-infected body? Never heard of the knife monster. Li did not explain too much. Many nouns are new words at this stage. But soon, there will be some people who have awakened as researchers and superbrain scientists and will use their professional abilities to give various types of zombies their proper names. I promise you, the dog demon will not participate. I will kill you with my own hands as a sign of respect for you. Li Yi slowly drew out the Tang sword. The sword monster's eyes became more cautious. Okay, you really suit my taste. It's a pity that we have different positions. Otherwise, we might become friends. Bang! The knife monster had not finished speaking. Gunshots rang out. The knife monster lowered his head and looked at his chest, which was bleeding madly. His heart was pierced. Then he looked up and saw Li Yi holding a Tang sword in one hand. The other hand was actually holding a hidden gun behind his back. You lied to me? You don't keep your word. Li Yi simulate. Brother, you are too naive. What we have here is not a so-called competition, but a real life-and-death fight. I have the upper hand in everything, so why should I give up my advantage and fight you in a physical fight? Do you think society is too good? Being a lay disciple in a sect, do you think you were stupid? He heard Li Yi still mocking him madly. The knife monster was so angry that he vomited blood. Fuck you, you have no shame. The knife monster rushed over with a big broad knife in hand. Bang, 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 bang. Li Yi fired several shots, although he only obtained 50% of the head blaster's pistol skills. But at such a close distance, 50% is enough. The knife monster fell to the ground and died unwillingly. Li squatted down and buried the knife monster's body. Roar! At the same time, in the building next door, Jiangqing number 17 roared. Those alien species jumped down immediately. Some alien species actually jumped over directly. Li Yi immediately ordered the dog demon. Stop those alien species. He wants to finish burying the knife monster first. Once he masters the sword skills of the sword monster, it will be like a tiger with wings for him now. Chapter 041, Jiangqing number 17, is here again. Jiangqing number 17 was like a monarch, roaring with his voice. Not only those alien species rushed over. Even many ordinary zombies received the order from Jiangqing number 17 and rushed over. Moment. The zombies from several nearby streets rushed towards the building where Li Yi was like a tide. Moreover, under the command of Jiangqing number 17, these stupid zombies actually started to cooperate. The zombies were piling up layer by layer and were rapidly approaching the roof. Woof, woof, woof. The dog demon told Li Yi about this phenomenon. Li Yi was shocked. This is the horror of super-infected bodies. Let the zombies on the lower level serve as steps for the zombies on the upper level. Layer upon layer, like a black tide. It is flowing upstream and surrounding the entire building. Li Yi looked at Jiangqing number 17 on the roof of the building next door. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Jiangqing number 17 could be used by him to stir up the situation in Jiangqing. Let some big shots stop focusing on themselves. But he didn't expect that Jiangqing number 17 would take the initiative to make him his target. Super-infected entities are territorially aware. It will subconsciously eliminate all threats to its existence within its territory. But I have obviously been very low-key. According to the memory of the previous life, Jiangqing number 17 was the first target of the attack. In fact, it is a refuge of the Ning group. It is called a shelter, but in fact, that shelter does not allow ordinary survivors to enter. Only high-ranking officials and valuable people are allowed to enter. Noble officials, this is easy to understand. After all, rich people only help the poor. However, the condition of having value is relatively broad. What is valuable? The shelter of the Ning group gave the answer: money or powerful people. 1. A beautiful woman who agrees to use her body for the enjoyment of dignitaries. 2. People who can engage in production and construction, such as those who can cook and build and can help them improve the shelter. 3. People who are willing to help them search for supplies. Only if any one of these 3 points is met can you enter the shelter. To put it nicely, it allows them to exchange their labor for the qualification to enter the shelter. To put it bluntly, it was actually just finding a group of servants and female playmates. So the Ning group built the shelter like a club. People with status and resources can enjoy a superior life. People without status and resources still need to be enslaved by those superiors. In the previous life, this shelter was attacked by a zombie tidal wave launched by Jiangqing number 17. The shelter held out for 3 days before it was eventually breached, with hundreds of casualties. This is also the reason why he did not take action against Jiangqing number 17. Tisk. Unexpectedly, Jiangqing number 17 actually launched a zombie frenzy against him. The plot development is different from the previous life. He actually blocked the disaster for the Ning group without being noticed. Li Yi watched the progress of the burial. The burial of this knife monster was much slower than he expected. Some zombies have already climbed onto the roof. The dog demon stayed by Li Ye's side, opened its bloody mouth, and frantically drove away the zombies that rushed over. Oh God! So many zombies are attacking. The stench immediately enveloped Li Yi. The dog demon's mouth was stuffed with zombies. He couldn't eat them all. He simply couldn't finish them. The key is that the dog demon was injured. His head was shot with 3 super armor-piercing bullets by the headlaster. One eye was blinded. Although the dog demon has a very strong recovery ability. But the time was too short, so the dog demon had no time to recover completely and had to continue to fight in the next battle. Li Yi looked at the burial progress bar. It was the first time for him to bury a person so slowly. You know, this is only the first step of embalming, restoring the deceased's appearance, and has not yet been cremated and buried. Roar! The barbarian roared violently. There were several zombies hanging on its body, biting the dog demon's body madly. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would not be able to bite through the dog demon's invulnerable fur, but one of the zombies had a different appearance from ordinary zombies. Although it is small in size, its body is very strong. It stands on 4 legs like a worm, and the ends of its legs are as sharp as blades, which penetrate deeply into the fur of the dog demon. He buried his face in the barbit's hair and gnawed it madly. He raised his head and saw his face was covered with the dog demon's black blood, and he was still chewing the dog demon's flesh and blood in his mouth. Alien, an alien species in the form of an insect. Not only the limbs, but also the teeth have changed. On both sides of the mouth, there grew large jaws that looked very hard and sharp, like scissors, which could cut the dog demon's flesh and blood into a mess. The dog demon was severely injured by this alien species. This type of alien most likely worked in insect-related jobs during their lifetime or was fascinated by the knowledge of insects. When he was discovered by the super-infected body, it triggered his deepest desire and caused him to undergo this strange alien mutation. 10 years after the end of the world, the Doomsday Research Institute has developed secret information on super-infected organisms that can mass-produce zombies. As humans, and even as animals, no matter how normal they appear to be in normal times, there are always some desires hidden deep in their hearts. This desire will cause the other party to burst out with unimaginable power when they are infected and mutated into zombies, making them more likely to become alien species. Perhaps this alien had fantasized many times during his lifetime about what he would look like after turning into an insect or having some abilities of an insect. Jiangqing number 17 just happened to discover the other party's desire, so it induced its mutation. The alien suddenly looked at him, and greed suddenly burst out in its dark green eyes. Li Ye's heart sank. The alien was about to attack him. Li Ye took another look at the burial progress bar. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Successfully buried the level 2 professional sword master. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Loading successful. Loading content is too late to watch. The alien species is coming. Li Yi drew out the Tang sword in an instant. The moment he grasped the hilt of the knife, he suddenly saw the trajectory of the knife technique. It was as if there was a hand in his subconscious mind teaching him at what angle to strike with the knife. Li swung his knife subconsciously, and his knife moved completely following the trajectory of the hand in his subconscious. Swish! With one strike, the alien was instantly split in half. Li Yi himself was a little surprised. He now suddenly understood why the knife monster was so powerful. The knife monster also awakened his profession, and he is a level 2 professional. Master of sword skills. Only people in sex will awaken to this kind of profession. Fortunately, I didn't confront the knife monster head-on, otherwise I might have been killed by it. The knife monster's knife skills are much more sophisticated than his. But his strength and speed are not as good as his, after all. He swallowed some of the dog demon's nuclear material. He could easily surpass many sect warriors with his physical fitness gained through decades of practice day after day, year after year. Chapter 042 The Army begins to counterattack. Li Yi immediately rushed out with a knife in hand. Click, click. The zombies were hacked to death one by one with his Tang sword. But there are too many zombies. The building where he is has been surrounded. Dog demon, Li Yi shouted. The dog demon immediately understood. He struggled out from the encirclement of zombies and ran to Li Yi. Li Yi grabbed the dog demon's hair and jumped onto the roof of another building as the dog demon jumped up. Li Yi turned around and immediately raised his sniper rifle. He aimed at Jiangqing number 17 and fired 3 shots in succession. With his current sniping skills, all 3 shots will hit Jiangqing number 17's head. As long as he can hit it, he can smash Jiangqing number 17's head. But 3 bullets flew in front of Jiangqing number 17. Suddenly, it stopped moving. Li Yi was shocked and thought, no, this is no longer the crude use of telekinesis by ordinary alien species, but it's telekinesis. As Jiangqing number 17 raised his finger and pointed at him, the 3 bullets suddenly flew towards him. The dog demon immediately used his body to block the 3 bullets. The bullets were just ordinary bullets, although not enough to cause much damage to the Barghest. But Jiangqing number 17's telekinesis is very strong. Let the bullet explode on the surface of the dog demon's body. In other words, the dog demon cannot feel pain, otherwise it would probably be grimacing. Let's go! Li Yi let the dog demon take him away. He is not afraid of Jiangqing number 17. But the other party rushed towards him with more than a dozen alien species and hundreds of zombies. He and the dog demon are not easy to deal with. In addition, the dog demon was injured and he also consumed a lot of physical strength. If he wasn't careful and got bitten by some alien species, he would be dead. So now is not the time to confront Jiangqing number 17 head-on. Li Yi rode away on the dog demon. Looking back, Jiangqi number 17 was still on the roof, looking at him with cold eyes. Damn it, I'll kill you sooner or later. Li Yi did not go home, but rode the dog demon around various small roads. Jiangqi number 17 must not discover where his base is. Otherwise, his house would be surrounded by alien species at any time. After passing through a small alley, Li Yi saw that there was no trace of the alien behind him. Immediately, let the dog demon return to the corpse hiding space to recuperate. He groped his way into a room with an open window in the dark, then squatted down with bated breath. Fang Yu was still unconscious on the ground. This is an office building, and Li Yi can hear the sound of zombies walking around outside the room. Calculate the time. It's time for the military to take action. In the previous life, on the third day after the apocalypse, human troops, after solving their internal problems, began to launch a counterattack against the zombies in the town. The time is early this morning. Li planned to wait here until the army counterattacked and attracted the attention of Jiangqi number 17 before returning to his residence. He lifted up his trouser legs and saw that the wounds on his legs had begun to heal. But the skin heals first, and the bones heal more slowly. It would take about 2 days, and during those 2 days he tried not to use his legs. Otherwise, it will only delay the healing time. When it was almost dawn, Fang Yu woke up. She saw Li Yi dozing off by the window and saw the pistol on Li Yi's waist. He kept staring at the pistol, feeling very uneasy and conflicted. I advise you not to seek death. Fang Yu was startled. She looked at Li Yi in surprise. Are you awake? Li Yi's eyes were cold. I am awake all the time. If you don't believe me, try it. Fang Yu immediately dismissed all her thoughts. She curled up her body and asked Li Yi carefully, where are the knife monsters? What do you think? Could it be that he was killed by you? Fang Yu was shocked. The 36 strange departments of Ning Group are very powerful. It was hard for her to imagine that Li Yi could kill them. Was it that big black dog that did it? Fang Yu didn't dare to ask. She said cautiously, why don't you kill me? Li Yi chuckled. Because a beauty like you is very valuable. I can make a fortune by selling you to the madam. Fang Yu's scalp tingled. She is elite, an elite with a clear mind. So even if she didn't experience the end of the world, it is also possible to imagine that in the end times, a beautiful woman like her will definitely become a plaything for many men. No, I am willing to stay with you. Please don't sell me out. I am willing to do anything. Really, I will do whatever you ask me to do. And I will never betray you. Fang Yu is very sincere. But Li Yi remained unmoved. If someone betrays me once, they will betray me a second time. Do you think I will give you a second chance to betray me? Fang Yu wanted to say something, but Li Yi blocked her mouth. He actually had another purpose in keeping Fang Yu. There is a chip hidden in Fang Yu's teeth. The Ning Group would not allow Fang Yu to stay outside all the time, although the chip hidden in the teeth may not be discovered by others. But the Ning Group will definitely minimize the risks. Therefore, they would continuously send people to rescue Fang Yu. If they failed to rescue her, even killing her would be safer than leaving her in the hands of others. So Fang Yu is the bait. The Ning Group is the fish, and with Fang Yu around, they will naturally take the bait. It's just dawn. Li suddenly opened his eyes. He heard gunfire in the distance. Boom, boom. The army has begun to fight back. Fang Yu also heard that the army had begun to suppress the zombies. He hurriedly told Li Yi to quickly join the army. Li Yi disagreed. The army's firepower is indeed fierce, but that is only limited to ordinary zombies. Super-infected bodies and alien species are beyond the army's ability to deal with. This battle will not last too long, and the army will withdraw. Fang Yu obviously didn't believe what Li Yi said. She believed that the best thing to do at this time was to seek shelter from the army. Li Yi ignored Fang Yu's thoughts, called the dog demon out of the corpse hiding space, carried him and Fang Yu, and quickly ran home. Then he lay on the roof of his house and looked through the scope on the sniper rifle. As he expected, the army had already started fighting with the alien species. There was continuous gunfire. The army drove over with more than a dozen tanks and armored vehicles, surrounded by an army combat team of more than 100 people, and used the entire block as a battlefield. The firepower was so strong that the ordinary zombies that rushed over were blown to pieces like watermelons. The alien zombies were graceful and quickly approached the army. But the firepower was too strong, and it was shot into a sieve in the air. Li Yi couldn't find any trace of Jiangqi number 17, but he saw a small group of troops coming towards Liang'an community. Li Yi frowned slightly. The military sometimes carries out special missions. For example, rescuing survivors. But the vast majority of survivors are not eligible for special rescue by the military, except for some people with special identities. Could it be that this small group of troops is coming for Fangyu? This possibility is very high. The Ning group has connections everywhere, so it is not impossible for them to persuade the army to help them find an important survivor. Chapter 43. Ning's group's private armed forces. It's the soldiers. The soldiers are coming. Immediately, excited voices were heard in the room. Help us. We are here. Our corridor is full of zombies, so we can't get out, and we haven't eaten for 3 days. A woman was standing at the window shouting. The small army on the road glanced at the woman asking for help, but he ignored it and seemed to be looking for some location through instruments. On the rooftop, Lee looked at their equipment through the sniper rifle scope. My heart tightened. Really? These people are here to find Fangyu. Fangyu's chip is currently in his body, and these people's target is also where he is. Lee discovered that these people did not seem to be the army. Or rather, they're not an orthodox army, because there are some subtle differences between their combat uniforms and those of the army. Ning Group's private armed forces. I didn't expect it to appear so soon. In the previous life, the Ning Group's private armed forces only appeared 1 month after the end of the world. But now, it has only been 3 days and they have already started to move out. It seemed that something was beginning to happen differently with his rebirth. Or speed up the process? In the previous life, the gold mine was not destroyed by him, and Fangyu was not kidnapped by him. During that time, the Ning group had been lying dormant and gathering strength. Therefore, when the 36 weird departments and the Ning group's private armed forces appeared, they were already quite powerful organizations, and even the official authorities had to ask for help from them. And now, he has ruined the Ning group's plan to use the gold mine as a base for secret development. He also kidnapped Fangyu and even killed the knife monster, gun monster, and smell monster. This completely angered the Ning group, so the Ning group decided not to hide anymore and to send out private armed forces in advance to kill him. Since it's a private armed force, it doesn't matter. Li has no psychological burden. Anyway, these people will not rescue ordinary survivors. Li pointed his gun at everyone, wondering who he was going to attack. Suddenly, Li saw a girl wearing a hat in the queue. The girl was wearing a neat combat uniform, which was obviously different from the others. On her badge were written the words Ning Special Combat. With his hands in his pockets, he walks in a very handsome manner. The other men were trembling with fear, wishing they could walk back to back and carefully on the street. But the girl was very content. A pair of cold phoenix eyes swept over, as if even zombies would be afraid. Li Ye's eyes turned red instantly. Shirzine! He finally saw it again. In his previous life, the girl he admired most. Originally, he thought that he and Shirzinian should be 2 parallel lines that would never intersect, because Shirzinian is so outstanding. A Special Forces member of the Ning Group's private armed forces. She awakened the very rare elementalist occupation at the beginning of the apocalypse. Elemental occupation gravity control. This ability is invincible. It is somewhat similar to the telekinesis of some alien species. But Shirzinian's gravity control is stronger in this area. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary doomsday mercenary who had no awakened profession and had to rely on himself to survive. Mercenaries like him are just a mob. Compared with elites like Shirzinian, the difference is like heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the time when he found Shirzine, injured and unconscious, in the occupied area and rescued her, he was afraid that he would never have any contact with a genius like Shirzinian in his life. When he finally obtained a B-level source nucleus, I thought I could finally stand in the same world with Shirzinian. Ning Zhe, however, set his eyes on the B-level source nucleus in his hand and deliberately sent him a trap mission. Go to a lost area and search for a box of antibiotics. Generally speaking, the commission for tasks like finding medicines is very high. Li Yu was tempted, so he and his team took on the task. But he didn't expect that Ning Zhe had concealed important information. In that occupied area, there is a resurrected alien ogre. Although his aptitude is only B-level, he has eaten a lot of people, so his level has reached the terrifying level 6. Shirzine learned the news and came to rescue him immediately. But the level 6 ogre is too scary. His team members died one after another, and Shirzine also fell in front of him. He was also devoured by the ogre. The fire of anger in Li Ye's heart was ignited again, although Ning Zhe had been killed by him. But his anger has not been extinguished. Ning Zhe is guilty, but the Ning group, which allowed Ning Zhe to do evil, is more guilty. Roar! Crack! Accompanied by a roar. A zombie suddenly rushed out of the window of a residential building, standing in front of the Ning group's private armed forces. This is not an ordinary zombie. It's an alien species. The strong man in the lead immediately organized the team members to fight. More than a dozen assault rifles fired at it, but they didn't even touch the alien's hair. The alien species flexibly climbs over the eaves and walls of high-rise buildings. The speed is so fast that it is beyond the reach of humans. The true horror of the alien species slowly began to emerge. The end of the world is coming, and humans are adapting to it. Professionals and psychics are getting used to and learning their own powers. But the same is true for alien species. The alien species have a certain degree of intelligence. They are also adapting their own strength and thinking beyond instinct, considering how to better manipulate humans. Just like this alien species, in just 3 days, it has become different from the old Zhang he had fought before. There has been a qualitative improvement in combat techniques, and he has become more proficient in the use of his own strength. Roar! The alien was hit in the leg by a bullet. He instantly rushed towards the Ning group's private armed forces in a rage. He dodged the bullet nimbly, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the opponent's arm. Then he tore off a large piece of meat in one bite. The white bones were exposed. The person in pain was wailing madly. The alien rode on the man's head and bit his face frantically. Makes a crunching sound. Others were unable to shoot for a moment, because shooting would inevitably kill their team members. Shot! The captain saw this situation. This team member can no longer be rescued. Everyone immediately focused their fire on the alien. The alien leaped up, faced with dense bullets, rushed towards another person, and tore a large piece of flesh from the person's neck. Then he rushed towards another man and scratched his chest with one claw. The alien wanted to rush towards other people, but because it was hit by too many bullets, its body was eventually blown up. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls, standing there in a daze, looking at the bodies of the team members who suddenly began to struggle on the ground. The captain could only shoot his head out of grief. Everyone was still in shock. The aliens are so scary. They are a fully armed and fully staffed combat team. When they first came out of the base, they encountered quite a few zombies, but under their firepower suppression, they were basically safe. But they didn't expect that an alien species could cause them such a huge loss. Captain, let's call for help. We've lost 3 people at once, and our combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Some team members began to ask timidly. Chapter 44. The Iceberg Beauty in the Orphanage. The captain said coldly, Ning Group hired us to solve problems, not to ask for help when there are problems. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not say anything else. The captain glanced at Shirzine. Shirzi's expression was very indifferent. It seemed as if he was too lazy to join in the fight with these people the whole time. This attitude made the captain a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything. After all, the other side is from the Special Forces, and the Special Forces have looked down on ordinary fighters like them for a long time. Let's keep going. The captain gave the order. Li Yi watched the whole process on the rooftop. He is actually a little nervous now. In his previous life, he and Shirzinian did not come into contact so early. Moreover, he and Shirzinian had no grudge against each other. The first time they had formal contact was when he saved Shirzinian. As a result, he fell in love directly. Although I don't know how Shirzinian feels, but he felt that Shirzinian might also like him a little, because he and Shirzine are not unrelated. They were both in the same orphanage when they were kids. When she was a child, Shirzine was not sociable and did not like playing with children of the same age. Later, Shirzinian was picked up by a group of people in suits. At that time, everyone thought that Shirzinian had gone to a good family. But now it seems that Shirzinian was picked up by the Ning group and taken away for private arm training. Li saw those people approaching his building quickly. His eyes gradually turned cold. Li aimed at the captain who was in the lead. This captain seems to have extraordinary fighting ability. Maybe he has awakened something. Although he may not be a professional, at least he has awakened special abilities. Li did not shoot. There was no silencer on his gun. If there were other private armed forces of the Ning group nearby, they would most likely find him based on the sound of the gunfire. After all, the sound of the AWM's gunfire is very special. Ordinary people don't have it, since these people are the private armed forces of the Ning group. You should know the person called Headshot Monster and what gun he uses. Actually, there was a silencer originally, but the head-blasting monster was besieged by zombies, and the silencer was broken when he used it to stab the zombies. A sniper rifle without a silencer in the city. It was a loud thunder that could be heard by people within a radius of several hundred meters. Li Yi put away the gun and continued to take out the Tang sword. Haha, I'm much more familiar with this neighborhood than you are. Based on their route, Li Yi could guess where the other party would pass by and from which direction. Li Yi ran wildly on the roof. With his jumping ability now, it is not difficult for him to jump over a distance of more than 20 meters between buildings. On the ground, Shirzine raised her head and glanced at the sky. There was nothing in the sky, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. She seemed to hear the sound of something flying over her head just now. Is it a bird? After the end of the world, birds should be rare? On the other side, Li Yi had already arrived at the intersection where the other party would have to pass and was waiting for them to come. It's the security booth at the entrance of their compound. That was old Zhang's job at the time. Li activated the dog demon's sense of smell. He is not yet very proficient in using the dog demon's sense of smell. Once activated, all smells within a 3-kilometer radius will penetrate into his nostrils. The sniffer should be able to sniff only a certain area. Unfortunately, the body of the sniffing monster had already turned into a completely pulpy mess. So he couldn't bury the smell monster, otherwise he should be able to upgrade his sense of smell or improve the way he used it. However, Li also found out that the other party was less than 100 meters away from him. Li was thinking about how to disguise himself. There were several zombies lying on the window, baring their fangs and claws at him. Li sneered. Coincidentally, the number of burials has been refreshed. As soon as Li opened the door of the security booth, the zombies seemed to be stimulated and pounced on him frantically. The face is ugly and hideous, and the smell is pungent. Clang! Li drew his knife. Chop off their heads with one knife, and then bury them quickly. Several reminder sounds rang in my mind. Li ignored it and let the zombie lie on the ground. A zombie without a head is a dead zombie, so it's not surprising to see it lying on the ground. So it shouldn't be anything worthy of the other party's attention. Li continued to hide in the security booth. After seeing the zombies falling to the ground, those people gradually stopped. The captain looked at a few zombies from a distance and said, "These zombies were all killed by someone who cut off their heads with a single knife." The knife skills were very exquisite. Someone immediately asked, "Could it be the knife monster from the 36 Monsters department? I heard that the knife monster also came here to carry out the mission of rescuing the money monster, but now he has lost contact." The captain nodded. "Almost the same. I've seen the knife monster's knife skills before. They are very similar to this one, and they are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Maybe the knife monster is in this building, and he may have gotten there first." The captain immediately became anxious, because their private armed forces and the 36 monsters all worked for the Ning group. But the departments are different if they are overtaken by the 36 weird departments. Then their private armed forces will be out of business. The Ning group doesn't keep idle people. Let's go. We must be the first to make a contribution. The captain led his team members and went straight over the zombies. Li Yi sneered, his mind moved. The zombies suddenly reached out and grabbed their legs. Then he pressed him to the ground and beat him. Zombies are much stronger than ordinary people. With their legs suddenly pulled back by such a strong force, basically no one can stand steadily. The captain's leg was also grabbed by a zombie, but his lower body was obviously more stable than others. "Captain, these zombies are not dead." A team member asked for help. The captain was also shocked. These zombies were obviously beheaded. How could they still be alive? The captain fired more than a dozen bullets from his assault rifle at the zombie under his feet, making a big hole in the zombie's chest. He thought the problem was solved, but the zombies grabbed his legs tightly again, and their sharp nails even scratched his legs. "Damn it, why can't I kill him?" When the captain saw that he was injured, he became extremely furious. Only after completely smashing the zombie's hands did he get rid of it. Just as he was about to support others, suddenly, a cold Tang sword was placed on the captain's neck. The captain was stunned. "Blade monster, what are you playing at? Hurry up and save my team members. Although we are from 2 different departments, we are colleagues in the Ning group after all." The person behind him did not respond to the captain, and the captain did not dare to move. "I was afraid that if I moved, I would lose my head like these zombies." "He's not a knife monster," Shirzine suddenly said. Li also looked at Shirzine. Shirzine had just passed over the head of the zombie lying on the ground. But when the zombies rose up to grab her, she immediately jumped away nimbly. The moonlight shines on Shirzine's body, making her skin look even whiter. Shirzine is an iceberg beauty who never smiles. There is always a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. But Li Yi has seen Shirzinian smile, and Shirzinian is even more beautiful when she smiles. Shirzine looked at Li Yi, and suddenly there was a strange flash in her eyes. It's you. Chapter 045 Childhood Friends. Shirzine was a little surprised. The captain immediately asked Shirzine, "Do you know him?" Shirzine ignored the captain and kept staring at Li Yi. Li Yi was a little surprised. He was actually recognized by Shirzinian. He remembered that in his previous life, Zine did not recognize him at first sight. Firstly, Shirzinian had stayed in the orphanage for a relatively short time. Secondly, Shirzinian had a very aloof personality and did not get along well with her peers in the orphanage. Shirzinian also had severe face blindness and could not remember people with no special features. But now he recognized him directly. Li was still a little nervous. He is Ning Zhe's classmate. He was always the one stealing Ning Zhe's limelight in school. Shirzian's words made Li Yi stand there in embarrassment. All right. It was also within his expectations. After all, in her previous life, Shirzinian didn't recognize him immediately. It was only when I accidentally saw the orphanage pendant he was wearing that I realized he was also from the orphanage. I see. It seems like you have been planning to kill young Master Ning Zhe for a long time. The captain gritted his teeth. Li wanted to laugh. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to speak up for Ning Zhe? It has to be said that the Ning group has indeed trained a group of loyal warriors. This captain is already considered an elite. Even if he is not affiliated with the Ning group, he can make a name for himself on his own. However, he is still willing to work for the Ning group. It seems that the Ning group is quite generous when it comes to talents. Li Yi, we have two main purposes for coming here this time. One is to bring Feng Yu back, and the other is to issue an imperial decree to appease you. The captain seemed to be afraid that Li Yi would be too impulsive and kill him with a knife, so he immediately revealed the purpose of this trip to Li Yi. You are issuing an amnesty to me? Why? Li Yi similed. Because Director Ning is a person who values talent very much. He thinks you are a talent. Although you have done something very excessive to the Ning group and caused great losses to the Ning group, Director Ning believes that since the losses have been caused, they can no longer be recovered. It is better to let you join the Ning group. This will also recover some losses for the Ning group. The captain said this very seriously. Li Yi murmured softly, so that's how it is. Ning Chang'ai is really good at it. No wonder he can cultivate so many talents in the Ning group. Yes, joining the Ning group is also a good thing for you. You are a smart person, and you should know that now is the end of the world. Human beings should unite, so that we can defeat the end of the world. The captain said excitedly. Team leader. Everyone around couldn't help but be moved. It turned out that their captain had such a great heart. Care about the human world. Oh, you have a point. The blade that Li Yi had clamped around the captain's neck was a little loose. There was a glimmer of triumph in the captain's eyes. He was indeed still young and had no idea how dangerous the world was. He trusted other people too easily. Such a person would surely die very quickly even if he had the ability. Suddenly, Li Yi grabbed the captain's neck, and the captain realized that the other party had not given up on killing him, but was planning to capture him alive. Oh shit! The captain was really angry. You don't treat him as a human being at all. After all, he was the squad leader of the Ning group's private armed forces and an elite recruited by the Ning group at a huge price. If it weren't for the fact that he slightly lost to Wang Xiong in the selection competition, then he should be the leader of the gold mine guards. So he is not an ordinary person. The others were just trash in front of Wang Xiong, but he was only slightly inferior to Wang Xiong. Originally, as long as he completed this mission, he could be promoted from squad leader to team leader. He can't die. If he dies, there will be nothing. The captain squatted down suddenly, and while doing so, he immediately pulled out the dagger on his leg and slashed it towards Li Ye's neck. Li took small steps, tilted his neck slightly backward, and dodged the blade. Can you hide away? The captain pursued furiously. There was a strange smile on Li Ye's lips. Why are you laughing? The captain suddenly felt his scalp tingling. What is this? Li was playing with an iron ring in his hand. There was a metal chain about 2 or 3 centimeters long tied to the iron ring. At the end of the metal chain, there was an iron rod as long as a finger joint, which was spinning in circles in Li Ye's hand. The captain was stunned and immediately looked down at his waist. The pull ring of the grenade on his waist had been pulled out. Damn it! The captain hurriedly took off the grenade and originally wanted to throw it to Li Yi in retaliation, but Li Yi was standing a few meters in front of him. If he gave it to Li Yi, he would definitely be affected by the grenade explosion. In desperation, the captain threw a grenade at the group of zombies that were rushing towards him. Bang! The grenade exploded, and the group of zombies were immediately blown into pieces. However, the sound of the grenade explosion also attracted zombies from other nearby blocks. The activities of ordinary zombies are only within a few dozen meters, but if there are external stimuli, such as sound, loud sounds will cause zombies to gather towards the source of the sound. The growls of zombies came from all directions. Damn it! The captain glared at Li Yi fiercely. You're lucky this time. I will kill you next time. The captain asked everyone else to evacuate. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots were heard. The captain staggered, then looked down at his bleeding abdomen, turned around and looked at Li Yi in disbelief as he was shooting with a gun. How can you possibly use a gun? The captain asked Li Yi in disbelief. But Li Yi responded with only 2 shots. The 2 shots accurately shattered his kneecaps. The captain fell to the ground with his knee broken, and the zombies around him rushed towards him. Save me! The captain immediately asked his teammates for help. But the team members all showed expressions of hesitation and fear. A large number of zombies will soon arrive here. They should be thankful if they can run away at this time. Why would they drag a seriously injured person with broken legs? What a joke. The team members abandoned their captain and fled in all directions. Don't abandon me. The captain was desperate and immediately looked at Shirzine, who was his only hope. Please save me. Shirzi glanced at the captain indifferently. Then he looked at Li Yi deeply again. Then he left without looking back. His movements were very agile, like a kitten. He jumped and shuttled quickly between the buildings and quickly disappeared into the night. You bastards! The captain was so anxious that he almost cried. I'm here to save you. The captain suddenly looked at Li Yi, and then looked at Li Yi in disbelief. The person he had the least hope for was Li Yi. But now Li Yi actually said he wanted to save him. Real? Of course it's true. Chapter 46. A madman trying to shake a tree with a mayfly. Li Yi simulate very kindly. He first took off all the weapons from the captain and then lifted him onto his shoulders. Although Li Ye's physical skills were far inferior to Shirzinian's, with his current strength, he was able to quickly rush back to his home, carrying the captain weighing more than 100 kilograms. He cut through the thorns and bushes along the way, chopping zombies with the Tang sword in his hand until they were almost smoking. The captain was terrified, but at the same time, he was amazed at how powerful Li Ye's swordsmanship was. It was almost on par with the sword monster he had seen before. Even Li Ye's strength and speed are stronger than the sword monster, so Li Yi is much stronger than the sword monster. Li Yi rushed home, closed the door, and immediately locked it with an iron chain. The zombies outside were knocking on the glass frantically, basically breaking it into pieces, with glass shards scattered all over the room. Dozens of zombie hands stretched out from outside, almost scaring the 3 girls to death. The captain was so scared that he almost had a heart attack, but he saw that Li Ye's doors and windows were sealed with welded steel bars, so even if ordinary zombies could break the glass, they would not be able to bite through the steel bars. The captain was stunned when he saw that this seemingly simple room was filled with various supplies for easy storage. This is not a project that could be completed in just 1 or 2 days. How could you be so well prepared? Li just smiled and didn't answer the captain. Li put the captain down, then took out a few cans of luncheon meat and threw them to the captain. The captain was even more surprised. This canned luncheon meat might not even be available in the Ning group, but Li Yi generously gave him several. The captain immediately felt ashamed. Thank you, brother. We had such a misunderstanding just now, but you were still so nice to me. I really don't know what to say. I'm really sorry. I really shouldn't have done that. Li Yi smiled, even more kindly. That's all in the past. You're right. As human beings, we shouldn't harm each other. We should help each other. Only in this way can we humans have a future. Li Ye's words made the captain feel even more ashamed. The captain looked at his wound that was still oozing blood. Brother, do you have any hemostatic medicine? I'm bleeding badly. Brother, your marksmanship is incredible. You shot me in the vitals with 1 shot. If you continue like this, I'll die. Li said apologetically. Oh, look at my brain. I really gave me such important supplies as medicines. I didn't. No, if not, I would have bled to death. What should we do? How about I go out and look for it for you? Li Yi immediately asked with concern. The captain's vision was beginning to blur. Brother, you're such a good person, but I may really not be able to do it. The captain slowly closed his eyes. The smile on Li Ye's face gradually disappeared, turning into cold sarcasm. Of course you'll bleed to death. What he gained from the headshot monster was not only the shooting skills of headshots, he also knew where to hit to make the opponent bleed out quickly. With a clang, the can in the captain's hand fell to the ground. Li Yi immediately buried the captain. Life is short like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. Ding! Successfully buried the ordinary deceased. Ding! Trigger the deceased hospice service, and the deceased favorability is increased by 100%. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Li Ye's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he triggered hospice. The so-called hospice care is actually to make the deceased feel grateful and cared for in the last period of his life. According to the rules of his professional skills, as long as hospice care is triggered, he will definitely have 100% favorability. Loading successful. Loading content is 15 memories, 33 hours in total. 100% primary field combat skills and experience. 100% primary urban combat skills and experience. Favorability, 40 plus 100%. When the favorability reaches 100%, full control can be achieved. Strength plus 50, speed plus 20, stamina plus 20, spirit plus 20. The methods of fighting in cities and in the wild flashed through Li Ye's mind, and Li Ye already knew how to fight in the city. However, such gains are of little significance to Li Yi. He really didn't take the captain's combat skills and experience seriously. He had 10 years of experience in apocalyptic combat in his previous life, so he knew better than the captain how to fight zombies in the city. The main reason for going to so much trouble this time was to verify whether his guess was correct. If he could create a few permanently controllable combat pets like the dog demons and station them around his base camp, his safety factor would be much higher. Li Yi hooked his fingers, and the captain, who was already dead, stood up again. The three girls were completely stunned. Turned into a zombie? But this person's body did not have the rot and cracks like other zombies. He looked like a living person. Li Yi glanced at the captain. The captain's pupils were gray, and he looked a little creepy standing in his room. Li Yi put the captain into his corpse hiding space. Then he cleaned up the blood on the ground and threw it downstairs through the broken window. The fresh smell of blood immediately made the zombies extremely excited, and they rushed downstairs. Although he has achieved 100% control over the captain, he cannot let the captain out now. The smell of blood in the captain's body has not faded yet, so once he is released, he will inevitably become the target of siege by zombies. The zombies at the door were finally gone. Li Yi pasted the newspaper again and left a gap to observe the situation outside. The private armed forces of the Ning group are nothing to be feared. They are not even as good as this captain. The one who needs his attention is Shirzien. Shirzien is very strong, although Shirzi is not a member of the 36 Weird Department. However, Shirzien's fighting ability is no worse than any of the 36 monsters. As a member of the elite special forces team selected by the Ning group, Shirzien has eliminated many powerful enemies for the Ning group. Shirzien didn't make any move just now. It was probably because she hadn't seen Fang Yu, so she didn't want to expose her strength in advance. Shirzien let him go at that time, probably in order to follow his trail and find his base camp, which means that Shirzien might be observing him from somewhere. Li Yi was overwhelmed by a sense of crisis. Fang Yu mocked Li Yi. Li Yi, do you regret it now? Did you underestimate my importance to the Ning group? If you were smart, you would let me go, and you might be able to save your life. Fang Yu was severely tortured by Li Yi, so now the jar is broken. Perhaps she already knew her fate of death, so death might be a relief for her. After hearing Fang Yu's provocation, Li Yi was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a smile, "You want to die now? But I won't kill you. As long as you live, the Ning group will be terrified, and they will have to send people to die. So you are very important to me." Fang Yu's scalp tingled. Why didn't she realize before that Li Yi was a lunatic, a madman trying to shake a tree with a mayfly? Chapter 047, The military is in great crisis. Li Yi, we are hungry, Zhuo Wanqing said in a low voice. Li Yi frowned. Didn't I just give it to you guys to eat? Zhuo Wanqing wanted to cry. We haven't eaten for a day and a night. The last time you gave us a piece of compressed biscuit was yesterday. The young neighbor women also nodded vigorously. Although they were all afraid of Li Yi, they were almost starving to death and had no time to be afraid. Okay, you guys can really eat. Li Yi untied Zhuo Wanqing and the neighbor's young woman, and then gave each of them a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. He held a box of canned beef and started eating. Zhuo Wanqing was eating the compressed biscuits in her mouth. If she didn't have saliva, she really couldn't swallow it. Li Yi, what on earth do you want to do with us? Zhuo Wanqing asked. Although they have food and drink here with Li Yi, they have no freedom. Li Yi ties them to chairs every day. Their buttocks are almost covered with calluses. This is not a solution. I didn't ask you to come here. You can leave now. Li Yi pointed outside. Zhuo Wanqing looked at the zombies walking around outside and immediately shrank her neck and pouted. Li Yi, why don't you have any sympathy for women? In your eyes, beauties like us don't deserve your better treatment at all? Ah, beauty? Beauty is the least valuable after the end of the world. Don't overestimate your own value. People like you are just slightly better off piglets in the end of the world. Zhuo Wanqing frowned. It was indeed she who pestered Li Yi to bring her here, but being tied to a chair every day was not part of her plan. If this goes on, I'm afraid Li Yi will really sell me like a piglet. I want to leave. Zhuo Wanqing has made her decision. Li Yi looked at Zhuo Wanqing deeply and said, okay. Li Yi did not try to persuade her to stay and did not seem surprised by Zhuo Wanqing's decision. Zhuo Wanqing walked to the door and looked back at Li Yi. Her eyes contained a complex emotion of grief, helplessness, fear, and determination. Li Yi, you are such a heartless man. Zhuo Wanqing snatched the iron gun that Li Yi had placed at the door, and when a zombie just passed by, she opened the door, rolled over, and pierced the zombie's head with the iron gun. Li Yi was a little surprised. It seemed that Zhuo Wanqing was not just a pretty face. This guy had been hiding his strength before. Yes, her brother is a world boxing champion. Zhuo Wanqing was slightly influenced by her brother, so it is not surprising that she has such skills. Li Yi watched Zhuo Wanqing nimbly climb to the second floor and then enter another room. In fact, he felt that Zhuo Wanqing's decision was right. Since he had such strength, he should give it a try. If he let others control his destiny, he would eventually become cannon fodder. Li Yi also gave Fang Yu a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water, which Fang Yu kept for the time being. After the two girls finished eating, Li Yi tied them to the chairs again and then stretched. Although he has become a professional and is now more energetic, and each time he buries a body his spirit level will increase slightly, but he still feels tired after not sleeping for a long time. Li Yi asked the dog demon to come out to guard him, and he lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Li Yi was awakened by the sound of horns echoing throughout the city. Now, after we have verified from many sources, we have confirmed that the end of the world has come. The army has recaptured Weiye South Road and Binjiang South Road in the southern part of Jiangxing. Survivors can move closer to Weiye South Road and Yugong South Road according to the actual situation. Be careful. If someone around you is infected and turned into a zombie, kill them immediately. Even if they were once your relatives, don't have any sympathy. Zombies have no emotions. At the same time, we call on those who have awakened their professions or special abilities to join us as soon as possible. It is very dangerous to fight alone. Such sounds echoed over the city in a loop. Sure enough, it is still Weiye South Road and Yugong South Road. In the previous life, the army did capture these two streets, and it seemed that they had made considerable progress, but in fact, there was a hidden crisis. Weiye South Road and Yugong South Road are two parallel roads, with a large seafood wholesale market in the middle. Originally, the fresh fish caught in the fishing port village every day had to be distributed to the surrounding cities and provinces through this wholesale market, so the army set up camp here. We plan to use the wholesale market as our base and gradually take back the urban areas. There is no problem with this plan, but the problem arises in the fishing port village behind. Fishing port village was the first place where the living dead appeared, that is, the first place where zombies appeared. Therefore, the apocalyptic energy in the fishing port village is obviously stronger than other places, so much so that there are several alien species wandering around in the fishing port village at this moment. And there is even a super-infected body, serial number Jiangxing number 8. The serial number of the super-infected body is assessed based on its destructive power and degree of danger. So Jiangxing number 8 is more terrifying than Jiangxing number 17. Jiangxing number 8 will suddenly launch an attack on the rear of the army, and then rush into the army's camp with a dozen alien species and hundreds of zombies, taking advantage of the darkness to kill humans everywhere. Li Yi felt that he should remind the army commander. Li Yi saw that the two girls were still sleeping soundly, so he went out directly and locked the door with a padlock. Originally, he didn't need to make such an arrangement, but now there was Zhuo Wanqing outside. He had to be on guard. It would be troublesome if Zhuo Wanqing came back and destroyed his base after he left. In addition, you have to be careful about Shizhen. Shizhen didn't show up last night. I don't know what she is planning. Li put on the combat uniform of the Ning group's private armed forces and armed himself fully. He actually looked quite handsome. The configuration of the Ning group's organized private armed forces is actually very high, higher than that of the general official army. Li walked along the wall all the way. There was a city SUV parked on the side of the road. Li immediately rushed over, observed that there was no one in the car, and used the car stealing skills he learned from Lao Zhang to easily open the car door. The interior of the car is quite luxurious. Li flipped through it casually. This should be the car of an elite white-collar worker. There were also photos of him and his wife in the car. They looked quite affectionate. There was a computer on the back seat, and Li had an idea. The chip that he smashed out of Fang Yu's teeth does not have an interface on ordinary computers and requires a high-end computer to open. This computer obviously meets this requirement. Li inserted the chip and turned on the computer. Instead of entering the system page normally, he entered a new system interface composed entirely of complex codes. He could understand some of it. It seemed that he could access the system through a chip and enter the system directly without logging in. The interface appears. This is the dedicated intelligence interface of the 36 departments, which records the intelligence of the 36 monsters. Chapter 048. Being targeted by Shizhen. The Ning group divided the 36 monsters into the upper 12, the middle 12, and the lower 12. The Headblast monster and the Sniffer monster are both among the lower 12 monsters. The Sniffer monster ranks last among the lower 12 monsters, which means it is the weakest among the entire 36 monsters. The Head-Exploding monster is ranked first among the 12 monsters and 25th among the 36 monsters. The Knife monster ranks 6th among the 12 and 18th among the 36 monsters. No wonder its combat power is obviously higher than that of the Headblast monster and the Smell monster. But what surprised Li Yi was that Fang Yu's Money monster was actually among the 12 monsters, and its ranking was even higher than the Knife monster, ranking 14th. It seems that the ranking of the 36 is not simply based on strength. The main basis for judging is their ability and how much they have contributed to the Ning group. The Money monster used her extreme sensitivity and planning ability to help the Ning group make a lot of money and even carried out various legal tax avoidance activities. Therefore, for a large chaebol like the Ning group, Fang Yu is far more important than a reckless man like Dao Guai. However, what Li Yi did not expect was that Old Zhang was also one of the 36 monsters, named the Pervert. The description of the Pervert was that as long as the target was a young and beautiful woman, Old Zhang would try every means to kill the other party. The most important thing is that no evidence will be left behind. Even the person can disappear from this world directly. The relevant departments cannot find him, so they can only give up in the end and define it as an unsolved case. In the early days, there was a chaebol group in Jiangcheng that competed with the Ning group called the Run Group. The boss is Run Einer, and she's a big star. It is not known where the funds came from, but the company developed at a very fast speed, and at one point it captured nearly half of the market share of the Ning group. But not long after, the Run Group suddenly left Jiangcheng. Some people in the community privately discussed that the Run Group was threatened by the Ning group, and the boss Run Einer did not dare to cause trouble again, so he left Jiangcheng quickly. But Li saw on the love website of 36 monsters that Run Einer, such a big boss and also a big star, was actually solved by Old Zhang. Old Zhang is more capable than he thought. No wonder he is one of the 12 weirdos. Li turned to the top 12 monsters, but there were 12 question marks on them. It shows that he does not have permission to access and must verify if he wants to continue accessing. This computer is connected to the internet, so Li Ye's chip also remotely updates the latest intelligence updates of the 36 monsters, as well as the tasks given to them in real time. As long as he knew the mission they were carrying out, he could intercept and kill them in advance. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the side window of his car. Li Yi was startled and suddenly saw a face almost sticking to his car window. No sound at all. Li Yi subconsciously thought that the other party should be an alien species. Only alien species have this kind of wisdom, but after seeing this person's face clearly, Li Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. This face is delicate, beautiful, yet has a coldness that seems to keep people away. Shizhen knocked on the car window. Li hesitated for a moment and rolled down the window a little. You Shirzine was about to speak. Li suddenly took out a pistol and fired a shot through the gap in the glass window. Shirzine's reaction speed is as fast as lightning. From the time Li Yi took out the gun to the time he fired, which took less than a second, Shirzine had already moved several meters away. Li Yi immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove away, crushing the zombies. Li Yi looked through the rearview mirror and saw Shirzine making a gesture of wiping her neck towards him. He must go. It would be fine if Shirzine recognized who he was, but if Shirzine intended to kill him, Shirzine would definitely not show mercy. Shirzine is the most outstanding sharp knife trained by the Ning group. As long as the Ning group says they want to kill someone, Shirzine will do it without hesitation. A complete iceberg killer. So he had to escape just now. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. Shirzine looked indifferently at the direction where Li Ye's car left, her eyes becoming colder and colder. Pretty alert. The surrounding zombies were disturbed by the sound of Li Ye's engine and gathered towards Shirzine. Shirzinian took a look at them, then lightly tapped the ground with her toes, and immediately jumped onto a street lamp several meters high. She turned into several phantoms and chased in the direction Li Yi left. The further south you go, the more zombies there are on the road, and the gunfire ahead becomes more frequent. If this continues, he will never be able to get close to Weiya South Street and Yugong South Street. From now on, he can only abandon his vehicle and drive between the tall buildings. Skywalking is a mainstream way of traveling in cities that emerged after the end of the world. Use ropes or suspension bridges to build bridges between buildings for people to pass through. As long as the roof can be kept, humans will always have a safe path to travel. Li Yi rushed all the way to the roof of the building with a Tang sword in his hand. 2 blocks ahead was Weiya South Street, where the Army's frontline command was located. Li Yi used a steel wire rope that he had prepared in advance, tied a heavy object in front of it, and then threw it to a pole on the opposite building where it could be wrapped around. Pull the steel wire straight. This special steel wire rope with a diameter of no more than 3 millimeters is generally used to build bridges. It is almost impossible to walk on such a thin steel wire rope. But for Li Yi now, it is not that difficult. As long as he walks steadily, there will be no problem. Moreover, Li Yi walked on a tightrope for several years in his previous life and had trained himself to be an acrobat. To carry out missions as a mercenary in the apocalypse, air walking is a skill that he must master. Otherwise, he would not be able to make a living. When Li Yi was halfway there, he suddenly felt someone shaking the wire. When I turned around, it was Shirzine. Shirzine held a knife in her hand and pretended to cut the wire. Li Yi pupil soudain shrank. There were swarms of zombies wailing dozens of meters below. If he fell into them, he would be dead. No. Shirzine, I have important information to tell the frontline military commander. Shirzine's dagger stopped in midair. He seemed to think for a moment, then stepped onto the tightrope. Shirzine stepped on the wire as if it had no weight. She didn't let the wire sink at all. She walked behind Li Yi as if walking on flat ground and asked indifferently, "What information?" This information is very important. I need to report it to the frontline commander of the army in person. Li Yi had no doubt that if he told Shirzinian the information, perhaps Shirzinian would pass the information to the army's frontline commander. But he was worthless to Shirzine, and Shirzine might kill him with a knife. Shirzine looked at Li Yi coldly. Then he signaled Li Yi with his eyes to keep going forward. As Li Yi walked, he looked back at Shirzinian and was very wary of her. "Are you the survivors who came here to gather?" People who looked like military personnel appeared on the opposite building. Chapter 49, Battle Pet Master and Elemental Master. Li Yi stopped, and Shirzinian seemed to have lost control of her brakes and landed directly on Li Yi. Li Yi immediately felt Shirzinian's curvy figure. Shirzine always wraps herself very tightly. Boruto only thinks that Shirzine is a woman with beautiful appearance and slim figure, but he doesn't know that Shirzine usually ties up her upper body with straps for the convenience of fighting. In fact, Shirzinian really has an angelic face and a fairy figure. "Behind you!" Suddenly, the soldier on the opposite building pointed in horror in the direction behind Li Yi and his companions. Li Yi turned around and saw a humanoid zombie lying on the ground with all 4 limbs, like a poisonous scorpion. His 2 hands also turned into the scorpion's 2 pincers, which were black, and the fingertips looked like they were sharpened into the shape of knife blades. Using pliers to cut the wire rope under their feet, Li Yi immediately rushed to the other side, but he couldn't use the wire rope to gain leverage, so he couldn't increase his speed. With a bang, the steel wire rope under his feet suddenly lost its supporting power. Li Yi instantly lost weight and subconsciously tried to grab the steel wire rope and swing to the wall of the opposite building. But suddenly a hand grabbed the back of his collar, like picking up a chicken, and lifted him up into the air and rushed to the roof of the opposite building. Li Yi looked at Shi Xinyan in surprise. This was Shi Xinyan's ability to control gravity. Shi Xinyan was indeed a genius. She had figured out how to use reverse gravity so quickly, making her and her body lighter and even changing the gravity around them, giving them an upward buoyancy. This is the horror of the elementalist profession. The profession of elementalist is a profession that transcends most people in the secular world and is a professional ability that is close to that of a god. Shi Xinyan glanced at Li Yi and said, "Why are you looking at me? Don't you have an awakened profession?" "What's your profession?" Li Yi asked back suddenly. Shi Xinyan chuckled. "Really? Aren't you a combat pet trainer? The people from the Ning group took a picture of your big black dog, and I just saw some headless zombies fighting for you. This is the ability of a combat pet trainer. Do you think others are fools? Has the term battle pet trainer appeared now?" Li Yi asked immediately. Like the elementalist, the battle pet master is also a relatively rare profession. In the previous life, the term battle pet master did not appear so quickly in Jiangqing. There is a prophet in the Ning group. He watched your video and said your professional name. Is the prophet the father of the prostitute? Shi Xinyan glanced at Li Yi deeply. Even know about the prostitute and her father? It seems that you know a lot of things, even comparable to the Ning group, which has a professional intelligence department. Li Yi immediately touched his nose awkwardly. I just found out by chance. Li Yi thought to himself. It now seems that prophets, like researchers and superbrain scientists, have the ability to name new things after the end of the world. No, there should still be a difference. Researchers and superbrain scientists can name new things. And this naming is not their own random naming, but a naming under a mysterious apocalyptic rule. It seems that the names of new things after the end of the world exist objectively, and researchers and superbrain scientists only discovered the names, but the names were not created by them. This mystery has been studied by the Mythology Research Institute for 10 years after the apocalypse. They have brought together the world's largest number of superbrain scientists and researchers to form the most authoritative apocalyptic scientific research institution. But there have been no research results. Those superbrain scientists discovered that no matter how they jumped out of their own thinking, they seemed unable to escape the mysterious rules and order under the doomsday sky. The prophet should have foreseen the future and seen professionals with abilities similar to his, and those professionals were battle pet trainers. Li Yi rubbed his nose. If he was considered a battle pet trainer, it would not be bad. Anyway, his ability to control corpses would be exposed sooner or later. Instead of being studied by those superbrain scientists, he might as well expose a fake profession first. As expected of the Ning group, they are amazing. They dug out my past so quickly. The soldier interrupted the two men and asked, "Are you the armed forces of the Ning group? Didn't you refuse to cooperate with the army?" The soldiers saw Li Yi and Shi Xinyan's combat uniforms and equipment configurations, and naturally regarded Li Yi as the private armed forces of the Ning group. Li Yi glanced at Shi Xinyan with a guilty conscience, but Shi Xinyan didn't seem to have any intention of exposing him, so he nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I actually have some important intelligence here, and I want to talk to the frontline commander about it." "Can I meet with the frontline commander? You want to see Lu Tuan?" The soldier frowned slightly. He looked at Li Yi and Shi Xinyan repeatedly. "What information?" "Please let me see the frontline commander. I want to talk to him in person." The soldier frowned. Li Yi and Shi Xinyan both look very young, and they seem to be college graduates. I wonder what the standards of the Ning group's private armed forces are, and they even recruit college graduates like them. And you are so ignorant. As the head of the Jiangcheng Garrison Corps, how could Lu Tuan just meet with two private armed forces of the Ning group? To put it bluntly, private armed forces are all unregulated private forces. Although they wear decent combat uniforms and are equipped with decent equipment and look more regular than regular troops, they do not have any organization. To the army, they're just a group of civilians with private arms. Can the civilians see Lu Tuan whenever they want? Although the soldier was very angry, he still had a warm smile on his face. Important information, right? You have to see Lu Tuan himself to tell me, right? No problem. I'll take you to the shelter first. And when Lu Tuan is free, I'll bring him to see you. Li Yi nodded. Sorry, this information is really important. No problem, leave it to me. Li Yi and Shi Xinyan were taken to a makeshift shelter in the seafood market. There are already quite a few survivors gathered here, at least thousands of them. It is divided into compartments, each of which can accommodate about 8 to 10 people, making it easier to manage. Li Yi and his companions were placed in the same compartment with the injured soldiers. In addition to the two of them, there were 6 injured soldiers in the same room. Some had broken legs, some had broken hands, and some had extensive burns all over their bodies that were rapidly festering, and they were in horrible pain. He grabbed the thin nurse's hand, begging her to give him a quick death. The nurse was both scared and sympathetic. She knew the injured person's current condition very well, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was a situation worse than death. Li could actually empathize with this kind of pain. In his previous life, he had seen too many such wounded people, almost all of whom were injured by alien species. Although they would not be infected and turned into zombies, they would face endless pain for the rest of their lives. And such injuries cannot be cured within the next year. A year later, super brain scientists in the medical field have made breakthrough progress in treating zombie injuries and even developed drugs to block the zombie infection process. Chapter 050 Chaos in the Shelter. Li closed his eyes. This scene reminded him of some painful memories from his past life. He simply decided to out of sight, so as not to be bothered. His most important purpose of this trip was to obtain information that there was a super-infected organism and more than a dozen alien species hidden in the fishing village. Otherwise, the number of casualties would not be limited. Shi Xinyan sat on the ground opposite Li Yi, playing with an exquisite dagger in her hand, staring at Li Yi, making Li Yi feel uneasy. He was really afraid that Shi Xinyan would suddenly stab him with a knife. He thought about confessing his identity to Shi Xinyan, but it might be useless because Shi Xinyan was cold by nature and could not remember insignificant people since she was a child. She always sat alone, and even the teachers in the orphanage did not know what she was thinking. So Li felt that Shi Xinyan didn't remember him at all at this moment. Otherwise, she should have been recognized before. And even if she knew that he was from the orphanage, so what would it matter? To put it bluntly, Shi Xinyan didn't care about her companions in the orphanage at all. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound nearby. They should give priority to sharing the food with us. We are from the Zheng family. In Jiangcheng, besides the Ning family, there is our Zheng family. There should be no one who doesn't know us. Li opened his eyes and looked towards a cubicle not far from them. The people in this cubicle were obviously dressed differently from those in other cubicles and looked much more upscale. The girl in charge of distributing food was also wearing a military uniform. She looked like she was in the logistics department of the army. She smiled and said, "The food is distributed according to order. Everyone here is hungry, so no matter if you are a member of the Zheng family or anyone else's family, you have to distribute it according to order. At this moment here, everyone is fair." Fair? A fierce-looking lady from the Zheng family laughed sarcastically. Are you kidding? No matter what time it is, there is no such thing as fairness. People like us should always enjoy better treatment than others. The noble lady's words made everyone frown immediately. This was not pleasant to hear. To be honest, most of the people who fled here were ordinary people with nowhere else to go. In the eyes of the noble lady, most of them should be inferior people. So they were very unhappy to hear the ladies asking for privileges. Why do you deserve better treatment? Did you go to the battlefield? Or did you fight for humanity? Exactly. When the zombies came, didn't you flee in panic and seek protection from the military? Why do you want supplies? Huh? Why? Several people complained that they were all lined up in front of the compartment for returning home. And now people from the Zheng family wanted to cut in line. And of course they didn't agree. The lady of the Zheng family had a somewhat ferocious smile on her face. Haha, you're a bunch of inferior people like cockroaches. Our presence here today is like a tiger in troubled times coexisting with dogs. What qualifications do you dogs have to rank ahead of us? Damn it, who are you scolding? A few people with bad tempers immediately rushed forward to ask for an explanation. The noble woman of the Zheng family sneered. Calling you dogs is flattering you. Are you guys qualified to show off in front of our Zheng family? Immediately, a tall man stood in front of the noble lady of the Zheng family. Everyone was shocked. The man seemed to be at least 1.9 meters tall, dressed in black and with a crew cut. He looked like a prisoner who had just been released from prison. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Several people immediately rushed forward, trying to pin the tall man down. But the tall man waved his hand, and suddenly a powerful force burst out, knocking those people down head-on. It even knocked over the barrels of boiling porridge pushed out by the military logistics department. Ah! Several people were wailing madly in pain. There were blisters all over my body. The girl from the logistics department screamed, hurried to check the burns of several people, and then scolded the tall man. Since you have such strength, you could have pushed them to the other side. Why did you have to knock over the porridge bucket? Not only did it burn people, but it also wasted precious food supplies. Others looked at the meat porridge on the ground, and some were so hungry that they couldn't help but pick up the meat on the ground to eat. This scene was seen by the noblewoman of the Zheng family, who smiled disdainfully. So I said, calling you dogs is flattering you. Even my dog won't eat food that falls on the ground. You. The girls in the logistics department were very angry. But she is just a girl, and from the logistics department. Although there are people from the combat department in this temporary shelter, their number is small. Their main task is to kill the zombies that are gathering towards the seafood market from other directions. So they have no time to maintain order in the shelter. Humph! If I can't eat it, you can't eat it either. The lady of the Zheng family snorted coldly, then took out some snacks of unknown brand from her bag and distributed them to other members of the Zheng family. She looked at the survivors who were picking up meat on the ground with contempt. Others were furious. The people in the Zheng family have no shortage of food. They even looked down on the big pot of meat porridge. They were just angry that they had to queue up like the ordinary survivors. In order to vent his anger, he even smashed such a big bucket of meat porridge. It's an unforgivable crime. Everyone was so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The girls in the logistics department are also very angry. But what made her even more angry was that she couldn't do anything about the Zheng family. You guys knocked over the porridge bucket, and you still have the nerve to eat what you brought? Suddenly, a faint voice was heard. Everyone immediately looked at a fully armed young man. It was Li Yi. Li Yi originally didn't want to care. But when he saw the Zheng family knock over a large bucket of porridge, he immediately remembered how many people in the slums in his previous life had starved to death because they could not eat a bowl of porridge for several days, and some even ate the flesh of zombies. Food is very important in the end times. This idea has been deeply rooted in Li Ye's mind. So when he saw the Zheng family wasting food like this, he immediately became angry. Who are you? Looking at your combat uniform, are you a private armed force of the Ning group? What does this have to do with you? The noble lady of the Zheng family still doesn't take Li Yi seriously. After all, Li Yi seemed to be just a private armed force trained by the Ning group. He was not a member of the Ning family, and his status was not equal to hers. So it's not worth her opening her eyes to see. Suddenly, Li Yi launched a charge, and the tall man stretched out his hand to intercept Li Yi. But Li Yi used his agile boxing steps to avoid the tall man's hand and appeared directly in front of the lady. He knocked the chocolate-looking snack out of the lady's hand, pinched the lady's mouth, and stuffed a handful of rice porridge covered in dirt that he had just grabbed into her mouth. You should eat what you made yourself. Papa. Li Yi slapped the lady twice. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Li Yi in amazement. Chapter 051 De Guang joins the military. The lady of the Zheng family was also confused. Although their Zheng family does not have as much influence in Jiangcheng as the Ning group, but it is definitely not something that can be slapped in the face by the Ning group's private armed forces. The noble lady of the Zheng family screamed like crazy. She was going crazy. Kill him for me. The lady immediately ordered the tall man, who immediately rushed over with a punch. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They had just witnessed this man's strength. 3 or 5 big men were like kindergarten children in front of this man and could be easily knocked to the ground. And this young man doesn't look very strong. There is no way he could be a match for this giant. Looking at the oncoming sandbag-sized fist, Li Yi was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very calm. He raised one hand and actually blocked the tall man's punch. Bang! The sound is very loud. It's like 2 rocks colliding. Everyone exclaimed that this boy, who looked a bit thin, could actually fight against the tall bodyguard of the Zheng family. Huh, do you think you're also a barbarian king? Veins bulged on Li Ye's arms, and he used brute force to punch the tall man's arm away. An expression of astonishment appeared on the tall man's dull face. Get out of here, you big, brainless bastard. Li Yi punched the tall man in the face, sending his tall and heavy body flying several meters away. Boom! The tall man fell to the ground like a rock rolling down, causing the ground to shake slightly. The lady was completely frightened. She had never seen anyone more powerful than her tall boy. After the end of the world, he got some kind of mutation, and his strength became greater than before. On their way here to seek shelter from the military, Gao Nen killed several zombies. He even killed 2 of the zombies that jumped around at a very fast speed. How come he couldn't even beat the private armed forces of the Ning group? The Zheng family lady suddenly felt angry. Gao Nan, you useless piece of shit. Why don't you stand up? My Zheng family provides for you. If you were just such a piece of shit, what use is there to you? The voice of the Zheng family lady was very harsh. Li Yi frowned slightly, and a voice reminded him. Be careful, he's standing up again. Li Yi glanced at Shi Ziyin, who reminded him, then turned back to look at Gao Nan, who stood up again. The name Gao Nan really matches his body shape. I won't allow you to hurt my master. Gao Nan suddenly roared towards the sky. The sound was like muffled thunder. He swung his fist again, but this time it was no longer a single fist. Two thin and long arms, like springs, threw out countless phantom punches. Fists are coming like a flood, full of oppression. The people around were so frightened that they cried out in shock and couldn't help but cover their mouths and scream. But Li Yi remained calm, as if he remained unmoved even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, which formed a stark contrast with Gao Nan's temperament. However, what is surprising is that although Li Yi did not move, Li Ye's momentum was no less than Gao Nan's. I feel like a villain now. Li Ye murmured. It's incredible, really. Living this life again gave him amazing confidence, as if no matter what kind of enemy he encountered, it would not be enough to make him feel afraid. People with particularly long arms are indeed rare among ordinary people, and they even look a little deformed. But in the boxing arena, such people are not uncommon. On the contrary, it is very common. As someone who has mastered all the fighting experience and skills of the world boxing champion, he certainly knows how to deal with it. On the contrary, Gao Nan's bluffing boxing style seemed too childish to him. An amateur is just an amateur after all. Li Yi took small steps one after another quickly, constantly changing the position of his body in a very small space. So even though the tall man's fists seemed to be overwhelming, it could only touch his clothes at most. The girl in charge of logistics covered her mouth in surprise. Who on earth is this young man? He is so strong. Has the Ning group's private armed forces become so powerful? As a regular army, they actually don't look down on the Ning group's private armed forces. They think they are just better equipped, but there is a gap between them and the regular army in terms of selection and training. But now that they have seen this young man, they may have to re-examine the Ning group's private armed forces. If there are many young mercenaries like this in the private armed forces of the Ning group, then the combat effectiveness of the private armed forces of the Ning group is actually very strong, even far higher than that of ordinary regular armies. Beat you to death! Beat you to death! Beat you to death! The tall man gritted his teeth and made a sharp sound. But he just couldn't hit Li Yi. His dense fists seemed like decorations. Li Yi smiled and threw a punch. No need to go through so much trouble. A real boxer doesn't need so many punches. A fatal punch only requires one. In the gap between Gao Nan's fists, Li Yi threw a lightning-fast punch upwards, hitting Gao Nan's chin, knocking Gao Nan backwards with his face up. Your strength is not bad, but it's not good enough in front of me. Li Yi was just about to kill Gao Nan with one punch when a serious voice suddenly rang out. No fighting allowed in the shelter. Li Yi stopped his fist and looked up at the person who came. It was a soldier. Next to the soldier was an extremely tall figure. In comparison, Gao Nan was like a slender child in front of that tall figure. The scene became even quieter. This man was even more terrifying than Gao Nan. Daguan. Li Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Daguan to appear here. When Daguan saw Li Yi, he nodded to Li Yi, as if to thank him for his work in the gold mine. Daguan joined the military. This is very different from the previous life. In his previous life, until his death, Daguan already had the title of Barbarian King, but he was still working for the Ning group. But things have changed in this life. The Barbarian King Daguan has switched to working for the military. Li Yi suddenly felt relieved. This was a good change. Although the Barbarian King Daguan was notorious in his previous life, that was because he served as a weapon of the Ning group and killed many people and harmed many weak survivors. But if the Barbarian King Daguan becomes a weapon of the military, he should become the god of war praised by everyone, right? Next to Daguan was a square-faced man with a serious expression who looked a bit intimidating without even getting angry. As soon as he arrived, several soldiers guarding the perimeter immediately followed him. He looks like a person of high status and power. No private fights are allowed in the shelter. I should have told you this rule on the first day the shelter was established. Chapter 052, Li Yi was detained. Before Li Yi could say anything, the girl from the logistics department immediately explained. Captain Zhao? That's not the case. He didn't initiate the fight. He was helping me deal with the people who were disrupting the order. A person who disturbs the order? I only saw him beating people. He is the one who disturbs the order. Captain Zhao was very serious and insisted that Li Yi was the culprit who caused the chaos. Li Yi thrown it. This Captain Zhao, he seemed to have some impression. In his previous life, Captain Zhao had a smooth and rapid career advancement. He participated in the Battle of Jiangqing Shelter and survived, so he was promoted to the Logistics Bureau because of his merits in this battle. Before long, they colluded with the people from the Lion Awakening Society and contracted the task of providing a large amount of material bounty from the Material Bureau to the Lion Awakening Society, making the Lion Awakening Society the full-powered task issuer of the Material Bureau, and then the Lion Awakening Society took a cut of the difference. For example, a box of antibiotics ordered by the Materials Bureau can earn 10 merits and a commission of 10,000 yuan. But when it comes to the Lion Dance Club, it becomes 5 merits and 5,000 yuan, which is even more exploitative. It is equivalent to that they can earn half of the profit for free just by issuing a task, so that the Lion Dance Club can develop rapidly and expand in scale. In the later stage, even if the official top officials discovered what the Lion Dance Club had done, there was no way to kick the club out. Because at that time, the Lion Dance Society no longer needed to rely too much on the official authorities. They had already formed a complete task system and trained a large number of mercenaries, become one of the top 10 post-apocalyptic mercenary groups after the end of the world. The development of the Lion Dance Club in Jiangqing is inseparable from the help and assistance of Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao looked at the noble lady of the Zheng family, and the noble lady of the Zheng family immediately ran to Captain Zhao crying and hugged him. She cried and said aggrievedly, "Captain Zhao, you have to make a decision for us. We have nothing to do with this guy, but he came up and slapped me. Look, my face is still very painful now." Captain Zhao looked at the lady of the Zheng family. There was immediately some ripples in his eyes. This is the wife of the head of the Zheng family. Although she is not young, in her 30s, she is a wealthy wife after all, so she takes very good care of herself and looks like a girl in her 20s. But her figure is much better than that of a girl in her 20s, and she looks like a ripe apple. She is also extremely beautiful. Which woman who can marry into a wealthy family is not top-notch? Let me see where it hits you. Captain Zhao touched the face of the noble lady of the Zheng family and rubbed it repeatedly. Mrs. Zheng felt that something was not right and wanted to move away immediately, but was pulled back by Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao touched the chin of the lady from the Zheng family, and his eyes kept looking into the low-cut collar of the lady from the Zheng family, and his eyeballs were almost sinking into the depth of whiteness. Mrs. Zheng was a little flustered. She knew too well what this look meant to a man. Captain Zhao. The shouts of the logistics girl made Captain Zhao wake up immediately. Ahem. Captain Zhao said seriously, "There's nothing much to say. I saw it clearly just now. It was this guy who took the initiative to hit others, so take him down immediately." Captain Zhao immediately ordered Li Yi to be arrested without any investigation. Li Yi frowned as 7 or 8 people immediately rushed up from his surroundings. To be honest, he could handle this number of people, but after thinking about it, he gave up resisting. After all, this is military territory. If there was a conflict with the military, it would not be a good thing for him. Anyway, the purpose of his coming here was to meet the frontline commander. As long as the frontline commander talked to him about the intelligence, he would naturally let him go. Shirzine squinted her eyes as she watched Li Yi being taken away. Idiot! Li Yi was taken into a huge iron cage sealed and welded with steel bars. In this iron cage, there are more than a dozen ferocious-looking people. He had taken off all his equipment and was only wearing ordinary clothes. As soon as he came in, he was stared at by several bald men. The bald men looked at him with their faces full of flesh. "Boy, you look so weak. Why are you locked up?" One of the bald men asked Li Yi enthusiastically. Li Yi just glanced at the bald man lightly. He saw that there seemed to be a kind of infatuated look in the bald man's eyes, as if a man saw a beautiful woman. Li Yi just sneered. He who looks like a sophisticated college student seems to be completely different from the people who are imprisoned here. To use a metaphor, it is like a sheep to be slaughtered entering a pack of wolves. If it were in his previous life, he would probably be trembling with fear at the looks of these people. However, after experiencing the apocalypse for 10 years, he had seen all kinds of people and all kinds of perverts, but the levels of these few people were too low, in his opinion. "Little brother, why don't you say anything? You are such an iceberg handsome guy. I like him. It's more fun to conquer such a handsome guy." The bald man seemed even more excited. Others couldn't help but want to stay away from the bald man, as they didn't have this habit. However, relatively speaking, this young man is unlucky. She was actually noticed by Zhang Zuxing. Zhang Zuxing's perversion spread throughout the circle. Extremely lustful, but not into women, only men. How many young handsome guys have been ruined by him? Seeing that Li Yi still ignored him, Zhang Zuxing simply sat down next to Li Yi. He put his arm around Li Yi's shoulders and said, "Little brother, don't be so aloof. The more aloof you are, the more interested I am in you. I want to peel off your secrets layer by layer." Everyone also showed a cruel smile. Someone joked, "Little brother, for your sake, I advise you to marry Zhang Zuxing. Otherwise, he will torture you to death." Li Yi was puzzled. "Zhang Zuxing? Who are you to Zhang Zuda?" Zhang Zuxing said with a smile, "Zhang Zuda is my brother. You know my brother. He is the big boss of the mountain stream, and I am the second in command of the third stream. After I leave here, I will enjoy endless wealth and glory. You will not suffer any loss if you follow me." As he spoke, Zhang Zuxing hugged Li Yi even tighter. He even put his hand on Li Yi's waist. Li Yi couldn't help but shiver. "Damn it, take your hands away from me." Li Yi jurset directly. Oh, the handsome iceberg boy cursed, which made me even more unbearable. "No one will save you here. After all, you were arrested for disturbing the order, so even if you shout your throat out, those people will not care about you." "Oh, really?" Veins popped out on Li Yi's forehead. He turned around, grabbed one of Zhang Zuxing's arms, and pushed Zhang Zuxing to the ground. Holding Zhang Zuxing's face, he rubbed it madly on the ground made of welded steel bars. After rubbing several times, Zhang Zuxing's face was covered in blood. Chapter 053. Human War Pets Sharing 5 Senses. The other people in the iron cage were stunned. Half of them were Zhang Zuxing's younger brothers. Zhang Zuxing, as Zhang Zuda's younger brother, is a typical gangster in Jiangxing, and no one dares to treat Zhang Zuxing like that. Zhang Zuxing has been arrogant and domineering in Jiangxing for a long time, and no one can punish him. Even if the end of the world has come now, it is still the same. The reason why they were locked up here is because they saw several beautiful female college students in the shelter. They were all attracted by the beauty, especially Zhang Zuxing. Zhang Zuxing was not attracted by the female college students, but by the 2 young boys who were with them. Zhang Zuxing wanted to use force against the other party, but was stopped by the military. However, after the military found out that he was Zhang Zuxing, they could do nothing to him and could only lock them up. However, according to their guests, they will be released soon. And now, a young man who didn't know the danger of life and death actually rubbed Zhang Zuxing's face on the ground. He must be crazy. You underestimated Zhang Zuxing. Or maybe you underestimated the mountain stream. The Shanlu people are omnipresent. Even in this military shelter, there are some Shanlu masters hiding. This kid rubbed Zhang Zuxing's face on the ground, and he won't even know how he died when he dies. "Boy, you treat me like this. You are finished. I will definitely let the people of Shanlu kill you." Zhang Zuxing's face was covered in blood, but he was still speaking harshly to Li Yi. "Mountain stream?" Li Yi chuckled. "Last time I told Zhang Zuda such important information about the gold mine, but Zhang Zuda didn't get any benefit. Do you have the nerve to say that Shanlu is the #1 organization in Jiangxing?" Zhang Zuxing's pupils suddenly shrank. "What did you say? Did you tell my brother about the gold mine?" Zhang Zuxing certainly knew about that matter. Soon after the end of the world came, his brother Zhang Zuda realized that survival supplies would be one of the most important things in the world. So he took the people in the mountain stream to immediately clean up various supermarkets and even occupied the large supermarkets. Originally, Shanlu was proceeding step by step under the leadership of his brother. They had even taken over 3 large supermarkets. As long as they defended those 3 supermarkets, the goods inside would be enough for the members of Shanlu to survive for a long time. However, one day when his brother came back from searching for supplies, he suddenly told them that he wanted to attack the gold mine that was privately mined by the Ning group. It is said that there are a large amount of arms and supplies hidden inside. As long as they grab those arms and supplies, the strength of their Shanlu organization will definitely reach a new level again, and they may even become the real overlord of Jiangxing. So his brother ignored the advice of others and insisted on provoking the powerful Ning group. He took dozens of people and the outdated guns and cannons they had bought secretly before and went to attack the gold mine. As a result, the gold mine was hit hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to come to the military shelter, because the Shanlu organization suffered a heavy blow, so some of the supermarkets they had previously guarded were lost. They didn't have enough food supplies, so they had to come to the military shelter to get a bite to eat. It's you, kid. You made us return to primitive society overnight. Damn it, I will kill you right now. If it weren't for you, how could I, the second in command of Shanlu, be wronged here? Zhang Zuxing's big hand suddenly attacked the back of his head with an extremely exaggerated flexibility, trying to rub Li Ye's head on the ground. Li Ye was a little surprised when his head was suddenly pressed down. It seemed that Zhang Zuxing was not just a simple scoundrel. He had strength, although not as strong as his brother Zhang Zuda. He was not a match for ordinary people. It's a pity that he doesn't feel like he will lose to anyone now. Li Ye's finger pointed at Zhang Zuxing's wrist. Swish! There was a sound of electricity. Zhang Zuxing immediately withdrew his hand in pain. Then he looked at Li Yi in horror. You can actually discharge electricity? Swish! Purple electric current flowed between Li Ye's fingers. This was the current he absorbed and stored from the electric baton last time. He sucked the electric baton dry, so there was still some current stored in his body. Li Ye's eyes were cold. I beat your brother so hard that his head was bleeding. Who do you think you are? Li Ye's punch from top to bottom hit Zhang Zuxing's big bald head hard, causing it to bounce several times on the steel ground. Zhang Zuxing felt like he was hit hard on the head by a swung hammer. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The others were completely stunned. Zhang Zuxing was very strong. He is one of the most powerful people in the mountain stream, but he was repeatedly beaten by this thin-looking young man. Li looked at the others coldly. You guys want to try it too? The others felt like their heads were about to explode, shaking like rattles. No, we don't know him. We don't know him. Li Yi was too lazy to pay attention to these small fish and took a nap leaning against the iron cage alone. In fact, he obtained the memories of the captain of the Ning group's private armed forces when he was buried, but he has not had time to check them. However, now is not the time to check them. When he checks his memories, he cannot treat it as watching TV, but can only experience it through immersion in his perception. Once the experience begins, he will basically be cut off from the outside world. Unless there is a very violent movement, such as a dog demon licking him frantically, he will not be able to feel what is happening in the outside world. Normally, he would let the dog demon stay by his side to help him keep watch, but at this time, he should not let the dog demon out. However, he also triggered the hospice care of the captain of the Ning group's private armed mercenaries and could be released. Before the mercenary captain died, he was not infected and turned into a zombie, so unlike other zombies controlled by him, he did not have such strong vitality. A human war pet. Although human combat pets do not have the same powerful strength as dog demons, nor do they have such strong recovery abilities as dog demons, they can basically not be used in combat. However, human combat pets have a feature that zombie combat pets do not have, which is audiovisual sharing. This was also something Li Yi discovered accidentally. He could share vision and hearing with human combat pets, as well as the 5 senses of touch, smell, and taste. This ability looks impressive, but it is actually quite useless because this kind of sharing of 5 senses can only appear in human combat pets. But human combat pets are easily destroyed and cannot be used to help him search for information in a world full of zombies. The human breath on the human war pet made it impossible for him to survive even for a second among the zombies. This is a place where you can release human war pets, but I don't know what they're useful for. Li finally reached out of the iron cage when no one was paying attention to him, then opened the corpse hiding space and released the mercenary captain's human war pet. Then Li Yi closed one eye, and in his closed eye, the sight of the mercenary captain appeared. The captain seemed to be wandering aimlessly among the crowd, but in fact they were choosing directions according to his orders. Chapter 054. Being treated like a child. This shelter really has gathered quite a lot of people, men, women, young and old, but it seems that a lot of them are fishermen from the fishing port village. Fishermen go out to sea to fish all year round, so their bronze skin color makes them easy to recognize. The expressions of those fishermen were very nervous, as if they were more nervous than others. Many people in this shelter already feel very comfortable and safe. After all, they have been protected by the military. In their opinion, as long as they have the protection of the military, they will be safe. But the fishermen had different expressions from them. They were all very frightened. He looked around, as if guarding against the arrival of some monster. Li Ye's expression began to become solemn. It was obvious that these fishermen had already seen the super-infected body and those alien species. Li Yi asked the mercenary captain to look around again, and he found several familiar faces. They were a group of college students, and their families were with them. Li Yi knew these college students. It's his classmate. They actually came here to accept the protection of the army. However, Li Yi did not meddle in other people's business. He had an average relationship with these classmates, or it could be said that these classmates were not worth his reminder at all. Li Yi asked the mercenary captain to walk to a distance of about 10 meters away from Shi Xinyan and observe Shi Xinyan secretly. Shi Xinyan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him, or rather, at the mercenary captain. Li Yi subconsciously asked the mercenary captain to avoid his eye contact. What's going on? The mercenary captain, who had been buried by him, should appear to be no different from a living person. Otherwise, he would not be able to walk around like this so casually. But Shi Xinyan immediately saw the mercenary captain in the crowd. Could it be that he saw some clues? Li Yi asked the mercenary captain to look at Shi Xinyan again, but Shi Xinyan had already reached the mercenary captain's eyes. Looking closely at the mercenary captain, Li Yi felt his scalp tingling. He must have been discovered. Yes. Of course, Shi Xinyan knew the mercenary captain. They came together. Careless. Li Yi gritted his teeth. He got a little carried away. He thought that this nearly perfect human war pet could get away with hiding the truth here. But he made such a low-level mistake. He was about to control the mercenary captain to leave, but he could only pace on the spot. Looking back, he saw that the mercenary captain was held down by Shi Xinyan's shoulders. Shi Xinyan looked at the mercenary captain pacing in place like a machine, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It turns out to be a war pet. Shi Xinyan's voice is actually very nice, but Shi Xinyan is usually too lazy to talk, so most people can't hear Shi Xinyan's voice. Shi Xinyan continued, even humans can be made into battle pets. A battle pet master is indeed a terrifying profession. Li Yi felt more and more guilty. To be honest, turning humans into war pets was a bit immoral. There is actually no psychological burden in making zombies into combat pets, because zombies and humans are two different species. Can you hear me? Shi Xinyan continued to talk to the mercenary captain. Or to be exact, she was talking to him. Li Yi didn't let the mercenary captain make any reaction. No matter what reaction he made, it would only expose more of his abilities. Forget it. Whether you can hear me or not, I just want to remind you. Didn't you come here to tell the frontline commander an important intelligence? Now it seems that the person who led us here didn't tell the frontline commander about your affairs at all. Your waiting here is in vain. Li Yi frowned, and a hint of coldness immediately flowed in his eyes. Yes, he got carried away again. I thought I was in my previous life. Although he did not awaken a profession or superpowers in his previous life, he had acquired a lot of skills through his own efforts. With good luck, he lived for 10 years. Therefore, he was quite famous among the mercenaries in Jiangxing area. So whenever he said he had important information to tell someone, the other party would generally meet with him. But now he is just a college graduate. Even though he is wearing the uniform of the Ning group's private armed forces, in their eyes, he is still just a small-time figure who is not worthy of being on the stage. Therefore, the rhythm of the frontline command will not be disrupted just because of his casual words. Li Yi sighed and looked at the time. There are less than 3 hours left before the super-infected body attacks the fishing village. I can't help it. I'm still too soft-hearted. Li held the steel bar with both hands. With his strength, the steel bar showed signs of bending, but after all, it was as thick as a finger and could withstand several tons of force. All his weapons were disarmed, so Li Yi could only open his mouth in shame. What he got from the dog demon was not only the sense of smell, but also 2 other things that he had never used so far. One is the dog demonization. After the dog demonization, all attributes will be improved by more than 5 times, and the duration is 3 minutes. That is to say, within 3 minutes, he can burst out with extremely strong combat power. However, he will enter a 2-hour weak period. He is not sure what the weak period is, but it is very likely that he will be weaker than an ordinary person, or about the same as an ordinary person. Therefore, he never used it. Even if he wanted to use it, he would only use it when he was in desperate situation. There is another skill, which is the steel fangs of the dog demon, can bite through steel bars easily. This ability is actually very powerful, but as a human being, he really doesn't want to use his teeth to destroy the target like livestock. Li Yi put his teeth on the steel bar. Others saw it and were about to mock him, but when they thought of Li Ye's cruelty, they immediately shut their mouths. Crack! The steel bar broke. Everyone was immediately stunned. Wow, that actually did it. This is unbelievable. How is it possible for human teeth to bite through steel bars? However, under their dull gazes, Li Yi bit off several steel bars, bent them with brute force, and easily drilled out. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This is a prison break? If you were so powerful, how did you get locked up before? Li Yi had not walked a few steps when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Li Yi, you were here too? You didn't go to Ning either. Li Yi turned around and found that they were the classmates he had just seen through the mercenary captain. There were about 7 or 8 people, both men and women. Li Yi smiled and said, "Yes, it would be more reliable to seek military protection than to surrender to Ning, right?" "That's true." One of the girls nodded in approval. There was some guilt in Li Yi's smile, as these classmates didn't know yet that he had killed Ning. "Li Yi, are you alone? Do you want to join us? Help us line up, empty the urinal, and so on. We will protect you. After all, you probably don't know anything except studying. You need someone to teach you how to survive in the apocalypse, right?" A young man came over with a smile on his face. He has a gentle face and looks very friendly. The smile on Li Yi's face turned slightly cold. Zhengbin, Chapter 55, an old classmate who kicks me when I'm down. There were a few classmates who had a good relationship with him and often joined his study groups. At that time, his study group included not only Fang Yu, but also 3 other girls and 2 boys. They often studied in the library or organized some study corners. It was quite fun. "Li Yi, since you never show up in the group, we thought something had happened to you." A girl asked Li Yi in a friendly manner about his recent situation. Ever since the Fang Yu incident, Li Yi began to have doubts about several people in the study group at the time, so his reaction was rather cold. "Ayu fine." The girl was stunned for a moment after being confronted by Li Yi. Thinking that Li Yi might have been frightened, he did not blame Li Yi, but continued, "We met on the road when we were escaping with our families. It was a coincidence. I didn't expect that even though the world is ending, we can still be together." The girl seemed very happy about Li Yi's appearance. Li Yi looked around at the people in the study group at that time. Except for one boy who didn't arrive, everyone else survived. "Why don't you go and join Ning? Didn't Ning say he would give you guns?" Li Yi asked it. The girl shook her head and said, "I always feel that Ning is an extremely selfish guy. He wouldn't be so nice to others for no reason." Li Yi nodded. The girl's judgment was correct. Ning was indeed an extremely selfish person. Another boy said, "But then again, those people who went to Ning at that time don't seem to talk much in the group anymore, and Ning doesn't talk in the group anymore either. I don't know how he is doing now." Li Yi looked away, feeling somewhat guilty. It was not appropriate for him to continue participating in this topic. Seeing that Li Yi didn't have any clothes on, the girl immediately said, "Li Yi, come with me. We brought some clothes from home this time. I'll put them on you. It's almost late autumn now, and it's still quite cold at night." Li Yi hesitated for a moment, but the girl had already pulled his hand to the compartment where his family was. This cubicle is quite large, with about 5 or 6 families living in it, nearly 20 people. Although it is a bit crowded, after all, the children have the relationship of being classmates, so it is better than being in the same cubicle with strangers. Zheng Bin, who had humiliated Li Yi before, was ignored the entire time. Zheng Bin's face immediately turned dark. "Mom, this is the leader of the study group I always told you about. We are the top student in our grade and have been recommended to a prestigious graduate school and a big company. He is really amazing." A slightly tired middle-aged woman saw her daughter bringing her friends over and immediately welcomed them warmly. "Oh, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Did we come here in a hurry?" "Luckily, we brought some clothes with us when we left. They were Weiwei's father's clothes. They're a little old-fashioned, but please don't dislike them." The woman took out a coat and put it on Li Yi's shoulders without saying a word. Li Yi was embarrassed. Actually, he was wearing clothes, but when he was locked in the iron cage, his combat suit and equipment were taken off, leaving only a pair of pants, and his upper body was bare-chested. Huang Wei saw that Li Yi was silent, so she handed Li Yi a cup of hot water and comforted him. "Li Yi, don't be afraid. With the military's protection, we are safe. Although the conditions here are a bit crude, the military can at least guarantee our basic supply of materials." Li Yi glanced at Huang Wei and smiled. This Huang Wei is still as gentle as she was in school. If it weren't for Fang Yu, Huang Wei would definitely be the most beautiful girl in their study group. "Thanks." Li Yi took the hot water. Suddenly, Zheng Bin came over with a sneer. "Huang Wei, I'm so nice to you. Why do you want to be so attentive to this guy? Is it because this guy is good at studying?" Zheng Bin's expression was even more contemptuous. "Please, learning this ability well is useless in the end times. A nerd can't even protect himself. How can he protect you?" Huang Wei frowned. What does it have to do with you? Can you protect me? Zheng Bin nodded and said arrogantly, of course, the Ning group is not the only one with talented people. Our Zheng family is not weak either. The bodyguard who came with us this time is very strong. He killed many zombies by himself, including the alien species mentioned in the news. Everyone was surprised. Even the strange and unpredictable alien species could be killed. After they came here and chatted with others, they realized that zombies were not the scariest zombies. There was a kind of zombie that was much scarier than ordinary zombies, and even the army found it difficult to deal with them. Are the Zheng family's bodyguards so powerful? Huang Wei's parents looked at each other in surprise. His eyes seemed to have made a decision. He immediately stood up and said to Zheng Bin politely with a smile, Mr. Zheng, why aren't you with the Zheng family? Zheng Bin said, we, the Zheng family, have exclusive rooms and are also enjoying special care from the military. I originally wanted to take Huang Wei over as well, but Huang Wei didn't appreciate it. Huang Wei curled her lips, sat next to Li Yi, turned her face towards Li Yi, and rolled her eyes in disgust. Li Yi wanted to laugh in his heart. Huang Wei was still too naive. This is the true mentality of a student who has just walked out of the ivory tower. He still has the pride of a scholar in his bones and looks down on Zheng Bin, who is ostentatious and shows off his wealth. But in fact, if Huang Wei can survive in the apocalypse for a while longer, just 3 months will be enough. Perhaps Huang Wei's mentality will change dramatically. When she looks back at Zheng Bin at that time, perhaps she won't be as contemptuous of him as she is now. Huang Wei has a good personality and looks pretty good. In fact, with her conditions, as long as she works a little harder on her looks, she will not be inferior to Fang Yu, nor much worse than Zhuo Wanqing. If she likes scheming as much as Zhuo Wanqing, Huang Wei wouldn't have had such a bad life. Of course, the premise is that she can survive. In less than 3 hours, the super-infected body in the fishing port village will suddenly attack the seafood market from the rear with alien species and zombies. By then, there will be countless casualties in this shelter, and Huang Wei may survive, or she may die. Li didn't want to get involved in too many other people's business, but the purpose of his coming here was not to let the thousands of survivors and hundreds of soldiers outside sacrifice in vain. After all, after living a new life, he always wanted to change something. Huang Wei, how about you entertain this classmate of yours? Huang Wei's father took the initiative to ask Huang Wei, and kept winking at her, asking her not to neglect the young master of the Zheng family. Humph, if I want to entertain you, I'll do it. I'm not familiar with him. I'm familiar with Li Yi, so I'll entertain Li Yi. Huang Wei symbolically put the clothes on Li Yi's shoulders again. Huang Wei's parents were very helpless. As people who had experienced the ups and downs of the society and had been tempered by it, they knew that it was more important to rely on someone with strength and background during such special times. But Huang Wei didn't understand this. When the parents of the other 2 girls saw that Huang Wei was so indifferent to Zheng Bin, they immediately winked at their daughters and asked them to win over Zheng Bin. After all, he was the son of the Zheng family. In Jiangcheng, although the Ning family is all-powerful, the Zheng family is also an absolute wealthy family in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, for ordinary people, 10 billion, and 100 billion are all equally many. Chapter 056. It's just a waste of a few minutes. The 2 girls looked at Huang Wei hesitantly, then looked at Zheng Bin, who was looking down at them as if he had nothing to fear. They still eagerly handed the hot water to Zheng Bin and even held his arm intentionally or unintentionally. Zheng Bin glanced at the 2 girls beside him. Although these 2 girls were not as pretty as Huang Wei, they were still considered good-looking in this shelter where there were men, women, young and old. At least they kept him from feeling lonely. After all, he can't sleep without a woman. Zheng Bin hugged the 2 girls and said prophetically, Huang Wei, you will soon know who you need to rely on now. Humph. Anyway, it's not you. Huang Wei moved closer to Li Yi again. Zheng Bin glared fiercely at Li Yi, who was beside Huang Wei, but Li Yi had no expression on his face. Then Zheng Bin took the 2 girls into a cubicle, and he was the only one in that cubicle. He is indeed a privileged person, enjoying such a large space by himself. Huang Wei's father sighed. No one blamed Huang Wei too much because everyone knew what Zheng Bin was going to do by bringing those 2 girls into the cubicle. The parents of the 2 girls also lowered their heads with painful expressions. They were mentally prepared for this. It was worth it so that they could live a better life in the future. Not long after, that kind of sound came from the compartment. Zheng Bin was not shy at all and deliberately made a very loud noise. The two girls seemed shy, so they were extremely restrained. This kind of bastard shouldn't be alive. Huang Wei blushed and said, "Isn't that right?" Li just smiled and said nothing. After the end of the world, when a certain order and rules were lost, there were many people like Zheng Bin. The more powerful one is, the less likely he is to restrain his desires. By the way, something might happen later. Don't run around. Stay with me. Li Yi instructed Huang Wei, who was a little confused. She obviously didn't understand what was going to happen, and what was the point of staying with Li Yi? Huang Wei smiled and said, "Nothing will happen. The military is protecting us. If something really happens, it will be a big deal. I guess many people will die." Li didn't say anything else. He checked the time, and it was already evening. The sky outside had turned pitch dark. Apart from the flames of battle, there was no other light, as if this was the center of the world. Li asked the mercenary captain to go to the border of the shelter in the rear, which was the direction of the fishing port village. However, there are fewer zombies coming from that side, so the number of soldiers stationed here is obviously less than that in the other three directions. Maybe the army is busy fending off the large number of zombies rushing in from the city, so they didn't notice this strange spot, and they were even feeling lucky that there weren't many zombies over there. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Bin came out contentedly, and the two girls also came out of the cubicle with red faces. Their clothes were obviously much messier. Zheng Bin was in a good mood at first, but when he saw Huang Wei and Li Yi still together, he immediately became furious. "Huang Wei, don't you have anything to tell me? What good can you get from following this nerd? Even if you don't consider yourself, don't you plan to consider your family? Because of you, your family can't be protected by our Zheng family. If something unexpected happens, don't you feel guilty?" Zheng Bin moved out of Huang Wei's family. Huang Wei's eyes immediately wavered, and she looked at her parents, whose expressions both looked a little helpless. Huang Wei is just an ordinary girl after all. Being frightened by Zheng Bin, his eyes immediately started to turn red. Huang Wei was at a loss, so she habitually asked Li Yi, "Li Yi, what should I do?" Li Yi looked at Huang Wei and remembered that in the study group, Huang Wei always asked him questions when she encountered problems she didn't understand. Li Yi chuckled, "It's okay, just stay with me, he can't protect you." Huang Wei looked at Li Yi in surprise. She had heard from others that Li Yi had changed. Looking at it today, it seems to have really changed. Although Li Yi was kind-hearted before, he was definitely not so confident. When facing some dangers, Li Yi was a rather timid person. But today, Li Yi's eyes were very determined, which was really different from when he was in school. Good. No one knew what kind of force drove Huang Wei to actually start to believe in the nerd Li Yi. Huang Wei's parents were helpless. Since Huang Wei had made the decision, they had to accept it. After all, they had lived for most of their lives. Now it was the end of the world. Their next thought was nothing more than wanting their daughter to follow their own ideas and live a better life. Zheng Bin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Huang Wei, are you crazy? How am I inferior to this loser?" Before Huang Wei could say anything, Li Yi sneered, "You are a loser who only takes a few minutes to get dressed and undress. What qualifications do you have to call others losers?" Zheng Bin was stunned. He had tried his best, but there were only a few minutes? Puff! The men next to them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kind of laughter sounded even more harsh to Zheng Bin, and he was so angry that his body was shaking. "How dare you mock me? You damned bastard. I'll kill you." Zheng Bin took out a very sharp dagger and rushed directly towards Li Yi. Huang Wei was so frightened that her face turned pale. She could see that Zheng Bin had gone completely crazy and was even going to kill someone. "Careful!" Huang Wei screamed. The others were also frightened and fled in all directions. "I am the son of the Zheng family. Even if I kill you, no one can do anything to me." Zheng Bin rushed over while shouting, "Ha, idiot!" Li Yi taunted softly, then shouted, "Help! Help! Someone is trying to kill someone." Li Yi suddenly became like a frightened coward, screaming and screaming. Running around being chased by Zheng Bin looked quite embarrassing. Huang Wei's parents shook their heads helplessly. How could a man like this, who would lose his mind instantly when faced with danger, protect their daughter? Sure enough, people like Zheng Bin are reliable. Although they are not good people, maybe such people can live a good life. "You coward! You useless bastard! Is that all you can do to run away while screaming? Where's your courage? Where's your confidence? Have they all disappeared? You are really just a nerd who can only show off his power of words. You are such a loser. Phew!" Suddenly, Zheng Bin's shouting stopped abruptly. Li Yi in front of him returned to his indifference. Zhang Bin lowered his head, looking at the dagger stuck in his chest in disbelief. It was his dagger. He was clearly trying to stab Li Yin just now, and was about to stab him, but when he came to his senses, the dagger stabbed his own chest instead, bleeding profusely. Ah! Murder! Everyone then exclaimed. In the distance, soldiers who were maintaining order were rushing over quickly. Chapter 057 Genius General Lu Qijuan. Fighting is prohibited in the shelter. The soldiers who rushed over were stunned when they saw Zhang Bin lying in a pool of blood. The others behind him immediately surrounded Li Yi. You're the guy locked in the cage, and you escaped, and when you got out you killed someone. The soldiers scolded Li Yi in surprise and anger. The military provides you with this refuge. Not for you to kill people here. Don't think you can kill people at will just because it's the end of the world. This is a military-controlled area. Several people surrounded Li Yi. Huang Wei and her family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Huang Wei immediately explained, Li didn't mean to kill anyone. It was Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin used the power of the Zhang family to oppress us, and even took out a dagger to kill Li Yi. Li Yi accidentally killed him. It was self-defense. The soldier looked at Huang Wei and asked, Tell me what happened in detail. Huang Wei was about to continue defending Li Yi, but was immediately pulled away by her parents. Why are you pulling me here? Li Yi has been wrongly accused. Huang Wei's father sternly rebuked Huang Wei. Huang Wei, you are not a child anymore. You should understand things. We can understand that you look down on arrogant rich second generations like Zhang Bin, but now Zhang Bin is dead. It was Li Yi who killed him. Li Yi killed the son of the Zhang family. He will definitely be retaliated by the Zhang family. Do you want the Zhang family to retaliate against us as well? Huang Wei suddenly woke up. Yes, this is not ordinary self-defense. The people Li Yi killed were not ordinary thugs. He is Zhang Bin, the young master of the Zhang family. Moreover, I heard that the Zhang family has a particularly powerful thug who can even kill alien zombies. Once they are retaliated by the Zhang family, their family will be doomed. So when the words came to her lips, Huang Wei just couldn't say them. He lowered his head, not daring to look into Li Yi's eyes again. Li Yi smiled, as if he had expected Huang Wei's retreat. At the same time, he no longer had such a psychological burden in his heart. He has done his best for Huang Wei. Everyone has his own destiny. To be honest, he was very touched when Huang Wei did not despise him for being a waste and was willing to stand on his side even in the face of such a scumbag. During his 10 years of surviving in the apocalypse, what he had seen most was mutual exploitation and deception. It is rare to find such pure emotions as Huang Wei's. But Huang Wei backed down. Huang Wei did not stand firmly on his side, which meant that he no longer needed to be responsible for Huang Wei. This is also Huang Wei's own destiny. Perhaps Huang Wei's retreat was due to her family reasons. But this is Huang Wei's fate. Family, friends, close friends, comrades in arms, partner, soulmate. The people around you, their personalities, and the roles they play are part of everyone's destiny. Li looked at several guns pointed at him, but he did not fight back. But raise your hands. He said innocently, I was just defending myself. Zhang Bin suddenly rushed over and wanted to kill me. Many people saw it. The soldier looked around and asked the others, Did you see it? No one spoke. Obviously, what they were worried about was the same as what Huang Wei's father was worried about. No one has corroborated your statement, so this is just your one-sided statement. Li also expected this result. The others have no relationship with him, so they certainly don't want to offend the Zhang family for him. Li continued, I can prove my innocence, but I want to meet Lu Tuan. Lu Tuan can prove my innocence. Lu Tuan. The soldiers hesitated. Their frontline commander was not originally stationed in Jiangqing Garrison. It was just that when the apocalypse broke out, he happened to come to the Jiangqing Garrison to visit his former comrades. The leader of the Jiangqing Garrison was infected and turned into a zombie. As a result, the Jiangqing Garrison was leaderless. In desperation, the superiors temporarily appointed Lu Tuan as the head of the Jiangqing Garrison. So most people don't know Lu Tuan. Who are you to the Lu group? The comrade asked suspiciously. Naturally, they would not let a murderer see Lu Tuan easily. Who knows if this murderer will suddenly attack Lu Tuan? Lu Tuan is the new head of the Jiangqing Garrison. If any problem arises, the Jiangqing Garrison will be leaderless, which is very dangerous in the current situation. Li Yi said seriously, I am Lu Tuan's younger brother. My name is Lu Baozhu. You tell Lu Tuan, and he will know it naturally. The soldier frowned. Do you think I'm a fool? That girl already said your name is Li Yi, and you still said your name is Lu Baozhu. Li Yi is my fake name. As my brother's younger brother, I have always kept a low profile, so I usually use a fake name to the outside world. Now, several soldiers were even more confused. He looked Li Yi up and down. Why do I feel like this guy looks so different from Tuan Lu? Not like blood brothers. But seeing how seriously Li Yi spoke, it didn't seem like something he had made up on the spur of the moment. Besides, this isn't something that can be made up. Once Lu Tuan was told, he would of course know whether he had brothers or not, so he could see through it at that time. If it's not made up, then it means what this guy said is true. After all, Lu Tuan only came to Jiangcheng to visit his comrades, and he didn't have many friends in Jiangcheng. The soldier who seemed to be the captain immediately said to the others, "Contact Lu Tuan at the front and see if he has a brother named Lu Baozhu." Yes. The man quickly made contact. The others continued to point guns at Li Yi. Li Yi was fearless. He lied. Of course he is not Lu Baozhu. However, the name Lu Baozhu was not made up by him. But this person really exists. And this person is indeed Lu Tuan's younger brother. This Lu Tuan is no ordinary person. His real name is Lu Qijuan. He is an outstanding young general trained by the military. Being the head of a regiment at such a young age is very rare in the entire Dragon Country military. He is brave and good at fighting, and possesses both great strength and wisdom. It was precisely because of Lu Qijuan's leadership that when the garrisons in other cities were defeated one after another, the inconspicuous Jiangcheng garrison survived and even fought back and forth with the zombie army. This laid a very good foundation for the later establishment of a safe zone in Jiangcheng. Unfortunately, Lu Qijuan died in battle in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. He was ambushed and killed by a super-infected creature that infiltrated the army. It was often rumored at the time that if Lu Qijuan had lived a few more years, what might have been built in Jiangcheng might not just be a safe zone, but a safe city. In that case, the survivors of Jiangcheng would not have to be refugees or poor people, but could enjoy the best treatment in the safe city and live a life of the upper class. But that's a story for later. Building a safe city is not that easy. Even if Lu Qijuan lived to that time, he would not be able to succeed if he was unlucky. This is also the reason why Li Yi came here this time. Chapter 058, How Dare You Pretend to be Lu Tuan's younger brother? Back then, Lu Qijuan caused the Jiangcheng garrison to lose too much strength in the battle today. Lu Qijuan received a disciplinary order from his superiors. Lu Qijuan did not lead his troops to fight for a whole year. This led to the Ning group taking advantage of the opportunity to seize a piece of land in Jiangcheng. Later, the Ning group even joined forces with the Lion Dance Club to divide up half of Jiangcheng. Even a year later, the military top brass reappointed Lu Qijuan as the garrison commander in Jiangcheng and began to make great plans again. But at that time, the Jiangcheng military could no longer suppress the Ning group and the Lion Dance Society. In the later safe zone, the situation became divided into 3 parts. It is jointly managed by the military, Ning group, and the Lion Dance Society. Become the ultimate beneficiary of the safe zone. Invisibly, the Ning group became much stronger and became the Chaoran group in the future. If in this life he could change the situation of the war today, prevent Lu Qijuan from being punished by higher-ups. The Jiangcheng garrison has always been the most dominant force in Jiangcheng. The Ning group would not dare to expand so disorderly. Soon, the soldier who wanted to make contact came back jogging. He first looked at Li Yi in disbelief. Then he whispered a few words into the captain's ear. The captain's expression changed slightly. He looked at Li Yi a few more times. Then someone took Li Yi to the big tent. The captain said politely, "I'm sorry, brother. The flood just washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore." The captain handed Li Yi an unopened bottle of purified water. Li Yi was slightly stunned. Although it has not yet reached the point where a bottle of purified water is sold at a sky-high price, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to get purified water now. Li Yi took it, unscrewed it, and took several big gulps. Li Yi thought the captain seemed very greedy. He kept staring at the pure water and swallowing his saliva. The captain's lips were very chapped, and he could only lick them with his tongue. Li Yi directly threw the remaining half bottle to the captain. The captain was surprised. This is purified water, specially provided for Lu Tuan. I am not qualified to drink it. You are Lu Tuan's younger brother, so of course you can drink it. There is no need to give it to me. It's okay, drink it. There are only 2 of us here. Just think of it as me drinking it. No one will know. Li really didn't care much. Half of the supplies stored in his room were filled with bottles of purified water, enough for him to drink for a long time. The captain was delighted when he saw Li Yi was so generous. He was immediately moved and thanked Li Yi, then quickly raised his neck to drink the remaining half bottle of water. How sweet! Before the end of the world, I felt that purified water, which I drank every day, had no taste and was not as good as Coke. But if you can't wait to drink it, you can take a few sips occasionally, and it really tastes sweet. The water in temporary shelters like this is not actually filtered water. Most of it is well water that is boiled for drinking. In fact, most wells are not deep enough, only about 50 meters, and there are very few that are over 100 meters, so they cannot draw water from deep underground. The water quality is generally average and cannot compare with this pure water that has been deeply filtered. Li looked at the tent, and it seemed to be the place where Lu Tuan used to rest. This tent is quite big. Is Lu Qijuan using it alone? It's a bit of a waste. The captain was puzzled. Aren't you and Lu Tuan brothers? Do you call him by his name? Li was stunned for a moment, then laughed dryly. Yeah, my brother and I don't care about that much. Oh, so that's how it is. I really envy the brotherhood between you and Lu Tuan. It's unlike me and my brother. The captain suddenly felt sad. I don't know what happened to my brother and my family. They live in a remote rural area, and the internet connection is not very good. Since the end of the world, I have never been able to contact them again. The captain's eyes began to moisten, and tears kept welling up around him. Li Yisikit. In fact, he could understand the captain's feelings. They risked their lives to protect other people's families. But at this time, who could protect his family? But this is the end of the world. Li patted the captain's shoulder and said, "It'll be fine." Such consolation is useless. But Li Yi discovered that people still need comfort, which may turn into a belief. At the critical moment, the belief can burst out a kind of power, which can make people burst out with an incredible will to survive in the desperate situation of life and death. The cost of showing such goodwill is very low. For Li Yi, it is nothing more than a few words. Li Yi is still willing to show this kindness. Suddenly, a man covered in the smell of blood strode into the tent. The captain quickly stood up and greeted respectfully. Lu Tuan. Li looked at the person who strode in. This man has a handsome face with sharp features and clear and determined eyes. He meets all the criteria of an elite and looks to be around 30 years old at most. Lu Qijuan nodded, then glanced at Li Yi. I asked the captain next to me. You said my brother is here. Where is he? The captain was stunned. Isn't this your brother? The captain suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Li Yi in fear and anger. You are not Lu Tuan's brother? Who are you? What is your purpose in disguising yourself and approaching Lu Tuan? Who sent you here? The captain quickly stood in front of Li Yi and asked a series of questions, as if he had already constructed a complete conspiracy in his mind. Li Yi shrugged. I have something to say to Lu Tuan. Can you please leave? Don't even think about it. If you try to attack Lu Tuan when we're alone, I won't let you succeed. I'm going to call in all the nearby soldiers and bring you to justice. Li Yi smiled and said, You seem to have underestimated Lu Qijuan. How could a shadow summoner be ambushed so easily? What shadow? What battle pet trainer? What are you talking about? The captain didn't understand, but Lu Qijuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stopped the captain from asking further questions, asked him to leave, and prohibited all teammates from approaching the tent. After the captain walked out hesitantly, Lu Qijuan's expression immediately became very scary. He looked at Li Yi dangerously. Who are you? Why do you know my awakened profession? He never showed his professional skills to anyone, and even when fighting, he never used his skills. But this young man accurately stated the name of his profession. Is this your professional ability? Can you tell someone's profession at a glance? Or are you also a prophet? Or have you observed my professional abilities through some clues? Lu Qijuan guessed. Chapter 059, Convincing Lu Qijuan. Li just smiled and said, I came to see you for serious matters. I hope you won't speculate. Just know that I have no ill will towards you. What's the matter? Lu Qijuan decided to ask first. It seems that the troops you have arranged in the rear are very weak. Rear? Do you mean the location of the fishing village? Lu Qijuan sneered and said, Your so-called serious business is to remind me to strengthen the defense work in the direction of Yugong Village? You want to remind me that there are also alien zombies in Yugong Village? There is even a zombie that is completely different from ordinary aliens. Li was a little surprised. This was indeed what he wanted to say. But he didn't expect that Lu Qijuan also knew this. If you know this, why did you only deploy so few troops? Because I've already checked, combined with the testimony of the villagers, those alien zombies have already left Yugong Village. So now Yugong Village is almost an empty village, even with very few zombies. It seems that they were taken away by that special zombie. Li Yi pondered for a while, and suddenly realized, I understand. What do you understand? Lu Qijuan felt that this person was weird, full of suspicious points, and was always jumpy, but he did not sense any murderous intent from him. I know you are extremely cautious, but you still let your guard down because you were deceived. Who cheated you? Super-infected body. Super-infected? What is that? At present, the name of the super-infected body has not been announced to the public, so it is normal that Lu Qijuan has never heard of it. It's the zombie described by the villagers. It's different from ordinary alien species. It's a super-infected zombie. You can think of it as the mother of alien species. Li Yi explained, this type of zombie evolves very quickly and can give rise to a large number of different species. They are extremely intelligent and understand human nature. Most super-infected zombies are humanoid zombies, so they know very well what humans think and are good at using flaws in human thinking to design traps. Li Yi couldn't explain it too clearly. Otherwise, he would arouse Lu Qijuan's suspicion. Lu Qijuan is not a brainless person. If he revealed too much, his situation would become dangerous. After listening to Li Ye's words, Lu Qijuan did not react like the others and immediately and fiercely refute them with his past experience. Instead, he fell into deep thought. You mean I asked someone to check that village, and the result of the check was that all the zombies had left the village, but in fact we were deceived by the super-infected body you mentioned? It deliberately played an empty city trick on us? Is it the Kong Ming among the zombies? From Lu Qijuan's tone, we can tell that he hasn't completely believed what he said, or he thinks what he said is extremely outrageous. Although it's hard for you to believe, it's true. Also, have you ever thought about whether all your people in such a large fishing port village have been checked? Have you checked every household? Have you even checked every fisherman's fishing field? Lu Qijuan's eyes moved slightly and began to become less determined than before. A smile appeared on Li Ye's lips. People are like this. When they firmly believe in something, they will hesitate as long as they are asked about the details a few more times. For example, if you ask someone if they really locked the door when they left home, they will doubt it. How much do you know about that super-infected entity? Lu Qijuan asked Li Yi seriously. Li Yi said, I'm not a god, I don't know everything, so this is all I know, but I judge that in less than an hour, the super-infected body in the fishing port village will lead the zombie army and sneak in from the back door. The basis for your judgment. Lu Qijuan stopped talking halfway through his question and said, forget it. Even if I ask you what the basis of your judgment is, you probably won't tell me, right? Li Yi smiled without saying anything, agreeing with Lu Qijuan's guess. Lu Qijuan paced back and forth. You know my family very well. You know that I have a brother named Lu Baozhu. You also know that I have awakened the Shadow Summoner Battle Pet Master profession. You made such a big deed just to tell me to be careful of the defense behind me. I will tentatively believe that you are not just bored. Lu Qijuan immediately called the captain in and asked him to send more people and more heavy firepower to the rear. Once any suspicious objects appeared in the rear, they would immediately carry out the annihilation mission. Yes, although the captain didn't know why Lu Tuan wanted to deploy heavy firepower in the rear, where the defense pressure was the least. But Lu Tuan's judgment of the situation had never been wrong, so he immediately went to carry out Lu Tuan's mission. His initial decision was indeed correct. This information must be told to Lu Qijuan personally. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have the same attitude as Lu Tuan did at the beginning and treat him as a lunatic who was talking nonsense. Okay, I've conveyed the information, so I'll leave now. Li Yi was about to leave. Suddenly, a dark shadow walked out from behind Lu Tuan and stood in front of Li Yi. This dark shadow was different from ordinary dark shadows. There is no need to shine light on the object to form a shadow, but it appears directly in a three-dimensional form, and it actually looks like a real metal texture. This is Lu Qijuan's professional skill. Lu Qijuan narrowed his eyes and asked Li Yi, you know the name of my profession, but do you know what my professional skills are? Li Yi nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, without any fear, and said lightly, yes, your battle pet is your shadow. Your shadow has more than 10 times your quality and is invulnerable. The duration of its operation depends on your superpowers. With your current superpowers, you can control it for about 3 minutes. Lu Qijuan's face turned somewhat scary. Who are you? You know me too well? Li Yi smiled innocently. Is it possible that this is my professional skill? I shouldn't be a threat to you. Lu Qijuan stared at Li Yi for a while. I am becoming more and more interested in you. You are communicating with me with mostly truth mixed with a few lies, and I can't tell which one is true and which one is false. Lu Qijuan added, you can't leave before I verify the results. Didn't you say it would take less than an hour? Then I'll have to ask you not to leave here within this hour. Otherwise, I'll immediately punish you according to military orders. Li Yi looked at Lu Qijuan with a fake smile. No problem. Lu Qijuan continued. Also, you look young, but you actually have a lot of experience in killing people. The evidence is that you just seem to have killed Zheng Bin, but in fact you only seriously injured him and did not kill him. Otherwise, even if you were acting in self-defense, you would not be able to leave for a while. The Zheng family would definitely continue to sue you for excessive self-defense. Your judgment is very accurate. Lu Qijuan's last words seemed to be an appreciation for Li Yi. Chapter 60. Dual Career Shirzin. Li Yi simulate lightly. He really deserved such praise because everything was within his calculations. Zheng Bin was certainly hateful and deserved to be killed, but he was, after all, the son of the Zheng family. But he is just an unknown, little-known figure now. If he really kills Zheng Bin, the Zheng family will definitely mobilize all resources and let the government and the military conduct a lengthy interrogation of him. That would be a waste of his time. Zheng Bin alone is not worth him paying such a price. As soon as Li Yi walked out of the tent, Shirzinian had already walked to the door waiting for him, holding the clothes and equipment that he had taken off earlier. There were a few confused soldiers nearby. Captain Liu, she just broke into the logistics department and took away the equipment and supplies we just seized without explanation. The soldiers and Lu Qijuan filed a complaint. Lu Qijuan glanced at Shirzin and then at Li Yi. Then he waved his hand and said, give it back to him. The soldiers then left. Shirzin handed Li Yi's clothes and equipment to him with one hand. Li Yi took it and then put on his clothes calmly while looking at Shirzin. Li Yi's eyes were full of teasing, causing Shirzin to unconsciously look away. Afterwards, when Li Yi put on all his equipment, he inserted the Tang sword into the holster on his waist and stretched his body. Oh, I have to say, the equipment of the Ning group's private armed forces is really good. These clothes are so comfortable to wear. With a crackling sound, Li Yi tore off the logo of the Ning group on his combat uniform. Well, it's more comfortable to wear now. Shirzi's eyes also began to become cold. You wanted to tell Lu Qijuan the information, so you have already told him, right? So you can die now. Li Yi couldn't help but take half a step back. Cold sweat ran down his face. Facing Lu Qijuan, he can be fearless. Although Lu Qijuan's shadow is very powerful, it cannot hurt him for two reasons. First, he has a dog demon. At the current stage, the dog demon's combat effectiveness is absolutely leading, and it will not lose to any human or alien in a one-on-one fight. Secondly, Lu Qijuan has a shadow war pet, the quality of which is more than 10 times that of Lu Qijuan himself, and can be controlled continuously for 3 minutes. He also has the dog demon transformation, which can improve his physical fitness in all aspects by more than 5 times. Although the multiple is smaller than that of Lu Qijuan's shadow war pet, his physical fitness is definitely much stronger than Lu Qijuan's. So after he transforms into a dog demon, he can easily crush Lu Qijuan's shadow war pet. But Shirzin is different. Lu Qijuan's shadow summoner battle pet trainer is nothing more than an A-level profession. But Shirzinian's gravity manipulation elementalist is an S-level or above profession. Very strong, and it's ridiculously strong. At that time, he saw with his own eyes that Shirzinian, with the strength of a third-level professional, directly used gravity to crush a third-level resurrection-type alien. And the most important thing is that Shirzinian is a rare person who has awakened 2 professions at the same time. This is Shirzin's absolute secret. If he hadn't had a good relationship with Shirzinian in the later period, even he wouldn't have known about it. Shirzin's professional information. Profession 1. Gravity Manipulation Elementalist. Professional talent above S level. Occupation 2. Beastmaster, cat-eared girl. Occupational talent unknown. Professional ability. Possessing the high burst speed and strength of a cat. So fast that only an afterimage is left. When the gravity manipulation professional skills and the cat-eared girl professional skills are superimposed, they can unleash unimaginable combat power. So Shirzin is not to be trifled with. Shirzin took a step forward. Li took a step back. Shirzin took a step closer. Li took a step back. Li Yi quickly smiled and apologized. You may not know that I am now a key protected person by the military, so you can't attack me, otherwise you can't leave. If you don't believe me, ask these soldiers next to you. Shirzi looked at the soldiers around her. They didn't say anything, but stared at her with serious expressions. Shirzine looked at Li Yi in confusion. What on earth did you instill in Lu Qijuan? Why did he want to protect you? Hey, didn't you hear? I just revealed my hidden identity. I'm Lu Tuan's younger brother, so it's only natural for my brother to protect me, right? Shirzine continued to stare at Li Yi, and Li Yi felt a little guilty. These soldiers were not there to protect him. They were just following Lu Qijuan's orders to keep a close eye on him, so he was just taking advantage of the power of the other side. He quickly left here, surrounded by several soldiers. Shirzine stared at Li Ye's back. Not a single word of truth is told. How did this guy become like this now? Li Yi returned to the compartment where Huang Wei and the others were. When Huang Wei saw Li Yi fully armed, I immediately opened my eyes wide in surprise. So handsome. Li Yi, are you okay? Huang Wei asked immediately. Li Yi smiled and said, what can happen to me? Zheng Bin is not dead, and Lu Tuan is still my brother. What can they do to me? Li Yi looked towards the next compartment and saw several people from the Zheng family who were staring at him hungrily. Among them was the noble lady of the Zheng family, who came after hearing the news. The Zheng family lady gnashed her teeth. This guy is simply the nemesis of their Zheng family. Cough, cough, cough. Next to the lady, Zheng Bin, who was lying on the ground, stared at Li Yi with an extremely resentful expression. He wished he could eat Li Yi with his eyes. You damned bastard, you're dead. Do you think I don't know? In order to escape the crime, you actually dared to pretend to be Lu Tuan's brother. You are simply crazy, Zheng Bin said viciously. I told you, our Zheng family has experts. Now I will let Gao Nan kill you. When Gao Nan stood up, everyone around him immediately felt oppressed. It's really a giant. The Zheng family's noblewoman also shouted angrily. Gao Nan, he is just a fake brother of Lu Tuan. Kill him without any scruples. Gao Nan took a step forward, holding two special pairs of scissors in his hands. The size was obviously tailor-made for Gao Nan. Zheng Bin sneered. Gao Nan is our gardener. These scissors were specially made for him. On the way we escaped, Gao Nan used two pairs of scissors to cut off the heads of many zombies, even the aliens. You will soon be the next one to have your head cut off. The tall man rushed over, accompanied by his roar, ah! Several soldiers immediately warned, no fighting in the shelter. But Gao Nan seemed not to hear it, waving the scissors wildly. He even used scissors to easily cut off the guns in the soldiers' hands. The soldiers were shocked. What kind of scissors are these? It can even cut steel? It was as if he was frightened by the tall man. Zheng Bin and the Zheng family's noblewoman both sneered. Li Yi, you have offended us, which is your greatest sin. I want you to know that inferior people like you will never have the opportunity to show off in front of us. Oh, really? Li Yi showed a relieved expression. He just felt that the tall man holding two pairs of scissors looked a little familiar. Alien. An alien that appeared after the shelter was attacked. Its combat power is quite strong. After being strengthened by alien species, its two pliers can even cut off the barrel of a tank. Chapter 061, Chaos in the Shelter. When Li Yi saw Gao Nan rushing towards him, instead of retreating, he rushed towards him. Gao Nan's two pairs of scissors are like two big guillotines. It cut towards Li Ye's neck. Li Yi squatted down suddenly, making Gao Nan's scissors miss the target. Then Li Yi put his hands on the ground and kicked Gao Nan on the chin. He kicked Gao Nan several meters high. This was the second time Li Yi kicked Gao Nan away. This time, Gao Nan learned his lesson and reacted immediately. He changed his body posture in the air and then flipped backwards 360 degrees. The moment he landed steadily, he waved two pairs of scissors again and rushed towards Li Yi. Li Yi was very agile and immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Why don't you care about it now? Isn't fighting prohibited in the shelter? He's about to kill me, and you still don't care?" The soldiers looked troubled, as their guns were broken by arrows. They're just ordinary soldiers. Now that hot weapons have become a scarce resource, it would be quite good even if each of them could get a gun. He is nothing like Li Yi, who carries a sniper rifle on his back, two pistols on his waist, and a huge bullet box. This kind of equipment is simply unimaginable for them. Fighting is prohibited in the shelter. Everyone must abide by this rule. Otherwise, they will be dealt with according to military orders. Seeing that Gao Nan did not stop, several soldiers rushed forward and tried to subdue him. However, Gao Nan had awakened special powers, and with 2 enhanced scissors, it might not be possible for a dozen ordinary people to subdue him. Click, click. 2 scissors down. The heads of the 2 soldiers disappeared. Blood spurted out of the neck like a fountain, which looked quite terrifying. The people around were so frightened that they immediately screamed in fear. Everyone was terrified. Oh my God! They actually chopped off the soldiers' heads. The Zheng family is crazy. No matter what, they can't offend the military. If they kill the military, will they feel good about it? At the same time, the noble lady of the Zheng family also turned pale immediately. They only asked Gao Nan to kill Li Yi, but did not let Gao Nan attack the military. Killing military personnel would be considered rebellion by the military. The other soldiers were shocked. They did not expect that the other side would directly attack the military soldiers. Help! Help! A riot broke out in the shelter, and 2 soldiers have been killed. The enemy is suspected to be a professional, or at least a psychic. The danger level is that of a fully armed combat team. It seemed that the military was going to target Gao Nan for suppression. The noble lady of the Zheng family was completely frightened. Although the Zheng family was considered a wealthy family in Jiangsheng, it was not the Ning family after all and did not have its own armed forces. If it was really suppressed by the military, the Zheng family would disappear in an instant. Now is a special period, and the military has the right to dispose of the situation. As long as the military determines that a target of rebellion is present, it will be attacked without hesitation. The lady of the Zheng family suddenly shouted, "He has nothing to do with our Zheng family. I only asked him to deal with Li Yi, and I didn't ask him to kill the military. He is mentally ill, and it was not my order. He has nothing to do with our Zheng family." Hearing the call from the noble lady of the Zheng family, Gao Nan turned around and looked at the noble lady of the Zheng family in surprise, his eyes full of confusion, as if he did not expect that the noble lady of the Zheng family would abandon him. Facing Gao Nan's hesitation, the Zheng family's noblewoman said with a sullen face, "Gao Nan, you don't have to look at me. This is all your own fault. You must bear the consequences yourself. Do you want the Zheng family to take the blame for you?" The lady of the Zheng family abandoned Gao Nan without hesitation. Gao Nan roared towards the sky in grief and anger. It was like a wild beast, making everyone tremble with fear. Who knows if Gao Nan will suddenly go crazy and start killing innocent people the next moment. Several of Huang Wei's classmates, as well as their families, huddled in a corner, shivering. They couldn't get out anymore, as Gao Nan was blocking the door of their compartment. If Gao Nan rushed in, they would all die. The tall man continued to roar, his eyes filled with red bloodshot. "I feel like I've entered a frenzy." Li stood not far from Gao Nan, looking somewhat serious. There seems to be something wrong with Gao Nan's mental state. It feels like it's not just because I was abandoned by the Zheng family lady. Li immediately looked around. Wrong. Something is affecting Gao Nan's emotions. "Kill him." Zheng Bin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly roared at Gao Nan with red eyes. "Kill that guy. The reason why you were abandoned by the Zheng family is because of this guy. Kill him. Kill him." Among the crowd around, there were also people with red eyes who were making a fuss. Li looked at those people. The mental states of those people seem somewhat similar to Gao Nan's. His judgment was correct. There is a mysterious force affecting them. Superinfection. Qianqing número 8. He suddenly remembered that the super-infected body possessed a special mental skill, which was to amplify the negative emotions in the enemy's heart. Gao Nan was sad and angry. Zheng Bin was resentful, and the onlookers were depressed. These people have their negative emotions magnified. Jiangqing number 8 has already started to take action. Even the soldiers next to him had their eyes visibly turned red, gritting their teeth as they stared at Gao Nan. "You killed my comrades, you must die." Several soldiers didn't wait for reinforcements and rushed directly towards Gao Nan, wanting to stab him to death with the daggers in their hands. But in front of Gao Nan, they were just unarmed, so after a few scissors, they all became headless corpses, falling in a pool of blood. The spread of the bloody smell made the survivors feel even more terrified. They began to flee everywhere frantically like frightened wild horses. People in the distance saw the chaos here and thought that zombies were rushing in, so they also felt panic. The mood of panic spread quickly in the shelter. The shelter was instantly in chaos. The soldiers who came to support looked at the frightened survivors crying for their parents and running for their lives in surprise, and they didn't care about suppressing Gao Nan, and hurriedly began to maintain order in the shelter. After Gao Ning killed several soldiers, not only were his eyes blood red, but his entire body was covered in blood, making him look like a tall alien. He immediately rushed towards Huang Wei and the others who were hiding in the corner. Huang Wei was so frightened that her face turned pale, and Huang Wei's family members were so scared that they almost peed their pants. A particularly loud gunshot, like a rocket soaring into the sky in the night sky, instantly resounded throughout the shelter. It was as if something had drilled a big hole in Gao Nan's head. He staggered forward a few steps and then fell at Huang Wei's feet. Blood splashed on Huang Wei's face. Huang Wei looked in horror at Li Yi, who was standing behind Gao Nan, holding a sniper rifle in both hands with a cold expression on his face. Li Yi? Li can also shoot? Before, she thought that the clothes Li Yi wore were picked up from somewhere, and the weapons on his body were just decorations. After all, in her opinion, Li Yi was just an ordinary college student. According to what Zheng Bin said, Li Yi was a nerd. How could he be so handsome in shooting Gao Nan in the head? Be careful. Li Yi left immediately after he finished speaking. Without any hesitation, Huang Wei's heart suddenly seemed to feel a lot emptier. Chapter 062, Jiangqing number 8 attacks. Something deep in her heart was slipping away, and she felt like she couldn't catch it even if she wanted to. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. Li Yi had said before that she would stay by his side, but from the moment she did not defend Li Yi, the only favor between them was probably the bullet. Huang Wei's family members were also dumbfounded. How could Huang Wei's classmate be so powerful? Better than any soldier in the military. Huang Wei, let's catch up with your classmate. Something big is happening in this safe zone. It's safer to stay with him, Huang Wei's father said immediately. Huang Wei glanced at her father and said self-deprecatingly, "You didn't let me explain for Li Yi at the time, so he was almost suppressed by the military and almost killed on the spot. Now you want me to follow him? I think people should have some dignity, right?" Huang Wei's father immediately lowered his head in shame. In fact, what Huang Wei said was right. They did not stand on Li Yi's side at that time, and now they should not think about asking Li Yi to protect their lives. People's hearts need to be one with other people's hearts. Li Yi quickly rushed to the back of the shelter. His mercenary captain's pet is still here. Of course, no one knows that this wooden man is his pet. Lu Qijuan is already here. He was a little surprised to see Li Yi running towards him with a sniper rifle. He was a veteran, so from the way Li Yi held the gun, it could be seen that Li Yi was definitely a professionally trained sharpshooter. "What's the situation inside now?" Lu Qijuan asked Li Yi. "Should I transfer some people back to manage the order of the survivors?" Lu Qijuan felt that there were some things he couldn't understand, and asking Li Yi might give him the answer. Li Yi said, "No, they may have been affected by the super-infected organisms. They will first disintegrate our human will from the inside, and then attack us when our defense is the weakest. This is the wisdom of the super-infected organisms. Once you withdraw your people, you will play right into the hands of the super-infected organisms." Lu Qijuan looked serious. "Are super-infected beings really as amazing as you say? If, as you said, super-infected beings have intelligence comparable to that of humans, and even know how to exploit human weaknesses, coupled with their unimaginable abilities, wouldn't that make them a being superior to humans?" Li glanced at Lu Qijuan, who was indeed an outstanding general trained by the military. His thinking is indeed much clearer than that of most people. Indeed, strictly speaking, super-infected entities are a group of beings with intelligence beyond that of ordinary humans. In the late apocalypse, there are even super-infected entities that have established a zombie kingdom, managing and commanding millions of zombies. Instead of recklessly rushing into humans' guns, they play tactics with humans and eventually break through humans' iron safety city. Resurrected alien species like the dog demon often give people a feeling of seeing a god. The power is extremely raw and brutal. For humans, the powerful resurrected aliens are terrifying existences that completely surpass human power. The super-infected body makes humans' scalps tingle. In the zombie camp, it plays an intelligent role. It can guess every decision made by humans and see their weaknesses. "Here they come," Li suddenly whispered. He had vaguely seen some shadows through the night vision goggles on the sniper rifle scope. Lu Qijuan took a deep breath, and he also saw it through the telescope. That's quite a lot. Led by a dozen alien species, hundreds of zombies silently moved towards the seafood market. Seeing this scene, Lu Qijuan gasped. "Where are the zombies?" It is clearly a well-trained and strategically combat-oriented zombie army. silently, like a body of black water approaching. He is really scared now. If he had not listened to Li Yi, their safe zone would have been torn apart from behind by these zombies. If we lose the front and back defenses by then, we will definitely lose the battle. The consequences are disastrous. All the soldiers he brought and the thousands of survivors here may die here. He will commit an unforgivable crime. Thanks, brother. When Lu Qijuan turned around, he found that Li Yi, who had been beside him just now, was gone. Where are the others? Lu Qijuan immediately asked the person next to him. The others nearby were also confused. It was just now. Lu Qijuan gritted his teeth and said, "What a guy with a clear goal." He understood that the other party had gone through so much trouble just to tell him this information, but had no intention of fighting alongside them. However, having the information was already a great favor, and he would keep it in mind and would definitely repay it if he had the chance. He had a feeling that he would see that guy again. Heroes emerge in troubled times. That kid will not be an unknown person. Sooner or later, he will appear in front of him again. Maybe that day will come soon. At this moment, a figure was quickly shuttling among the crowd in the shelter. And then while no one was paying attention to him, he quickly rushed out of the shelter and plunged into the dark night. Standing on a tall building, Li looked back at the seafood market in the distance. Behind the seafood market, the military had already begun fighting with the zombie army in the fishing port village. He really didn't intend to fight with these people, because it's too dangerous. It's not just zombies that are dangerous, but humans as well. Sometimes, when people are extremely frightened, they lose their clear minds and even become helpless when danger appears before them, such as shooting indiscriminately. In his previous life, there were statistics showing that the proportion of people who died on the battlefield from stray bullets of their fellow humans every year was not low, and he did not want to take the risk. Anyway, as long as we tell Lu Qijuan the information, Lu Qijuan will handle it himself. Besides, Lu Qijuan and his men have a large number of hot weapons, so they may not lose. In the early days of the apocalypse, humans' thermal weapons still posed a great threat to zombies. Even 10 years after the apocalypse, the main way human armies fought zombies was still with thermal weapons, but the threat was not that great. Often, a fully armed and combat-skilled combat team. If there are no professionals or people with special abilities in the team, will easily all be killed in battle when encountering a slightly stronger alien species. You told Lu Qijuan the information that there were zombies in Yugong village? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Li Yi. Li Yi was not scared. The reason why he stopped was not simply because he wanted to look back at the battle situation, but mainly because no matter how fast he moved, there was always a dark shadow not far away that could easily catch up with him. Li Yi turned around and looked at Shirzin. Under the moonlight, Shirzinyan's eyes have two colors. The left eye is black and the right eye is red. Li Yi sighed. "Why are you staring at me?" "Because Uncle Ning asked me to take you back," Shirzi said lightly. "Uncle Ning?" Li Yi sneered. "It seems that you really treat him as your family." Chapter 063 Confused Memory. "What do you mean?" "He is my relative. He took me in. Otherwise, I would have starved to death on the street," Shirzin said seriously. Li Yi was a little surprised. "Although you were an orphan back then, you wouldn't starve to death, right?" Shirzin looked at Li Yi. "Isn't it?" "No," Li Yi said. "The orphanage you are in is very good. Even if you are not adopted, you will not starve to death," Li Yi said with certainty. The director of that orphanage was an exceptionally good philanthropist. I heard that he was very successful in business in his early years, so he made a lot of money. After that, he invested all his money in welfare. Many orphanages have been built across the country, saving many children without families. Shirzin looked at Li Yi seriously, as if she wanted to see through Li Yi. "You are lying," Shirzin said. Li Yi was tired. "Don't you remember anything about what happened back then? You and I were in the same orphanage back then. But it's normal that you don't remember me. After all, you were very cold back then and didn't play with us." Before Li Yi finished speaking, Shirzin said, "I remember you." "Ah?" Li Yi was stunned again. He clearly remembered that Shirzin in his previous life did not remember him, as if seeing the doubt in Li Ye's heart. "I have read your information and know that you have also been in that orphanage, so I remembered you. When you were a child, you often teased me, lifted my skirt, stole my underwear, and bet with other children that you would definitely become my boyfriend." Li Ye's head suddenly started buzzing. All those shameful memories suddenly flooded his mind. Li Yi quickly looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he felt relieved. "I admit everything else, but I don't admit stealing your underwear. I remember I was playing with a ball and accidentally knocked over the clothes drying rack, causing the underwear your teacher had washed for you to fall to the ground and get dirty. I was afraid you'd be angry, so I secretly hid it and planned to return it to you after I washed it. He must explain clearly. Stealing underwear is different from other pranks. This is something only a pervert would do. However, Li Yi couldn't help but move his gaze to Shirzeen's crotch. Who could have thought at that time that the little girl would be so beautiful and have such a good figure? Shirzeen frowned and said with some disgust, "You are still the same as when you were a kid. You misunderstood." Li Yi explained with a guilty conscience. He knew the reason. In his previous life, he knew Shirzinian very early. But Shirzinian didn't know him, and had even forgotten him deep in her memory. Later, he met Shirzinian because he accidentally discovered that Shirzinian was injured while exploring the dead city. So after chatting, Shirzinian learned that he was also from the orphanage. But this life is different. His name and information probably already appeared in the Ning group's information after he launched an invasion of the Ning group's current situation. After reading his information from childhood to adulthood, Shirzinian remembered who he was and what he did in the orphanage. He wanted to defend himself again, saying that stealing the underwear was not really stealing. He just picked it up from the ground. But apart from those memories, I can't remember any other memories about the orphanage. Later, a man who claimed to be the director of the orphanage showed up at the Ning group and told me about my miserable experience of being bullied, freezing, and starving in the orphanage. Ah, Li Yi was stunned. "You only remember that I stole your underwear?" Shirzeen said, "To be exact, I only remember you. Although I don't know why, you seem to have left a deep impression on me. Was I this attractive when I was a kid?" Li Yi touched the back of his head in shame. When he was young, he was indeed the king of the children in the orphanage. In the past, people from outside bullied the children in the orphanage. He is always the first to rush out and beat people away. Later, when he grew up, he became more honest. "No, that's not the issue we should be focusing on right now. The director of the orphanage said that you were freezing, starving, and being bullied in the orphanage? How is that possible? Who would dare to bully you when I'm here?" Shirzeen suddenly recalled some memories. She was born with heterochromia when she was a child. Therefore, many children think she is a monster, and some even say she is a cursed witch or something like that. Anyway, if they have watched any TV series or cartoons with people with heterochromia, they will attribute those identities to her. So she was isolated, and some children insisted on prying her eyes open to see why her two eyes were different colors. In a fragmented memory, there was a figure standing in front of her and helping her fight off the children who bullied her. The protagonist of that figure was none other than the childhood Li Yi. What does the director of the orphanage you mentioned look like? Li Yi had every reason to suspect that the Ning group had created this character in order to deceive Shirzinian into working for them. And Shirzinian had lost her childhood memories, so the truth was not revealed. A middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, slightly overweight, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks very gentle and kind, has a hearty laugh, and always uses the back of his index finger to hold up his glasses. Shirzeen sneered. "The first point you made is wrong. The director of the orphanage is not in his 50s or 60s, but in his 30s. Li Yi was suddenly stunned. When they were children, the director of the orphanage was in his 30s. By this time, he should be in his 50s or 60s. Moreover, the other characteristics mentioned by Shirzeen all match the image of the orphanage director. How is this possible? Is my memory confused?" Li Yi was a little doubtful about himself, but he immediately shook his head. "No, it's impossible. My memory can't be wrong. Although I don't know why, but the director of the orphanage lied to you." Shirzeen was in deep thought, not knowing what she was thinking. This was the first time Li Yi knew about these things. In his previous life, although he and Shirzinian had a good relationship later on, he even had a little crush on Shirzinian in his heart. But Shirzinian never told him these things. Bang! Suddenly, a large explosion occurred in the city. In the night, the flames of the explosion were also very dazzling. At times like this, explosions in urban areas are not uncommon. Explosions are happening in many places, such as gas or gas tanks in restaurants, which may explode due to external impact or other factors. But when Li Yi saw the place where the explosion occurred, his pupils shrank suddenly. That's his fucking home. Fuck you. There are no flammable or explosive items in his house. Why did the explosion happen? He probably guessed something. Li Yi no longer slowed down and ran and jumped at full speed between the buildings. If you encounter a building that you cannot jump over, just run as fast as you can on the ground. Most zombies didn't have time to react before Li Yi had already run over. The speed is as fast as a shadow tearing through the darkness. Shizi looked at Li Ye's full speed running, and some surprise appeared in her eyes again. This is Li Ye's maximum speed. It turns out that Li Yi is still hiding his true strength. She was so cautious that she didn't look like a recent graduate at all. Even soldiers who have been experienced in the battlefield may not be as cautious as Li Yi. Shirzine became more and more curious about what Li Yi had experienced, and who was lying between Li Yi and the Dean. Chapter 064. The house burned down. Li Yi rushed to Liang'an community and saw dozens of people standing downstairs of his house. Li Yi did not rush over immediately, but hid and observed through the sniper rifle's scope. These dozens of people were all wearing combat uniforms of the Ning group's troops. But 3 waves of people can be clearly seen. One wave is a private armed force wearing the same combat uniform as him. There are about 30 of them. Each of them is fully armed, and their equipment looks much more luxurious than that of the military's ordinary combat troops. The other group of people were wearing the same combat uniforms as Shirzians, belonging to the Ning group's special forces. There were 3 of them in total, and it was unknown if there were any hiding in secret. 9 times out of 10, yes. Strictly speaking, the Ning group's private armed forces are not the kind of untrained militia. Before the end of the world, the Ning group had secretly hired many mercenaries active on the international battlefield, even well-known mercenaries, to serve as instructors. Mercenaries usually don't gather together in a group on a dangerous international battlefield. There must be people watching from the outside. So he guessed that the number of special forces coming to his house was most likely more than 3. Special forces are completely incomparable to ordinary private armed forces. In the information released later by the Ning group, it will be introduced that the combat effectiveness of a special forces member is roughly comparable to a well-trained combat team of conventional troops. Even in certain specific battlefield environments, a special forces member can exert greater combat advantages. What made Li Yi most serious was the least conspicuous woman among those dozens of people. At first glance, this woman looks like an ordinary housewife. She looks ordinary, and even other people don't take her seriously. But Li Yi had seen this woman in the information of the 36 weird departments of the Ning group. Although this woman looked ordinary, she was one of the 36 weirds, and he is the chief of the 12 weirdos. Rank 13th overall. According to the information, this woman was actually a chemistry teacher before becoming a housewife. Once, during a chemistry experiment, she accidentally made a highly toxic poison. The smell alone caused everyone in the building to fall into a coma. Fortunately, no one ingested it by mistake, but she lost her job because of this teaching mistake. Because she doesn't work, she is despised by her husband and mother-in-law at home and lives in the ridicule of others all day long. One day, the woman couldn't bear it anymore and developed a poison to kill her husband and his entire family. From then on, she seemed to have awakened, started to frantically develop various types of poisons. The Ning group took advantage of this ability of the woman and used their power to save her from the death penalty, and she only received a 3-year prison sentence. 3 years later, the Ning group took her away and put her into the 36 weird department. Someone who can make drugs. However, its ranking is several places higher than that of Daoguai. In fact, if it was just the ability to make drugs, Li Yi wouldn't be too afraid. I'm afraid that the other party has awakened some profession or special ability. It would be more dangerous if the skills in making and administering poisons were strengthened. The Ning group only sent 1 member of the 36 Weirdos department. Given the cruelty of the Ning group, they only asked the 12 monsters to come and take responsibility for the consequences. If we can't capture him alive, then just poison him to death. There was a hint of coldness in Li Ye's eyes. The muzzle of the sniper rifle kept hovering between the few people. He had only 1 chance to shoot. Leave it to 13 monsters? But the special forces should not be underestimated. The reason why Li Yi is hesitating now is that he is not sure whether every member of the special forces team is similar to Shirzinian. In his previous life as a small figure, he had no chance to fight against the Ning group's special forces team at all, and the 2 sides were not even on the same battlefield. The special forces dared to go deep into the dead city, but he, a useless mercenary, at best only dared to do a mission on the outskirts of the dead city or seek some opportunities. He could only fire once, and these people would not give him a second chance. Suddenly, Li Yi saw these people holding 2 women in their hands. Those 2 women were Fang Yu and the neighbor young woman. At this time, A middle-aged Special Forces member with a beard was trying to wake Fang Yu up. Fang Yu opened her eyes little by little. Li Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. Fang Yu and the young woman next door know too many of his secrets. It can even be said that I basically know everything about him. Through the scope, it was clear that Fang Yu was saying something. He didn't understand lip reading, so he didn't know what the bearded man asked or what Fang Yu answered. A fierce look flashed across Li Ye's eyes. Pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! In the silent night, the sound of a sniper rifle was like thunder coming out of nowhere. But it doesn't matter. Sniper rifle bullets are faster. Although this high-precision sniper rifle is not as powerful as the traditional cannon sniper. But within 1,000 meters, it can kill the enemy with one strike. And the speed is above 800 meters per second. The speed of sound is less than 360 meters, so before they heard the sound, the bullet had already passed. Fang Yu was still talking to the members of Ning Group Special Forces team about Li Yi. Suddenly, something drilled a big hole in Fang Yu's head from the side. The expression on Fang Yu's face froze instantly, and her eyes immediately lost their luster. He fell straight to the ground in front of the Special Forces members. 2 seconds later, the whoosh sound was heard. The Special Forces members immediately shouted in fear, "Sniper! Be careful! There's a sniper!" Everyone immediately hid behind the cover. They are all trained, so of course they can tell the direction the bullet is coming from. The Special Forces members were stunned. But from that direction and angle, there is only one relatively tall building that can be used as a sniping location. But that building is thousands of meters away from here. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The accuracy of this sniper shot. Could it be the head-exploding monster from the 36 Monsters Department? A shot in the head. It really looks like the work of a headbanger. The head-exploding monster hasn't contacted the headquarters yet. He has no reason to attack Fang Yu, unless Fang Yu knows some secret about him, which made him want to kill him. The Special Forces member looked at the woman. The 36 strange departments of the Ning Group are very mysterious. So even the Special Forces didn't know that the woman in front of them was the 13th monster. Through the sight, Li looked at the people hiding behind the bunkers in fear. Sniper is indeed a terrible profession. Take someone's head from 1,000 meters away. This feeling of oppression cannot be compared with that of ordinary professions. Even professionals and people with special abilities can only hide in fear when they are being sniped. If you dare to burn down my base camp, you will all die. There was murderous intent in Li Ye's eyes. He also planned to hide in the base camp for a while and wait for the golden flowers to grow and bloom, and then he would eat them to gain the indestructible power. However, it is possible that the golden flower was also taken away by these people. He must kill these people. Chapter 065 Captain's Sacrifice. It's at 9 o'clock in the left front, 1,000 meters away. Divide into 3 groups to ambush and outflank them. The bearded man didn't think the person who fired the shot was a headshot monster. But judging from the sound of the gunshot, it's similar to the model of the urban anti-terrorism high-precision sniper rifle used by the headshot monster. The difference is that the headshot monster is a veteran sniper. He would definitely install a silencer before firing. Otherwise, in this relatively quiet city, firing without a silencer would expose one's own coordinates. This is a mistake that only novice snipers make. So the bearded man had already made a judgment in his mind. It is highly likely that he is not a headshot monster, and he is also a sniper novice. But what the bearded man didn't know was that Li Yi was certainly aware of the consequences of firing a gun without a silencer. In this dark night, the sound of his gunshot would be like a huge stone falling into the water, and the ripples would spread far away. But he had to shoot at that time. He has many more secrets than just the revealing gunshot. Li could see clearly that they were divided into 3 groups and were surrounding him from ambush. Well-trained, basically leaving him no chance to snipe. Li tried to find several opportunities. Except for a few less skilled members of the Ning Group's regular forces who would inadvertently expose their bodies outside the cover. Basically, most of them could achieve perfect hiding. To be honest, Li Yi had no intention of shooting those people who exposed their bodies. At first glance, he is a newbie. He may not have received much training. He was brought out because there was a shortage of manpower after the apocalypse. Li Yi felt that shooting those white guys was a waste of bullets. Some of his bullets were seized from head-exploding monsters. Some of it was taken out of the boxing champion's basement. Unfortunately, at that time he felt that even if he was given a sniper rifle, he would not be able to use it, so he did not take the 12.6mm bullets that were compatible with most sniper rifles, but mostly took assault rifle bullets. In his previous life, in the later period, he was lucky enough to get an assault rifle, and his skills were pretty good. Li Yi was thinking that he should go to the boxing champion's basement again if he had the chance. This time we have to find a way to move all the guns and ammunition out. Li Yi stood up with his back bent. He had to leave here. The 3 special forces soldiers were lurking in 3 directions and were surrounding them at a very fast speed. They were almost here. But Li Yi's speed was not slow either. He climbed down from the tall building quickly. The zombies next to him instinctively pounced on him, and Li Yi chopped off their heads with a single blow. Then Li Yi casually put the body into the burial space. Now it is quite easy for Li Yi to kill ordinary zombies. His combat power at this moment is almost comparable to his level in the 7th year of his previous life. This is the horror of professionals. Soon, people will realize that professionals and people with special abilities grow at an incomparably faster rate. The power of an individual will soon surpass the power of the group. Even a powerful professional can easily destroy an army. Li Yi went into a shop, which was previously a gold shop. It was a well-known chain gold shop. The door was closed, but several pieces of glass were broken, and the gold and silver jewelry on the counter were almost all taken away. It is not known whether the gold shop employees took it away when they escaped, or whether it was later robbed by mountain streams. Shanlu occupied a supermarket nearby. Using that supermarket as their base, they looted all the supplies and gold and silver from the surrounding small supermarkets, gold shops, and the like. It is also possible that there are other survivors who realize that this is an opportunity to make a fortune in troubled times. So they robbed the gold shop, and no one would pursue the matter anyway. At the beginning of the end of the world, the money system collapsed severely, and the purchasing power of money plummeted. A bottle of purified water originally cost 2 or 3 yuan. After the end of the world, you can't even buy a bottle for 2 or 3,000 yuan, because supplies have entered a period of severe tightening. Those rich people and wealthy families still have channels to get it. But if ordinary people want to get it, even if they take out everything they have, it may not be enough. It may cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Without a measure, money becomes a pile of waste paper. However, gold is still considered a relatively good currency that maintains its value, but Li Yi is not very interested in it. No matter how good gold is at maintaining its value, it is not as valuable as materials. When you have nothing to eat or drink, and are about to die of thirst and hunger, someone says that as long as you take out a gold bar, they will give you a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Would you be willing? Of course I am willing to do so. As long as there are supplies, gold bars can come in quickly. However, Li Yi wanted to find gold in order to exchange it for supplies. Instead, he discovered that the seeds of the golden flower would not bloom and bear fruit just anywhere. Because after he brought the golden flower seeds back and planted them in a flower pot, there were no signs of growth. So Li Yi guessed that if the golden flower seeds wanted to grow, they must be given enough nutrients, and this nutrient was not only doomsday energy, but also a large amount of gold. Thinking of this, Li Yi gritted his teeth in anger again. Damn Ning Group. If anything goes wrong with his golden flower seeds, he will definitely send the Ning Group to hell. Crack! Li Yi cut off the body of the zombie in front of him with one knife. The zombies all raised their heads, as if feeling a little aggrieved. He complained, when you killed other zombies, you only cut off their heads. But how come you cut it in half when you cut it in the middle? Li Yi sighed and remained calm. At this moment, excitement was the devil. He walked over and stomped on the zombie's head, causing it to explode. I reached a corner and made sure no one could see me. It's time to sacrifice the captain's pet to heaven. Li Yi released the captain's battle pet. This captain was a squad leader of the Ning Group's regular troops during his lifetime, so they should be able to recognize him. Li Yi asked the captain's pet to hold an assault rifle with a full magazine, and then walked out with the assault rifle. Li Yi closed one eye, and the captain's shared vision appeared in his other eye. At the street corner, the Ning Group's special forces team appeared. Li Yi asked the captain's pet to stop and wait for them to approach. Li Yi is gambling. Bet that the other party will not shoot after seeing the captain's battle pet. After all, he was their colleague, and he had buried the captain's pet very well. Except for someone who knew the truth like Sherzian, no one else would be able to tell it at a glance. In addition, it was nighttime and their vision was obstructed, so they could not tell whether the captain's pet was alive or dead. Sure enough, when the 3 special forces saw the captain's pet, they subconsciously raised their guns at first, but when they found that the captain's pet was wearing the combat uniform of the Ning Group's private armed forces, they put their guns down again. Slowly approaching the captain's pet, the bearded man breathed a sigh of relief. You're still alive. We thought you were dead. Where are your other team members? Why aren't they with you? By the way, did you see the head-exploding monster? The captain's pet doesn't speak, because the captain's pet can't speak. The bearded man was a little confused and immediately slowed down his pace cautiously. The same was true for the other two Special Forces soldiers. They all had the same vigilance. And those regular troop soldiers saw the captain's battle pet. He immediately ran towards the captain's battle pet. The bearded man wanted to remind him, but swallowed the words back. He felt that something was wrong with the captain, but he couldn't tell what. So why not let someone else give it a try? On the other side, Li Yi saw 7 or 8 regular troops fighters surrounding him and immediately felt annoyed. It's a pity that he is not yet proficient in controlling the captain's pet. The captain can only move slowly like a puppet. It is impossible to replicate the combat effectiveness of the captain's pet when it was alive. He was thinking maybe when his career level goes up one more level, he can realize the control technology he wants. Chapter 066. Target person Li Yi has been solved. Looking at the 7 or 8 regular troops fighters, Li Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. Shot! Li Yi gave the order immediately. The captain's pet opened fire without hesitation. At such a close distance, the captain's pet fired indiscriminately. Those regular troops fighters were shot to pieces before they could even react. When Li Yi wanted the captain's pet to aim at the 3 Special Forces soldiers, the 3 soldiers' bodies flashed behind the nearby cover like ghosts. The bearded man fired a shot casually, and the bullet seemed to have the ability to automatically hit the target and hit the captain's pet's face. The captain's pet fell to the ground, dead. This is the shortcoming of human war pets. His vitality is too weak, and he will die with one shot. Be careful. There's a problem. The bearded man reminded the others. At the same time, the gunshots here attracted nearby zombies. Zombies swarmed into the alley. Those regular force combatants were the first to encounter the zombies. He shouted in fear and fired in panic. Faced with the terrifying and hideous zombies, he even forgot his usual training movements, couldn't suppress the recoil of the gun, and the bullets flew everywhere. I didn't kill many zombies, but I felt my companion was about to be killed. When the 3 Special Forces saw this situation, they looked at each other, understood what was going on, and climbed over the wall to leave. There's no hope. With the psychological endurance of this rabble, they are doomed to die. If they continue to stay here, they might be accidentally injured by these guys. The bearded man moved particularly quickly, and in 2 steps he quickly flipped over to the 2nd floor of a shop along the street. At this moment, Li Yi was kneeling on one knee, holding a sniper rifle with both hands to aim. This shooting posture is relatively difficult and requires high endurance on the legs, but Li Yi is also familiar with it, which is also a part of the skills of a sharpshooter. When he saw the bearded man running up to the 2nd floor like a monkey, he immediately found cover and crouched down. Li Yi immediately aimed at the other side. The other 2 people were a little slower, but at this moment, they only had one leg left to climb over the railing. Li Yi predicted the trajectory of the man when he retracted his legs and fired. Bang! A booming sound echoed in the alley. There was less than 200 meters in the middle, so the moment the bullet came out, Li Yi saw that the man's knee was broken by him, and the calf below the knee flew away. Luo, who was frightened and immediately shot at the place where the gunshots were heard. But Li Yi rolled backwards and hid in the gold shop, which was connected to the 2nd floor. Li Yi quickly rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor with a sniper rifle. At the stairs, there were 4 or 5 zombies crowding each other and rushing down the stairs. Get out of the way! Li Yi shouted Lude. The Tang sword was unsheathed, and with one blow, several zombies were chopped off. Their heads rolled down the stairs like balls. Li Yi held down several zombies, coffined them, and placed them in the corpse storage space. Then Li Yi ran to the 2nd floor window, but didn't stick his head out immediately. He thought that maybe the other party was already aiming at this place. Ding! Suddenly, a lump of metal flew in and hit the ground. Li Yi's pupilles soudain shrank. Damn grenade! Bang! The next second the grenade was thrown in, it exploded. On the other side, the bearded man sneered at the flames and smoke coming out of the room. Being bombed at such a close distance, even an alien species would die. He really is an inexperienced fellow. Maybe he's a talented sniper who just got his start. He thinks he can show off his sniping skills in front of us just because he's good at it. Beard, his leg is broken. What should we do? On the other side, a Special Forces soldier was carrying another Special Forces soldier. The Special Forces soldier's calf was gone and blood was gushing out. His face turned pale and he cried out in pain. The bearded man frowned slightly and looked at the zombies in the alley who were looking up and roaring at them, and the sound of hurried footsteps coming up the stairs from the room behind me. I can't take it with me. Just leave it behind. The bearded man made a decision. What did you say? The Special Forces soldier couldn't believe it. The bearded man said irritably, I said, we can't take it with us. Leave it behind. With so many zombies, how can we leave with a wounded soldier? In such a cruel battlefield, losing a leg means losing your life. You and I are both mercenaries who have returned from the battlefield. We should understand this principle, right? But the Special Forces soldier was still a little hesitant. The Special Forces soldier who was carried shouted, Don't leave me. I can still walk. I can walk on one leg, as long as there is someone to support me. Before he could finish his words, the bearded man raised his gun and shot the other person without hesitation. You! The Special Forces soldier next to him had blood splattered all over his face and glared at the bearded man. The bearded man said coldly, I saved you. If I didn't shoot him with your fussy personality, you would definitely take him with you, and then both of you would be doomed. The Special Forces soldier didn't say anything and seemed to agree with the bearded man's words. In fact, the bearded man's judgment was correct. Surrounded by zombies, it would take all the efforts of both of them to rush out, not to mention carrying a wounded person who could not move on his own. The bearded man reported to the headquarters via the radio. The target person, Li Yi, has been killed. A calm voice came from the other side. You killed him with your own hands? He was a professional. It shouldn't be that easy for him to die. The bearded man smiled confidently and said, I am a famous grenade king on the battlefield. I can accurately calculate the exact time when a grenade explodes near the enemy after it is thrown. Even professionals will have no time to react. I am very confident. Okay, let's pack up. The other person's voice sounded young. Hearing that Li Yi was dead, he seemed a little disappointed. Let's pack up. The bearded man hung up the radio. Bang! Suddenly, from the flaming room, a gunshot rang out, resounding through the night sky. The bearded man felt as if he had been hit hard on the chest by a 300-gene hammer and fell heavily against the wall behind him. He then looked down at his chest and saw a big hole made by the bullet. Beard! The Special Forces soldier exclaimed. Click! The sound of a pistol being loaded was heard behind him. He subconsciously wanted to pull out the tactical dagger at his waist and kill the opponent. But the opponent was faster and had already put the pistol to his temple. The Special Forces soldier was horrified. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark-skinned man pointing a gun at him. You're not dead? Special Forces horror. In the situation just now, Li should have been dead. The shops along the street are not very big, and the range affected by the metal fragments from the grenade explosion can basically be completely covered. But Li actually survived. Is he indestructible? Li Ye's eyes were cold. If he hadn't immediately asked the dog demon to come out of the corpse hiding space. If you stand in front of him, he will be dead. Where are the supplies in my room? Li asket kolde. Burn, burn, said the Special Forces soldier. Burn. Li chuckled. In this period of material shortage, how could you burn so many supplies? I don't have much patience, so don't challenge me. The Special Forces soldier pursed his lips nervously. Seems to be struggling. Li said, I just heard your conversation. You're also mercenaries, right? Then we are in the same line of work, so we all know each other. You don't have such a strong sense of belonging to the Ning group. It's all about profit. So you don't have to die to protect the interests of the Ning group, right? Liese gradual induction. In fact, supplies are not the most important thing for Li Yi. What matters is the seed of the golden flower. Chapter 067, I will definitely let you go. When the Special Forces soldier heard that it was a colleague, he seemed to be suddenly relieved. So we are in the same business. Huzi has always been very confident in his judgment. He said you were an inexperienced newcomer, but you played us around. Li said that they were in the same industry, which was barely true. It's just that he is a mercenary in the end times. The Special Forces soldier said seriously, If I tell you where the supplies are stored, will you let me go? Meeting. How do you want me to trust you? We are all mercenaries, so we just speak frankly. Mercenaries are the most ruthless and heartless soldiers. They may make promises 1 second, but change their minds the next. The Special Forces soldier said a lot, but he seemed to be afraid that Li Ye's words would not count. Click. Li pushed the pistol against the Special Forces soldier's head again. You have no right to not believe me. Believing in me is the only way for you to survive now. Li was not moved at all. The Special Forces saw that the man was young but very stable, so they did not give him any chance. So he could only sigh and said, "There is an empty room downstairs in your building. I'll put it there temporarily. Notify the headquarters to send a car over to pick it up." "Oh, then did you see a flower pot?" Lee asked again. "Flower pot? What flower pot?" The Special Forces officer was puzzled. Lee fact it. Most people would feel relieved after seeing the room full of supplies. It would be difficult to notice an inconspicuous little flower pot placed at the door. So the seeds of golden flower are most likely still in his home. The other party had emptied out all the supplies in his house, so there was actually nothing to burn, just bed sheets and quilts and the like. The flames would not affect the golden flower seeds. "I've already told you, so you have to let me go," the Special Forces soldier said nervously. He was really afraid that Li Yi would go back on his word. Li Yi nodded. "Well, I'll let you go now." Li Yi took off all the equipment from the Special Forces soldier. The gun was useless because he had it. He kept the bullets and grenades, and also kept the tactical dagger, which was much better than his own dagger. You could tell at a glance that the steel and forging method were not on the same level. The Special Forces soldier had a bitter look on his face. He had guessed that Li Yi would do this, but he didn't expect that Li Yi would not even let go of his clothes. Take off his Special Forces combat uniform. "Why are you taking off my clothes?" the Special Forces soldier asked cautiously. "Because it looks better than what I'm wearing." Li Ye's answer was also unexpected to the Special Forces. Well, he also admitted that Li Yi had good vision. The combat uniforms of the Ning Group's Special Forces are indeed carefully designed, and the production process is also different from that of regular troops. When the Special Forces soldier was stripped of all his clothes except for his inner lining, Li suddenly said, "Okay, you can go now." The Special Forces officer was stunned. "Where are we going?" "You can go wherever you want. Why should I care?" While the Special Forces soldiers were still confused, Li climbed up the water pipe nimbly. The arm strength is super strong, and it is as fast as walking on flat ground. The Special Forces were stunned. Boom, boom, boom. "Ah!" I heard hurried footsteps coming from the room. The Special Forces soldier suddenly came to his senses and immediately followed Li Ye's example to climb up the water pipe. The zombies in the room had already rushed out and grabbed the Special Forces soldier's leg. The Special Forces soldier subconsciously wanted to cut off the zombie's hand with a tactical dagger, but suddenly he remembered that his equipment had been taken away by Li Yi. "Damit, Li, you and I are sworn enemies. I will make sure you die a miserable death." The Special Forces soldiers shouted to the sky in grief and anger. "Huh? You want me to die?" The Special Forces soldier was stunned and immediately looked up to find Li Yi leaning over the roof and looking at him. The Special Forces soldier quickly laughed dryly. I was just kidding. I really mean it." "Yeah." There was a sneer in Li Ye's eyes, and the Special Forces soldier had a bad feeling. Li Yi put his teeth on the water pipe, and the Special Forces soldier didn't understand what Li Yi was going to do. The next second, Li Yi bit the metal water pipe into pieces with his teeth. It's like biting into metallic, crispy chocolate. Bite off the connection between the water pipe and the top. Only a few metal clips were left nailed to the wall. The Special Forces were all shocked. "Your teeth are scarier than zombies' teeth." "Thank you, and good luck." Use the water pipe to push it outward. The metal clips nailed into the wall broke immediately. From top to bottom, they collapsed one by one. The Special Forces soldier was shocked. "Li Yi, you bastard." He climbed up desperately, but the higher he climbed, the more the pipe tilted, until finally he fell straight into the group of zombies. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. But he had no chance to take revenge. "I hate you." On the other side, Li Yi was startled by the shrill cry. He looked back with a guilty conscience. "Don't hold this kid too much resentment, or he might get infected and become a zombie to avenge me." Then Li Yi sneered. "I am also confused. How could such a thing happen? Zombies are not evil spirits. The worldviews are different. There is no such saying. The people I killed in my previous life did not become zombies to avenge me." Li Yi quickly rushed to Liang'an community. Some of the zombies in Liang'an community were attracted by the noise of the fight in the alley just now. So Li Yi arrived at the door of his house with almost no obstacles. The fire in the room had died down a lot, and he saw that the flower pot at the door was burnt black but still there. Li Yi took out the bead that was not golden. "Still here." Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the seeds of the golden flower were much more important than all the supplies in the room. Speaking of supplies, Li Yi immediately ran to the room downstairs and checked one by one. Sure enough, he saw that his supplies were neatly stacked in this room. Therefore, They had already moved the supplies away before setting fire to the room. The reason for burning the empty room was to force themselves to show up. Li Yi was just about to see what this house was like and whether it could be used as his base camp. This house is the home of the single mother and her children. The layout of the room is the same as his home, but it is obviously more luxurious than his. After all, she was a wealthy lady before, and she is different from these real poor people. Look at this big wardrobe. Who would put such a big wardrobe in such a small house? Li Yi wanted to see what was in such a big wardrobe. As soon as I opened the closet door, a green light suddenly flashed. Li Yi felt dizzy at that time, and then his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Through a little moonlight, Li Yi saw a dark shadow poking out of the closet. The dark shadow slowly approached his face, muttering something quickly. Li Yi was horrified. What was this thing? Your fighting ability is very strong. It seems that the department's rating of you has greatly underestimated you. A gentle voice appeared in my ears. Li Yi squinted his eyes hard to see who it was. Faintly, he saw the face of an ordinary woman, and he knew who it was, the 13th monster, the Poison Monster. Chapter 068, First Class Poison Master. He was really careless just now. He thought the poisonous monster had run away before the zombies surrounded it, so it didn't appear just now. He didn't expect it to be hiding in the closet. The poison monster had already expected that he would come to this room, so he ambushed him here in advance. You are relatively alert. Unfortunately, your enemy is me. I know your thoughts too well. I am the roundworm growing in your stomach. When you don't know, I am eating your intestines, your stomach, and your little heart bit by bit. Li felt a little numb on his scalp. What's wrong with this person? So disgusting. She looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman, but she was holding a doll in her arms. She put her face in front of him and looked at him shyly. Her eyes were still filled with a certain desire for him. Please don't look at me like that. I'm shy. The poisonous monster actually lay down, put its head on Li Yi's arm, and then stared at him from so close, making Li Yi feel scared. You are so young. Although I already have your information and know that you just graduated from college not long ago, but after seeing you in person, I still feel that you are so young. The poison monster wanted to put its hand on Li Yi's face. Li Yi's body had completely lost control, so even though his eyes showed great resistance, his body had no perception at all. Is this the poison of the poison monster? Li Yi was a little frightened. He wondered if he would be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. Li Yi tried his best to mobilize his strength. The power can no longer be mobilized because the carrier of power is the body. You don't have to try. My poison is very powerful. Anyone who comes into contact with my poison will sink to the point of being unable to walk, and the same goes for you. The woman seemed to see that Li Yi was exerting all his strength. So he chuckled and said, I really don't want to hand you back to the department. When you go to the department, your fate will be very miserable. I heard that you were a battle pet master. There is no battle pet master in the 36 Monsters Department of Ning Group, so you may be taken for experiments by the scientific research maniac in the upper 12 monsters. Experiment? Li Yi knew what he was talking about. The 36 strange departments of the Ning Group later split into several other departments, one of which was an experimental department. What that experimental department was doing was an experiment to change fate. By completely replacing the blood of other professionals or people with special powers with the Ning Group's own people, they can forcibly help that person awaken his profession or special power. The success rate is only 1%, but for the Ning Group, as long as it is far higher than the 1 in 10,000 chance of the law of the end of the world, it is worth it even if many professionals and psychics will die in the experiment. There was a cold light flashing in Li Yi's eyes. Although his body could not move, his brain was still active. The spirit can still be active. If the spirit can be active, it means that the supernatural powers can be mobilized. Superpowers are a form of energy for professionals and people with special abilities and are a type of apocalyptic energy. At present, many people still don't know the relationship between spirit and supernatural powers. But 10 years after the end of the world, humans at that time had already reached several levels in the development and use of superpowers, so they knew that the stronger the mental power, the more efficiently the superpowers could be used. Conversely, the stronger the superpower, the stronger the mental power required to coordinate it. His mental strength is very strong. Having burialized so many deceased people, he would be rewarded with some basic attributes after each burial, including mental strength. His current personal attribute page. Li Yi second class Undertaker. Occupational talent level. SSS. Occupational scarcity. Unique. Skills. Coffin. Boxing champion. Minor. dog demonization, lightning storage and release, sharpshooter, swordmaster. Physical enhancement, dog devil's sense of smell, dog devil's steel teeth. Strength, 2000 speed, 850. Stamina, 800 spirit, 1200. Even though his spirit level is the lowest every time he is buried, it is actually not low, because he is reborn. It is no joke for those who are reborn to live an extra life. Without the poison monster's knowledge, Li Ye's mental power gradually penetrated into his supernatural powers and began to mobilize them. According to the information, the poison of the poison monster contains a kind of neurotoxin that can block the transmission of the enemy's neurons, sever the connection between the brain and the body, and put the body in an uncontrollable state. But his mental power is very strong. He can block other people's neurons, but he may not be able to block his neurons. What are you doing? Finally, the poison monster saw the gleam of light hidden in Li Ye's eyes. The brilliance made her scalp tingle. The poison monster took out a small bottle containing green powder. These powders must have been sprinkled just now. Li Ye's arm moved and held down the poisonous monster's hand. How is it possible? Why did you regain control of your body? The poison monster is incredible, but Li Ye's body can also move. Li Ye pressed the poisonous monster to the ground and covered his mouth and nose with his other hand. The information says that the neurotoxin of the poison monster is delivered through the respiratory tract. Then Li Ye stepped on the poison monster's head with one foot, grabbed the small bottle with his other hand, and stuffed it into the monster's nostrils. As the poisonous monster breathed, all of it was sucked into its body. The poisonous monster's body, which had been struggling violently, slowly softened. The poison monster looked at Li Ye with horror, wanting to say something, but he couldn't speak anymore. It was the same state as Li Ye at that time. Li Ye stood by the window for a while before he completely recovered. Then he walked to the front of the poison monster, whose face was ashen. Li Ye smiled and asked, "Even if I ask you anything, you probably won't answer, so I might as well just kill you." The poison monster opened her eyes wide and seemed to want to say something, but Li Ye did not give her the chance. Just when I was about to break the poison monster's neck, I suddenly thought about whether I should set up hospice or something. Suddenly thinking of the perverted behavior of the poisonous monster just now, with its big face pressing against his face, he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. With a creaking sound, the poison monster's neck bent at a strange angle, and the struggle in its eyes quickly faded away and became empty. Li buried the poisonous monster, and he didn't have to bury the others. He didn't even have much interest in the Special Forces soldiers, but he had to bury the 36 monsters. The 36 monsters were already extraordinary people before the end of the world, and they were also a mysterious department built by the Ning group at a huge expense, so we should be able to get some good burial rewards from them. Ding! Successfully buried the first-class poison master. Loading some of the memories, experience, skills, and traits of the deceased. Loading successful. The content loaded is 7 memories, totaling 13 hours. Choose one of the following. 5 kinds of drug-making experience. Need to obtain external objects. 1 poison-making skill, power transformation. Level 1 poison master, deceased favorability, 60%. Strength plus 50, speed plus 10, endurance plus 10, spirit plus 10. Li Ye was stunned for a moment. The poisonous monster also awakened its profession, or a first-class poison master. Chapter 069. Time paralysis and twisting of poison. The probability of professionals awakening in the 36 strange departments of Ning Group is very high, but this phenomenon is understandable. According to the information released by the Mythology Apocalypse Research Institute, the probability of the first batch of people awakening to their professions is indeed much greater than that of ordinary people after they meet the conditions for their originally scarce professions. The strange people hired by the 36 strange departments are in relatively scarce professions compared to the professions of the general public, so it is normal that their probability of successful awakening is high. He needs to choose one of 2 poison-making skills. One requires the use of external materials, but can master the development methods of 35 kinds of poisons. The most typical one is the preparation method of various cyanides. Cyanide is one of the most powerful and fastest-acting poisons in modern times, and 50 milligrams can be lethal. Many strong rodenticides contain cyanide. If a sufficient amount of this substance is ingested, the person will immediately lose consciousness and die. Li analyzed that he must have been poisoned by the loose powder containing cyanide. The poison monster used his superb technology to develop several types of poisons based on cyanide. The nerve poison he was poisoned with was also an extended poison containing cyanide. In addition to modern chemical toxins, we have also conducted in-depth research on the extraction of some animal and plant toxins. For example, the extraction method of 7-star crabapple venom and the extraction method of Bungarus cobra venom. Even the poison monster has some knowledge of ancient poisons. Things like 10 fragrance softening muscle powder and crane's beak red sound like mysterious poisons. Of course, these names were given by the poisonous monsters themselves. Li looked at the effects of the toxins. For ordinary people, every kind of poison may be fatal, but for a professional like him, it is of little use. In the later stages, professionals and psychics evolved at a rapid pace, and zombies were also evolving, so this poison was completely useless. Li looked at another option, the skill of making poison through transformation of supernatural powers. This is actually the real skill of the poison master profession when the poison monster awakens. Ordinary people may be able to make drugs by relying on external objects after learning, but this cannot become the watershed between professionals and ordinary people. However, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to make poison through supernatural powers. Li looked at the name of the supernatural power to make poison. Supernatural power to make poison. Time paralysis and space twisting poison. What kind of weird name is this? Li Yeguang felt inexplicably disgusted just by looking at the name. It couldn't be some disgusting poison. To be honest, Li is somewhat resistant to poison. In his opinion, poison is something that experts are not ashamed to use, but is often used by villains. However, with the mentality that it was a skill that came for free anyway, he might as well take a look at it first, while Li Yi read the description of Shi Tan Kong twisting poison. Time paralysis can manipulate the enemy's perception of time. The main effect is that the enemy feels that time is stagnant, and 1 minute seems to become a century. This feeling makes the enemy unable to move and react normally, and they are trapped in a cage of time. Air twist can distort the space around the enemy, causing them to become confused in space and unable to understand or predict the surrounding direction, distance, height, nearness, etc. After reading the description, Li Yi was stunned for a long time. It was as if I had been poisoned by the so-called time paralysis poison. After a while, Li Yi suddenly woke up. This is the time paralysis and space twisting poison can change the enemy's perception of time and space. It sounds like it's not as direct as just poisoning someone to death. But in a sense, this poison is even more terrifying. There are always people like him who can ignore the conventional poisons that can kill people. However, when facing a strong opponent, if you can slightly disrupt the opponent's perception of time and space, you may be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, the consumption of supernatural powers used to make poison was beyond his imagination. 1 drop of time paralysis and space twisting poison requires the supernatural powers of 3 parties to produce. As a second-level professional now, he only has 10 superpowers. It is very difficult for humans to extract and absorb superpowers. If there is no power stone or other objects that gather power, you can only absorb it through natural breathing. Li Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to use his supernatural powers to make poison. Only the time paralysis and space twisting poison can fight the future. Other poisons will not work. Why didn't the poison monster use the paralysis and poison twisting technique just now? Li Yi was thinking that maybe the poison monster didn't know how to use the time paralysis and distortion poison. After all, even a huge and wealthy family like the Ning group can only grope forward step by step when the end of the world comes. It's just that group-based and large-scale organizations have professional research and testing departments. The speed of research is faster than that of the average individual, and one can explore the truth of the world more quickly. However, the Ning group has not yet really become a big player. Although the information he possesses may not be the most cutting-edge information 10 years later, or certainly not the most cutting-edge, the cutting-edge research results are always in the hands of the upper echelons. But at present, it can easily crush the research department of Ning Group. Li dragged the poisonous monster's corpse out and saw several zombies downstairs surrounding Feng Yu's corpse and gnawing on it. Although Feng Yu is dead, the aura of a living person will not dissipate so quickly. Among the 36 monsters, Feng Yu is not the core of the battle, but she has an important identity. She is Ning Changhai's lover and also serves Ning Zhe, which is equivalent to serving both grandfather and grandson with her body at the same time. As the pillow changer of a big shot, He must know some secrets that others don't know. Li Ye's mind moved, and he jumped down. The zombies discovered Li Yi, a real living person, and they all left Fang Yu and rushed towards him. Li Ye's eyes were cold for him now. He is not afraid of ordinary zombies as long as they are not in large groups. Li Yi moved quickly among the zombies, and the Tang sword in his hand was almost sparking. The zombies had their heads chopped off one by one. Then Li Yi walked up to Fang Yu. His bullet left a hole in Fang Yu's temple. The eyes were still open, but the pupils were dilated. Li Yi put his hand on Fang Yu. The weather has turned cooler recently, and the temperature of the corpse lying on the ground has dissipated quickly, and it is almost cold now. Life is like a fleeting moment. May the deceased rest in peace. The white silk thread quickly patched up the big hole in Fang Yu's head. After the burial was completed, Li Yi quickly ran back to his room. He now has 50 burials a day, and he has used more than half of them today, leaving 10. However, Li Yi is not planning to bury the zombies on the ground around him. Burying a first-level ordinary zombie would not bring him much improvement, and the attributes improved were only in single digits. And they won't gain any useful abilities. At best, they can be put into a corpse hiding space and taken out as cannon fodder when needed. So Li basically leaves himself 10 opportunities for burials every day, specially used to bury useful deceased people like Fang Yu and the poisonous monster. Li quickly returned to the room. This room had no steel bars or welding, so ordinary zombies could easily break in, so the security was very poor. But all his supplies were piled up in this room. He was alone, and he couldn't have as many people as the Ning group's private armed forces, so he couldn't finish the move in 2 or 3 minutes. Wait, people. Li just thought that he could let the zombies do hard labor for him. But I immediately gave up this idea. So many zombies were queuing up to carry supplies for him. If this was seen by others, he would probably be targeted by people with bad intentions. Chapter 70: Transfer of Supplies. Most people don't know that at this moment, there are already large organizations like the Ning group started to study the method of awakening professions and superpowers by blood infusion. So for the time being, he couldn't make himself appear too capable. And if he guessed correctly, Liang'an community was already under the surveillance of the Ning group. There might even be someone in a dark house watching him with a night vision telescope. In fact, Li Ye's guess was not out of thin air. This was based on his understanding of the Ning group. The Ning group's private armed forces possess very scientific tactics. The higher the danger level of the target, the more cautious we will be and the more layers of control will be deployed. The other side lost more than 50 private armed mercenaries, 3 special forces, and 5 members of the 36 monsters at his hands. Even if the other party is a fool, he knows that this is a very dangerous place. Maybe we'll send more people next time. It may even involve an operation that goes beyond the normal scale of eliminating a single target. So I can't stay here any longer. But he had to find a way to move the supplies in this room. If it really cannot be moved, the only option is to burn it. It's not that Li Yi is selfish. Even if he left the supplies here, the ones who would come to take them away would only be people from the Ning group, not other survivors. Even if the other survivors got it, they would probably have to spit it out. Li pulled up the curtains, giving people the illusion that he had gone to bed. Then he sat on the pile of supplies, opened boxes of canned beef, and ate them heartily. Normally, he would not eat canned beef and would always eat it with compressed biscuits. Today, he ate only canned beef and didn't drink the soup, only the meat. Li ate 3 boxes of canned beef in one breath, and he didn't even realize it. He ate so much just by eating to his heart's content. No wonder ordinary survivors in the previous life complained about professionals wasting supplies. Indeed, the amount he ate in one meal was probably enough for several people to eat for several days. Belch! Li burped. Then he found a large backpack, which he bought from a military supply store. It was a 1-to-1 replica of a field army marching backpack. It was sturdy and durable and had a large capacity for carrying cargo. Fill your backpack with food and water. This is not enough. There are 40 zombie war pets in his corpse hiding space. He had experimented with it in the gold mine last time. Although the corpse hiding space could not directly store supplies, zombies could carry them into the corpse hiding space. Although it is disgusting to hang food and drinks on zombies, at least it can be used in critical moments. If all else fails, you can take them out and exchange them for supplies with others. Li did what he said and made the zombies come out one by one from the hiding space. Then he walked in again, carrying a few boxes of supplies. The zombies were strong enough that one zombie could easily carry 4 or 5 boxes. After finally moving, Li Yi was shocked himself. He actually transferred all his supplies. He even had some respect for himself. What a genius. I guess the people from the Ning group outside are still waiting foolishly for him to show up. I thought there was no way he would be willing to leave behind a room full of supplies. However, the price of putting supplies into the corpse hiding space is that the corpse hiding space becomes very crowded. 100 cubic meters of space, 40 zombies, dozens of boxes of supplies, and guns and ammunition previously stolen from the Ning group's gold mine filled it up. The dog demon complained and howled, and it curled up into a ball. The smile did not disappear, but simply shifted to Li Ye's sunny face. The haze in Li Ye's heart was completely swept away. Then Li Yi jumped out of the window on the other side. His body control ability had reached an unprecedented level, and the whole process was silent. He jumped from a 2-story building, then rolled forward and hid next to a car. Of course, he would not choose to drive away. Driving on such a quiet street late at night would mean driving in front of all the people hiding in the residential buildings, making him a sitting duck for them. At night, zombies are very active, covering a wider area and moving much faster. The sound of gunfire in the south of the city had subsided a lot, and it seemed that Lu Qijuan had held the city. So far, this is the second time he has changed the history of Jiangcheng after his rebirth. The first time was when he turned the king of Jiangcheng into his own war pet. He couldn't say what kind of changes would occur afterwards. The scary thing about the butterfly effect is that no one knows what will happen after the butterfly flaps its wings. Li looked back at Liang'an community. He would not really leave here, but would stay out of the spotlight for a while. He swore that he would make the Ning group pay him back 100-fold for what he lost today. Chu, in a dark house in Liang'an community. A young man holding a telescope and wearing a neat combat uniform suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Master Xinguang, if you are tired, go and rest. We will just keep an eye on you. A man next to him, wearing the combat uniform of Ning Group's special forces, said. Ning Xinguang shook his head. No, I want to keep an eye on this prey myself. He's just a college student who got lucky and awakened as a professional. It's fine for us to keep an eye on him. There's no need for you to keep an eye on him too. The special forces seemed to think it was unnecessary. Young Master Ning Xinguang is now the nominal president of the Ning Group. Chairman Ning Changhai basically leaves all matters, big and small, to young Master Ning Xinguang. Therefore, there is no need to bother watching such an important figure here. Although the target is a professional and a relatively rare battle pet trainer, he has an absurdly powerful big black dog battle pet. But he was just a college student after all. Facing such a professionally trained and professional combat force, he had absolutely no power to resist. Ning Xinguang chuckled. That's why I can't hand it over to you. We have already lost so many people, and you still look down on him. If you look down on him, you will be the next one to die here. The Special Forces member was a little unconvinced. Master Xinguang, I think you overestimate him a bit. The sacrifices of the comrades in front may be due to underestimating the opponent, but we have already formulated a detailed combat strategy for that guy. He will be vulnerable under our professional combat strategy. Ning Xinguang did not deny the Special Forces' words. After seeing that there was no movement after Li Yi pulled the curtain, he put down the telescope. He may not make any more moves today. Let's wait for another 2 hours. For a college student who is not very experienced in the world, 2 hours of peace is enough for him to let down his guard. By then, Ning Xinguang glanced at the Special Forces members. The Special Forces member smiled and said, at that time, we will follow the original battle plan. 8 teams will attack him at the same time. The odd-numbered teams will be responsible for attracting the attention of the big black dog, and the even-numbered teams will be responsible for capturing Li Yi alive. Ning Xinguang nodded. I agree with what you just said. We have formulated such a strict combat strategy. Even if the enemy is an elite zombie army led by super-infected bodies, we can defeat it. Chapter 71 Go to the Shanlu organization. Currently, the research department of the Ning Group has named the super-infectious organism. Although it has not yet reached the stage of numbering it, they have already named it the super-infectious organism. I also learned some information about super-infected bodies. For example, super-infected entities are suspected to be able to command ordinary zombies and manage them similarly to the way superiors and subordinates work in humans. Super-infected bodies are also suspected to be able to produce mutants, but this is still speculation by the research department. There is no conclusive research evidence, so it can only be temporarily classified as suspected. Super-infected bodies are suspected to possess a certain level of intelligence, but the specific level of intelligence is still unknown. Perhaps the intelligence of super-infected bodies is no less than that of humans. The instigator of the sudden attack on the seafood market in the south of the city seemed to be a super-infected body, but it failed to invade the seafood market successfully. The Ning group simultaneously conducted a destructive power analysis on the super-infected elite zombie corps. The analysis concluded that the combat effectiveness of an elite zombie corps led by a super-infected body is roughly comparable to that of a private armed group of the Ning group, or 3 special operations teams. To be on the safe side this time, he directly mobilized 5 special operations teams and divided them into 8 encirclement routes. They would definitely be able to capture Li Yi alive. Try not to kill Li Yi. Capture Li Yi alive and let the research department study him thoroughly inside and out. The value of this is far greater than killing Li Yi directly. As for revenge for my brother, there was a hint of coldness in Ning Xinguang's eyes, a light full of contempt and disdain. That useless brother, just let him die. He only thinks about playing with women every day and has a special liking for women the old man has played with. It is a shame for the Ning group for such a person to live. From this point of view, he is very grateful to Li Yi for helping him get rid of Ning Zhe. On the other side, Li Yi moved silently between the buildings. He is going to the Shanlu organization. Just now he felt that the supplies in the nearby supermarkets, gold and silver jewelry stores, and daily hardware stores were basically occupied by mountain torrents. It's not just a blind guess. This is what Shan Lu did in his previous life. While the military and major organizations were defending against the first round of zombie attacks, the Shanlu organization was quietly collecting supplies in a small area in the city based on the principle of surrounding the city from the countryside. Soon Shanlu will become the real #1 gangster organization in Jiangxing and become the object of love and hate among all major forces. Li Yi was quite familiar with Shanlu. In his previous life, in order to survive, he took refuge with a small leader of Shanlu. Naturally, that little leader was not as glorious as Zhang Zuda, nor did he have any special abilities. He was basically a little leader who was not valued by Zhang Zuda, but at least he did not starve to death by following Zhang Zuda. Later, he left Shanlu and heard that the little leader was bitten to death by zombies that rushed out of the cold storage when he was following the Shanlu organization to seize Walmart. Those zombies in the cold storage are actually a trap set by the Ning group for the Shanlu organization. Since then, the feud between the Shanlu organization and the Ning group has been completely settled. As bandits that occupied the city, the Shanlu organization dealt with the relatively regular private armed forces of the Ning group in the city. Although they couldn't win, they were able to escape in time thanks to their knowledge of the city, which was quite disgusting for the Ning group. This is why Li Yi said before that the Shanlu organization was a troublemaker. The reason why Li Yi wanted to find the Shanlu organization again was because he needed gold. Lots of gold. Otherwise, the seeds of the golden flower will not be able to bloom and bear fruit. He didn't know how long the golden flower seeds would last, but if he didn't get a large amount of gold soon, the seeds would probably be useless. Relying on his memory, Li Yi came to the door of a medium-sized supermarket. Several doors of the supermarket were closed and zombies were wandering around the door. You can vaguely see some candlelight inside through the window of the supermarket, and there is a Shanlu logo on the glass. It's an animal. It has a dog-like body, a long neck, shorter and weaker hind legs than forelimbs, a short body, high shoulders, and low hips. It looks like a dog that has been cut into pieces, and its body looks a little ugly. It feels like he is crawling there with his head lowered, ready to act. This is a hyena, a kind of thing that in nature digs the crotch of a rhinoceros, pulls the balls of an elephant, and besieges a lion. The most scandalous demon scavengers in The Lion King are depicted as mindless thugs from Harlem, a species that is despised wherever it goes. Li felt that this logo was very consistent with the tone of the Shanlu organization. Groups of mountain stream organizations, like packs of spotted hyenas, are the rogues that terrify the land. Rogue, but not really brainless. Relying on flexible strategies and scheming, we share resources with large organizations like beasts in the city. According to his memory, this medium-sized supermarket was the first supermarket of a certain scale occupied by the Shanlu organization, so it was set up as the headquarters of the Shanlu organization. Li decided to get the gold from the Shanlu organization. Breaking in and robbing is definitely not an option. The Shanlu organization is able to be so lawless in Jiangxing, not just because they are shameless. In the Shanlu organization, there is actually a weird top combat force. Very impressive. If he breaks in by force, he may not succeed. Maybe it would alert the enemy and make the Shanlu organization wary. For now, he can only think of ways to deal with the Shanlu organization. It is even less likely that he will confront those large organizations head-on. Therefore, he only has one chance to take action against the Shanlu organization. Li Yi went around to the back of the supermarket. The doors and windows of the supermarket were also welded and sealed with steel bars. It seemed that Zhang Zuda found inspiration from him. But Li Yi was not in a hurry, as it was almost dawn at this point. The Shanlu organization should take action and continue to collect supplies from other supermarkets. Li evited quietly. The battlefield in the south of the city had become completely quiet, and a hint of dawn appeared in the east. Crash! The roller shutter of the supermarket was lifted up. Dozens of tough-looking people were dressed in black and covered with white cloth, looking like they were in mourning. Li Yi was stunned. Who died? Could it be that Zhang Zuda is already dead? It's hard to say. Although Zhang Zuda had been alive as a hero in troubled times in his previous life and had become a big man. But he was reborn in this life and changed some of his trajectories. Maybe Zhang Zuda's fate was also rewritten by him. It would be a pity if he died. He still needs Zhang Zuda to continue to discuss the Ning group. The zombies wandering around the supermarket entrance saw so many living humans. He immediately pounced forward and was smashed to pieces by the maces in these people's hands. Then they made some arrangements at the door, and dozens of people were divided into several teams to collect supplies in different directions. Li Yi saw the little leader from his previous life and immediately followed him silently. A relatively narrow alley with several small shops. Several mountain people walked cautiously on the road. Their palms holding the maces were sweating, and they had to keep wiping them on their clothes, otherwise they would not be able to hold the maces anymore. Brother Quan, why aren't there any zombies? Why do I feel so scared? Someone asked tremblingly. Quan Taiping cursed in a low voice. Isn't it better without zombies? You have to see us surrounded by zombies to be happy. Quan Taiping also looked around nervously. It was indeed abnormal. Chapter 72, The Little Leader in the Previous Life. The younger brother next to him said, I heard that zombies are divided into ordinary zombies and alien species. Above the alien species, there are zombies that are even more terrifying. They are the kings of zombies and can command zombies to be as obedient as human armies. Could there be such a zombie king nearby? Shut up your crow mouth. The whole Taiping felt uneasy after hearing what he said. Then the more I looked at this quiet alley, the more something seemed abnormal. Call. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of wind passing over their heads. Several people looked up at once like frightened cats, but there was nothing above my head. Shit, who just farted? If you farted, talk instead of scaring people. Quan Taiping felt even more numb. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and my hands had no strength at all. I really can't imagine what I would do if a zombie rushed out at this moment. Call. Another sound of wind passed overhead. Everyone immediately huddled together and almost screamed. But there was still nothing in the sky. Who farted this time? Quan Taiping was furious. I told you to speak up when you fart. Everyone looked at each other with innocent expressions on their faces. Brother Quan, I feel like something is really wrong. How about we retreat? Seriously. The brothers were almost crying. Quan Taiping was actually about to cry. But he was just a small leader after all, and could only pretend to be strong. Damn it, you useless people. It's just the sound of wind blowing. Look how scared you are. Quan Taiping looked around cautiously, then plucked up the courage to leave the crowd, waving his mace and shouting softly into the air. No matter what kind of monster you are no match for our Shanlu organization. Stop playing tricks. Come out if you have the guts. The alley was quiet. Quan Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said to his brothers, Look at me. Then look at you. Can you be a little brave? The faces of the younger brothers became more and more ugly, until it turned into terror. What's wrong? Am I that scary? Quan Taiping was still somewhat complacent. It seemed that his heroic feat just now had really surprised his younger brothers. Brother Quan, behind you. What's going on behind me? Quan Taiping turned around. Suddenly, he saw several zombies rushing towards him from the other side of the alley. Quan Taiping was so frightened that his soul left his body. The heroic and domineering look just now collapsed immediately. Run! Quan Taiping ran happily in the direction they came from. But there are also zombies rushing over here. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like a lot of them. Several people looked around, thinking about hiding in a shop in the alley. But the shops are closed. It's over. Brother Quan, we're dead. The younger brothers burst into tears. Damn it, I know that without you telling me. Quan Taiping also burst into tears. Suddenly, a rope came down from the third floor. Li Yi waved his hand. Come up quickly. Quan Taiping and his companions climbed up the rope like crazy, as if they had seen a savior. Li Yi similit vidid. The person who was jumping around above their heads and creating a terrifying atmosphere was naturally him. The zombies on both sides were also released by him from the corpse hiding space. Everything was going according to his plan. The smile on Li Ye's face slowly froze. He was stunned when he saw a group of bloated men grunting on the ropes like worms, only crawling a few centimeters in half a day. He suddenly remembered that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to climb to the third floor along the rope with his physical strength, unless he was a professionally trained person. Li Yi was speechless and intentionally slowed down the zombies on both sides. Anyway, these people are very panicked and nothing can be seen. He was also helping to pull it up. There were 7 or 8 burly men, and their combined weight did not exceed 1,000 kilograms. However, his current strength value was 2,000 points, which was exactly 2,000 pounds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The zombies are catching up. As Li Yi urged them, everyone became even more panicked, wishing they could use all their hands and feet, so they didn't notice that Li Yi was pulling them up little by little. After great effort, these people finally climbed to the third floor. Quan Taiping lay down on the ground, completely exhausted. Beads of sweat as big as beans gathered into a stream and flowed down without any care. The others were also gasping for breath. Li Yi calmly let the zombie war pets leave, spontaneously found a hidden place to wait for the control time to be up, and then cut off the power. Otherwise, when these people come to their senses and discover that the zombies are headless and die all at once, they will definitely become suspicious. It was so dangerous just now. Why were you so bold to walk in the alley? Li asked with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, don't mention it. Do you think we want to come out? We have a mission to collect supplies and have to come out. If we can't collect supplies, the boss will think we are useless trash and abandon us. Maybe it was because Li Yi saved them that Quan Taiping told the truth directly. However, Quan Taiping is the kind of person who can easily open up to others. In his previous life, he followed Quan Taiping for a period of time and got to know Quan Taiping's personality well. He has a typical dependent personality. If someone gives him the slightest favor, he will immediately open his heart to the other person. In order to be a good little boss, he often pretends to be cool, but often fails. So in the hearts of his younger brothers, Quan Taiping is a good brother, but not a good leader. The Quan Taiping team ranked last in the mountain stream. The younger brothers complained privately. Following Quan Taiping, if the performance targets were not met, he would go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days and occasionally be beaten with a steel stick. Performance? What performance? Li asked curiously while eating a can of beef. Quan Taiping was stunned for a moment when he smelled the rich aroma of beef. The others were also stunned. Gurgle! Quan Taiping touched his empty stomach. He asked stupidly, "Where did you get the canned beef?" Li pointed to the corner of the wall. "It's right there, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and a few cans of beef." Quan Taiping didn't notice it just now, but there were actually a few boxes piled up in the corner. "Is this yours?" Quan Taiping asked, trying to suppress his excitement. "No, it was left here when I got here." Li Yi laughed secretly in his heart. Quan Taiping still has some conscience. Because he saved him, he even asked who it belonged to. If it were someone else, they would have just snatched it away. He took these supplies out from the corpse hiding space. Although the corpse storage space cannot directly take supplies in and out. However, he could use the coffin deceased to help him put supplies in or take them out. It seemed like he had found a bug in the corpse storage space. Now, in his corpse hiding space, besides a zombie and a dog demon who helped him move supplies, there were also a large amount of supplies and guns and ammunition moved from the Ning group's gold mine arsenal. Everyone's eyes instantly burned. "Brother Quan, that's great. We can complete our mission." Quan Taiping was also excited. Is this what it means that if you survive a great disaster, you will be blessed in the future? Their first thought when they saw the supplies was not to take them for themselves, but to complete the performance targets assigned by Zhangzuda. Because they know one thing very well. In the end times, ordinary people like them must rely on organized forces if they want to survive. Although the performance target could not be met and he had to go hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days, at least he would not die. There are so many lone wolves walking in the doomsday. They are brave, but they don't even know how they died. "Brother, it stands to reason that whoever sees it gets a share, so we won't take everything." These canned beef are for you. And can we take the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits? Quan Taiping felt a little embarrassed. The other party had just rescued them, and now they wanted to share the supplies. They felt quite guilty. Li suddenly asked, "Are you from the Shanlu organization? Can I join you?" Quan Taiping was stunned for a moment. "You want to join us?" Chapter 73, Blending into the Mountain Stream. Li Yi smiled and nodded. "Yes." "Why?" Quan Taiping was a little confused. The Shanlu organization does not have a very good reputation. Before the end of the world, people already called them hooligans. Although I don't dare to say bad things about Shanlu openly. But they talk a lot behind the scenes. Li Yi smiled and said, "It's Shanlu who is famous. I have admired him for a long time, and I know very well that in the end times, I can't survive with my own strength alone. So I need to join a powerful organization and survive with a group of strong people." Everyone looked at each other. A powerful organization? Powerful people? Are you talking about them? In fact, the grassroots members of Shanlu have not yet realized the power of Shanlu, nor did they expect that Shanlu would be able to do so well in the future. Quan Taiping smiled and said, "Brother, no problem. You can follow me from now on. I think you are reliable, and we welcome you to join us." As a cadre, Quan Taiping has the right to recruit his own subordinates in the early stages. After the formalization in the later period, the recruitment of younger brothers required the personal approval of Zhang Zuda. Li Yi saw the opportunity and took out 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and some canned beef to please Quan Taiping and asked him to help him infiltrate the Shanlu organization. As long as we can enter the Shanlu organization and not be discovered by Zhang Zuda, everything will be easy. Because he roughly knew where Zhang Zuda stored the gold bars. "Great, thank you, Brother Quan. By the way, why do you guys look like you're in mourning?" Li Yi was curious. "Oh, don't mention it. Our boss. Oh, your boss now, his brother is dead? Oh." Li Yi felt a little guilty. So this is why he is in mourning. He was the one who killed Zhang Zuxing, so Zhang Zuda shouldn't know about this, right? But no matter whether he knew it or not, he must not let Zhang Zuda know that he had sneaked in. Otherwise, it would easily cause trouble. Afterwards, Li Yi and Quan Taiping's team carried the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits back to complete the task. As for the cans of beef, Li Yi suggested that everyone share them. Anyway, no one would know that they had eaten them unless you and I said anything. The entire Taiping group is full of lazy people, which makes sense. It's such a blessing for everyone to eat one. Li felt a little sympathetic to these guys. They worked hard for Zhang Zuda, but they were hungry and cold. They were really pitiful. Quan Taiping and his companions returned to Shanliu's headquarters, walking with great dignity. Everyone else was surprised. "Quan Taiping, you guys came back so early?" Quan Taiping patted the box and said, "Did you see that? Of course, I came back early after completing my sales target." When everyone gathered around to take a look, they found that it was actually 2 whole boxes of compressed biscuits. Compressed biscuits, a food that is easy to carry and filling, are quite popular in the apocalypse. They can be considered a civilian version of soldier rations. "Wow, where did you get this? This is some good stuff." Quan Taiping smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course I got them by my own skill. We encountered dozens of zombies and risked our lives to transport the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits back." Everyone was even more surprised. Why is it that the Quan Taiping group, a group of lazy guys, has become so powerful today? Someone suddenly noticed that there was an unfamiliar young man wearing a baseball cap in their group. Who is he? Lia's heart tightened. He had originally thought of sneaking in, but he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. There were still some rather perceptive people in the Shanlu organization. Quan Taiping introduced, "This is my new little brother. He's a very reliable guy, right, brothers?" All of Taiping's brothers nodded. Yes, very reliable. Everyone was able to eat canned beef and complete their sales targets early because they knew Li Yi. So of course they thought Li Yi was reliable. Others had no doubts either. It was not surprising that other groups also recruited people. After all, there were still many survivors hiding. Moreover, the boss had also said that if there were suitable people, they could be recruited to strengthen their mountain team. According to the boss's theory, having more people is also an advantage in the last days. The entire Taiping team had completed their performance targets, so they could go out for dinner and even have hot meals. In the past, when they failed to meet their targets and were the last to come back, there were only cold steamed buns left in the cafeteria, and they were limited to 2 per person. Li brought the food, and the food was surprisingly good. Cabbage, tofu, and a very small amount of minced meat paired with a big hot steamed bun is very delicious to eat. He hasn't had a hot meal in a long time. Seeing Li Yi eating so voraciously, Quan Taiping sighed. Brother, you are really starving. You don't care about your image when you eat. Other brothers complained. Brother Quan, do you have the right to criticize others? Quan Taiping ate it all in one gulp. Not much better than Li Yi. Li Yi ignored Quan Taiping and ate while recalling the structure of the supermarket. This supermarket has 2 floors. The first floor sells fruits, vegetables, and meat, while the second floor sells bagged food, daily necessities, and the like. There is a small warehouse on each floor, but Zhang Zuda couldn't possibly hide the gold bars in the small warehouse. He guessed that it would most likely be in a corner of the large warehouse on the underground floor. The cafeteria was also on the basement floor, so he could see that there were 7 or 8 people with guns guarding the door of the warehouse. Now that Zhang Zuda is not here, and the extremely powerful person next to Zhang Zuda is not here either, as long as he wants, he can easily kill those men with guns and then use his digging skills on the wall of the warehouse to quickly break in. However, Li Yi could not act rashly when he was not sure of the exact location of the gold bars. The warehouse was not small and was probably filled with supplies looted from other places. It would be even more difficult to find the gold bars. Li Yi was thinking when he suddenly heard some people coming down from upstairs. Huh, someone actually ate before our group today. A group of people walked down, looking menacing. Hey, who was that? It turns out to be the team leader. There was some contempt in the speaker's tone. Quan Taiping's face darkened. Deputy Team Leader Wang, you guys are not too late to come back. This Wang Jun is the deputy team leader of Group 1 and also a fierce general of Group 1. Before joining Shanlu, he spent 8 years in prison, reportedly for rape, in which he raped 3 women from the same village at once. The families of the 3 women came after him with sticks and pickaxes, but he beat them all away by himself. Later, the other party had no choice but to call the police and had Wang Jun arrested. It is said that as soon as Wang Jun was released, he went to look for the 3 married women again. This time, they did not dare to make trouble again. In order to prevent Wang Jun, a madman, from taking revenge on their families, they endured it silently. Even now, Wang Jun brought the 3 women to Shanliu's headquarters and usually locked them up in his room. Every time Wang Jun came back from outside, he would go in and make love with them, which made people outside feel itchy, but no one was interested in those 3 women. Wang Jun sneered. I heard you only brought back 2 boxes of compressed biscuits? Do you have the nerve to eat so much? Chapter 74. Meeting Zhuo Wanqing again. 2 boxes of compressed biscuits are not enough? Besides, how come we eat so much? Quan Taiping was furious. Wang Jun was only a deputy team leader, but he looked down on him as the team leader. After all, he is the leader of Group 7. Wang Jun looked at Li Yi, who was eating voraciously with his head down. Quan Taiping stared in a daze at the 3 or 4 trays stacked in front of Li Yi. Brother, you really ate a lot. Li Yi was embarrassed. He was too absorbed in his thoughts just now. So I didn't control my food intake, and since I hadn't had a hot meal for a while, I finished 4 or 5 plates without realizing it. This amount of food is nothing for a professional, but for an ordinary person, he is definitely a big eater. Li Yi quickly explained, well, it's mainly because I've been hungry for several days. Quan Taiping said nothing, and Wang Jun sneered. What do you mean by glutton? It means good-for-nothings like you. You don't have much ability, and you can't make much contribution to the organization, but you still eat a lot. Wang Jun kicked a member of the Quan Taiping team away. The force was quite strong, and one kick could send the opponent several meters away. You, Quan Taiping stood upan Li, Wan Zun. What are you doing? I told you. Why are you eating so much? It's just a waste of supplies. Why don't you just squat in the corner where you belong? We have completed our performance, so we should sit here and eat. Performance? Haha, I think the boss is really kind. 2 boxes of compressed biscuits made you eat so much. Are you ashamed? A burly bald man next to Wang Jun sneered and said, our group took over a small shop and pushed back half a truckload of supplies. What are your 2 boxes of compressed biscuits? Quan Taiping and the others were shocked. They just took over a small shop? Everyone was shocked. This was a group. The most powerful group in Shanlu, no doubt about it. There are 4 most powerful groups under Shanlu, whose combat effectiveness is obviously higher than that of other groups. These are the groups numbered 1 to 4. The first group is the most intense, followed by Group 4, and Groups 2 and 3 are similar. Every time a group goes out, they can bring back more supplies than other groups. All the members of Quan Taiping's group stood up dejectedly. Considering the performance of the first group, their 2 boxes of compressed biscuits were indeed a bit embarrassing. Li didn't say anything, since he had finished his meal anyway. I followed the Taiping team to their area and watched one group of people eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks. And even the kitchen brought out big chicken legs. Mountain flows are cruel, but also fair. As long as we bring back more supplies, we can eat better. Each person got a big chicken drumstick, which made everyone in the Taiping group drool. Suddenly, they felt that the cabbage and tofu they had just eaten were not as delicious. Li narrowed his eyes. Shanliu's supplies were really abundant. He could even eat chicken legs. Otherwise, he could just kill Shanliu. Suddenly, many people came back. The people who travel by mountain stream basically moved from night to dawn. They all came back during the day. After all, what they were doing was robbery and plunder. Although no one might care about them at this time, they still had to keep a low profile. In case some large organizations reacted and started competing with them for supplies, they would have no chance at all. Although Zhang Zuda was a gangster, he was also a cautious gangster who was very self-aware. Li did not see Zhang Zuda, so he asked Quan Taiping. Quan Taiping said that the boss had a lot of important things to do every day, but he didn't know what they were. Li thought that Zhang Zuda should not be the only one in the mountain stream who knew the location of the gold bars. After all, he always needed someone to help him move them, and the person who helped him move the gold bars must be the person Zhang Zuda trusted the most. Li looked at Wang Jun, who was gnawing on the chicken leg for a while. Wang Jun was not qualified. In his opinion, the only ones who could become Zhang Zuda's confidants should be the leaders of the first 4 groups and the bodyguards around Zhang Zuda. 7 or 8 groups came back, and it became a lot more lively and crowded. Because the supermarket itself is not very big, and there are so many people crowded in. Everyone hadn't taken a shower for several days, and they all smelled bad. The people in the first 4 groups were chatting casually. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and they all gained a lot today. In Shanliu, whoever contributes more can speak louder. This is the rule set by Zhang Zuda. Although in Li Ye's opinion, it was just a carnival of ignorant people. He didn't intend to pay attention to these people, so he squatted in the corner and closed his eyes to rest. Brothers, look what I caught. Another loudspeaker is back. When everyone saw the man's achievements, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Li opened his eyes. He wanted to see the result of the battle. As a result, I saw a strong man holding a rope in his hand, with 4 women tied behind him. These 4 women were basically in disarray. The men present were all crazy. They were all strong men and had this kind of needs, especially when they often heard the sound of Wang Jun making love through the wall, who would not be hungry. Now Zhang Zuda actually brought back 4 women. Moreover, these 4 women are all very beautiful, and just looking at them makes one's appetite whet. Li suddenly discovered that the second woman was the young neighbor. He originally thought that the neighbor's young woman had been killed by the Ning group's private armed forces, but she was still alive. Li Ye's eyes were a little complicated. Sometimes it is better to die than to live. Zhang Zuda didn't rescue these women out of kindness. He captured the woman with only one purpose: reward his brothers. A man's hobbies may sometimes be many, sometimes very few, or even sometimes only women. The people in the Shanliu organization are a group of thugs themselves, so they will be even more blatant. After hearing Zhang Zuda's words, everyone was excited. He looked at the 4 women with burning eyes, as if he could no longer hold back. The 4 women had already realized their fate. Their bodies could not help but tremble, and tears streamed down their faces. They begged Zhang Zuda to let them go, but Zhang Zuda just pushed them into the crowd with a cold look in his eyes. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn, the Wild Beast Carnival began. Li felt complicated as he looked at the young neighbor woman who was being squeezed around by a group of men. He and the young woman have a relationship, but he was not prepared to take action, as this was the young woman's fate. The young woman begged him to open the door. If he hadn't opened the door, she would have died. He didn't know the young woman anything, so naturally, he didn't feel any guilt. Don't worry, Zhang Zuda shouted. Just enjoy the taste with your hands and mouth. From today on, only those who have completed the group can taste it. The others can only watch. Everyone was disappointed. Apart from the 4 strongest groups, the only group that completed its performance today was Quan Taiping's salted fish group. The entire Taiping team's eyes lit up. How could such a good thing happen to them? Suddenly, a cold voice shouted, "She can't move. You can do whatever you want with the others." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was a girl that the boss had picked up 2 days ago. He said she was the sister of an old friend and was as beautiful as a star. But the boss said that whoever touched her would die, so no one dared to touch her. Li Yi took a look and was stunned. Zhuo Wanqing? She is here too. Chapter 075, the target disappeared. So magical. Li Yi himself was stunned. The neighbor young woman and Zhuo Wanqing appeared again. Li Yi immediately covered his face with his baseball cap. If Zhuo Wanqing saw him, she would definitely expose his identity and reveal his plan. Zhang Zuda frowned. You said, let me not touch her? Zhang Zuda looked at the young woman. To be honest, he thought she was the prettiest. He had originally planned to give her as the biggest reward to the person who had made the greatest contribution. Someone nearby was dissatisfied. Why do you tell us not to touch her? If the boss hadn't told us not to touch you, we would have killed you long ago. The person who spoke was Wang Jun. Everyone knew that Wang Jun had long had his eyes on Zhuo Wanqing. From the first day Zhuo Wanqing was brought back, Wang Jun's eyes had always been on Zhuo Wanqing, and he wished he could tear Zhuo Wanqing's clothes to pieces with his eyes. Zhuo Wanqing was not afraid at all when she was threatened. Instead, she smiled contemptuously and said, just try it. Girl, if I don't show my power, you don't know my temper. Wang Jun couldn't stand it anymore. Zhuo Wanqing had glared back at him with cold eyes so many times. This feeling of being looked down upon was so unpleasant. He rushed forward regardless of others' obstruction, and Zhang Zuda did not stop him. Seeing that Wang Jun was about to grab Zhuo Wanqing's collar, Zhuo Wanqing's eyes suddenly changed. She raised her fist suddenly and accurately knocked Wang Jun's fist away. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Wang Jun's center of gravity was unbalanced, she punched Wang Jun in the face with an inch punch. Wang Jun was a very strong man, but he was knocked back 2 or 3 meters by Zhuo Wanqing. He fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that this beautiful woman with thin arms and legs could be such a good fighter? Zhang Zuda also took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but remember that his boxing champion brother said that in fact his sister was more talented in fighting than him. But his family thought that his sister was a girl and was not suitable for fighting, so they always let his sister pretend to be a lady in front of outsiders. As expected, Zhuo Wanqing is indeed very strong. Zhuo Wanqing glared at the others, and they immediately stepped back a few meters in fear. Wang Jun is considered very powerful among them, but he is still no match for Zhuo Wanqing, let alone them. Li Yi, who was behind the crowd, also widened his eyes. Zhuo Wanqing is actually so good at fighting. Are you a professional? Li didn't think so. It seemed that her fighting skills were simply very strong, and he completely underestimated Zhuo Wanqing. It seems that Zhuo Wanqing actually had the opportunity to counterattack him before, but Zhuo Wanqing had always been hiding her abilities. With Zhuo Wanqing's protection, the young neighbor woman was saved. As for the other 3 women, they were unlucky and came to their own hell on earth. The fanciful screams were heard everywhere, and the people waiting in line were all very impatient. As the group that has achieved the target, the Quan Taiping group can naturally enjoy such benefits and line up behind the 4 major groups early on, and the Quan Taiping group is no exception. Anyway, the world is already like this. There is no difference between people. In the past, there was a difference between the bold and the timid. Some people dared to challenge the order, while others were constrained by the order, but now the order is gone. Li squatted in the corner, pulling his baseball cap down low, away from Zhang Zuda and Zhuo Wanqing, waiting for the opportunity he wanted to come. What Li Yi was more concerned about was a young man next to Zhang Zuda. The young man always had a faint smile on his face. He stared at the ceiling in a daze, immersed in his own world, as if nothing had anything to do with him. This young man who attracts the least attention is actually the most dangerous element in the Shanlu organization and is a professional beyond imagination. So Li Yi tried his best to keep a low profile. The other side, the Special Forces team of Ning's group hidden in Liang'an community suddenly noticed something unusual at this moment. Because Li Yi was too quiet in the room, it gives the illusion that there is no one in the room. Master Xinguang, do you need us to send 2 people over to investigate? Ning Xinguang pondered. It's impossible for him to abandon so many supplies and leave. Most importantly, he can't know that we are already encircling him, so there is even less reason for him to abandon the supplies and leave. This is why Ning Xinguang always believed that Li Yi was at home. According to the intelligence, Li Yi is just a college student of the same age as his younger brother. For the college students to be able to collect so many supplies after the apocalypse, it must have taken them a lot of effort. So it is impossible for the other party to just leave like that without knowing their tactics. This is the greed in human nature. Only a very small number of people who have experienced life and death major ups and downs and strong winds and waves, and know what is most important, can remain unaffected by this kind of human nature. Master Xinguang, but it has been a whole day and night, and he has not made any movement. I am afraid that if we lie in ambush here for a long time, he will have already escaped. The Special Forces team leader said. Ning Xinguang nodded. You make sense. Let the two men go over there quietly. Don't act rashly. Once they're sure the person is in the room, they should immediately and silently withdraw. Yes. The captain of the Special Forces team immediately asked the two best reconnaissance officers in the team to walk silently towards the room where Li Yi was. In order to avoid being discovered by Li Yi, the two special operations investigators used almost all their skills of climbing walls and climbing roofs. It took them 10 minutes to cover a distance of several hundred meters and finally reach the window of Li Yi's room. They didn't dare show their heads, so they inserted a hose with a diameter of several millimeters from under the door. At the other end of the hose was a very small camera, which is a commonly used equipment for anti-terrorism special police. You can check the situation inside the room from outside the room without attracting the attention of people in the room. The two people looked at the display screen transmitted by the camera, were stunned for a moment, and then kept turning and bending to see the situation in the entire room clearly. No one, even the half room of supplies mentioned in the previous intelligence, are gone. Two people immediately broke into the room, and after confirming the situation in the room, they crossed their hands to the people in the distance, indicating that there was no one in the room. What? Ning Xinguang, who was holding the telescope, was shocked. There can't be no one here. How could he abandon the supplies and leave? Ning Xinguang always believed that it was impossible for him to make a wrong judgment. After the special operations team leader contacted via radio, he said in horror, the two investigators said that there is no more supplies in the room, only a few empty cans of beef left. Supplies are gone? Ning Xinguang was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their several special operations teams spent more than 10 hours to surround this place like an iron barrel, and even deployed heavy forces such as rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. I guarantee that even if that big black dog showed up, it would be beaten to a pulp. But after all this effort, in the end they just moved away? When did you move out? They also deployed personnel on the other side of the residential building where the target was located, but no one was seen moving supplies. Go in and search to see if he dug a hole and escaped. Ning Xinguang gave the order immediately. The team leader next to him muttered, digging a hole is not possible. Chapter 76, Are You the Monkey King? But Ning Xinguang's defense must have been broken now. If he said such words, Ning Xinguang would definitely be angry with him. So he immediately ordered several assault teams and reconnaissance teams to find the target Li Yi, even if they had to dig 3 feet underground. But the final result was that Li Yi and those supplies disappeared completely, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Ning Xinguang also went to the scene in person and checked the floor, walls, and ceiling inch by inch. There were no signs of digging or drilling. But to put it bluntly, this is a building, so even if they dug holes, where could they go? Ning Xinguang just couldn't believe the facts. Who exactly is Li Yi? Ning Xinguang did not sink into the emotion of mission failure. He immediately asked the recorder to raise Li Yi's danger level from A to S. This level of danger is determined as the level of danger to the Ning group. Level A is already very high, and it requires the simultaneous dispatch of more than 5 conventional troops and more than 1 special operations team. S level means that regular troops can no longer handle the situation, and only special operations teams and 36 monsters can be dispatched to handle the danger level. The team leader couldn't help but say, isn't S level too high a rating for him? Maybe we missed it. He just escaped from here with the supplies. He is not an S-level dangerous target at all. Lift. Ning Xinguang's eyes flashed with danger. How many special operations teams have we got today? 5 special operations teams. Success or failure? The team leader was ashamed. Failure. Even so, you still underestimate him? Ning Xinguang continued. I analyzed before that it might not be him who killed our people, but our people encountered zombies or even super-infected bodies. There is a super-infected body that is relatively active near this place, so I thought our people were killed by the super-infected body before, but now I suspect that they were all killed by Li Yi. The team leader was surprised. How is it possible? Just relying on his big black dog battle pet? Ning Xinguang shook his head. He should have other means to transfer the supplies away from under our noses. This is an ability that we cannot understand. Ning Xinguang's eyes flashed with a cruel smile. Capture him alive. You must capture him alive. I have a feeling that he will become the most special research sample in the Ning Group Research Institute. Yes, the team leader did not dare to neglect. Arrange it immediately. Supermarket. At night. Everyone was already fast asleep. Lee suddenly opened his eyes. The glass of this supermarket is covered with various promotional posters. A little light can pass through during the day, but at night, nothing can be seen. The visibility is so low that you can't even see the fingers in front of your eyes. But Li Yi can see it. As a second-level professional, his physical fitness has been enhanced to a certain extent, and his eyesight is sharper than that of ordinary people. But even he could only vaguely see some outlines, and in some dark places he could not see anything. Li slowly stood up, tiptoed past everyone one by one, and walked to the door of one of the rooms. This room was the room of a team leader. One team leader is Zhang Zuda's confidant, so he is one of the people with the warehouse key. Li Ye's purpose is very direct. He wants to get the key from a group leader, and then use his embalming skills to trace back the memory of a group leader and find the location where the gold bars are stored. Li Yu was about to open the door using his lockpicking skill. Old Zhang's car-stealing skill was actually a continuation of his lockpicking skill. Old Zhang is best at two types of locks. One is the locks of various cars used for escape, and the other is the door locks used for killing people. Except for those high-specification security doors, all other doors can be opened easily. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. "What are you going to do?" The sound was quite loud and immediately alerted some people around. Some people raised their heads and looked in their direction. Li Ye's heart tightened instantly. He was not afraid of this mob looking at him. At worst, kill them all. But he was more afraid of the owner of the voice behind him. It's the young man following Zhang Zuda. In a hurry, Li looked very sleepy and muttered, "Isn't this the toilet? The toilet is on the first floor?" The young man said coldly, "Follow me." Okay. Li followed the young man obediently, and those who were looking at him continued to fall asleep. When he arrived at the toilet, the stinky smell made Li Yi cry. Although the toilet can still be flushed, there is no one to clean it. The stench in the toilet is quite strong, as if it has been fermented. Every time I take a breath, I feel like feces and urine are stuck in my throat. There was some moonlight in the toilet. The young man was peeing in the urinal, and Li Yi also urinated symbolically next to the young man. Why do you think that Team Leader Wang Rui's room is a toilet? Aren't you from Shanlu? The young man looked at Li Yi coldly, then lowered his head to look at Li Ye's lower body and was stunned. Fuck, are you the Monkey King? Why do you have the Rui Jingu Bang? Li Yi sighed. Here we go. Can your Rui Jingu Bang become longer and bigger? Li had a blank expression on his face. He knew that the young man was a psychopath. Otherwise, Zhang Zuda would not have been able to recruit such a professional under his command. But he still felt a little inexplicably happy in his heart. Although a psychopath talks nonsense, he won't lie. He said his weapon was as good as the golden cudgel. Sure. Li held the young man's shoulder and whispered, I came here for a special mission. I came to save my master. Why did the great sage equaling heaven come to visit me? It turns out that your master was captured, so you came to ask for help? But the heavenly palace today is no longer the same as it used to be. The heavenly palace collapsed, and the gods are dead. The young man sighed. There are countless demons and evil spirits causing trouble, and the journey of the pilgrim will be very bumpy. Although I want to help you, I can't do anything. Who are you? Li asked cautiously. The young man's face immediately turned serious. Have you forgotten who I am? You changed my book of life and death and caused so many immortals to appear in the world. Do you know how much trouble you caused me? Forget it. It's all in the past. Li thought about it for a while before thinking clearly. King of Hell? Yeah. Don't you recognize me? Aren't we still brothers? Li Yi was speechless. My goodness. This lunatic imagined himself to be the King of Hell, just to say how he was so kind to arrange the identity of the Monkey King for himself. But it turns out that the identity he arranged for himself is even higher. Brother Yin Wang, what are you doing in this world? Li asked with a smile. The young man lowered his voice. Hush, my identity is also top secret. I am hiding among a group of mortals, and I want to personally catch the evil spirits that escape from hell. Those who cannot be caught will be destroyed. Evil ghost. Wow, he's really a lunatic. He even makes up his own stories. But it seems that the nonsense of a lunatic is not completely without basis in reality. He gave those terrifying bandits in Shanlu the identities of mere mortals. Ordinary people are those who can only accept their fate. The identity I assign to myself is the King of Hell. The king of hell is the one who can control life and death, which means he knows that he is very powerful. The young man arranged for him the identity of the Monkey King. Did the young man see something different in him? Did you realize he was a professional? Sometimes we really can't underestimate the mentally ill. These people look at the world differently from normal people, but because of this, they may see some different things. Chapter 77, I am the king of hell. The world is so dangerous now. Why did the great sage equaling heaven come to me, the king of hell, instead of protecting your master? The young man asked seriously. If Li hadn't known this person in his previous life, he even suspected that the other party was teasing him. But thinking of the other party's strong strength, Li could only say with a strong sense of faith, I come to find some money to go to the West with my master to obtain the scriptures. The young man nodded in understanding. So you were begging for alms. It's not easy for you. You were the great sage equaling heaven back then. The Jade Emperor recognized you. The Heavenly King followed you. The 28 mansions were afraid of you. The 9 stars were terrified of you. The city gods of prefectures and counties bowed down to you. The Eastern Peak and the heavenly gods were all terrified of you. Even the 10th generation of Yama kings were your servants. And now you are running around for a few taels of money. The sense of faith in Li Ye's heart is collapsing rapidly. I just want to end this topic quickly. I'm going to bed first. The young man suddenly said, by the way, the black bear demon did loot a lot of gold and silver. Maybe your trip will be worthwhile. Oh, you knew. Li instantly felt the urge to kill. In fact, he didn't necessarily have to kill the team leader. He could just as well kill someone else. I don't know where they put them. They don't trust me. Maybe they figured out my identity as the king of hell. I can only tell you that there are indeed quite a few. Li cursed in his heart. I have indeed seen through your identity, but it's not the king of hell, but the identity of a lunatic. Yanwan, what's your name? Li Asket. Me? Of course my name is Jiang Ziwen. The young man said as a matter of course. Have to. He shouldn't have asked. Going to bed. Li returned to his corner and dozed off against the wall. But in fact, he was planning a strategy in his mind. There's no point in waiting like this. The longer you stay here, the more time you waste. Perhaps during this time, other professionals are rapidly improving their strength. It's not daybreak yet. The sleepy people were rudely awakened by Zongzuda. It's time to go collect supplies. If you don't complete your quota today, you won't have any food. Zongzuda gave orders. The first 4 groups were naturally full of fighting spirit. Almost every one of them has a weapon that he or she is good at, especially one group where more than 80% of them have guns. Naturally, it is easier to complete the task than other groups. The Quan Taiping team still had primitive weapons such as metal rods and pickaxes, but because they had completed their performance yesterday, Zongzuda gave Quan Taiping a pistol and 5 bullets. Although Li Yi knew very well that for someone who had not received professional training, getting 5 bullets would be of no real use, because all 5 bullets might miss the target. Before each group set off, they were divided into areas. The areas were decided by drawing lots, so it is fair in a sense. If you are lucky, you may draw a direction with fewer zombies and more supplies. If you are unlucky, there may be more zombies and fewer supplies. But it still depends on ability in the end. After all, the direction draw is just the direction where everyone leaves the headquarters initially, and no one cares how they go afterwards. If 2 groups collide, then the stronger one will be determined by strength. Li Yi and his group drew lots for the southwest direction. Li deliberately looked at the direction in which one group drew lots. They found that one group drew the due west direction, which was next to them. Quan Taiping revealed a bitter expression. My luck is so bad. There is a large stadium to the west. When the apocalypse came, a concert of a popular singer was being held there. There were more than 100,000 people in the stadium. It is said that no one was spared, and they all turned into zombies. So there were a lot of zombies over there, but not many supplies. Li knew about that concert. AI Shichi was the new generation diva with huge lungs. Many of his colleagues and classmates were fans of AI Shichi. At that time, more than 100,000 tickets for AI Shichi's concert in Jiangxing were sold out in just a few minutes. This is still the case when many people fail to get tickets, and there are still many people who fail to get tickets, but will stand outside the stadium wall in order to hear their idols singing. Therefore, the West Gymnasium is the hardest hit area by zombies. Being assigned to the West is simply the most unfortunate. At this time, Li saw a group of people whispering. Quan Taiping whispered in Li Ye's ear, "Be careful. The northwest direction they took is even more unlucky, It's just a wasteland. There's nothing there. Maybe they will come and grab our territory. Grabbing territory? Li Ye's eyes lit up. He was hoping that Group 1 would come and grab the territory. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find an opportunity to kill the leader of Group 1. Several groups acted at the same time, but it was not like what Li Yi had imagined, with dozens of people disappearing into the night. Instead, the footsteps were sparse and clattering, and looked very bloated and heavy. However, one group was indeed not far from them, and it seemed that they had no intention of going to the northwest at all. Quan Taiping reminded everyone that safety comes first, and that even if they cannot get food, they must not conflict with any other group. Wang Jun is not the only ruthless person in the group. To be precise, Wang Jun is nothing compared to the other team leaders. The leader of Group 1, Hu Hai, is a serial killer. He was wanted for several years, but during the process, Hu Hai was not idle and killed several people. Later, Zhang Zuda was impressed by Hu Hai's courage and ruthlessness. So he made Hu Hai his younger brother and used his resources and connections to help Hu Hai escape the wanted list. In the past, Wang Jun had a conflict with Hu Hai, and Wang Jun was not convinced by Hu Hai. He has to duel with Hu Hai to decide who is the leader of the group. As a result, Hu Hai gave Wang Jun one hand, and Wang Jun was no match for Hu Hai and was easily crushed by him. This shows how terrifying Hu Hai is. Quan Taiping saw Hu Hai killing people with his own eyes. He was a murderer without blinking an eye. He is Zhang Zuda's most trusted and capable subordinate. Hu Hai killed everyone from officials to ordinary people causing trouble. Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man with a crew cut not far behind him. The middle-aged man looked rather mediocre. If Quan Taiping hadn't said it, who would have thought that he was so powerful? Li saw madness in Hu Hai's eyes. This look was similar to the one that marked the beginning of old Zhang's alien infection. The murderous intent was quite obvious, as if he regarded the entire Taiping group as prey. Li had no doubt that if the two groups had a dispute over supplies, Hu Hai would probably kill people without hesitation. How interesting. Li hid his sneer deep in his eyes. He is looking forward to what will happen next. We encountered some zombies along the way, but not many. Because currently a large number of zombies are mostly attracted by the artillery in the South City area, and there are several super infected bodies in the South City area who are commanding the zombie army and the human army to fight against each other. On the contrary, the number of zombies in the city has decreased a lot, but some zombies can still be seen on the streets. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, the entire Taiping team dealt with one zombie as a group. Although Li Yi could easily kill the zombies in seconds, he was not prepared to expose his methods at this time. On the other side of the road, another group was more courageous. Basically, they fight zombies alone. One group is the most elite group with super strong combat power. It is no problem for one person to fight 3 or 5 zombies. Moreover, almost all of the members of the group were desperados, and before joining the mountain flow, almost all of them had killed people. The progress of one group quickly surpassed that of the entire Taiping group. Quan Taiping was a little anxious. If all the supplies were taken away by Group 1, they would really have nothing today.